Chapter 1 Transmigration, and it begins with a bang. Ouch, be gentle little demon. In the end, the heroine lives a shamelessly happilifeuithid as immolalides. Lu Xiaojin staflidayan. A glance at the clacrivia letatois 4:44 a.m. She Lu Xiaojin, a non-remarkable university student, burning theme at night toil to complete her thesis. Diligent lies searching for research materials, organizing data. Yet, while sifting through information, she inadvertently clicked on an advertisement link within a post. How captivating thought post was. How could Charis's burning theme at night toil to read it? Before Sheknawit, it was 4:44. Quite ominous Xiaonet again. Flipping to Thelis Pajif book, she contemplated jiving theatheratype. Tojas diffi hersi eplis nitov study. However, a themamentia terneto thefanalpage, a linov bold text materialized atov thin air. I fi a seat you will d. Lu Xiaojin. Goodness gracious. I citrulisicha graves intoriata pos nowadays? To seat me anstity? She was skeptical. The next instant, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. After the 44th sig, Lu Xiaojin accepted her in reality. She had transmigrated into story. After witnessing I fi a seat, you will d. She found herself in another world. Hatchedit suddenly? Waisatindi das the saying goes? To seat me in sudden death. Lu Xiaojin smiled. Confirmed stayinga platatoria post scoot indeed lead to death. Thistle was idle the enchanting little junior sister, a narrative led with numerous male leads swapamperette the heroine in the beginning, only to indulge Marie intimatine counters later on. And Lu Xiaojin had become the villainess, talentless senior sister. The senior sister weighs a lovesick full, ruthless taciturn. Any man associated with the heroineo, how she dread them. Shwood compete for their affections. Compete, yet never succeed, never willing to give up. Eventually, in Aphitofridge, Shessa combat to darkness, summoning Genevil Dietian nearly destroying the entire realm of cultivation. How impressive! The fit was sunki ir how adelentless was without spiritual root scoot incite such turmoil. Eine Mary Sue a narrative, logiquays irrelevant. Amory tool, she mused. Atalai like a brick it goes where a viritis needed. Hirianlius theasu at the original owner's memory is where a large lie blank. Without unfolding theplot, there were in a memory a store call. She understood. Last night, the senior sister, driven by list, had attempted to strip the clothing from the junior brother but fell into waterandless consciousness. And thus Lu Xiaojin had taken her place. Oh, villainous family supporting character. Please envelop me your Kadora. Bestow upon her birth. Her thesis was still incomplete. If Shuretode lay her defense in death, leading to an extension of her studies, Shwood truly wish for death. How miserable must the lefoft hat villainous family supporting Sherrick turb. But, character arcs can change. Ending Scamberiton. From this day forth, Shwood alter the lovesick persona. Did thou think it would involve a cleansing her image while a competent foreman? No. No that she wasn't a post, what need was the read a competent foreman? She could simply take as malstalin loiter at the village entrance. No. Loitering at the mount and gate a gossiping at those leads was for morientising. With own woman and miniman, Ike wasia sido imagine it hescandalis affairs within. She read it. The mount and gate time formation broker wooed by her. Amid her excitement, Lu Xiaojin at the progress bar. There was still a month until the heroine entertained sect. A month remained until she could officially loiter at the village entrance. I fi a seat you will d. Thwarts from the fine alpage suddenly echo ed in her mind insmary. A sharp empire set her head, causing her to struggle for breath. An inexplicable wavy of panic washed over her. Instinctively, she reached for something to protect herself. At that moment, Aknak echoed from outside the door. Knock, 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 a shadow loomed at the entrance. Lu Xiaojin reflexive Lyria kept for the bedside, her hand closing around a dagger. Lu Xiaojin. In the original text, although he's in your sister waist, she boasted powerful connections. What hose connections were, she did not know, but within Theplet, knew Netaret to touch Herdishpit her numerous misdeeds, she had protection. Shuastrulid spised be men yet walked freely. Sao high was theory dagger for self-defense be her bedside. Even in her panic, body hate instinctive Lyria kept for the dagger. Was the original owner afraid of something? Before she could ponder further, Thepperson outside ket again. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Hful voice, lively and cheerful, laced with concern. It was clearly a bright Tancharman Jungman. and notably, Hua Shansam. Lu Xiaojin immediately recognized the voice. The junior brother, Xiaojuanzhou Wenio leads. Asamalilidina post, Themis basic requirement Twastoba handsome and healthy. Lu Xiaojin felt a surge of anticipation Xiaojunzo would be her first source of information for the Mount to Ingate. As the premier contributor of information, she would ensure to leave him a pair of undergarments swing Asapinga with them in the future. Senior sister, are you awake? I brought some more Minja elixir sand food for you. Hearing no response, Xiaojun's how concerned senior sister? I'm awake. You can't mean. With that, Lu Xiaojin sat cross-legged on her bed, eagerly awaiting her first encounter with Theme-lead. She felt a modicum of affection for Xiaojuanzhou. After all, the senior sister weighs anatrius lovesickful, pronto making Jadvin Sinani handsome monthis will mannered and charming junior brotherad not be spared from her advances. Just last night, she hated tempt at Toundrashim. Thufsha hadn't succeeded, of course. In any case, the senior sister had a terrible reputation. Yet at this moment, Xiaojunzo was still willing to bring her medicine and food. Wit couldn't but ascribe it as exceedingly kind. Handsome, healthy, talented, and kind. Heavens, such a perfect man. I for the malamalid, Shwood Bethuro lit is satisfied. Had deserved it. Lu Xiaojin's anticipation grew. Creek Thedo or Swungapin. Lu Xiaojin burst herself top thoroughly dazzled. Then, a butterflymanster entered. A butterflymanster. Dressed in sky blue yatari of Tinyun sect, with a crimson collar belt exclusivita personnel disciples, adorned with the dependent, he possessed the poise of fair gentleman. Yet behind him, a pair of butterfly wings unfurled. Looking closer, his face was obscured bead in some esophantiny, covered by a thin, transparent skin. It resembled a nun-hatchet embryo. Beneath that transparent skin, blood vessels were clearly visible. Lu Xiaojin felt their mind momentarily filter. She had never encountered an overwhelming shock. Yet, the unspolite and graceful gentleman, Xiaojuanzhou, curled his lips into a sinister smile. You can see him. In the next instant, his intent elongated, reaching for Lu Xiaojin's neck. Blood splattered instantly. Her head fell to the ground. Gah. She hadn't even had to meet a scream in pain. Painless, swift death. And thus it began with her demise, dying twice in quick succession. One death and not a sound was uttered. Ha! Hokul Doubtliver. Chapter 1 Transmigration, a sudden demise. Ethers, be gentle little enchantress. In the end, the female protagonist lived as shamelessly happily as in Malaleeds. Lu Xiaojin Stafledayan. Upon glancing at the clock, it read 4:44 a.m. She Lu Xiaojin, a non-remarkable university student, wash-burning theme at night toil to complete her thesis. Diligent lies searching for research materials and organizing data. As fate will devave it, while browsing, she inadvertently clicked on an advertisement link. Thepost was utterly captivating. How could Charissa Stanel Nighter devoted to it? Yet, as he delved deeper, the clock struck 4:44. Anonymous sign. Another yawn escaped her lips. Turning to Thelis Pajif T-book, Shepender Dording Theather, thus justifying her eplis night. Viewed at that variement, a line of bold text materialized before your eyes. I fi a seat, you musty. Lu Xiaojin. Goodness, is it now considered a graves in Toperu's posts? Tosiaticity? Shesko fed at the notion. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. After reexhaling her 44th sigh, Lu Xiaojin accepted her in reality. She had transmigrated into a book after seeing I fi a seat. Umasdi she had crossed over. Died abruptly. Is this fellow wolf causing defect? Toziatan meet a sudden demise. Lu Xiaojin smiled. Confirmed, staying a platatoria post could indeed lead to death. This was an ovalentidal the charming little junior sister, a net multiple Malaleed's cultivation story, where in the beginning, dozens of Malaleeds spamper at the female protagonist, and later, they indulged in passionate encounters. And Lu Xiaojin had become malevolent and useless in your sister. This in your sister weighs a lovesick full, fierce eye reticent. Enio knew how us the female protagonist's mana, she desired themo. She must compete. Yet if she couldn't win she wouldn't give up. Ultimately, in Aphatofridge, she darkened and summoned Danaville deity, nearly bringing destruction to the entire cultivation realm. How impressive! Although she had no idea how this good for nothing senior sister, devoid of any spiritual roots, cold causes succus, butinamary sunovel, logic matters not. Just a tool, Atalasakanto abrak moved wherever needed. Thus, the original memory was most lie blank. Noplot development meant no memories. She understood. Last night, the senior sister, driven by listfulness, failed to strip that junior brother and fell in Tothwater, losing consciousness. And that was when Lu Xiaojin hated to read the story. May to reoft wicked female antagonist envelop me. Grandmer birth. Her thesis remained unfinished. If Shuretod lay her defense to a to an abrupt death, leading to an extended graduation, Shwood truly wish for death. How miserable must the lafafta twicked female antagonist be? But, character arc scan change, ending scambilterd. From this day forth, she shall transform the lovesick persona. Did I'll think it was a simpler redemption arc with a fiercey competition for men. No. No that she's in a post why compete for men. Grabbing as Malstel, she could gossip at the village entrance, and no, how'd like feel it would be to gossip about, he does in soft malilids at the mount to ingate. With multiple men, fatally so for mantis entanglement swood but plentiful. Share lachette that hot. They gossiping matronet the mount to ingate would be her. In her excitement, Lu Xiaojin seated the progress bar. There remained month until the female protagonist entered Tinyun sect. Still a month before she could officially loiter at the village entrance. I fi a seat, you musty. Those Yomina's words from the last pages Zudenlai echo ed in her mind. A sharp empire set her head, and her breath quickened. An inexplicable wavy of panic surged within her. Instinctively, she up something to shield herself. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the door. Knock, a shadow loomed at the entrance. Lu Xiaojin reflexive lyria ket for bedside and unexpectedly grasped a dagger. Lu Xiaojin. In the original narrative, although he's in your sister wassless, she had powerful connections. What those connections were remained a mystery, butin the plot, nunetareto harm her within the sect. Despite her numerous misdeeds, there were real ways those to protect her. Indeed, Shuasboth Lothadan feared, striding through life unabashedly. Sao Hai was theory dagger for self-defense be her bedside. Even more perplexing, in her panic, her body instinctively found the dagger. Was the original owner afraid of something? Before she could ponder further, the person outside ket again. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Hful voice, lively and cheerful, exuding concern. One could he weighs a Sunni and handsome young man. The emphasis being gone toward handsome. Lu Xiaojin recognized the person outside. The junior brother, Xiaojin one of themelids. Asimal elidna post, themis basic requirement was to be both handsome and physically fit. Lu Xiaojin felt a flutter of anticipation that Xiaojinzo would be her first source of information for the Gossa network at the Mount to Ingate. As the inaugural contributor of information, Schwudenschurado leave high mass pair of pants swing asapingap with them in the future. Senior sister, are you awake? I brought some warming pill samfed for you. Not hearing a response from within, Xiaojin zoger you waiting Sia's senior sister? Im awake, come in. With that, Lu Xiaojin sat cross-legged on her bed, eagerly awaiting her first encounter with Hamalid. She felt a certain fondness for Xiaojuanzhou. After all, the senior sister weighs an extreme lovesick full, making Jadvin sestor Sani handsome man, and thul mannered and dashing junior brother had no escape at her clutches. Wasn't it just last night that she had treat Toundrishim? Thuf she hadn't succeeded. In any case, the senior sister's reputation was abysmal. Yet, at this moment, Xiaojin's wished to bring her medicine and food, which was truly commendable. Handsome, fit, talented, and kind. Heavens, such a perfect man. I for the malamalid, shouldn't be able to contain her delight. Had deserved it. Lu Xiaojin's anticipation only grew. With a creak, Thedo or swungapin. Lu Xiaojin waspersitope thoroughly astonished. Then, a butterfly creature stepped inside. A butterfly-creature? Dressed in skyblietary of Tinyun sect, with a crimson color-rendered sashin equitata rect, disciples, adorned with dependence, hindeep possessed the demeanor of fair a gentleman. Yet, behind him sprout a pair of butterfly wings. Looking closer, his face was obscured be it in some massiphantony, with only a thin layer of translucent skin visible. It resembled a non-hatchet embryo. Beneath that transparent skin, veins were avidly apparent. Lu Xiaojin felt their mind momentarily filter. She had never encountered such a shock in her life. Yet, the unsepulity angersful Xiaojinzao now wore a sinister smile. You can seem. In the next instant, his intent elongated, slashing towards Lu Xiaojin's neck. Blood splattered. Her head reletto the ground. Crack. She hadn't even had the chance to scream in pain. A swift, painless demise. Dead from the outset. Twice over. One death without a sound. Ha! Ho cold out liver? Chapter 2. Death or the Time Reversal. A painless departure. A fallacy as Lu Xiaojin regained consciousness, her body convulsed in agony, twisting on the bed like a maggot. The pain. The excruciating sensation of near death overwhelmed her senses. The creaking of the wooden bed echoed ominously. Had she just died? She thought she was rolling on her soft, albeit narrow, bed at home, but why was she hearing that sound? Could it be she opened her eyes? Oh no, was everything that had just transpired merely a dream? Or had she truly met her demise within the pages of a book? Was she slain by Xiaojin? Yet, Xiaojin was one of the male protagonists. How could a protagonist be a monster? For heaven's sake, as a Mary Sue narrative, please ensure an abundance of romantic intrigue. Spare her the monstrosity of death. But if all this were true, would she die again? Was it possible that she was trapped in an infinite cycle of death? If you can see it, you must die. The words from the final pages of the book flashed in her mind once more, causing another jolt of pain to shoot through her head. She clutched her skull, attempting to alleviate the torment. She understood that seeing meant death. Had she not already perished and transmigrated into this narrative? Wait. This hint suggested that it wasn't merely reading the narrative that led to death, but rather, witnessing the butterfly monster that would seal her fate. If she could prevent Xiaojin from realizing she could see the butterfly monster, perhaps he wouldn't kill her. But why? Could it be that this ostentatious butterfly monster was only visible to her? The overwhelming pain of death left Lu Xiaojin breathless, unable to think rationally. The incessant knocking at the door continued. Elder sister, are you feeling better? The dialogue mirrored exactly. Lu Xiaojin inhaled deeply, sitting up and casting a wary glance toward the entrance, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Elder sister, have you awoken? I've brought you some warming elixirs and food. Xiaojin spoke. Elder sister? Lu Xiaojin did her utmost to appear more alert. I feel much better now, please come in. With a creak, the door swung open. Lu Xiaojin believed she was fully prepared. She resolved that regardless of whether she encountered a person or a monster, she would remain composed. After all, was it not simply a matter of pretending not to see? The opponent's true nature was already revealed. How could she falter? It was practically on easy mode. Then, the butterfly monster came into view. Its grotesque skin reminiscent of a placenta, its visible veins, and its gracefully fluttering wings. In that moment, Lu Xiaojin comprehended the essence of vibrant darkness. Xiaojin appeared resplendent in myriad colors, her vision darkened, pretending not to see. That was utterly impossible, and no matter how she feigned calmness, the moment she laid eyes on such a non-human entity drawing near, her body instinctively tensed. The instinct for self-preservation rendered her limbs rigid. With that rigidity came a chilling sensation, as though her muscles were freezing and prickling painfully, trembling uncontrollably. The more she attempted to control herself, the more violently she shook. It was utterly futile. As it turned out, even an ostensibly easy mode could prove insurmountable. A sinister smile crept across Xiaojin's lips. You can see. His appendage brushed against Lu Xiaojin's neck. Blood splattered immediately. The head rolled away. Crack. She could not survive. She simply could not. The pain. It was excruciating. Having died twice, Lu Xiaojin writhed on the bed. She confirmed that everything that had transpired was not a dream. Xiaojin was indeed a monster. If he discovered she could see the butterfly monster on him, she would be slain. She had already been killed twice. Yet the pain of death was inescapable. If you can see it, you must die. The words from the book echoed in her mind once more. The unbearable agony left Lu Xiaojin struggling to regain clarity. She could not die again. But clearly, she stood no chance against that butterfly monster. She had to seek help. Tianyun sect was a sect of immortals. How dare a monster wreak havoc here? She needed to survive. Elder brother. She had to find elder brother. The original character was the direct disciple of the sect leader. The sect leader had 6 direct disciples, all residing on Wuxin Peak, each with their own independent courtyard. According to the original character's memories, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples had all departed on sect missions, leaving only her elder brother Xiaojin and the sect leader on the mountain. Her only hope for assistance lay with elder brother or the sect leader. The closest to her current location was elder brother's courtyard. Regardless of whether elder brother could see the monster, as long as she could stay near the golden core stage elder brother, she could at least preserve her life. The monster could attempt to act against her in elder brother's presence. She could swiftly claim the monster's death reward as long as she could survive. Lu Xiaojin had countless ways to expose the monster's true nature. With her plan in place, she had no time to ponder further. She slipped on her shoes and dashed outside like a madwoman. Elder Brother's courtyard was the nearest, but even so, the distance between the courtyards of immortal cultivators, no matter how close, felt insurmountable. At this moment, Lu Xiaojin could only see a distant black dot amidst the fog. So far away. Yet she did not give up, sprinting desperately toward Elder Brother's courtyard. She would be saved. She had to be. Elder Brother! Elder Brother! Lu Xiaojin shouted as she ran. Closer, closer. Well, not at all close. She felt as though she might collapse from exhaustion. Her lungs were nearly gasping for air. But the distant courtyard she could still see ignited a flicker of hope within her. She estimated that if Xiaojun did not see her in the courtyard, he would likely leave on his own. Then she would be safe. Clearly Xiaojun had no such inclination. For the next moment, a clear youthful voice rang out from behind her. Elder sister, what are you doing here? Lu Xiaojin? How had he caught up so quickly? Damn it, in this world full of immortal cultivators, the original character was a rootless wastrel. Did that make sense? She couldn't even outrun him, Lu Xiaojin cursed under her breath. Wishing she could confront Xiaojun head-on, however. She was merely a useless individual without any spiritual roots, a waste who couldn't carry a burden or fend for herself. Faced with a monster, she could only be slaughtered. But could she truly resign herself to this fate? Absolutely not. Every moment she could survive counted. I can't see it, I don't see. After countless rounds of self-reassurance, she turned to face Xiaojun with calmness. Oh no, that butterfly monster had wings that were infuriatingly vibrant, and in the sunlight, they shimmered with brilliance, sparkling glitter, even dusting her face. You can see. Blood sprayed instantly. The head felt Xiaojin. Damn it, she couldn't pretend at all. Chapter 3 Bashful and shy, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiaojin twisted in agony. It hurt too much. The pain was unbearable. She felt as though she might truly welcome death. But she couldn't die. Not at all. Paying no heed to anything else, Lu Xiaojin hastily slipped on her shoes and activated her running mode, racing toward Elder Brother's courtyard. She ran as if her life depended on it. She figured that perhaps the last time she had called out Elder Brother too loudly had drawn Xiaojun's attention. So this time she sealed her lips, pouring all her strength into running. She refused to believe that Xiaojun could still find her. Approaching, she was close to salvation. She wouldn't have to die again. However, the very next second, a familiar voice rang out. Elder sister, how did you end up here? The same clear youthful voice, Lu Xiaojin. Why had he caught up again? If her calculations were correct, the time it took Xiaojun to reach her on both occasions was nearly identical. So whether she shouted or remained silent, could he lock onto her direction instantaneously? Was he some kind of innate radar? This monster clearly possessed some formidable abilities. Leaving no escape route, Lu Xiaojin ran until she felt nearly spent, gasping as if she were on the verge of collapse. Yet she forced herself to ignore Xiaojun's voice, continuing her desperate sprint toward Elder Brother's courtyard. While running, she exerted every ounce of strength to cry out. Elder Brother! Elder Brother! Please save my life! Her pleas were in vain. Lu Xiaojin collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, cursing under her breath. Just as she knelt, a blue and red robe of a direct disciple draped over her shoulders. The monster was surprisingly considerate. Elder sister, why did you come out without your outer robe? Xiaojun's voice was both concerned and slightly flustered. If someone sees you like this, what will others think? The decorum of a righteous sect. His concern mirrored that described in the original text. A caring yet slightly exasperated junior disciple, however. The hand that draped the robe over her was covered in soft fur. Not overtly terrifying yet undeniably unsettling, Lu Xiaojin panted heavily. Her chest aching, she gritted her teeth, striving to steady her breath, refusing to look at Xiaojun. She was too eager to meet Elder Brother to consider anything else. Little did she know, her words only further irritated Xiaojun. Though Elder Brother has indeed been a bit distant these past few days, you cannot dress this way and cause trouble. If Elder Brother were to see you in such disarray, it would surely disturb his mind and ruin your path of cultivation. Disturb his mind? Oh right, cultivators were most wary of harboring inner demons. In matters of love, especially unrequited feelings or obsessions, one was particularly prone to develop inner demons. Hence, most cultivators maintained a certain distance from the opposite sex until their hearts were settled. This led to the elder sister's infatuated meddling being especially irksome to the direct disciples. Yet the original character, though a waste, infatuated and disruptive, was tolerated by the sect leader Dada. How he indulged her. As a result, her status on Wuxin Peak was quite elevated, and while her brothers and sisters avoided her, They had no choice but to care for her in various ways. The original character believed herself to be the beloved pet of the group. Thus, when the true favored younger sister arrived a month later, the original character would feel a mix of resentment and jealousy, leading her to create chaos and ultimately darken her heart. Seeing Lu Xiaojin remain silent, Xiao Junzhou assumed she was stubborn and unwilling to heed his advice, causing his tone to take on a hint of firmness. Lu Xiaojin clenched her teeth and replied, "I have some urgent matters to attend to with the senior brother. Why don't you accompany me?" Xiao Junzhou thought to himself, what urgent matters could she possibly have? Just a mouthful of lies, however. He refrained from exposing her, pondering instead, his tone softening slightly as he spoke gently. He surmised that Lu Xiaojin, in her disheveled state, was perhaps running to see the senior brother out of madness, likely due to his stern rejection of her the previous day. Did I in her sorrow and despair? Would she not be seeking solace from others? Currently, only the senior brother and the master were on the mountain. He could not allow her to disturb their tranquility. As for him, Xiao Junzhou, who had been persistently entangled by Lu Xiaojin over the years, had yet to harbor any inner demons, which attested to his considerable self-control. Yet, he could not comprehend the extent of his annoyance towards her. Did he not feel even the slightest ripple in his heart upon seeing her disheveled appearance? Not a shred of affection, not even a hint of inner turmoil. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Junzhou finally spoke. Well then, junior sister, if you truly wish to see me, it is not impossible. Wasn't it merely a matter of her wanting to peel away his garments? He would sacrifice himself for the sake of the senior brother's cultivation. A mere glance from her would be bearable. Lu Xiaojin, this little brother, acting all bashful, rendered the atmosphere rather ambiguous. Upon glancing at his furry hand, however, the ambiguity dissipated entirely. To say that apart from his appearance, this strange creature was nearly identical to the original junior brother's description in every other respect was an understatement. Could it be that despite being possessed by a monster, his humanity remained intact? As long as she could not see it, the monster truly did not exist. A creature of idealistic delusion. Lu Xiaojin wiped the sweat from her brow, clutching her chest which ached from breathlessness, and posed the question she was most eager to know. How did you know I was here? Xiao Junzhou did not grasp her meaning. She meant to ask, since she was not in the courtyard and had left no message, how did he know she was seeking the senior brother? How could he find her so swiftly? This was crucial, her very life depended on him. Xiao Junzhou, however, was quite honest. Junior sister, my sense of smell is quite keen. Within a 10-mile radius, no matter where you are, I can find you. Have you forgotten? 10.10 miles. 1 mile is 500 meters. 10 miles amounts to 5,000 meters. Even if she were to run with all her might, it would be impossible for her to escape his range in such a short period. It was hopeless. Truly. There was no need to run any longer. How absurd. She could not possibly survive. Junior sister, the ground is cold. Let me help you up. Setting aside other considerations, Xiao Junzhou, apart from not being human, was quite amiable indeed. She could simply wait until he left to seek the senior brother. Lu Xiaojin suddenly felt that life was still filled with hope. Yet, in the next moment, she unconsciously sidestepped the tentacles sprawled on the ground. You can see them. Blood splattered at the scene. A head fell to the ground. Chapter 4. Who can still distinguish between us? Who is the monster? Lu Xiaojin instinctively curled up, attempting to alleviate the agony of death. This time she did not run. Running was futile. She resolved to change her approach. Since evading Xiao Junzhou was not an option, she could completely drive him away before seeking the senior brother. First and foremost, she must not encounter Xiao Junzhou. The last time, she had merely avoided a tentacle and had been discovered, indicating the monster's remarkable sensitivity. She could not get close. Proximity would result in death. Knock, knock, knock. Senior sister. Are you feeling any better? The same clear and concerned youthful voice. Lu Xiaojin endeavored to keep her tone as calm as possible. Yes, I am feeling better, but I've caught a chill. So please do not come in lest you catch it too. She had thought that with such words Xiao Junzhou would surely leave. However, Xiao Junzhou remained oblivious. Not only did he not depart, but he also expressed his concern fervently. No worries. Cultivators cannot catch colds. Just right, I've brought some medicine to dispel the chill and some food to nourish you. The tentacles advanced first at Lu Xiaojin forced herself not to look. Yes, simply don't look. Right. Xiao Junzhou hurriedly stepped inside, placing the food before Lu Xiaojin. Senior sister, you didn't collect your meals yesterday. You should eat something to fill your stomach. The food was delivered, but he was desperately leaning back, his rear forming a lovely arc, practically on tiptoes as he presented the food, terrified that Lu Xiaojin might leap into his embrace. He had been once enveloped in her embrace. The memory alone was enough to make him feel queasy. Since then he had trained his reflexes obsessively, developing an expansive awareness. Now no matter how Lu Xiaojin lunged, he could swiftly evade her. She could not touch him at all. Yet, being able to evade was one thing. Not wanting to get close was another. He would avoid her as much as possible. Lu Xiaojin noticed Xiao Junzhou's body straining to retreat and fell silent. Who could still discern who among them was the true monster? To be honest, she had considered that since she could not defeat Xiao Junzhou openly, perhaps she could attempt a sneak attack. However, observing Xiao Junzhou's wary demeanor, she found it difficult to even approach him. This sentiment posed no issues for anyone else. Yet, this was not something Lu Xiaojin could voice. After all, she was the infatuated senior sister. The one who had always coveted Xiao Junzhou's form. Such sudden coldness surely indicated something was amiss. Thus, at this moment Xiao Junzhou, who avoided her like a venomous snake, also displayed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He could not fathom the reason behind Lu Xiaojin's sudden shift. Was it a tactic of seduction or was something else amiss? With a growing sense of suspicion in his heart, yet maintaining an impassive exterior, he remarked, "Senior sister, why are you not looking at me today?" Lu Xiaojin. Because my friend, you have a pair of butterfly wings. But could she say that? No, moreover, she knew well that her avoidance of Xiao Junzhou was glaringly apparent. She did not wish for this. Yet what could she do? She had to find a reasonable excuse. "Ah, you rejected me so firmly yesterday. I truly felt too embarrassed to look you in the eye." Xiao Junzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is that so? Senior sister, you have developed a sense of shame?" This was indeed a rare occurrence. Lu Xiaojin. Do you want to hear what you just said? That tone. You are the bright and sunny junior brother. Such words must never cross your lips again. Just as Lu Xiaojin was about to continue her charade, suddenly a knife was pressed against her neck. "You are not the senior sister. Who are you?" Furry hands, translucent embryonic skin, and clearly visible blood vessels appeared weak and powerless, yet held the knife with unsettling steadiness, the kind that could easily slice through Lu Xiaojin's neck. At that moment, Xiao Junzhou exhibited none of the warmth and concern from earlier. His brows furrowed with coldness. His tone sharp. "Speak? Who sent you? Where is the senior sister? Where have you hidden her?" Fierce and menacing, Lu Xiaojin had never had a knife held to her throat before. Strangely, the sensation of being on the precipice of death was exquisitely intoxicating. How absurd! She did not wish to die. She would not fall into the trap of self-justification. Yet Xiao Junzhou's mind was still quite sharp. The knife remained pressed against her throat. "If you are the senior sister, then why do you not dare to look up at me?" Lu Xiaojin. Unable to explain, because she genuinely did not dare to look at him. To look meant death, to not look also meant death. Caught between a rock and a hard place. That if she could see, she would die. Unless she could not see, she would inevitably die regardless. That Lu Xiaojin lowered her gaze, desperately attempting to convince herself that I cannot see. I cannot see that I cannot see. Just pretend that those butterfly wings are merely an accessory on Xiao Junzhou. She mustn't display any unusual reaction. She could do this. Slowly Lu Xiaojin lifted her head. She forced herself to relax, striving to perceive Xiao Junzhou as simply a person. However, despite her efforts to suppress her fear, it still leaked through her trembling muscles. A strange smile crept upon his lips. "You can see." Blood splattered at the scene. A head fell to the ground. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Weariness and pain washed over her. Her face pale, she curled into a ball, striving to regain her composure. Inhale, exhale, stay calm. Lu Xiaojin began to analyze the series of self-rescue attempts. Soon, she realized that evasion was futile. Crying for help was useless. No matter where she ran, Xiao Junzhou would inevitably find her due to his concern. Moreover, he could always find her. Once he located her, she would have no choice but to look at him. Otherwise, she would be suspected. And as long as she looked at him, death awaited. Well, isn't that a neat cycle? A guaranteed death. But, in cultivation literature, humans are generally categorized into three groups: the diligent cultivators, the ruthless demon slayers, and the aimless fence-sitters. Lu Xiaojin evidently belonged to the third category. Since this monster could speak and communicate, she was willing to offer her sincerity and join them. She would turn around and betray him. Let her perish. Chapter 5. How sycophantic she is. A traitor should be someone like her. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, the sound of knocking echoed from outside. "Senior sister, are you feeling any better?" The same clear and concerned youthful voice. Lu Xiaojin turned over, sitting up, a bright smile gracing her face as she feigned eager sycophancy. "Junior brother, you've come. Please come in." The figure outside paused momentarily. Indeed, although Xiao Junzhou cared for Lu Xiaojin, he did not favor her overly spirited demeanor. Who could predict what mischief the energetic her might conjure up? After failing to undress him yesterday, would she attempt to pin him down today? Xiao Junzhou wanted to die. Truly. How unfortunate he was to encounter such an eager senior sister. Fate was all about fate. Xiao Junzhou spent quite a while engaging in self-reassurance before he finally opened the door with teary eyes. The door swung open. The mind delves inward, yet the body and spirit strain to escape outward. Senior sister. Since you are well, I shall refrain from entering. I have brought you some warming elixirs and food, which I have left at the door. Will you be able to come and retrieve them later? Avoiding confrontation, he feared that Lu Xiaojin might leap from the bed and lunge towards him. He was terrified of drawing too close to Lu Xiaojin. However, as the younger disciple, he was also concerned that Lu Xiaojin might be too ill to rise from her bed. Thus he reluctantly cast a few glances toward her. Once assured that she was not gravely harmed, he promptly turned to leave him. Simply leave the items at the door and depart. Good heavens, is that truly permissible? The sudden thrill nearly clouded Lu Xiaojin's mind. At that moment, something flickered through her thoughts, but she could not grasp it. Yet, she had no time to ponder further. She could not simply acquiesce. This fellow was cunning. And a single misstep could reveal her intentions. Therefore, she feigned a plea. Do not go, stay and keep me company. This statement posed no issue. However, Lu Xiaojin did not gaze upon Xiao Junzhou. The usual glimmer of fervent, almost frantic affection in her eyes was conspicuously absent. Xiao Junzhou immediately sensed something amiss. His gaze turned cold as he stepped forward. Since senior sister insists I remain, then I shall do so. He was uncertain what affliction had befallen Lu Xiaojin, but he was certain something was wrong. Had the demonic sect inflicted harm upon her? As the sole fragile disciple of Wuxin Peak, he could not allow her to come to harm. Lu Xiaojin, point one ought not to entertain any illusions of luck, should one? Very well, if one cannot defeat them, one must join them. Join. She shall join. Lu Xiaojin rubbed her face, donning what she believed to be her most sincere smile, and raised her gaze to Xiao Junzhou. Point one does not strike at a smiling face, with such earnestness and flattery. Surely Xiao Junzhou would be inclined to remain. Oh dear junior disciple, Lu Xiaojin had never smiled so obsequiously in her life. Although she was unsure of their intentions, although she was unaware of their true purpose, she was eager to join them. However, before she could utter the but, Xiao Junzhou met her gaze, and a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. You can see. Blood spilled on the spot. Heads rolled. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin convulsed in pain, taking some time to recover. Previously, she had heard it said that one must possess skill in conversation. One ought to adeptly employ transitions. Words like but, however, and nevertheless should be frequently used, especially during negotiations. Lu Xiaojin wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, she put this into practice. Yet, it became evident that when dealing with monsters it is best to speak plainly, for in their impatience, they would not wait for your words to pivot before you met your end. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth and sat cross-legged. This time she would forego the transitions, she would be direct. Bang bang bang. A knock resounded. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Much improved. Come in, junior brother, I have something to discuss with you. The figure outside hesitated. Xiao Junzhou was reluctant to enter, not wishing to be grasped and have his clothing tugged. After all, having established his foundation, he knew that with Lu Xiaojin, a talentless waste, she could not possibly capture him. The idea of her tugging at his clothes was utterly unfathomable. Yet, the sight of her, disheveled and frantically pursuing him last night, her face alight with madness, had truly frightened him. He had spent the entire night plagued by nightmares. He truly did not wish to encounter Lu Xiaojin again. Why are you still dawdling? Come in quickly. Still as warm and sincere as ever. Did Lu Xiaojin believe that Xiao Junzhou must surely sense her abundant sincerity. From her heartfelt earnestness, he must perceive her yearning to join their organization. How flattering she was. A suitable candidate for an insider. Little did she know, the more fervently she expressed her desire, the more timid Xiao Junzhou became. The innocent, naive young man with tears brimming in his eyes, finally pushed the door open. Senior sister, regarding what transpired yesterday, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but you were truly behaving most inappropriately, which compelled me to evade you. Crying and sobbing that it was almost unbearable to listen to. No wonder the original owner was infatuated. With such a pathetic demeanor, who wouldn't he want to pin him down and tear at his clothing? Oh, but Lu Xiaojin did not desire that. His entire body was covered in tendrils and flesh akin to a placenta. She found it utterly unappealing. At this moment, she was not afraid of trembling. It was merely her respect for his youthful voice. Faced with Xiao Junzhou's rejection, Lu Xiaojin promptly reiterated her sincerity. Fear not, junior brother, I have deeply reflected upon my actions last night, and I shall no longer treat you lightly. Come in quickly, I have matters to discuss with you in detail. Discuss in detail. The sort where two individuals sit face to face, closing the doors and windows and converse for an entire incense stick's length? Would she not then find a way to launch herself upon him? Such words were not ones Xiaojin could entertain. A flicker of annoyance and panic crossed his eyes, yet gritting his teeth, he still entered with a woeful expression. The door, however, was reluctant to close. Senior sister, whatever you wish to say, you may do so here. Xiaojin bit his lip. I can hear you. He cautiously regarded Lu Xiaojin, noticing that she had kept her eyes lowered, and suddenly he sensed something was amiss. Senior sister, why do you not look at me? Is this not a form of psychological conditioning? I am looking. Have I not already lifted my head? Junior brother, I wish to join you. Direct and to the point. No dilly-dallying whatsoever. Yet Xiaojin appeared quite perplexed. Join us? Senior sister, what do you mean by that? Lu Xiaojin raised her head to meet his gaze, prepared to provide a thorough explanation. She had lifted her head, but not entirely. Just as she began to explain, upon locking eyes with Xiaojin, a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You can see? Blood spilled on the spot. Heads rolled. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin? So that's it. Chapter 6. A dead Taoist is not a dead friend. Face it head on. Lu Xiaojin slowly opened her eyes, curled into a ball. How had it come to this? Was she not filled with sincerity? Had she not directly stated her desire to join them? Had Xiaojin not inquired about her reasons? This proved he had indeed heard her. Yet before she could continue to express her loyalty and ambitions to lead the organization to greatness, why had it all come to naught? What did it matter if she could see? As a talentless waste without spiritual roots, what could she do against him? Could she not be granted an opportunity for allegiance? Lu Xiaojin exhaled a heavy sigh, stifling her pain as she once again sat cross-legged. It seemed her display of sincerity had proven insufficient. She climbed from the bed and approached the nearby vanity, rummaging through the drawers for a few vials of elixirs. I in the realm of cultivation. Elixirs are a fluid resource. What is sincerity? This is sincerity. Bang bang bang. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Lu Xiaojin eagerly called out. Much improved. Please come in. Xiaojin hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. As he pushed the door open, he beheld Lu Xiaojin, her head bowed, hands holding several vials of elixirs aloft with utmost sincerity. Junior brother, these are first and second tier elixirs. Take them as a testament to my sincerity in joining you. Xiaojin was utterly bewildered by this turn of events, fearing that Lu Xiaojin was once again up to some mischief, and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Senior sister, what do you mean by this? In the future, I shall assist you in any endeavors you require. I can betray my sect. I can steal elixirs. I can even poison Tianyun's sect. Anything but killing me, I can be of great use. A dead Taoist is not a dead friend. Lu Xiaojin surmised that since the monsters had gone to great lengths to infiltrate Tianyun's sect, they must be seeking something. Perhaps it was the treasures of the sect's leader? Regardless, since they had a demand, she had a chance to negotiate. Her sincerity was undoubtedly abundant. Yet, after her earnest overture, Xiaojin not only declined but also spoke with an inscrutable smile. Oh, you can see? Then lift your head and look at me. His tone was nothing like the bashful junior brother from before. It was akin to that of a twisted, obsessive individual. This may very well be the true visage of a monster. Terrifying indeed. Lu Xiaojin lifted her gaze and met Xiaojin's eyes. You can see? Blood spilled on the spot. Heads rolled. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin? Huh? Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, curled up in agony. How had she met her end once more? She had believed the negotiation was progressing quite well. She had offered ample sincerity. Wait a moment. It seemed that no matter what she said, as long as their eyes met and he realized she could see him, Xiaojin would end her. The reason? There was none. To be seen meant death. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth, resolved to test the truth of this hypothesis. Bang bang bang. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Clearly, she was not. She was on the verge of passing out. Junior brother, you know me. I harbor no prejudice against any race. Regardless of what you are, I hold no bias. Speaking with her head lowered was fine. But the moment she raised her head, you can see. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, weary in pain, and with a hint of madness. Lu Xiaojin curled up, realizing that as long as she was discovered, as long as she was seen, no matter what she said, she would meet her demise. There was no room for negotiation. She did not wish to die. The pain was unbearable. Kill Xiaojin. Kill Xiaojin. Having died too many times, the agony had rendered Lu Xiaojin's mental state somewhat disheveled. Amidst her disarray, a touch of madness emerged. Death? Everyone should die. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth, struggling to regain her composure. Since negotiation was futile, she would confront it head-on, whether it be a mule or a horse. Let us take it for a walk. She rose, casting her gaze upon the spirit sword leaning against the bed. This sword was a first-tier spirit sword bestowed by the sect leader to the original owner. Although the original owner was deemed useless, the sect leader would not deprive her of what a direct disciple ought to possess. Lu Xiaojin grasped the sword yet could not draw it to her surprise. The sword was quite heavy. Lu Xiaojin grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, her foot firmly planted on the scabbard. After exerting immense effort, she finally managed to draw the sword from its sheath. It was heavy yet she could barely lift it. She swung it down onto the table. Crack! It sliced through like butter. What a fine sword! Lu Xiaojin was overjoyed, hiding behind the door as she awaited Xiaojin. Bang bang bang. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Lu Xiaojin replied, come in. Xiaojin pushed the door open. Lu Xiaojin raised the sword. And then there was nothing more. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Had she truly met her end? What had just transpired? All she remembered was a flash of white light before she lost consciousness. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had indeed perished. Remarkable. She had achieved this demise at an astonishing speed. In the realm of cultivation, ambushing across levels was indeed a swifter way to meet one's fate than other methods. Lu Xiaojin held her aching head and struggled to her feet. It was all right. If physical attacks were ineffective against monsters, then she would resort to metaphysics. Monsters had to be dealt with using magic. Die. All of you must perish. The madness in Lu Xiaojin's eyes began to take on a tangible form. She dashed out of her bedroom and into the courtyard. In the courtyard, a willow tree swayed gently in the wind. The willow tree. She had indeed not been mistaken. A willow tree had been planted in the courtyard. Willow branches ward off evil. Lu Xiaojin quickly plucked a branch, holding it to her chest as she fervently prayed. Although she had never believed in deities at that moment, she was the most devout disciple of the Buddha. O Buddha, please assist your faithful follower. If I can vanquish this butterfly monster, I shall undoubtedly burn incense and perform good deeds in your name. Brother Willow, you must stand firm. Just as Lu Xiaojin was praying, footsteps echoed behind her. Senior sister, what are you doing? Why aren't you wearing your outer robe? As she spoke, a robe was draped over Lu Xiaojin's shoulders. Xiaojin endured a dozen lashes from the willow branch. The harm was minimal, and the insult was not severe. He did not even evade, merely frowning and subtly sidestepping the willow branch. Senior sister, what is the matter with you? Chapter 7. Senior sister, look at me. Xiaojin was a cultivator, possessing exceptional lightness of foot. Whenever he desired, Lu Xiaojin's willow branch would never touch him. Yet, perhaps out of a sense of duty as her junior, he did not completely evade it. He allowed the branch to brush against his clothing. Frowning, he observed Lu Xiaojin, who was wildly waving the willow branch. What was she up to now? Had yesterday's mishap with his clothing not been enough? Did she now intend to take advantage of him in some other way? Could it be that there was a drug on that willow branch? Xiaojin sniffed, confirming that there was no drug on the branch, which eased his mind somewhat. Senior sister, have you encountered some trouble? You seem possessed. With that thought, Xiaojin's gaze sharpened. Lu Xiaojin paused. She was all too familiar with that tone from Xiaojin. If she continued to lash out, she believed that in the next moment, his sword would be at her throat. His sword was heavy. It would not be easy for him to draw it. No, I was merely performing a willow dance for you. Did you find it beautiful? Xiaojin? A willow dance. Is this thing worthy of being called a dance? He fell silent for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. Lu Xiaojin paid no heed to this. Her gaze was fixed intently on the back of Xiaojin's hand, hoping to see a hint of a burn. In dramas, places touched by evil would show signs of burning. However, there was nothing. Xiaojin bore no scars. Was the willow branch ineffective? She refused to believe it. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth and extended the willow branch towards Xiaojin. Xiaojin thought he was not particularly eager to see it, but as the kind and gentle junior disciple, he found it difficult to refuse Lu Xiaojin's request, especially since rejecting her would lead to reprimands from their master. Neglecting Lu Xiaojin would result in punishment. Xiaojin took the willow branch with a belly full of resentment. Lu Xiaojin stared intently at his hand and no burn. He even toyed with the willow branch without a hint of fear. Alright, confirmed. Brother Willow could indeed not stand firm. Didn't you say you wanted to dance? Why aren't you dancing? Suddenly Xiaojin sensed something amiss. And senior sister, why have you been keeping your head down and not looking at me since I entered? Look at you. Lu Xiaojin seized the dagger at her waist and slashed at his neck. Die. And then that there was nothing more. Lu Xiaojin opened her weary eyes. This time, the demise had come swiftly. Indeed, brute force could not harm Xiaojin in the slightest. After alleviating some of her pain, Xiaojin resolutely got up and headed towards the back courtyard that, if she recalled correctly, she had seen a large rooster there earlier. Cock-a-doodle-doo. There it was. Although the original owner had never needed to keep a rooster due to the constant delivery of meals, encountering one here was utterly absurd. But it didn't matter. Mary Sue had utterly transformed into a horror narrative. There was no logic left to speak of. Rooster blood could ward off evil. This was the most convenient weapon. Xiaojin dashed toward the rooster. And missed. Useless indeed, that in the end, she successfully captured the rooster using some grains and coaxing. Sorry, brother rooster, but I need to borrow your blood. Xiaojin felt guilty. She decided that after vanquishing the butterfly monster, she would let brother rooster and brother mushroom enjoy a nice swim in boiling water, so their existence in this world wouldn't be in vain. Xiaojin carried the rooster to the entrance of the courtyard. Just then, Xiaojin entered, carrying an oil paper package. Xiaojin paused for a moment, looking her up and down. Senior sister, why did you come out without wearing your outer robe? You're already cold. If you catch a chill, how will you endure it? He was not concerned about Xiaojin's health. He was worried about his own. Yesterday, due to Xiaojin's misstep into the water, he had caught a cold, and their master had reprimanded him. Today, he was asked to apologize and ensure Xiaojin was well taken care of. If she caught a chill again, he would certainly face consequences. Saying this, he disregarded everything else and took off his outer robe to drape it over Xiaojin. His concern was palpable, yet, before he could put it on her, he saw Xiaojin draw a dagger from her waist and swiftly cut the rooster's throat. Blood spattered everywhere. Xiaojin was momentarily stunned before quickly dodging. Senior sister, what are you doing? He evaded, but not without consequence. His pristine azure robe was stained with rooster blood, even splattering onto his face. This was utterly unacceptable for someone with a cleanliness obsession like Xiaojin. It was more embarrassing than being scolded by his master. His eyes reddened with anger, looking pitiful and aggrieved. How could anyone not feel sorry for him? Oh, but Xiaojin felt no pity. That little face, still resembling an embryo, had already caused her demise numerous times. It would be absurd for her to feel remorse. She merely fixed her gaze on Xiaojin's neck. His neck was also stained with rooster blood. Yet still there were no signs of Burns' magic. Could it truly not contend with magic? Or was it that this fellow was not a ghost from Huagua, but rather a foreign specter? Perhaps a vampire? Ordinary methods were indeed ineffective. Senior sister, why would you do such a thing? Xiaojin glared at Xiaojin, feeling humiliated. Had he not been able to strip him of his clothing yesterday? Was she now intent on soiling his attire? Was it a case of if I cannot have it, I shall destroy it? How vile! Why won't you look at me? Is it out of guilt? Oh no, it was because his wings were too dazzling. Looking at him would mean death. She wanted to live a few more seconds. Seeing Xiaojin remain unresponsive, Xiaojin sensed impending danger. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing cold. Senior sister, look at me. His hand was already at his waist. If Xiaojin dared to refuse, his sword would not remain in its sheath but would be at her throat. Xiaojin ceased her resistance and began to mentally reassure herself. I cannot see it, I cannot see it, I cannot see. She lifted her head. You can see? Blood splattered upon impact. The head fell to the ground. Xiaojin opened her weary eyes. It hurt too much. The pain was unbearable. Xiaojin should die. Die. A foreign ghost, is it? Senior sister, the wind is strong in the courtyard. Why did you come out without your outer robe? Xiaojin kindly draped the robe over her. At that moment, Xiaojin's cross had also been polished to near perfection. Very well, it looked quite impressive. The peach tree wards off evil. One must admit, the original owner's courtyard was filled with objects to dispel evil. Although she had not lit a fire, there was salt and garlic among other items. Could this be the innate advantage of a book traveler? She deserved it. The cross made of peach tree branches possessed both the charm of Eastern warding and the power of Western magic. How beautiful! Whether the power of 11 to ward off evil surpassed that of 2, she was uncertain. But it could not be less than 2, could it? She placed the cross over her heart and prayed. O Lord, although I have never believed in you and have not read the Bible, if you can vanquish this monster from this day forth, I shall memorize the Bible word for word. In chapter 8 Ga? It matters not, I shall go at Xiaojin was unsure if her prayers had any effect. But she had prayed, which was certainly better than not praying at all. It was merely a last-minute appeal to the divine. O Lord, let the vegetables flourish. Senior sister. Xiaojin opened her eyes and turned to hand the cross to Xiaojin. Junior brother, I was wrong yesterday, so today I made this little trinket for you. You will like it, won't you? You'll forgive me, right? Xiaojin could hardly dare to say otherwise. The master's stick was always looming behind him, although the little wooden stick before him was inexplicably odd and exceedingly ugly. He still accepted it, though insincerely saying, very good, I like it very much. What an ugly thing. He would toss it away as soon as he got home. Discreetly toss it. He would never let senior sister or the master know. Lu Xiaojin stared intently at his hand, hoping to see a burn. Alas, there was none. She felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Heavens! What manner of creature was this? Why do both traditional and foreign methods of exorcism have no effect on him? He has transcended. He cannot be subdued. It's utterly impossible to contain him. Senior sister, what troubles you? Why won't you look at me? You can see. Blood spilled on the spot. Heads rolled. A handcrafted peachwood bagua plate. Garlic paste, garlic-infused water, salt, rotating in an all-powerful 360 degrees. Mugwort, filling the entire room with smoked eye. In the end, Lu Xiaojin even hurled all the exorcism items at Xiaojin. As it turned out, none of it was of any use. Xiaojin didn't even blink. Yet she continued to die wave after wave. She was in such agony that her mind was nearly unraveling. Why must such a formidable creature seek my demise? Is it not possible for you to target my master instead? Could you not seize power for yourself? Do you not possess any ambition? Why persist in targeting a mere waste like me? Am I truly such a worthless existence that I must perish? Just through her actions, she proves that her death is a foregone conclusion. If you see her, she must die. Despairing, Lu Xiaojin collapsed onto her bed. There was nothing left to be done. Every possible method had been exhausted, and no matter what she did, death awaited her. It was inevitable now. There remained but one path to tread: to become entirely invisible. To rid herself of all reflexes of her body and muscles, achieving complete disregard for the butterfly monster. Otherwise, she would be forever trapped in this cycle of death. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die again. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, having accepted her current state. She rose and approached the vanity mirror. The face reflected in the mirror was quite similar to the description in the original text. Rather delicate. The original text repeatedly contrasted this merely delicate face with the protagonist's unparalleled beauty, highlighting the original character's wishful thinking. But that mattered little. Lu Xiaojin sat before the mirror, meticulously observing her facial muscles, striving to control them to prevent any betraying signs. Knock, knock, knock. Senior sister, are you feeling better? You can see. She continued to practice in front of the mirror. You can see. You can see. It cannot be done. It is utterly impossible to remain unseen. This goes against instinct. Moreover, if I truly cannot see, will I not die? Perhaps it's worth a tea or why? Lu Xiaojin withdrew the knife hidden beneath her pillow, gritted her teeth and stabbed it into her own eyes. Excruciating pain, darkness engulfed her as she covered her eyes, burying her head in the bed. Yet compared to the extreme agony of dying repeatedly, the pain of having her eyeballs pierced seemed somewhat bearable. Senior sister, are you feeling better? The door swung open. Blood. A sight filled with blood. Lu Xiaojin lay on the blood-soaked bedding, brutally shattered. Xiaojin's expression changed dramatically as he rushed over to support her. Senior sister, what happened to you? Who harmed you? Was it an invasion by the demon clan? A sense of dread filled his heart. Senior sister, endure. I will save you. I will find a way to heal your eyes. Just as he was about to lift Lu Xiaojin, she grasped his sleeve tightly. She raised her face, stained with blood and tears, and spoke slowly. I can see, little junior brother, I can see. Xiaojin was taken aback. Huh? See? What can you see? Your eyes have been destroyed. What could you possibly see? Senior sister, what on earth are you saying? Lu Xiaojin clutched his sleeve firmly, repeating. I can see. The monster, I can see. Were you not going to kill me? Go ahead and do it. Yet even as she screamed monster, Xiaojin maintained his concern, diligently channeling spiritual energy into her, hoping to restore her sight. Senior sister, I know you are in great pain, but do not worry, I am here. You will be fine and I will definitely find a way to heal your eyes. He believed that the monster she spoke of was the one who had harmed her. So he gently patted her head, whispering soothingly. There are no monsters, do not fear. No monster will harm you. Lu Xiaojin frowned. She claimed to see yet had not perished. She touched the back of his hand, then froze. Where is the fuzz? I clearly saw the fuzz before. Why can I not feel it? Where are the antennae? Why do they not exist? Her complexion paled as she clutched Xiaojin's clothing tightly, her right hand reaching behind him. The butterfly wings are right here. But there was nothing. Lu Xiaojin felt around again. Still nothing. Unreachable. Non-existent. Senior sister, what are you doing? Xiaojin, feeling flustered, blushed. Please do not touch randomly. How could she still act so flirtatiously even after sustaining such severe injuries? How could there be none? It should not be possible. Where is the butterfly monster? Where are your wings? The moment Lu Xiaojin uttered this phrase, wings suddenly materialized on her back where there had been none before. The hand gripping his hand felt the fuzz and silky antennae. Xiaojin's voice turned strange and eerie. That's the monster you speak of. Me. You can see. Lu Xiaojin curled into a ball, enduring the pain. It hurts. Just now when she mentioned the butterfly monster, it had only then appeared out of thin air. Therefore, if the monster is unseen, it does not exist. A true form of idealistic existentialism. Only by becoming utterly invisible can she survive. It cannot be merely a matter of doing. It must be accomplished. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Lu Xiaojin had died over 100 times. She was nearly in a daze from the constant deaths. It hurts. So much pain. She was on the brink of madness. Dying so often had numbed her, allowing her to achieve invisibility. Lu Xiaojin was genuinely exhausted. Exhausted to the point of wanting to die. Painful enough to wish for death. Yet perhaps she appeared too fatigued and calm, prompting Xiaojin to be reluctant to leave. Senior sister, did you not like me the most? Why do I feel that you do not wish to see me? The ever-spirited Lu Xiaojin, who always wanted to tease him, could not possibly be weary. As he spoke, his face drew closer to Lu Xiaojin's. He clearly saw that the madness in her gaze towards him had vanished. Why? He did not understand, but it felt suspicious. How could this be? But I like you the most. Xiaojin sat down on the edge of the bed, raising an eyebrow. Really? Then why did you shy away from my antennae? Lu Xiaojin looked down. Because Xiaojin sat down, she instinctively made room. In a moment of carelessness, she had inadvertently made space for the antennae. My goodness. Truly astonishing. You can see. Blood spilled on the spot. Heads rolled. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Pain, exhaustion, emptiness, madness. Having died too many times, the extreme agony of death accumulated again and again. I am going mad. Even pretending to be unseen is impossible. The moment her mind wavered, the instinct to evade what should not be avoided would lead to discovery. This instinct to evade could hardly be fully controlled. Yet if she did not avoid anything, it would also reveal problems, leading to discovery. No matter what, I must die. I cannot survive. I am going mad. I truly am going mad. I must kill Xiaojin. Kill Xiaojin. Let them all die. Lu Xiaojin's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. Her mental state teetered on the brink of insanity. In her madness, Lu Xiaojin suddenly grasped what had eluded her mind before. The heart demon. In the realm of cultivation, everyone fears the emergence of heart demons. Once a heart demon manifests, one cannot continue their cultivation, and in severe cases, one may even fall into demonic corruption. To avoid giving rise to heart demons, everyone at Wuxin Peak keeps their distance from the infatuated original character. A manic smile crept across Lu Xiaojin's lips. She knew what to do. Knock knock knock. A knock echoed at the door. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Xiaojin, holding medicinal pills and food wrapped in oiled paper, stood at the door, looking somewhat uneasy. He had truly been frightened last night. Any young man would be terrified if chased around by an infatuated girl, especially if she was tugging at his clothes. Senior sister is becoming increasingly obsessed with him day by day. What to do about this? Although he would not develop a heart demon due to his senior sister, he genuinely feared being forcefully consumed one day. Who knows, she might even resort to drugging him. A woman without shame like her could surprise him with anything. Xiaojin felt like crying. He truly did not want to care about his senior sister. He wanted to escape, yet feared his master's punishment. Life is indeed difficult. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, the door suddenly swung open. Little junior brother, you finally came. I missed you so much. A crazed smile emerged from within the room. Xiaojin. Chapter 9. The Mad Matron. Xiaojin, visibly panicked. It was not just panic, but horror to know why is senior sister only in her undergarments. Is she trying to trap him here? He knew it. Senior sister was perfectly fine. Yet his master did not believe him. After thinking that senior sister had truly caught a chill after falling into the water, he nearly beat him senseless with a stick. He insisted that Xiaojin care for her. Before coming, he even worried whether senior sister was truly in trouble. After all, yesterday Xiaoxi said that Lu Xiaojin did not go to collect her meals. She could not even eat. How serious could this illness be? But as it turns out, it was all a trick to deceive him. Look, she is standing right here. Observe her spiritedness, her manic smile, and the lustful expression on her face. Alas, he truly fears being utterly consumed here. The dread overwhelms him. Why does the senior sister appear even more frenzied than yesterday? What am I to do with such fervent affection from her? Xiaojin trembled with apprehension. Before he could react, Lu Xiaojin reached out to grasp his collar. The wind is strong outside. What are you doing dawdling here? Come inside. Autumn has indeed arrived, and the wind is quite fierce. It rustles the butterfly wings behind Xiaojin, swaying ever so gently. In the sunlight, they shimmer with a radiant beauty. Yet, before she could grasp his garment, Xiaojin abruptly stepped back 2 paces, evading her hand, his face a portrait of panic. Senior sister, I assure you I'm fine. I brought you some medicinal pills to ward off the cold and some food. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. As he spoke, he set down the oiled paper bag and attempted to flee. Lu Xiaojin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so you wish to play hide and seek with me, when I wouldn't let you in? You insisted on entering. Now that I grant you entry, you desperately wish to remain outside. What do you take this place for? A mere whim to come and go at your leisure? She chuckled. Come in, my dear junior. If you dare leave, I shall throw myself against this very spot. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaojin pressed herself against the doorpost, her expression wild and resolute. If you wish to burn incense for me in remembrance every year, you must stay now. Fierce and unyielding. There was no point in reasoning with her. She lacked the capacity to comprehend. A complete shrew. Moreover, having just risen from her bed, with unwashed face and unkempt hair, she embodied chaos itself. She was nothing short of a madwoman. Xiaojin found himself ensnared, halting his retreat, too fearful to step outside further. Senior sister, please don't act impulsively. Whatever you wish to say can be expressed here. I want leave. Surely that will suffice? He spoke cautiously, casting wary glances at the doorway, fearful that Lu Xiaojin might truly throw herself against it. Calculating the distance, he resolved that should she truly lose her mind, he must intervene before she could collide with the door. Such thoughtfulness. She drives him to despair. Ah, so you admit it? Lu Xiaojin idly twirled a strand of hair, casting a flirtatious glance. Very well. Come in, let us discuss matters at leisure. The entire demeanor was one of seduction. Or rather, what she fancied as such. Unbeknownst to her, her appearance was not particularly enchanting, and her disheveled attire did little to enhance her allure. Her flirtatious gaze was tossed but not entirely abandoned. Xiaojin thought she had momentarily lost her senses. Lu Xiaojin's erratic behavior indeed unsettled him. He swallowed hard, hesitating to venture inside. He swallowed once more. Senior sister, what is it you wish to convey? Though he stepped over the threshold, he remained at the door, gripping it tightly, unwilling to cross further. What a fine gentleman he was! His eyes, tinged with fear, rendered him slightly pitiable. Of course, with his translucent visage, Lu Xiaojin could discern no trace of pity. Perish, you ethereal creature. At that moment, she had settled herself on the bed, defiantly crossing her legs, grinning as she pointed to the chair beside her. What are you doing standing there? Am I going to devour you or something? Come sit, Xiaojin. He genuinely feared she might consume him. Following the direction of Lu Xiaojin's hand, he glanced at the chair, inwardly questioning whether some sort of enchantment had been cast upon the room. In any case, he could not trust Lu Xiaojin in the slightest. However, with her words hanging in the air, he could not linger at the door any longer, so he hesitantly stepped inside. Taking a seat on the chair. He refused to close the door. This was his last stand. He sat, but 2/3 of his form remained poised to leap from the chair, ready to flee at Lu Xiaojin's slightest inclination. Senior sister, I am seated now. You may speak your mind. Lu Xiaojin, seemingly retrieving a white handkerchief from nowhere, flung it with a feigned coyness, then artfully obscured her face. Oh dear junior brother, do you truly not understand? Or are you merely pretending? One hand clutched the handkerchief while the other toyed with the bed curtain, leaning alluringly toward Xiaojin, believing her laughter to be irresistibly enticing. Was she not intent on beguiling him? Inner demons emerge and vanquish him. Xiaojin. Observing Lu Xiaojin's mantis-like antics with the bed curtain, he felt a tumult of emotions rising within him, which he deemed indicative of his own madness. Unable to bear the sight, he poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip to steady his nerves. I do not comprehend. If there is something you wish to express, please do so plainly. Unmoved as a mountain. Lu Xiaojin. I detest him for being like a block of wood, she lamented. Yet her gaze turned tender as she continued. The matter of our becoming partners in the way ought to be brought to the forefront. Xiaojin was taken aback by her words. Then he paled. Finally, he sprang to his feet, retreating several steps, the cup of tea slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. What do you mean, senior sister? What partner in the way? I cannot fathom your intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojin's demeanor shifted. No longer tender, she sat cross-legged with a fierce expression. You wish to evade responsibility? Xiao Junzhou was even more bewildered. Responsible for what? With a sudden leap, she pointed at him wild-eyed. I ask you who rescued me from the water yesterday. Xiao Junzhou furrowed his brow. I did, but at that moment, had I not saved you, you would have perished. How could I have concerned myself with gender propriety? Lu Xiaojin interrupted him. Was I not drenched from head to toe? Did you not behold my graceful form? Xiao Junzhou? Graceful form. Senior sister, are you quite well? Who understands such things? At that time he was utterly composed, as steady as a tranquil sea. What chapter is this? He thought, how could she dare to think of him in such a light? In that moment, Xiao Junzhou felt more wronged than Dou Yi, more tragic than Xu Yuan's leap into the river. He even contemplated reciting a poem of lamentation, contemplating self-destruction to affirm his steadfast resolve. The indignation left him speechless. Lu Xiaojin offered him no reprieve. Do not speak, I know you saw Xiao Junzhou. Not innocent. I would rather die, senior sister. This is the first time I have called you with such anger. Do not speak falsely. I am not that sort of person. His fair and handsome face flushed with rage. Under the weight of such injustice, he appeared on the verge of shattering, and no one could possibly force him further. Ah, but Lu Xiaojin could be unreasonable. Thus she began to provoke him. You raise your voice at me. Xiao Junzhou? To be fair, his resolve was indeed unwavering. Despite his fury, after rebuking Lu Xiaojin, he quickly regained his composure, his expression filled with remorse. No, I did not raise my voice. I merely became overly emotional. I did not mean to. How could he raise his voice at her? She was the senior sister, the one his master cherished above all. If she became incensed, would she not report him to their master? Would he not then face a severe reprimand? Absolutely not. Thus Xiao Junzhou softened his tone. Senior sister, please refrain from speaking such words again. Not for the sake of others, but for your own reputation. What if someone were to overhear? How would they perceive you? Such gentleness, such concern for Lu Xiaojin. I knew it all along. Junior brother harbors feelings for me. Xiao Junzhou, I do not. I have no such feelings. Do not speak nonsense. Actually, I have always understood your feelings for me, Lu Xiaojin declared. Xiao Junzhou, what do you understand? He had been so overt in his avoidance. Xiao Junzhou stared at her as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, senior sister, you must have misunderstood. I harbor nothing but respect for you, nothing more. There is no misunderstanding. Lu Xiaojin sighed. I have noticed you avoiding me. Xiao Junzhou exhaled in relief. As long as she could see that. But I know you do not wish to avoid me. Rather, you have grown too fond of me, too enamored to bear spending time with me, fearing you might lose control of your feelings, fearing it might disrupt your heart's path, thus forcing yourself to keep your distance. Lu Xiaojin's eyes darted over Xiao Junzhou, a mixture of grease and confidence. I understand. I comprehended all. Xiao Junzhou's eyes widened like saucers. This convoluted, twisted reasoning left him utterly flabbergasted. He moved his lips, struggling to find a counterargument. This is not the case. Gritting his teeth, his gaze unwavering, he insisted. Senior sister, believe me, I have no romantic feelings for you. At that moment, he stood as righteous as a judge. He even raised 3 fingers, kneeling before her. Heaven above, if I have the slightest inclination towards senior sister, then may I. What curses shall befall me? What thunder shall strike me down? What eternal damnation shall I endure? In short, he was ready to invoke any dire curse, as long as Lu Xiaojin would believe in his innocence. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Do not say such things. Lu Xiaojin interrupted. I forbid you from cursing yourself, from saying anything at all. Junior brother, I understand your feelings. Xiao Junzhou? What do you understand now? Lu Xiaojin gazed at him with a pained expression. Please, rise. Xiao Junzhou adamantly refused to rise, and Lu Xiaojin allowed him to remain kneeling. After having killed her hundreds of times, he deserved this penance. It would be best if he ignited some incense while he knelt. All his offerings were rightfully hers. Junior brother, I know you are reluctant to admit your feelings for me, but it is for my own good. Xiao Junzhou exclaimed. There is nothing to admit. It simply does not exist. Before he could elaborate, Lu Xiaojin continued to unravel her thoughts. You see, I lack a spiritual root and therefore cannot cultivate. It was only because Master showed mercy back in the day that he brought me to the mountain, accepting me as a direct disciple. Thus, we cannot truly be considered a legitimate brother-sister duo. However, to outsiders, we are undeniably seen as such. The feelings you harbor for me are indeed something to be ashamed of, something that this world cannot tolerate. You are truly suffering. With that, Lu Xiaojin picked up a handkerchief and dabbed at non-existent tears. Xiao Junzhou was bewildered. Huh? I am not that he was not, he had not, and she should not spout such nonsense. Yet, Lu Xiaojin perked up, stepping barefoot from the bed to crouch before him, grasping his sleeve with fervent affection. Junior brother, have you ever considered that I too have feelings for you? Let us not fear the worldly obstacles that stand in our way. Love can transcend mountains and seas, and those barriers can be flattened. She appeared as a devoted maiden, utterly sincere, without a trace of duplicity. Xiao Junzhou was taken aback. She likes him? Oh, the senior sister has been coveting him for quite a while now. Anyone with eyes could see it. Fortunately, Lu Xiaojin rarely leaves Wuxin Peak. Otherwise, her infatuation would become the talk of the mountain. But he was innocent. Heaven bear witness, he truly did not harbor any feelings for her. Xiao Junzhou felt he was losing his mind. Senior sister, please calm down. I do not like you. I do not believe it. Can you stop denying your feelings? Lu Xiaojin bit her lip, her face alight with hope. Junior brother, I have made up my mind that I am willing to stand by your side against the sect, against the world, and against the heavenly laws. Xiao Junzhou was taken aback. I do not wish to. I do not care what others say or think. I simply want to be with you. Even if it means facing Master's wrath or having my spiritual roots severed, I still desire to be with you. To live as an ordinary couple. Xiao Junzhou exclaimed, but you have no spiritual roots. If Master were to hear such nonsense and actually believe it, who would end up with their roots severed? It would be him. Xiao Junzhou felt as if struck by lightning. Chapter 11. A token of affection, a pair of stinky socks, please accept. In this moment, the fear of losing his spiritual roots caused Xiao Junzhou's mind to race. For a brief moment, he even suspected that Lu Xiaojin was being manipulated by a demonic sect. Sent to shatter his resolve, however, there was not a hint of demonic energy about her. She was lucid. This meant she truly intended to pursue this madness. What sane person would act in such a manner? Turning to face Lu Xiaojin, whose eyes glittered with madness, he fell silent. His senior sister was clearly not of sound mind. Senior sister, I have not denied my feelings. I genuinely do not like you. Xiao Junzhou sprang to his feet, leaping 3 meters away. You might not believe it, but I even find you a bit irritating. He truly was quite annoyed by her. The moment those words escaped his lips, he regretted them. What would the senior sister think upon hearing this? Would she be heartbroken? He truly felt he deserved to be punished. As Xiao Junzhou pondered how to express himself without causing Lu Xiaojin distress, she boldly declared, I do not believe you, junior brother. Are you truly capable of uttering such words to protect me? Lu Xiaojin appeared deeply moved. Xiao Junzhou was at a loss for words. He simply could not explain himself. Lu Xiaojin refused to heed a single word. Before he could react, she suddenly leapt up, arms outstretched, and lunged at him. If you refuse to tell Master, then we shall keep our affair secret. Come now, do not pity me just because I am a delicate flower. Secret affair? She had completely lost her mind. Xiao Junzhou, witnessing the wild-eyed Lu Xiaojin charging toward him like a cockroach, felt his scalp tingle. He quickly dodged aside. Lu Xiaojin missed her target, and seeing him about to flee, she immediately shouted, Stop! Xiaojun, terrified, did not pause for a moment. If you leave now, I shall inform Master that you have bullied me. Xiao Junzhou halted. Master would certainly not believe such a claim. Yet, Master was exceedingly fond of Lu Xiaojin. If she dared to say it, Master would likely believe it without a second thought. With a pitiful expression, Xiao Junzhou turned to her. Senior sister, what exactly do you wish to achieve? What can I do? I simply want you to see your true feelings and stop torturing yourself. I care for you. Xiao Junzhou sighed. If possible, please refrain from caring for me. At this moment, he had come to terms with the reality that reasoning with someone like Lu Xiaojin was futile. Just as he settled down, Lu Xiaojin approached him with her hair disheveled, a smile that radiated mischief on her lips as she closed her eyes and puckered them. Come, junior brother, kiss me. Her lips were pale. After all, she had suffered from wind and cold the previous day, had not eaten, lacked vitality, and had died so many times that it was impossible for her to appear otherwise. She looked more like a madwoman. Xiao Junzhou felt as if he were confronted by a ghost. Kissing her was absolutely out of the question. Even if it meant death, he would never consent to such an act. Thus, as Lu Xiaojin leaned closer, he stepped back. Eventually, he stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, giving him an exasperated look. Junior brother, look at you. How can you be so shy that you cannot even sit still? Get up. Xiao Junzhou had no desire to rise. He would rather remain seated on the cold ground than endure a forced kiss from Lu Xiaojin. To his surprise, she seemed prepared to help him up. Startled, He immediately sat up that at least the junior brother knows how to show concern. Xiao Junzhou's smile was more akin to a grimace. Lu Xiaojin stroked her chin thoughtfully. Since we are both in love, we must exchange tokens of affection. Xiao Junzhou was at a loss for words. There is no affection to exchange. I must decline before he could refuse again. Lu Xiaojin swiftly removed her socks and tossed them into his arms. Xiao Junzhou was bewildered. These socks are my personal belongings. Keep them. If you ever miss me, take them out to look at. Seeing the socks is like seeing me, she smiled shyly, her eyes glinting with an even wilder fervor. Having gifted you my personal item, do you understand my intentions? Xiao Junzhou was taken aback. He knew Lu Xiaojin was eccentric, but he never expected her to be this extreme. A token of affection could be simple, but not to this extent. Her token was a pair of socks she had worn for several days. Socks? Filthy, stinky socks. He dared not even take a whiff. Xiao Junzhou stared in horror at the socks in his hands, his body rigid with dread. He felt tainted. Oh no! He was tainted. He was on the brink of madness. For someone as fastidious as Xiao Junzhou, he wished for nothing more than to perish. What were the consequences of Master's punishment? Living like this was worse than death. Like a grasshopper, he leapt up, flinging the socks into the air, disappearing from sight. His face flushed crimson with indignation as he glared at Lu Xiaojin, his hands trembling. Senior sister, how could you demean me in such a way? He felt utterly tormented, as though he had been boiled in bitter herbs and left to sunbathe for 49 days. In that moment, he longed to unleash every curse he had ever encountered, yet, the next second, his gaze fell upon Lu Xiaojin's delicate, bare feet, and he froze. On ordinary days, no matter how mad she acted, she was always well dressed. This was the first time he had seen her without shoes. Her small, white, smooth skin. The innocent young junior brother's mind went utterly blank. She was simply shameless. Xiao Junzhou's face burned with shame. His lips moved. Yet no words escaped. Ultimately, he bolted out the door, fleeing in a frenzy. Lu Xiaojin immediately retrieved a new pair of socks from a nearby cabinet, slipped them on, donned her shoes and chased after him. Junior brother. By the time she reached the gate, there was no sign of him. Wuxin Peak was filled with many trees, rustling in the breeze. Only trees, only wind, and no people. The tension that had gripped Lu Xiaojin since she entered the story began to ease in the gentle wind. It hurts. It hurts so much. My entire body feels as though it has been run over by a cart. She sank to the ground, resting her head on the railing, taking a long while to recover. Wait. Just now she had chased Xiao Junzhou away with her infatuation. If she recalled correctly, the senior sister's persona was that of an infatuated girl. Could it be that the senior sister had been able to see all along? Was her infatuation merely a means of self-preservation? If that were the case, then it would imply that all of the senior sister's bewildering actions in the original text were possibly logical. No way. Chapter 12. Seeking help from the senior brother. Monsters 2. This cannot be true. How frightening. Yet, it probably isn't. After all, the senior sister's character as a useless lovesick fool had a plotline that seemed almost overpowered. The male and female leads encountered opportunities in the secret realm, while the useless senior sister with no spiritual roots, who could hardly even enter the secret realm, insisted on competing for opportunities. And oh, she even managed to win. In the end, she was beaten half to death. While the male and female leads devised strategies to combat the demonic sect, planning meticulously, the senior sister, though useless, still attempted to sabotage their efforts. And miraculously, she succeeded in causing chaos, only to be beaten half to death once more. The male and female protagonists are deeply enamored with each other, yet the senior sister succumbs to jealousy and descends into darkness. As a worthless individual, she feels compelled to summon an evil deity to wreak havoc upon the world. To her surprise, the malevolent being indeed responds to her call. Ultimately, she meets her demise. Is this not absurd? Her infatuation seems merely coincidental. Hungry, fatigued, and in pain, she casually picks up the oil paper package sent by Xiao Junzhou, a roast chicken. Such a large drumstick. How fragrant. Xiao Junzhou is truly kind-hearted. Even while possessed by a monster, he remembers to bring her chicken legs. Sob, just wait. She will soon seek out the elder brother to slay the monster and rescue him. Once she finds the elder brother and vanquishes the fiend, this world will revert to its typical Mary Sue narrative. Everything will improve. Everyone will have a bright future. However, before searching for the elder brother, she must first attempt to summon the soul of the senior sister. Lu Xiaojin has never summoned a soul before. Yet, she surmises it cannot be too different from ancestral worship. Lighting incense and candles is certainly indispensable. When it comes to these sacrificial items, They are likely hard to find within the confines of this cultivation sect. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaojin casually rummages through a cabinet and discovers incense and candles. Lu Xiaojin. This courtyard appears unproblematic at first glance. Yet, from another perspective, it seems filled with talismans for exorcism. Peach trees, willow trees, a rooster, salt, garlic, incense. Not a single item for warding off evil is missing. Is this merely coincidence? Lu Xiaojin furrows her brow. She slices a radish in half, placing it steadily on the table, then lights the incense and candles. Inserting them into the radish, the remaining chicken leg is also offered up. After bowing in reverence before the incense and candles, she begins to call for the soul. The senior sister's original name is Lu Jin, differing from Lu Xiaojin by only one character. She suspects this may be one reason for her transmigration. Lu Xiaojin even makes a point to step to the door and call for the soul from the entrance into the room. Yet, it proves futile. There is no change in her surroundings. Lu Xiaojin, unwilling to concede, calls out again. Lu Jin. Just after the third call, Lu Xiaojin feels an internal tearing sensation that it is akin to the pulling of a soul. However, rather than being extracted, something is desperately trying to anchor her within this body. In a daze, she seems to hear a voice. This time, please be sure to save him. Lu Xiaojin. Save whom? Lu Xiaojin's mind races through the original text, attempting to discern who is the most important person to the senior sister. Then she falls silent. Oh my. This sister loves everyone. With dozens of male leads, she has pursued each one. If one were to speak of favoritism, oh, there is none. She equally adores every male lead, but wait until the conclusion. None of the male leads encounter any misfortune. So, who is she to save? Sister, if you wish to rescue someone, do it yourself. Do not rely on me. I am utterly useless when it comes to this redemption literature. I am even more of a waste than you. Lu Jin. She must take it one step at a time. Yet she is most likely unable to save anyone. She herself is walking on thin ice. How can she save others? Let it all be destroyed. Enough of this. She shall continue to serve as the information gatherer at the village entrance. By establishing an information network, perhaps by some twist of fate, she might save the person the original character wished to rescue? Life still holds promise. Lu Xiaojin washes her hands clean and seizes the roast chicken to begin feasting. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she feels the pain in her body lessen, dons her clothing and shoes, simply ties her hair up, and heads towards the elder brother's courtyard. The elder brother's courtyard is quite distant. Further than it appears. After walking for an hour, she finally arrives. In this vast realm of cultivation, what difference would it make if she were to fly using her sword? Elder brother. Lu Xiaojin knocks on the door, straining her voice to call out. No one is home. She peers through the crack in the door and sees it tightly shut, confirming the absence of anyone. However, she fears the elder brother might be avoiding her due to her infatuation. So she scales the wall and pushes open every door. Confirmed. No one is here. In the original text, the elder brother often practices by the river on the back mountain. Not too far away. Lu Xiaojin hurriedly makes her way there. Climbing. After half an hour, she finally reaches the back mountain. Upon arrival, she is greeted by a large stone tablet inscribed with Chilla Mountain, and from the other side, the sound of flowing water can be heard. Ahead lies a stream, the water flowing gently. She has finally arrived. Although the senior sister cannot cultivate, her physical condition is quite excellent. Every day, she pursues her fellow disciples relentlessly. So one cannot be in poor health. Hence, though she is slightly out of breath, she does not feel overly fatigued. Elder brother. Lu Xiaojin calls out while rushing towards the riverbank. Just a few steps in, she spots someone bathing in the stream. The person has shed their garments, with ink-black hair cascading over their fair shoulders, and in the sunlight, the figure appears almost divine. Just from the back, an air of cool elegance radiates. It is undoubtedly the elder brother, Su Yi. This sight is quite enticing. Yet for Lu Xiaojin, who has perished hundreds of times, her heart remains unperturbed. Elder brother, the junior disciple, is in trouble. He seems to have been possessed by a monster. Whether Su Yi believes her or even notices is inconsequential. She has a voice and must speak. Even a slight alertness from Su Yi and the master would be beneficial, right? Su Ye's voice is cold yet melodious. In the next moment, he turns his head, and a face that is half human, half snake unexpectedly intrudes upon Lu Xiaojin's vision. The scales on the snake's skin glimmer with a silvery sheen. Su Ye's lips curl into a strange smile. Is this the kind of monster you mean? Lu Xiaojin? Do you want me to perform a spectacular death scene right here? Chapter 13. A ruthless division on the path. Who is Lu Xiaojin? She is the utterly useless individual who has met her demise hundreds of times since the beginning. Yet, quantity transforms into quality. After countless confrontations with the butterfly monster, dying hundreds of times, she has gone mad and grown stronger. Now she is Lu Xiaojin of the Hulu clan. She believed that after being battered by the butterfly monster until her flesh became resilient, she had become fearsome, and no matter what bizarre creatures she encounters in this world, she can accept them with ease and remain composed. However, upon seeing the snake monster before her, she still freezes at a snake. A large, hideous and repulsive snake. In the river, a thick serpentine tail rises above the water's surface, creating an enticing curved slippery gleaming. Suyez's lips curl into a familiar smile of death. So you can truly see me. The snake tail lunges forth, encircling Lu Xiaojin's waist. It transforms into a blade, severing her in half. Blood splatters. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin opens her eyes. She is leaning against the stone tablet of Chila Mountain. Pain. Exquisite, excruciating pain that renders her unable to maintain composure. There is a difference between being bisected and having one's head blown off. Blowing one's head off results in instant death. Being bisected does not. After being severed, she retains several minutes of consciousness. Consciousness in death. Consciousness in pain. It hurts. It hurts. Lu Xiaojin crouches before the stone tablet of Chila Mountain, taking a long time to recover. Why is the elder brother Suyi also possessed by a monster? She initially thought Xiao Juanzhou's possession was an isolated incident. However, it now appears otherwise. 2 male leads have been possessed in succession. Is this reasonable? It is not. Moreover, Suyi is a golden core cultivator. What kind of ordinary monster could approach him? Even if it could, how could it possibly possess him without raising any suspicions? Not even the master has noticed anything amiss. Furthermore, the female lead is to ascend the mountain in half a month. The original plot will soon unfold. Yet there is no mention of any possession in the original narrative. Lu Xiaojin inexplicably feels a sense of unease. What kind of insane world is this? She clutches her heart, forcing herself to calm down. Do not panic, do not panic. There is still the master. Once she finds the master, she will deal with both monsters. Now she must hurry. The moment this thought flashes through her mind, Lu Xiaojin strides forward without hesitation, racing down the mountain. Master. Quickly save your most cherished disciple. Who? Come out. Lu Xiaojin has barely taken a few steps when Suyez's indifferent voice reaches her ears. Lu Xiaojin immediately halts, paralyzed with fear, utterly unable to move. Within a breath, if she does not emerge, she will die. A breath? Lu Xiaojin is taken aback. How long is a breath? If she remembers correctly, a breath is the span of one inhale and exhale. Approximately 3, 4, 5 or 6 seconds. Rationality tells her that even if she crawls, she must quickly escape from behind the stone tablet. But her emotions tell her, she, the esteemed senior sister of Tianyun's sect, cannot be commanded like this. Not even by the elder brother. Fine. She feels that she is the only waste in the entire Tianyun sect that has a golden core cultivator. A slight expansion of spiritual awareness should reveal that hiding here is merely a great waste. Who else could be this useless? The elder brother can kill her at will? Impossible. Therefore, if he wants her to come out, she simply will not move. A spirit of defiance. In the next moment, a sword pierces through her heart. Blood erupts. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin, elder brother, you truly excel at the path of ruthlessness. He does not hesitate to take a life. He does not even bother to test her identity. Very well. A ruthless division on the path. Lu Xiaojin opens her eyes. She is leaning against the stone tablet of Chila Mountain. It hurts. The pain is overwhelming. Her head feels as if it is splitting apart. Yet, she does not have time to recover. She immediately turns and runs. What caused her to be slain so easily? She simply did not run fast enough. As long as she runs fast enough, that sword will not catch up to her. However, this time, she barely takes a few steps when she hears the voice from the river once more. Within a breath, if you do not come out, you will die. Lu Xiaojin. So if she moves, the rule of a breath will be enforced, right? I beseech you to pardon my inability to fulfill your request in its entirety. However, here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Alas, perish, bring about your own destruction. This monstrous creature leaves no room for survival. Master brother, it is I. Look at you, why so fierce? Lu Xiaojin feigned shyness as she clung to the stone tablet, saying, Are you inviting me to bathe with you? Despite her words, she stubbornly refused to take a step forward. In truth, she was utterly unwilling to meet Sui. There was no way around it. She was terrified of snakes. Terrified to the point where merely seeing a picture would send chills down her spine. And now a robust slippery serpent monster lay before her. She would genuinely consider fleeing. Although she had already met her demise hundreds of times in this game, facing this serpent creature, she truly could not guarantee her composure. Thus, it was best to devise a means to deceive it for the time being. Sui opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing. Speak once more. Show yourself. He had long sensed Lu Xiaojin's presence. Initially, he assumed she was hiding in the shadows, peeking, and had no intention of caring. After all, it was not her first time. He had planned to don his garments and send her away. Unexpectedly, this time Lu Xiaojin had merely taken a glance before hurriedly fleeing down the mountain. This was not typical behavior for Lu Xiaojin. Either she had seen something she should not have, or the person was not Lu Xiaojin at all. That if it was the former, she would die. If it was the latter, she would also die. Seeing that Lu Xiaojin still had not emerged, Sui's gaze grew increasingly frigid. If you do not show yourself within a breath, you shall perish. He had little patience left. Lu Xiaojin smiled at Sui's threats to end her life were not mere verbal displays. When he spoke of death, it meant death. There was no room for struggle. There was no choice but for her to step forward. Master brother, it is I. Lu Xiaojin darted toward the riverbank. Since you sincerely invite me to bathe with you, I shall reluctantly accept. With that, she kicked off her shoes, tossed aside her socks, and skipped gaily forward. Her gaze fell upon the alluringly pristine figure. The enormous serpent head, perched atop Sui's half-human, half-serpent visage, flicked its tongue. Oh my! What a massive serpent head! Half of his face was cloaked in scaled skin, extending beneath the water's surface, the lower half obscured. Yet the swaying serpent tail was impossible to overlook. It was still morning, with the sun shining brightly. Everything was vividly clear. There was no room for feigned blindness. Lu Xiaojin felt a surge of dread. Heaven knew she had come here seeking salvation. At that moment, her state of mind was akin to that of an elderly woman, hunched over, having carried over 400 buckets of water only to realize she had watered someone else's field. Helplessness, sorrow, despair. Chapter 14. Why must I bear self-respect while others do not? You must like me. Faced with the serpent monster, an overwhelming sense of terror kept Lu Xiaojin at bay. She forced herself to confront it, but sometimes certain fears, even when fiercely suppressed, manifest in other parts of the body. For instance, her feet. The winds of death blow once more. Junior sister? Sui's brows furrowed slightly. What brings you here? He had already detected that the newcomer was Lu Xiaojin. However, as an ordinary person incapable of cultivation, it would be easy for someone to impersonate her. Her recent actions did not resemble Lu Xiaojin's, yet unexpectedly, the person truly was Lu Xiaojin. Since it was her, why such peculiar behavior? Sui suddenly recalled something and turned to look at Lu Xiaojin. He saw no signs of obsession or madness in her eyes. Sui's gaze narrowed. Junior sister, come here. Lu Xiaojin. She could not approach, not even a step, but could she afford not to? No, not approaching meant death. Sui's demeanor was largely unchanged, cold and indifferent. In simple terms, he lacked warmth. Discussing feelings with him was akin to conversing with the king of hell. Perhaps one might even escape the frying pan. She took a deep breath, smiled, and began to mentally bolster herself. Look at that grand serpent head, how majestic! Ah, behold those scaled abs, how alluring! Ah, see that slippery serpent tail, how enchanting! But no amount of mental reinforcement could change the fact. It was utterly nauseating. The closer she got, the more repulsive it became. Approaching a half-human, half-serpent monster was far worse than death. You can see me. Severed in half, blood and flesh splattered. Crack! Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. She was bracing herself against the stone tablet of Chila Mountain. Pain! Oh, the pain! The accumulated deaths had her muscles convulsing in agony. There was no escaping. Running meant inevitable death. She had to remain entirely unseen. Gritting her teeth, she flashed a broad smile and skipped out. Master brother, I have arrived. In the next moment. You can see me. Severed in half, blood and flesh splattered. Crack! Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Master brother, you can see me. Severed in half. Blood and flesh splattered. Crack. Having died again and again, Lu Xiaojin had imprinted the serpent monster's outline in her mind. Only in this way could she ensure a 360-degree, unobstructed ignorance of the serpent monster. Yet even so, any hint of an inappropriate reaction would lead to death. It was impossible to coexist harmoniously with the monster. 10. The cumulative suffering drove her to the brink of madness, plunging her back into a frenzied state. Die! Let the monsters perish. All perish. Lu Xiaojin's gaze had grown increasingly deranged, her lips curling into a wide smile as she dashed out from behind the stone tablet. Master brother, I have arrived. Oh, Master Brother is bathing. Surely I haven't seen something I shouldn't have? In the early morning in this frigid weather, bathing in the icy river. Master Brother wouldn't be angry with me for my recklessness, would he? As she spoke, she shyly covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers with two wide, mischievous eyes. She covered them, but not completely. Sui felt his scalp tingle under her gaze. Before he could react, Lu Xiaojin had already kicked off her shoes, discarded her socks and skipped towards him. However, since I have already seen, why don't we bathe together today? With a face full of feigned shyness. Or perhaps not so feigned, for as she ran, she began to untie her belt. There was no trace of modesty. Sui had never witnessed such a scene. He froze momentarily. Junior sister, have some self-respect. Unbeknownst to him, her scant attire, dampened by mist, appeared increasingly enticing. Who could resist? Oh, but Lu Xiaojin felt no allure. Self-respect? Lu Xiaojin blinked, becoming even more coy. I knew it. Master Brother has feelings for me. Sui? How did she extract such a meaning from the phrase self-respect? Faced with Sui's bemusement, Lu Xiaojin explained, Master Brother, you think of me in every way. If you did not have feelings for me, why would you only tell me to have self-respect and not others? Sui. Because in the entire sect, only Lu Xiaojin behaves so erratically. Lu Xiaojin? Do not jest. I am not jesting. Master Brother harbors feelings for me. However, as we are fellow disciples, you fear that such feelings would bring shame, thus you have suppressed and hidden them. The normally aloof and indifferent Sui could not help but twitch his lips at her words. But Master Brother, perhaps you do not know that I too harbor feelings for you. Lu Xiaojin stepped forward 2 paces, her face alight with mania. I like you. I am willing to face the trials and tribulations of this world with you. No matter how many obstacles arise or how much gossip circulates, I do not care. What does it matter if love is separated by mountains and seas? I shall flatten those mountains and seas. Sui fell silent. After a few days apart, she had grown even more erratic. Junior sister, I hold no romantic feelings for you. His tone remained calm and indifferent. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall remove your chin. Lu Xiaojin. Sui was truly a tough nut to crack. The methods he used to deal with Xiaojunzhou were utterly ineffective against him. Gossip? He cared not at all. He was bold enough to remove the jaws of all gossipers. One could firmly believe that if these words were to spread, Sui might descend the mountain that night and sever everyone's ears. This fellow understood how to resolve issues at their source. Since you do not wish to listen, then I shall say no more. With tears in her eyes, Lu Xiaojin declared, You hold no romantic feelings for me. I believe it, I truly believe it. While she spoke of belief, her expression betrayed her understanding. Sui. Before he could respond, Lu Xiaojin unexpectedly stripped off her outer robe and bashfully extended her hand towards him. Master Brother, let us cultivate together. She fancied herself a beauty offering her affection, but what Sui beheld was a reckless girl charging at him. No. He must leave. Yet in the end, the one who intended to leave did not escape, and the one who lunged did not connect. Lu Xiaojin stumbled and fell headlong. In her grasp, she clutched a thin white garment, while Sui found himself one less layer of clothing. He had only been wearing one to begin with. Lu Xiaojin? Sui? Chapter 15. Give me your underpants. This incident unfolded rather unexpectedly. Lu Xiaojin had never intended to strip him of his clothing. After all, that was the last garment adorning his body. What was this? A preservation of dignity's final veil. Not something one could simply snatch away. Yet, the problem arose when Lu Xiaojin lunged forward without shoes, slipping on the moss-covered stone steps, and with a thud landed at Sui's feet. In moments of peril, one instinctively reaches for something. Then she seized the last vestige of Sui's dignity. His belt. With a swift motion, the belt snapped at Sui's garments, fell open with a crack. His dignity was lost in that instant. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, having fallen and nearly lost consciousness from the pain in her elbow. Yet, she dutifully lifted her head and with a strained voice, uttered, Senior brother, it hurts. She fancied her tone to be gentle and endearing. However, the next moment, her gaze followed the serpentine, pale leg upward, pausing between his thighs. Oh no, he wasn't wearing any undergarments. Perhaps he had risen in haste and neglected to dress properly. The sight of what should have been concealed sent her mind into a temporary void. Brother. The usually aloof Sui now gritted his teeth, visibly enraged. Lu Jin. He was genuinely furious. He soared too swiftly. His white garments billowing, exuding an ethereal aura. Yet, amidst this celestial presence, there lingered a hint of hasty retreat. By the time Lu Xiaojin regained her senses, she found herself alone by the riverbank, The wind from the back mountain was fierce, rustling the abundant trees as the breeze swept through. The leaves whispered, occasionally interrupted by birdsong. It was quiet and serene. Gradually, Lu Xiaojin's taut nerves began to ease. She rose from the ground, examined the abrasions on her palms, blew on them, and barefoot, approached the riverbank. After a cursory washing of the mud from her hands, she curled her aching body and stared at her reflection in the water for an extended period. Finally managing to compose herself, she clambered over the stones to stand, tiptoeing and bouncing around to retrieve the shoes and socks she had kicked away earlier. The situation was now crystal clear. Behind Xiaojin were butterflies and behind Sui were serpents. Both men were protagonists, and the master she was about to seek help from, Sikong Gonglin, was also one of the main characters. Could he also be a monster? Or, to broaden the perspective, was the entire realm of cultivation teeming with monsters? After all, thus far, aside from herself, she had not encountered a single human. Lu Xiaojin bit her lower lip and shook her head. Impossible. If that were the case, her demise would be utterly meaningless. Monsters fear discovery for a reason. There must be something that can suppress them. In Tianyun's sect, the only one capable of restraining these two little monsters was the sect leader. Hence, her master surely could not be a monster. Right. Well then, Lu Xiaojin was not entirely convinced. Calm. One must not lose composure. She donned her shoes, secured the straps, massaged her somewhat fatigued calves, and descended the mountain. Half an hour later, she stood before Sui's courtyard, drenched in sweat under the blazing sun. Who wouldn't be exhausted after trekking under such heat for half an hour? Who wouldn't be sweating? Who wouldn't be hungry? Moreover, she had just died a dozen times. Her resentment ran deep. Calm? What a joke! Ah! She was ready to confront Sui, that wretched monster. As Sui sat in meditation within, he sensed Lu Xiaojin's manic laughter as she pounded on his door. Senior brother. Senior brother. Are you there? Sui remained silent. He dared not respond. He believed that if he stayed quiet, the person outside would take the hint and leave. However, Lu Xiaojin was far more persistent than he had imagined. Not only did she refuse to depart, but she also pressed her face against the door crack, peering into the courtyard, while continuing to pound on the door and shouting, Senior brother, are you there? Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home. Lu Xiaojin's hands grew red from knocking. The door trembled precariously under her assault. Sui continued to feign death, but could he truly succeed in this charade against Lu Xiaojin, who had been thwarted by him countless times? Absolutely not. With a powerful kick, she sent the nearly toppled door crashing down with a thud. It fell, releasing a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling particles, Lu Xiaojin's frenzied face became increasingly visible. Sui's lips twitched. What had possessed his junior sister today, driving her to such madness? He found himself unable to withstand it. Senior brother. Lu Xiaojin kicked open door after door, her head peering in with wild abandon, as if she could perform a scene from a horror film with a hammer in hand. Where are you, senior brother? Sui's hand trembled slightly. Bang! Another door flew open, his hand quivered again. As a golden core cultivator, he should not fear a mere waste like Lu Xiaojin. Yet, Lu Xiaojin was the apple of their master's eye. If he truly harmed her, his master would certainly not let him off easily. After a moment of silence, he cast a concealment spell. Just as he vanished, the door was kicked open. Senior brother. Lu Xiaojin paused for a moment. All the doors were open. Why was there no one inside? Had Sui left the mountain? Remarkably, this monster was quite swift. Wait. Lu Xiaojin's gaze fell upon the flattened cushion by the bed. Why was this cushion so flat? And not evenly so. Oh no, it seemed the cushion might even be moving. Though subtle, it was perceptible. Lu Xiaojin raised an eyebrow. Concealment spell, is it? Hiding from her, are you? Very well, very well. Hiding is preferable to her being unable to catch up. Lu Xiaojin grinned widely, baring her teeth in a broad smile. Oh, is this where senior brother usually sleeps? Before Sui could react, Lu Xiaojin leaped onto his bed, rolling twice and deeply inhaling the scent. It felt just like being in senior brother's embrace. So warm. Sui. This bed cannot remain. Lu Xiaojin rolled about on the bed for quite some time, reveling in her madness before opening the wardrobe. Under Sui's astonished gaze, she picked out a pair of white undergarments, clutching them to her chest, sniffing and rubbing them against her face. It carries senior brother's scent. I like it so much. He. The madness of a lovesick fool. Sui felt a mixture of embarrassment and rage. Caught between wanting to eliminate Lu Xiaojin and maintaining his innocence, he chose silence. His heart must remain steady. He consumed a calming pill. Just as he began to regain his composure, he saw Lu Xiaojin joyfully clutching his undergarments as she exited. Mine, Senior brother's undergarments are all mine. Hee. Underpants. You serpent monster, what underpants are you wearing? From now on you shall roam about bare. See. That he silently popped another calming pill into his mouth. Fine, just a pair of undergarments. Nothing more. Chapter 16. She seems to have no regard for her own face, does she? If she desires it, let her have it. Datsui's hands clenched tightly, his veins bulging. See. That she truly is unwell. His face flushed various shades, red, green, then black. But he dared not reveal himself. That he feared that if he did, he might lose more than just his undergarments. That as soon as she entered the courtyard, she collapsed from exhaustion after crawling for a meter in the shadows. She finally lay down, motionless for a long time, resembling a dark maggot that had succumbed to the scorching sun. Eventually, overwhelmed by hunger, she struggled to rise and tossed the undergarments into the house. After taking a sip of water, rather than seeking her master, she headed towards the Chiue Pavilion. The meals were served at the Chiue Pavilion. It was not far from Lu Xiaojin's courtyard. Since the original character seldom descended the mountain and abstained from cultivation, usually relying on disciple Xiaoxi to bring her meals, she had never ventured down. In the nearly blank memories of Lu Xiaojin, the original character had spent 18 years chasing after her senior brothers and master, obsessively doting on them, neglecting all else. It was as if, in the absence of a female protagonist, the plot had stalled, repeating meaningless actions like a mere tool. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Xiaojin felt otherwise. Before she could ponder further, she spotted Xiaoxi leaning against the pavilion, waiting for her. Upon seeing her, Xiaoxi immediately waved, "Senior sister, over here." The original character was the sect leader's direct disciple, so all disciples addressed her as senior sister. Even though not many had encountered her. I had someone prepare longan 8 treasure porridge for you, nourishing for vitality, along with stir-fried pig liver, stewed black bone chicken, and this roasted pigeon, which I specially saved for you. As Xiaoxi spoke, he began to unpack the food box, arranging the dishes upon the stone table in the pavilion. Xiaoxi felt nervous under her gaze. What's wrong? Lu Xiaojin was genuinely overwhelmed with surprise and excitement. Xiaoxi was human. A human. He was the first person she had seen since entering this world. Xiaoxi was an inner sect disciple. Although he had yet to establish his foundation, he was still at the 7th stage of qi refining. This meant that the realm of cultivation was not merely a haven for monsters. This was still that illogical Mary Sue-esque world. Her master was certainly not a monster. As for the matters concerning Xiao Junzhou and Sui being possessed by monsters, since the original text made no mention of it, it must not be a significant issue. Indeed, her master was at the ascension stage. Against little monsters, it would simply be a one-sided massacre. I'm fine. Lu Xiaojin felt at ease, sitting contentedly on the stone bench, savoring the delightful aroma. Xiaoxi. Thank you so much. Xiaoxi scratched his head, smiling shyly. It's what I should do. Besides, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it into the inner sect. Xiaoxi, originally named Li Si, came from a peasant background, and entering the realm of cultivation was a stroke of incredible luck. However, the hierarchy in the cultivation world was quite rigid. Outer sect, inner sect, and direct disciples were not comparable. The differences between them encompassed not only status but also resources such as medicinal pills and spiritual tools. Without a background, someone like Li Si could only remain in the outer sect, quietly cultivating until they established their foundation, at which point they could qualify for the inner sect examination. The outer sect was resource deprived, and even those with ordinary aptitude might never establish their foundation by middle age. Had it not been for the original character's ineptitude in cultivation and inability to fly with a sword, making it too troublesome to ascend and descend the mountain for meals, Li Si would not have been casually designated as the delivery boy by the sect leader. Thus, this young man without a background had fortuitously been promoted to an inner sect disciple. Enjoying the resources available to inner disciples, she successfully ascended a level within just 3 months. Thus, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Lu Xiaojin. Naturally, she was exceedingly warm towards Lu Xiaojin, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. As long as you're well, sister. I was so worried yesterday when you didn't come for your meal. With a heart brimming with joy, Lu Xiaojin relished her meal. After finishing, Xiaoxi began to tidy up the food containers, saying, "Eldest senior sister, I shall take my leave down the mountain now." Wait a moment. Lu Xiaojin pondered and, noticing some leftover 8 treasure porridge, requested, "Please leave me a bowl of this porridge. I might get hungry later." Of course, her intention was not merely for her own hunger. She planned to take it to her master. Though she felt elated upon encountering a human, after facing death multiple times, she was no longer the naive university student she once was. Her wariness and vigilance had markedly increased. What if her master was also a monster? She needed a suitable excuse to visit him. And this bowl of 8 treasure porridge was just perfect. Xiaoxi glanced at the remaining pork knuckle pastries on the table, puzzled as to why Lu Xiaojin only wanted 1 bowl of porridge, but he refrained from asking further. Very well, after leaving a bowl of porridge, he descended the mountain with light steps. Lu Xiaojin meanwhile carried the 8 treasure porridge towards the main hall. The main hall was quite distant, even further than the courtyard of Sui. After more than an hour, she finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall from afar. She called out, "Master, master! I am here." The first to answer the door was not her master, but a young child who was sweeping the floor. The child opened the door, glanced at the bowl of 8 treasure porridge in her hands, and paused for a moment. "Eldest senior sister, what is this?" Seeing that the child was human, Lu Xiaojin felt even more elated, speaking with great enthusiasm. "This is the 8 treasure porridge I personally made for the master." The child fell silent. If he remembered correctly, there was no fire in Lu Xiaojin's courtyard, right? Even if there was fire, there wouldn't be any rice, would there? And even if there was rice, there certainly wouldn't be longan, red dates, or silver fungus, would there? She made it herself? She clearly had no regard for her own reputation, however. Knowing Lu Xiaojin's tendency to be infatuated and foolish, the child did not expose her, merely nodding. "Come in, the master has been quite worried about you. Constantly fretting, afraid you might catch a chill. Now that you're fine, he can finally rest easy." Lu Xiaojin, filled with excitement, made her way into the main hall. "Master, master! I brought you 8 treasure porridge." A warm and steady voice resonated from within. "Come in." As Lu Xiaojin pushed the door open and entered, she immediately began to report. "Master, the junior brother and eldest senior brother." Her voice abruptly halted. Inside, sitting upright, was not a human, but a grotesque scorpion creature. Having faced death countless times, Lu Xiaojin found it relatively easy to remain calm in the presence of the scorpion creature. The issue was that this scorpion creature was her master. Why had he been possessed by a monster? He was at the celestial ascension stage. How could a monster approach him? What a terrifying world this was. Lu Xiaojin felt herself spiraling into madness. The bowl in her hand shattered with a crash, spilling porridge everywhere. Xikong Gonglin opened his eyes, meeting Lu Xiaojin's gaze filled with shock and despair, his lips curving into a sinister smile. You can see Chapter 17. Playing the game of forceful seizure and imprisonment? Faced with Xikong Gonglin's familiar smile of death, Lu Xiaojin instinctively turned to flee, but escape was futile. The moment she took a step, ropes immediately flew towards her, binding her tightly in place. She was completely immobilized, without any hope of escape. Yet, much to Lu Xiaojin's astonishment, she was not immediately killed. Could it be that this monster was open to negotiation? The scorpion creature must have realized that Lu Xiaojin was merely a useless individual. While she might tarnish her advisor's reputation in academia, she posed no threat to the realm of cultivation, rendering her of no value. Blood would only stain the floor. How inappropriate! She felt guilty. Thus she would be spared. "Master! Master, please listen to me. Although I can see, no matter what you are, my reverence for you remains unwavering and is only growing, that I hold no thoughts of rebellion or opposition against you." Lu Xiaojin gazed directly into Xikong Gonglin's scorpion-like eyes, her sincerity palpable. For reasons unknown, she felt that, compared to Xiao Junzhou and Sui, Xikong Gonglin and the scorpion creature that enveloped him seemed to be more harmoniously intertwined. Had she not previously encountered the butterfly monster and snake monster, she might have never considered that the creature on Xikong Gonglin could be a possession. They appeared to be one. "Furthermore, I am but a useless individual, posing no threat to you whatsoever. Killing me would serve no purpose. Would it?" Lu Xiaojin desperately sought a way to survive. Her mind was racing, her words flowing rapidly. Yet, Xikong Gonglin did not spare her a glance. With a casual wave of his hand, a large table came crashing towards her with a loud thud. Lu Xiaojin. Was this a show of force? But what significance would such a display hold for someone as ineffectual as her? Confused, Lu Xiaojin could only continue. "Master, if you truly do not trust me, then perhaps you could just gouge out my eyes. That way I wouldn't see anything. Truly, I am willing to join you." She did not truly want that. Once her eyes were gouged out, she would certainly die again. She only wished to ascertain whether this monster was capable of communication. However, Xikong Gonglin remained unresponsive. Lu Xiaojin furrowed her brow. "If you find that unacceptable, why not plant one of your celestial objects on me? Then we could be allies, master. You must believe me. As long as I am not killed, I am willing to do anything." Lu Xiaojin rambled on, throwing out various suggestions. To her surprise, this caught Xikong Gonglin's interest. He turned to her, finally responding, "You cannot hatch." "Hatch? Hatch what?" Did he mean that these monsters were hatched from within their bodies? How does one hatch? Why could she not? Was that the reason she must die? Wait. Lu Xiaojin suddenly looked at Xikong Gonglin. You can understand my words, you can communicate, right? Just because she could see did not mean the monster would indiscriminately kill her. They could communicate. It was simply that they were unwilling to engage. Or perhaps they deemed her unworthy of such interaction. So noble master, although I cannot hatch, I am willing to join you. Truly. I harbor no ulterior motives. Xikong Gonglin merely chuckled lightly, ignoring her entirely. The next moment, a massive basin appeared beneath the table. This was no ordinary basin. It was a spirit artifact, a cold storage basin equivalent to a refrigerator, used for preserving medicinal materials. Lu Xiaojin felt an inexplicable unease. What was he doing with that cold storage basin? Surely he did not intend to kill her and then freeze her corpse. But what purpose would that serve? A secret. Unrequited love. Playing the game of forceful seizure. Imprisonment and entombment? Lu Xiaojin glanced at the scorpion creature. She had seen enough of this twisted love and imprisonment. However, the notion of entombing and freezing a corpse still sent a shiver down her spine. Before she could contemplate further, a force suddenly lifted her into the air. The sudden weightlessness caught Lu Xiaojin off guard. Then she was forcefully pressed onto the tabletop. The ropes seemed to possess a will of their own, deftly restraining her once more, even pinning her head firmly against the wooden surface. This scene felt all too familiar to as if she had witnessed it somewhere before. Lu Xiaojin fell silent for a moment. Oh, she remembered. This was just like the process of slaughtering a pig at home. First they would pin the pig down, then bind it tightly, and finally a swift slash to the throat with a basin below to catch the blood. And now she was the pig on that butcher's block, awaiting her fate. Lu Xiaojin. Surely this is absurd. In the next moment, a sharp blade glided across her neck. The cut was precise, neither too shallow nor too deep. It would not cause her to die immediately, yet it would allow her blood to flow down onto the cold storage basin. If a butcher were to witness this, they would surely laugh with glee at the sight of their hefty prize. But Lu Xiaojin could not find any humor in this. She felt both pain and cold, acutely aware of her blood and life ebbing away bit by bit. Yet she could do nothing to stop it. Even for someone who had faced death countless times, such a lingering and desperate demise was utterly overwhelming. It was too painful. Too hopeless. She did not want to die. She did not want to die. Her head twisted and turned as if her neck were breaking, her gaze fixed on Xikong Gonglin with a fierce intensity. Why? She screamed, why do you want to kill me? Give me a reason. I am but a useless individual. Why must I die? Why? She could die. But why must it be her? Lu Xiaojin was nearly driven to madness, her entire being resembling a tormented soul plunging into hell. Finally, Xikong Gonglin rose and approached her. Step by step, he drew closer. When he stood before her, he did not spare her a glance. He merely crouched down, dipped his finger into the blood in the cold storage basin, and tasted it. Good, the blood is free from illness. It will suffice. Lu Xiaojin's eyes widened in realization. That moment, she understood that in Xikong Gonglin's eyes, she was not a person, merely a pig awaiting slaughter. And no matter how she screamed or how much pain she endured, he would never grant her a single glance. He cared only whether her blood was pure. Thus, his earlier so-called affection and concern for the original owner, fearing that she might catch a chill, were merely because he was worried about the quality of her blood? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaojin's eyes turned increasingly crimson. Prior to this, she had contemplated surrendering, seeking allegiance, wishing to survive, to live a slightly more comfortable life, but no longer. She would not become their prey. She would kill them. To the bitter end. As Lu Xiaojin's consciousness began to fade, her frenzied gaze suddenly caught sight of the jade pendant hanging from Xikong Gonglin's waist, a remarkably translucent piece. In the next instant, the original owner's memory surged into her mind like a torrent. Lu Xiaojin's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Chapter 18. The true memories of the original owner. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. At this moment she found herself standing outside Xikong Gonglin's door, holding a bowl of nearly cold treasure porridge. She lowered her head and stood still. Pain. It hurt so much. After a considerable time, she managed to calm herself somewhat. Just moments ago, she had acquired all the memories of the original owner. As she had anticipated, they were not the memories of a lovesick fool, but rather those of a girl who had struggled for survival due to her possession of these extraordinary eyes. The original owner was not a lovesick fool. All her actions were merely for self-preservation. Lu Jin was brought to Tianyun sect at the age of 7, becoming a direct disciple. Memories from before the age of 7 were completely absent. The only thing left in her mind was a single phrase. Do not let anyone discover that you can see. Initially, she did not comprehend the meaning of this phrase until she encountered her master, a scorpion monster. At that moment she thought she was doomed. Strangely, she did not panic. Instead she remained remarkably calm. To survive, she chose to feign madness, clinging to Si Kong Gong Lin and weeping, "Father, that I am so hungry, so uncomfortable, Father." This act came surprisingly naturally to her. She thought that, prior to the age of 7, she must have lived in a similar manner. She assumed Si Kong Gong Lin would suspect her feigning madness, but he did not. "I am not your father. But from this day forth I shall be your master," Si Kong Gong Lin said gently, gazing at Su Yi. She had just suffered a mishap and was likely unable to bear it. Su Yi, take good care of her. Yes. This statement carried significant weight. Eugene understood that something had likely happened to her family. However, perhaps due to her lack of memories, she did not feel particularly sorrowful. Furthermore, her circumstances did not permit her the luxury of excessive sorrow. Eugene could not simply pretend not to see. She was constantly worried about dying. Thus, she feigned madness for 3 whole years. During those years, she pretended to be insane while carefully observing those around her. She hardly dared to venture outside, except for her monthly visits to Si Kong Gong Lin. It was not out of desire, but because on the 1st and 15th of each month, Si Kong Gong Lin summoned her. Disciple, everyone must possess value. As a direct disciple, you enjoy the status and power bestowed by the sect, and you must contribute something in return. Do you understand? What he desired was her blood. Indeed, blood. Every 1st and 15th, Lu Jin was forced to bleed a basin of it. There were no exceptions. Sometimes Si Kong Gong Lin would suddenly become deranged, pouncing on her before she could bleed, biting into her neck like a beast, drinking her blood like a vampire. After feeding, Si Kong Gong Lin would return to normal. Eugene quickly realized that her blood must hold great significance for the monster, though she did not understand its precise utility. Afterwards, in order to maintain his image as a master, Si Kong Gong Lin would erase her memories. Xiaojin, do not hide, do not fear. Just let the memories be erased. This led to Lu Jin's memories experiencing brief lapses whenever triggered by stimuli, just as when Lu Xiaojin had crossed over. Yet, upon seeing the jade pendant at Si Kong Gong Lin's waist, her memories would return. From that point onward. She grew increasingly vigilant and cautious. However, caution could not prevent all problems. Mistakes were inevitable. Several times, she had nearly been discovered for being able to see. Toc meant death. Over time, she realized that rather than being pursued and tested by others, it was better to chase after them, thus rendering the unstable-minded not herself. Consequently, the mad senior sister transformed into a lovesick, incompetent senior sister. She began to follow her master and the elders around all day long. "Master, will you feed me?" "Seventh elder, wait for me." While desperately pretending to be infatuated, she observed those around her, trying her utmost to prevent her fellow disciples from interacting with their master, to protect them from becoming monsters as well. To her despair, the senior brother still transformed into a monster. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, he became a serpent monster. Eugene soon discovered that any elder arriving at Wu Xian Peak who had attained golden core or higher was a monster. Those below were not. Thus, breaking through to golden core might be the trigger for becoming a monster. She suspected that the cultivation of immortality itself might be a grand deception. The so-called spiritual roots and ascension were all false. Perhaps the spiritual roots were merely the eggs that incubated monsters. Thus, she began to stealthily observe her master and fellow disciples while they bathed. Unfortunately, they were all cultivators with exceedingly quick reflexes, and she could see nothing, leaving her utterly clueless about what the spiritual roots truly resembled. This filled her with a sense of despair. She had attempted to cultivate, but to no avail. She had consumed chi-attracting pills and foundation establishment pills, yet those pills tasted no different than ordinary candy in her mouth. Failing to retain even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, Eugene gradually accepted the fact that her fellow disciples would become monsters upon breaking through to golden core, until Xiao Junzhou transformed into a monster. But Xiao Junzhou had merely reached the early foundation establishment stage. He had evidently only just begun, yet suddenly turned into a monster that appeared underdeveloped. This left Lu Jin utterly shocked and terrified. Desperately, she began to tug at his clothing, urgently wanting to understand why even those at the foundation establishment stage could become monsters. However, she did not manage to pull his clothes off. Instead, she accidentally fell into a river and lost consciousness. Then Lu Xiaojin arrived. After reviewing the senior sister's memories, Lu Xiaojin exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just observing those memories made her feel as if she were treading upon thin ice. The original owner had lived in such a manner for 11 years without going mad. For those 11 years, the original owner had only dared to remain at Wu Xian Peak, fearing the uncontrollable situations that could arise outside, dreading being discovered for her ability to see. She could only live painstakingly and fearfully, step by step, Like a little mouse in the dark recesses. Lu Xiaojin pressed her lips tightly together. Very well, the worst possible scenario had now occurred. All the illogical behaviors in this book might indeed be logical. Lu Xiaojin gripped the edge of the bowl tightly, striving to calm herself. Spiritual roots. Previously, when she had inadvertently pulled off Suye's clothing, it seemed she had glimpsed his dantian. The spiritual roots resided within the dantian, however, at that moment, her attention had been focused elsewhere, and she had no impression of the spiritual roots. Never mind, she would try once more. After all, she was destined to die. Death. Everyone must perish. Si Kongonglin had long been aware of Lu Xiaojin's arrival. After standing at the door for quite a while without any movement, he felt a flicker of confusion and opened his spiritual sense to discern what Lu Xiaojin was doing. The moment he did, he froze. There stood Lu Xiaojin at the entrance, holding a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, grinning madly as she spat into the porridge. Indeed! She was spitting into it. What a scene of utter madness! No matter how experienced Si Kongonglin was, he had never witnessed such a deranged spectacle. His scalp tingled, and his hands trembled. That bowl of porridge. Surely it could not be intended for him. No, he must not think about it. This was unbearable torment. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin's voice rang out, filled with a tone akin to a clucking chicken. Master, I have made you 8 treasure porridge. I am coming on Si Kongonglin. It truly was for him. Chapter 19. What difference is there between this and being forced to lick a few spoonfuls by Lu Xiaojin? May I enter? The moment Lu Xiaojin's clucking voice fell, she pushed the door open, offering no time for Si Kongonglin to react. Master! It is your disciple. Your most beloved disciple has arrived. Lu Xiaojin dashed over to Si Kongonglin, kneeling by the desk, roughly pushing aside the books on it, and with utmost reverence, placed the bowl of 8 treasure porridge upon the table. Holding a spoon in her small hand, she stirred and stirred the contents of the bowl. Si Kongonglin. She was stirring her own saliva. His cleanliness was about to drive him mad. What made him even more unable to bear was that after mixing the porridge thoroughly, Lu Xiaojin actually took the spoon and attempted to feed him. Master, this 8 treasure porridge is specially made for you by your disciple. That it is exceptionally fragrant and delicious. Do take a taste. The 8 treasure porridge was what she had left over, and it was cold after being stirred. It had turned into a lump, now mixed with her saliva, and it certainly did not appear appetizing. Si Kongonglin's face twisted into a bun-like expression. He quickly reached out to block Lu Xiaojin's eager hand that was offering the spoon. Xiaojin, I am not hungry. You can eat it yourself. He feared that the spoon would touch his lips. Even the sight of it was rather disgusting. Yet Lu Xiaojin was obstinate, determined to feed him. Master, I know you wish to keep the best for your disciple, but Master, your disciple also wishes to reserve the best for you. Please do not hesitate to eat. Come on. Si Kongonglin was quite indulgent towards Lu Xiaojin. At least, before discovering she could see, he would strive to maintain his image as a benevolent master, exceedingly pretentious, exceedingly kind, and exceedingly loving. Thus, even as Lu Xiaojin desperately tried to feed him her saliva-laden porridge, he gritted his teeth and refrained from using his spiritual power to push her away, merely gently nudging her hand away. No need. I truly am not hungry. His tone was filled with tenderness, yet his eyes betrayed horror. Remove it. Take your saliva away. This is utterly revolting. I am going mad. Just leave it be. I will eat later. He would simply discard it later. But who could blame Si Kongonglin for indulging her? As long as he did not act forcefully, she would continue to feed him. Occasionally, she would even smear the spoon against his wrist. Si Kongonglin. He was no longer clean. His hand was smeared with Lu Xiaojin's saliva porridge. What difference was there between that and being licked by Lu Xiaojin? It was filthy. It was filthy. Master, do you truly not wish to take a single bite? Lu Xiaojin bit her lip, her expression one of bashful charm. Master, do you perhaps like your disciple? Si Kongonglin. Being dirty was one thing. His reputation has been utterly tarnished. He, Si Kongonglin, the illustrious leader of the Tianyun sect, a cultivator of the great ascension stage, he is most concerned about his reputation. Have you not seen him dressed in the most exquisite and costly garments when in public? His dignity is paramount. Yet now Lu Xiaojin has the audacity to claim that he harbors feelings for her. What a terrifying conjecture. Merely hearing it feels like the earth is shattering beneath one's feet. Preposterous. You and I share a master-disciple bond. How can you entertain such absurd thoughts? Si Kongonglin might as well have the master, and pure and ascetic etched upon his countenance. He is utterly horrified. His face etched with denial. It is precisely because of his utter shock that Lu Xiaojin seizes the moment to thrust a spoon towards his lips. Although it did not quite reach his mouth as a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to succeed in a surprise attack against him. Even if he were distracted, nevertheless, the spoon brushed against his face, leaving a trace of porridge upon it. Sikong Gonglin. He has been smeared with Lu Xiaojin's spittle-laden porridge. Is there truly any difference between this and her pressing down on him and licking his face? He feels sullied at this moment. Sikong Gonglin can no longer maintain the facade of a doting master. He springs up like a coiled spring, distancing himself from Lu Xiaojin by at least a yard. I have spoken. I am not hungry. I do not wish to eat. Do you not comprehend my words? This marks the first time Sikong Gonglin has expressed anger towards Lu Xiaojin. Lu Xiaojin bites her lower lip. Why does my master seem so furious? Is it because he is disdainful of his disciple? Indeed, disdainful. So much so that he wishes he could strike her dead at this very moment. Yet Sikong Gonglin restrains himself, his face flushed with suppressed emotion. His scorpion tail quivering in agitation. No, I merely feel that you were too close to me just now, and it seemed inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Lu Xiaojin rises and lunges towards him. Is it so shameful for my master to like me? Sikong Gonglin. What did she just say? He likes her. How scandalous. No, she must be delusional. Sikong Gonglin swiftly dodges, his expression one of wariness. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xiaojin keenly observes the scorpion upon him, subtly emitting a dark aura. What is this? Have I spoken incorrectly? Does my master not cherish his own porridge, which means he must care for me? Like me? Sikong Gonglin. Whether she cooks or not has nothing to do with him. If she is pleased, she may as well become a chef. Just keep that spittle-laden porridge away from him. My master avoids me because he loves me too dearly, fearing that if he draws near, he will be unable to restrain his affection. Is that not right? Lu Xiaojin lowers her gaze, filled with a sense of helplessness and deep emotion. Master, I understand your feelings, Sikong Gonglin. He does not, he cannot, he is being misled. His gaze towards Lu Xiaojin grows increasingly horrified. Previously, while Lu Xiaojin may have coveted his body and beauty, she only dared to gaze at him with hidden affection. But now she has completely transformed into a madwoman. That frenzied, infatuated look in her eyes, her reckless attempts to approach him, and her audacious words terrify him. You have misunderstood. I truly do not harbor feelings for you. Lu Xiaojin with a playful demeanor. Master, are you afraid to admit it, fearing that the world will not accept our affection? Sikong Gonglin. Master, I fear not the world's judgment. I merely wish for you to confront our feelings. I am willing to accompany you for a lifetime. This declaration utterly horrifies Sikong Gonglin. He cannot believe that Lu Xiaojin dares to force herself upon him. It is his fault. He blames his own beauty. He laments his robust physique, which has made it impossible for Lu Xiaojin to maintain her composure. Sikong Gonglin desperately tries to explain, hoping Lu Xiaojin will understand that he harbors no extraneous feelings for her. Yet, no matter what he says, Lu Xiaojin twists it into a claim of his affection for her. Ultimately, rejection is merely a form of restraint, while acknowledgement would mean acceptance. Sikong Gonglin. Truly, he is left speechless. Chapter 20. Master, allow me to bring forth a rain of blood for you. Lu Xiaojin is indeed unwell, however. One cannot entirely blame her. Take a step back. Is it not wholly inappropriate for him, as a master, to possess such beauty? To take another step back, does the nearby Qilin beast bear no fault? Lu Xiaojin, brother, step back. Alas, Xiaojin, though you cannot contain your emotions, it is not entirely your fault. While Sikong Gonglin wallows in self-pity over his beauty, Lu Xiaojin, either intentionally or inadvertently, casts several glances at the gleaming black scorpion behind him. She could not have been mistaken. The scorpion was emanating dark energy. But now it has vanished. Nevertheless, this scorpion appears highly venomous. It resembles the one her great-grandfather once soaked in white liquor. Large and shiny, she recalls how her great-grandfather was once delighted. Such a large scorpion. Though it is poisonous, it is nourishing. Indeed, it was .1 bite had sent her great-grandfather soaring to the heavens. Her second uncle had also deemed it nourishing and taken a sip. Thankfully, he was young and robust. Or else he too might have ascended to discuss the virtues of the scorpion's nourishment with her great-grandfather. Lu Xiaojin trusts her great-grandfather's wisdom. Thus, at this moment, she believes that this scorpion must be exceptionally nourishing. Just wait. Once she has him, she will find a large jar to soak the scorpion in liquor. A tremendous boost. With this thought, Lu Xiaojin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sikong Gonglin, however, this gleam only signifies her growing obsession. Xiaojin, you must first set down the bowl. Lu Xiaojin refuses, wriggling as she attempts to leap towards him. Master. Nothing could evoke a greater sense of dread within Sikong Gonglin than her current tone. That bowl of spittle-laden porridge is about to spill all over him. Sikong Gonglin's hands tremble, and in his fright, he swiftly snatches the porridge from Lu Xiaojin's hands, placing it atop the cabinet with alarming speed. Lu Xiaojin jumps twice, attempting to reclaim it. The cabinet is too high. She cannot even touch the rim of the bowl. Lu Xiaojin. Who is this cabinet built to defend against? Master? Lu Xiaojin pouts. Feigning distress, what are you doing? She attempts to leap towards Sikong Gonglin once more. Do not act foolishly. Sikong Gonglin adopts a serious demeanor, asserting his authority as a master. It is inappropriate, master. Lu Xiaojin still wishes to throw a tantrum. However, without the threat of the porridge, Sikong Gonglin stands resolute, exuding righteousness. Though it is neither the 1st nor 15th of the month, since you are here, let us draw some blood with that. A small cold basin appears on the table. Alongside a knife, Sikong Gonglin smiles gently. Go wash your hands. Lu Xiaojin is reluctant to bleed. Just a few days ago, the original owner had bled. Who could withstand bleeding thrice a month? Even a blood cow would not survive such treatment. She hesitates, realizing she cannot push back against him. There are only two choices. Either she bleeds herself or he bleeds for her. Better to do it herself. Yes, master. Externally respectful, yet internally grumbling against the old man. After washing her hands, Lu Xiaojin sits at the table, extends her hand, and begins to bleed. The basin may appear small, yet it can hold an astonishing amount of blood. The more she bleeds, the paler her face becomes. As she loses blood, her body grows weaker. Though it is autumn and not particularly cold, she feels a chill. She recalls the last time she was treated like a pig. Her vision gradually turns crimson. Master! Sikong Gonglin, focused on the blood in the basin, suddenly looks up to find Lu Xiaojin's frenzied face invading his sight, startling him. What is wrong? To express his affection for his disciple, he reaches out to gently pat Lu Xiaojin's hair. The next second, his hand halts. How oily her hair is! He has never touched such oily hair in his life. He freezes. He has become sullied. Lu Xiaojin rubs against his hand, and if memory serves correctly, Sikong Gonglin had used this very hand to eat pastries earlier, which were indeed oily, right? Old man, which filthy hands are rubbing against whose head? Grumbling under her breath, she sweetly inquires, Master, do you like the rain? This hand is no longer acceptable. This cushion is also off limits. The rain? Yes, I suppose I like it, but disciple, as cultivators we should not be burdened by external matters, regardless of whether it is sunny or rainy. We ought not to dwell too much on such things. Then why don't you use an umbrella in the rain? Could it not be donated to someone in need? He wishes to instill in her a sense of decorum and propriety, hoping she will cease her infatuation with his beauty. Yet before he can finish his sentence, Lu Xiaojin cheerfully interjects. Then, master, allow me to bring forth a rain of blood for you. Sikong Gonglin? A rain of blood? Surely it cannot be what he imagines. Sikong Gonglin's instincts react faster than his thoughts. As he anticipates Lu Xiaojin hurling a basin of blood at him, he instinctively grips the edge of the cold basin tightly. He is a cultivator of the great ascension stage. Today, regardless of who arrives, this basin shall not be overturned. Just as he revels in his quick wit, he suddenly sees Lu Xiaojin raise her hand, her fingers fanning out against his face. Blood splatters from her fingertips, falling drop by drop across his visage. The cool sensation causes Sikong Gonglin to momentarily freeze. Master, does it look good? Old man, you desire blood. Do you? Haha, I shall grant you a generous shower. She begins to sprinkle blood around, her mind clearly unhinged. Sikong Gonglin. Does it look good? He is enraged, infuriated. The waste of such precious blood is utterly intolerable. Lu Xiaojin notices the scorpion on her body emanating a denser dark aura than before. It is not a mistake. It is true. What, pray tell, is this dark aura? Before she could fathom the answer, Sikong Gonglin seized her wrist, his voice cold as ice. Stop! Who taught you to squander your own blood like this? He had never before expressed such anger towards the original owner. Master, Lu Xiaojin, with a quiver in her voice, pondered, is Master truly angry? I merely wished to make Master happy. Her face was a portrait of innocence, yet this was infuriating. Sikong Gonglin's expression darkened as he brushed his fingertips over the wound on Lu Xiaojin's wrist. The injury healed instantly, leaving no trace behind. Lu Xiaojin's eyes flickered. Oh my, this old monster possesses some skill. He should not be here. He ought to be in the emergency room. Master, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. She was not at fault. She would dare again. Sikong Gonglin was furious and was about to reprimand Lu Xiaojin when his gaze fell upon her fingertips. They were exceptionally pale. Having lost too much blood, anyone would appear as white as a corpse. Blood, bright as crimson, dripped from her stark white fingertips, resembling shattered jade. Exquisite and tragic, Sikong Gonglin's gaze stilled. The dark aura behind him subtly seeped forth once more. Chapter 21. Has a shipment arrived here? Lu Xiaojin found Sikong Gonglin's gaze to be rather peculiar, she remembered. That gaze mirrored the one she had when she beheld the boneless chicken feet, filled with longing. This is bad. Could that scorpion monster possibly desire to consume people? Absolutely not. Lu Xiaojin felt as if she were facing an imminent threat and immediately drew closer to Sikong Gonglin, adopting a delicate and feeble demeanor. Master, are you feeling pity for me? She sounded like an old duck. It was utterly unappealing and revolting, coupled with her exaggerated posture. Anyone who beheld her would feel nauseated unexpectedly. This time, Sikong Gonglin did not display his usual disdain. On the contrary, his brows softened slightly as he produced a handkerchief from his sleeve, gently wiping the blood from her fingertips. You are my most cherished disciple. Naturally, I feel heartache for you. Lu Xiaojin? This old monster is acting strangely. Surely he does not intend to deceive her into bleeding another basin of blood. It is not a matter of whether his monstrous mouth can charm her, but whether she would survive if she were to shed another basin of blood. Brother, grant me a path to live. I knew it, Master is indeed concerned for me and fond of me. Sikong Gonglin merely smiled, offering no further comment. Lu Xiaojin. At that moment, the hair at the edge of the scorpion's mouth quivered slightly. It was unnerving. Observing the old monster's seemingly softened demeanor, Lu Xiaojin seized the opportunity. Master, that jade pendant hanging from your waist is truly beautiful. Could you give it to me? Let it go, old monster. Lu Xiaojin desired this pendant. According to the original owner's memories, not all jade pendants could restore her memory. Only the one at Sikong Gonglin's waist had that capability. The original owner dared not ask for it. But she did. At worst, she could start anew. This is not merely a pendant, it is a soul-soothing pearl. Sikong Gonglin unfastened the soul-soothing pearl, saying, if you like it, take it. The warm soul-soothing pearl felt like a treasure in Lu Xiaojin's hands, her eyes brimming with tears. This scorpion monster is not so bad after all. In the future, when she deals with him, she will ensure he meets a painless demise. Thank you, Master. She hurriedly tucked it into her pocket, fearing the old monster might change his mind having obtained the soul-soothing pearl. Lu Xiaojin's large eyes began to dart about, scanning her surroundings. Since the old monster was currently so agreeable, it would be remiss not to take advantage of this moment. Master, this wolf hairbrush is also quite exquisite. If I had one too, I wonder how much brighter and happier I would become. She feigned shyness, twisting and turning, overly dramatic. Sikong Gonglin glanced at the wolf hairbrush. Take it, and this jade plate? Sikong Gonglin replied, take it. This spirit tool is also to my liking. Sikong Gonglin, take it. This chair is also quite appealing to me. Sikong Gonglin. Are we here to stock up? Master, I also fancy your undergarments. Upon looking up, she found Lu Xiaojin rummaging through his belongings, clutching his undergarments, her face alight with manic glee. Sikong Gonglin's expression finally darkened. Put that down. Get out. Lu Xiaojin, displeased, twisted and turned like a pretzel. Master. Sikong Gonglin. Put the items down and leave. Master, I truly am leaving. Sikong Gonglin's lips moved for a long while, yet he refrained from uttering a single get lost. As refined as he was, he could not stoop to such vulgarity. Once Lu Xiaojin exited the room, Sikong Gonglin finally let out a sigh of relief, glancing in the mirror to discover blood still smeared across his face. The droplets glided along his jawline, accentuating his already striking features, rendering him even more alluring. Sikong Gonglin was indeed handsome. According to the original text, he was the most attractive among dozens of male protagonists, albeit the oldest, however, in the realm of cultivation. Once one enters the golden core stage, one's actual age becomes indiscernible. A male protagonist could be hundreds or even thousands of years old, but not merely several decades. Sikong Gonglin belonged to the hundreds of years category. At this moment, he scrutinized his near-perfect visage in the mirror, sighing softly. It was no wonder his disciple was so enamored with him. He wiped away the still drying blood, dabbing at the corner of his mouth. Sikong Gonglin. He was acutely aware that he must appear exceedingly captivating at this moment. His own disciple would undoubtedly find it impossible to resist. Lu Xiaojin, unable to resist, gazed at the scorpion monster not far away. Up close it was toxic, from a distance it was ugly and poisonous. Wait a moment. The dark aura surrounding the scorpion monster seemed to have dissipated somewhat. What had Sikong Gonglin done? Lu Xiaojin's gaze fell upon his mouth. There was blood. Her blood. Had he just licked it? So her blood can suppress the dark aura? But what is that dark aura? Lu Xiaojin's mind raced. Could it be a heart demon? An obsession giving rise to a heart demon. The original text had mentioned that with obsession and an inability to let go, one could become consumed by a heart demon. Ultimately, it boils down to the desires of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Desires breed heart demons. If she was not mistaken, when the dark aura appeared, the scorpion had become increasingly animated. Could it be that with the emergence of a heart demon, the monster became uncontrollable? What would happen if the monster lost control? Would it take the host down with it? Is this truly possible? For a moment Lu Xiaojin's lips curled in a smirk, more menacing than a knife. Death. Let them all perish. However, her blood seemed to have the ability to control the heart demon. So this is why, no matter how recklessly the original owner acted, she was never killed. A blood bank kept on Wuxin Peak. How crucial. What am I standing here for? A young attendant, noticing Lu Xiaojin staring at Xikong Gonglin with a crazed smile, quickly closed the door, guarding against her senior sister. Let me escort you out, protecting our esteemed leader. The young attendant's eyes turned red with jealousy when he saw the treasures in her arms. If he was not mistaken, these were all items from the leader's abode. Just for bringing a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. She could take so much. What audacity! The young attendant, who often toiled in the main hall, typically managed to gather a fair share of resources slipping through the leader's fingers. Yet, compared to the treasures Lu Xiaojin held, what he had could only be deemed trash. How could he not feel envious? The master had gifted senior sister so many fine items, which clearly demonstrated his deep affection for her. On Wuxin Peak. Who did not know that the leader cherished Lu Xiaojin like a precious gem? Lu Xiaojin lifted her head, nodding proudly. Indeed, indeed. The young attendant. Jealousy, jealousy. Under his envious gaze, Lu Xiaojin stored all her treasures in her storage bag. Inside the room, upon seeing the door close, Xikong Gonglin let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Lu Xiaojin had not been lured in by his allure. Yet, he also thought that perhaps if she had barged in, it would not have mattered. He cleaned the blood from his face and consumed a calming pill, allowing his mind to settle before opening his spiritual awareness to check if Lu Xiaojin had departed. As soon as he opened his awareness, he saw Lu Xiaojin with her hands in her pockets, striding forward with an air of indifference. As she walked, she casually spat towards the nearby flower bushes. All W. Xikong Gonglin. Spitting. Damn it, my flowers. They've been sullied. Chapter 22. Seeking a method to locate the scorpion monster, Xikong Gonglin admitted that when he first glimpsed Lu Xiaojin's bloodied fingertips, there was a fleeting moment when he felt a stirring of emotions. In that instant of emotional awakening, he perceived Lu Xiaojin as perfect in every way, pleasing to the eye. Although he had consumed a calming pill, suppressing his heart demon and eliminating his feelings, he still found her agreeable. He had already envisioned himself as a tender-hearted master in the future. Then, he witnessed Lu Xiaojin spitting on the flowers he had meticulously nurtured. Spitting. How could he have been so mistaken? How could he have thought that Lu Xiaojin would be a delightful person? Once my saliva touches it, it belongs to me. You are mine, master is mine, and everything that belongs to master is also mine. All Lu Xiaojin chanted in a frenzy while spitting. At that moment, Xikong Gonglin cursed himself for being so perceptive. Just then Xiaoxi arrived to deliver her dinner. Upon seeing Lu Xiaojin, Xiaoxi waved his hands frantically. Senior sister. But upon noticing Lu Xiaojin's face, which was as pale as a ghost, Xiaoxi was taken aback. Senior sister, what happened to you? Why is your face so white? Had he not sensed that Lu Xiaojin was still alive? He would have thought he had encountered a ghost. Lu Xiaojin forced a smile. It's nothing. What do we have for dinner? Angelica stewed black chicken, longan and red date porridge, stir-fried pig liver to this. Black sesame cake. Senior sister, please eat more to replenish your strength. During lunch, Lu Xiaojin had not paid attention. Now upon inspection she realized that nearly all the ingredients Xiaoxi had brought were meant for replenishing blood. Doubt began to brew in Lu Xiaojin's heart. Through subtle inquiries, it became apparent that Xiaoxi remained oblivious to the monthly bloodletting she endured. It was merely her pallid complexion and lackluster vitality that prompted him to devise ways to provide her with nourishing food to replenish her strength. Others were rather kind-hearted as well. Lu Xiaojin was simply a voracious eater. If she did not restore her vitality soon, she genuinely feared she would be unable to rise in the morning. After finishing her meal, she felt considerably warmer and her spirits lifted slightly, causing her gaze to wander restlessly towards Xiaoxi. However, it was not easy to undress him. Surely, she could not be so brazen as to directly lay hands on him? Were he to become enraged and slip something into her food? Oh heavens! That would render her utterly speechless. Moreover, She couldn't simply inquire about it directly. It would be absurd to ask, "May I see your spiritual roots?" That would be akin to asking, "May I see your abs?" In this realm of cultivation, where all practitioners strove for purity to combat their inner demons, such a statement would be tantamount to an indecent proposal, potentially provoking dire consequences. Once Xiaoxi had tidied up the meal containers, he said, "Senior sister, I shall take my leave now." Xiaojin stared at his abdomen for a long moment, wrestling with her thoughts, but ultimately decided against it. There were plenty of candidates for undressing. It was wise not to challenge the boundaries of the meal delivery brother's temper. Very well, she made her way to the small kitchen, pulled on the bellows to stoke the fire, and boiled water, which she then poured into the bathing tub before immersing herself completely. Ah, what bliss! After a while, she finally opened her eyes and resumed pondering the plot. In a little over half a month, the female protagonist would ascend the mountain, and then the original owner would embark on a series of self-destructive endeavors. She would attempt to seize the protagonist's fortune but would fail, resulting in punishment in the ice cave, nearly freezing to death. She would also sabotage the male protagonist's opportunities, leading to confinement in the water prison, where she would nearly be bitten to death by a water serpent. Her attempts to extract the female protagonist's spiritual roots for her own gain would result in 100 strokes of the rod, and the near loss of her life from excessive blood loss. Wait a moment. If the original owner's actions were all logical, then could it not be that these misdeeds were merely desperate acts of self-preservation? Seizing opportunities was something Lu Xiaojin could fully comprehend. Whether she was deemed a waste or not made little difference. Her ability to cultivate was inconsequential, however. Preventing the male protagonist from cultivating was a matter of great significance to her. The female protagonist's opportunities were akin to the male protagonist's, and they were to be contested equally. No one was to have it easy. Yet, failing to seize the opportunity and nearly facing death as a consequence was indeed a dismal fate. As for attempting to extract the female protagonist's spiritual roots while solely fixating on her, that seemed rather amiss. Could it be that the original owner had succumbed to the influence of the plot and turned malevolent? The likelihood was slim. It was far more plausible that, due to certain circumstances, she was left with no choice but to act. One must understand that the repercussions of extracting the spiritual roots of the beloved female protagonist were no different from openly opposing the entire cultivation world. It would lead to a swift demise. No, she could not allow herself to be slaughtered like a sheep. She must grow stronger. She would become the executioner of the monsters. This was not blind confidence. Once she was seen, she would be marked for death, and there must be a reason for it. Otherwise, as a mere blood reservoir, they would have simply imprisoned her. Dying would disrupt their interests, thus, the means to restrain the monsters might very well lie within her. The Tianyun sect's scripture pavilion was renowned for its extensive and eclectic collection. She must visit it tomorrow. Perhaps she might discover a way to deal with those monsters. Death. Let them all perish. The next morning, Lu Xiaojin awoke late, around the 3rd hour of the sun, dressed, and glanced at the crimson belt. After some contemplation, she opted not to wear it. The inner sect robes were identical to those of the formally accepted disciples, yet the belts differed. The original owner had refrained from descending the mountain, fearing that attention would attract the monsters. The formally accepted disciples were the Sirmi de la Armée among their peers, and the elders would greet them warmly. However, most elders were, in fact, monsters. Thus, she decisively tied on a plain belt. After freshening up, she hastened outside, heading towards the July pavilion. Upon arriving, she found Xiaoxi already waiting. After finishing her meal, she noticed Xiaoxi preparing to leave and promptly followed him. "Xiaoxi, do you know where the scripture pavilion is?" Xiaoxi was taken aback. Having never seen Lu Xiaojin descend the mountain before, he assumed she would not do so. "Are you planning to go there?" "Indeed." Xiaoxi immediately patted his chest, confidently proclaiming that as a 7th-level qi refining cultivator, he could swiftly escort her down the mountain. Lu Xiaojin's eyes lit up. "You can take me down?" she thought to herself. Xiaoxi appeared both clever and reliable. Could this truly be permissible? She expressed her gratitude politely. "Of course." Then Xiaoxi grasped her arm and leaped into the air, swiftly running and gliding as before. The speed was astonishing, and the momentum was palpable. Trees whizzed past them. However, Xiaoxi was merely at the qi refining stage and could not fly on a sword. Thus, the height was limited. They were only a few centimeters above the ground as Lu Xiaojin was pulled along. She could only scrape along the earth. At first, she managed to keep pace, but soon, her lower half was dragging along the ground. Eventually, she could only tilt her head back, barely maintaining her dignity. Lu Xiaojin thought to herself. Living like this is worse than death. Chapter 23. The Soul of the Dragon. Stirring restlessly, Lu Xiaojin managed to maintain some semblance of dignity, however. It was not entirely intact. The path down the mountain was not particularly wide, with others like Su Yi and the others soaring down on their swords. They would swiftly descend without needing to walk over time. The path had become overgrown with weeds. How did Lu Xiaojin know this? Because even as she strained to lift her face, the grass would relentlessly slap against it. The low bushes would deliver a few sharp smacks. Xiaoxi noticed that Lu Xiaojin had not considered calling for help or asking to stop. But Xiaoxi flew too swiftly. As the branches and grass whipped at her, she could barely manage to shout a few words, only for them to be swept away by the wind. She realized her error. She truly had made a mistake. One ought not to be lazy in the past. An opportunity had presented itself, allowing her to descend with dignity, yet she failed to cherish it. Now that it was lost, regret came too late. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally came to a halt. Lu Xiaojin's mouth had grown sore from the slaps. When Xiaoxi released her arm, he was beaming with delight. Senior sister, we have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Xiaojin silently raised her swollen face. Xiaoxi was startled. Senior sister, you. The expression on her face was clearly one of shock. Lu Xiaojin, believing they were already good friends, felt it unnecessary to frighten him. Just as she was about to gesture for him not to feel too guilty, Xiaoxi said, Senior sister, you are rather delicate. Lu Xiaojin. Xiaoxi spoke the truth that as cultivators, who among them had not endured the torment of demons? They had long since developed a robust resilience. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lu Xiaojin would be so hurt. What else could it be but delicacy? Xiaoxi furrowed his brow, his expression serious. Senior sister, do you not cultivate while on the mountain? Lu Xiaojin. Do you understand what it means to lack spiritual roots? Do you know what it means to be a waste? She was precisely that, a waste. How could she cultivate? You tell me. Lu Xiaojin seethed with anger, ready to impart a lesson of love to Xiaoxi. However, before she could speak, Xiaoxi had already produced various vials. Senior sister, you must apply this ointment. It's excellent and will not leave scars. He also handed her a set of clean clothes. His eyes filled with concern over the medicine. It was evident that the medicine was quite expensive, causing Xiaoxi to wince at the thought. With a face swollen like a pig-ass, Lu Xiaojin thought. Fine. The meal delivery brother is not to be trifled with. What if he slips something into her food? There are always scheming individuals trying to do her in. Holding the clothes, she moved to a slightly secluded area, changed, and tended to her wounds with some medicine before stepping out. The robe was a bit large, but after securing the belt, it fit reasonably well. Xiaoxi took the medicine bottle, carefully stowed it away in his pocket, and then pointed towards a distant structure with a pointed roof. Senior sister, that is the scripture pavilion. Lu Xiaojin looked up. She had quite a trek ahead of her. Senior sister, shall I carry you? Lu Xiaojin took a step back, placing her little hands behind her back, adopting the demeanor of a dignified elder sister. No need. I shall walk myself. As a cultivator, how can one rely on others for everything? Xiaoxi gazed at Lu Xiaojin's pig-like visage, his heart swelling with excitement. What you say is true. Senior sister, you truly are wise. Your words carry such profound meaning. Truly you are a formally accepted disciple. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon her. How wrong he had been. Lu Xiaojin. Thus the two continued on their way. By the time they reached the scripture pavilion, the sky was nearly dark. Although Xiaoxi was astonished by Lu Xiaojin's slow pace, he believed that she must have her reasons for it. Senior sister, we have arrived. Lu Xiaojin, whose feet were already sore from dragging along, barely managed to reach the scripture pavilion. Upon looking up, she saw that the pavilion had 3 stories. The entrance was an elderly man reading. Presumably the caretaker. Xiaoxi guided Lu Xiaojin inside and respectfully bowed to the old man. Elder 17. The old man did not bother to lift his head, merely grunting in acknowledgement. Elder 17? The pavilion's caretaker? In the original text, this elderly man was quite fond of the female protagonist, often providing her with subtle guidance. He appeared to be a hidden powerhouse. If he were indeed a hidden powerhouse, would he not be a formidable monster? Lu Xiaojin warily regarded Elder 17, only to be taken aback. He was just a person. Senior sister, present your disciple's token to Elder 17 to register, and we can enter. Oh, is that not Li Si? A group of male cultivators emerged from the first floor. What? Not going to Wuxin Peak today to curry favor with your waste of a senior sister? The waste of a senior sister herself. To have gossip brought before the subject. How excessive! Is there no decorum in gossip? Nevertheless, considering they were all human, she chose to forgive them. Xiaoxi's face flushed with rage. Do not spout nonsense. Nonsense? What have we said? Do you dare claim that your position among the inner disciples was not earned by currying favor with the useless senior sister? Not even at the foundation establishment stage. If I were you, I would have long since been too ashamed to show my face, let alone linger in the inner sect, feasting at their expense. Xiaoxi's face turned crimson. His lips quivered in anger. In a fit of rage, he was indeed furious. Relying on delivering meals to the inner sect was hardly honorable. Tension crackled in the air, with the male cultivators adopting a confrontational stance. Xiaoxi, feeling intimidated, dared not speak. Provoking Xiaoxi was like provoking a cotton ball. The male cultivators then turned their gaze towards Lu Xiaojin. Pig-faced girl, who are you? Lu Xiaojin touched her own pig-like face. Oh! Was it finally her turn to be humiliated? She was a direct disciple. How could she be subjected to such bullying? The spirit of Long Aotian stirred restlessly, although Xiaoxi was being scolded into submission. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaojin being insulted, he quickly stepped forward, shielding her behind him. You may say whatever you want about me, but do not involve her. Oh ho! The male cultivators were intrigued. Is this pig-faced girl your sweetheart? No wonder you've been stuck in the chi refinement stage. It seems your thoughts are solely on finding a partner. Xiaoxi was rendered speechless with anger. Elder 17 finally lifted his gaze, a clear expression of annoyance flickering in his eyes. He despised unruly disciples who disturbed his reading. He casually reached for a nearby broom, intending to give a swift reprimand to these troublemaking disciples. However, before he could lift the broom, the pig-faced girl spoke up. You don't even know who I am. The male cultivators all turned to Lu Xiaojin. Scrutinizing her closely, she seemed devoid of spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, encountering such a situation would typically lead one to assume the other was a mortal. They would merely conclude that they could not discern the other's cultivation level. Initially, they had thought that someone accompanying Xiaoxi would certainly not be of any significance. Yet now, it appeared they had kicked a hard wall. The male cultivator suddenly turned pale. May I ask who you are? Lu Xiaojin stepped onto a stool, lifted her head proudly, and declared with an air of superiority, embodying the spirit of Long Aotian. The sect leader is my second uncle. Everyone? Si Kong Gong Lin, a Chu. Chapter 24. The unspoken matters between the demon lord and the righteous sect disciples. The act of playing the fool to eat the tiger is contingent upon being a tiger oneself. Yet Lu Xiaojin was evidently no tiger. She was merely a waste. The title of the sect leader's direct disciple sounded impressive, but did these male cultivators not just call her a useless senior sister? Her name alone could not intimidate anyone. It was well known that the sect leader favored her, hence no one dared to openly provoke her. Ultimately, the sect leader was the true tiger, since they were both merely pretending to be tigers. The difference between whether the sect leader was her master or her second uncle was negligible. Most importantly, she currently bore an unsightly pig-like face. It was best not to flaunt her title in the face of embarrassment. Second uncle? The male cultivators were taken aback. They had not heard that the inner-sex female disciple was the sect leader's niece. Doubts lingered in their minds, but no one dared to voice them. After all, who would dare to easily challenge the sect leader? Did they wish to jeopardize their standing? Thus, though her words seemed absurd, no one questioned them. Elder 17 shot a glance at Lu Xiaojin. TSK, a mere mortal. To dare to claim kinship with the sect leader, and a mere mortal at that. Such audacity was rare in this world. The sect leader's direct disciple, Lu Xiaojin. Elder 17 rested his chin on his hand. Intrigued. How is your second uncle's health lately? The male cultivator's eyes sparkled with curiosity. They might not dare to expose her, but Elder 17 certainly would. To challenge the sect leader, she was doomed. Lu Xiaojin nodded. Not bad. He said that recently Xiaoxi has been doing well and is due for a reward. Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly brightened. Really? His overly excited reaction added credibility to Lu Xiaojin's words. Under Elder 17's bemused gaze, the male cultivators immediately bowed and apologized. Junior sister, we were rude just now. Please forgive us. And then they fled like the wind. They had to run. What if she remembered their faces? Once everyone had dispersed, Xiaoxi let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xiaojin took out her disciple token and handed it to Elder 17. Elder 17, the old man glanced at the crimson disciple token exclusive to direct disciples and raised an eyebrow. So it is truly you. I remember your name is Lu Jing. Lu Xiaojin performed a respectful gesture. I am the junior Lu Xiaojin, honored to meet you. Elder 17 Lu Xiaojin. As mealtime approached, the first floor was not particularly crowded. Elder 17 was once exceptionally gifted, but during the Golden Core formation, he suffered a surprise attack from the demonic sect to protect the sect leader. His spiritual roots were damaged, leading to his current state. Xiaoxi lowered his voice. Elder 17's life story sounds truly legendary. Born of a prestigious family, gifted beyond compare, a direct disciple of the previous sect leader. Everything was ruined on the day he attempted to form the Golden Core. Lu Xiaojin searched for books and casually inquired, "What is his current cultivation level? Late foundation establishment. Has he considered restoring his spiritual roots?" Xiaoxi smiled bitterly. Restoring spiritual roots is no simple matter. Lu Xiaojin, lost in the sea of books, did not pursue the topic further. Seeing this, Xiaoxi went to the inner sect cafeteria to fetch her meal. Lu Xiaojin began her search along the bookshelf. Curious chronicles traveling through the nations, a compendium of 300 dishes. To be fair, the Tianyun sect's scripture repository truly held a haphazard collection. After wandering for quite some time, she finally found the book she sought, A Guide to Cultivation. Flipping through it, she discovered it was still a chronological account of cultivation. There was also a book titled Biographies of Cultivation Celebrities, which she casually pulled down as well, sitting cross-legged on the ground to read. One portion consisted of nourishing dishes. Another was a selection of snacks prepared for her. "Senior sister, if you feel hungry later, you can have some snacks." How considerate. After finishing her meal, Lu Xiaojin left behind the snack box and continued reading. Xiaoxi went off to cultivate. After rapidly scanning through A Guide to Cultivation and Biographies of Cultivation Celebrities, Lu Xiaojin closed the books, frowning as she began to sort out the characters and events within. This world was known as the Do-Tian continent, abundant in spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation. Both books boasted and praised the deeds of various renowned figures. However, Lu Xiaojin was taken aback to find that the illustrations within depicted not only the ethereal and dignified beings but also the monstrous half-human, half-beast creatures they encountered in their struggles. It was strikingly similar to what she observed in reality. Yet, it seemed only she could see this. Otherwise, the books would not be so carelessly displayed. Overall, these books were glorified chronicles of monsters. As for Lu Xiaojin's inquiries regarding the origins of these monsters, whether spiritual roots were akin to insect eggs, and how one might slay these creatures, there was no record to be found. She continued her search through a pile of books, flipping through them. At some point, she fell asleep, clutching a stack of books. The next day, "Hey girl!" Elder 17 kicked Lu Xiaojin's leg. "Are you here to sleep?" Lu Xiaojin stirred awake, attempting to rise but found her leg numb from being pressed down as she stood. She stumbled and fell back down. TSK, how could someone so young be such a waste? Elder 17 shook his head while sweeping the floor, lamenting her lack of self-care, her pig-like face daring to roam around. How would she manage in the future? The little old man was quite troubled. Lu Xiaojin. Elder 17 seemed a bit chatty. Noticing her discomfort from her numb leg, he didn't mind but instead sat down in front of her and began to chatter. "Little girl, one must pay attention to self-care. Look at me, I visit third senior brother every day to test medicines, and you can't guess how old I am now." Lu Xiaojin, holding her numb leg, stared at his wrinkled face, pondering. Si Kong Gong Lin was about several hundred years old. If Elder 17 was his junior brother, he must be at least 100 years old. 100 years old is quite an achievement for an ordinary person to survive. Yet, judging by this little old man's sprightly demeanor, he clearly had taken good care of himself. Can't guess. "I'm 30 this year." Lu Xiaojin? How much? How much did you say? Elder 17 beamed, stroking his face. "No need to be envious. If you take good care of yourself, one day you too can maintain your youth forever." Lu Xiaojin. Brother, why don't you first go to the authorities and file a complaint against your third senior brother? Elder 17 had been chattering for quite some time when he spotted Xiaoxi approaching with a food box and immediately adopted a cold demeanor, picking up the broom and walking away. "Senior sister, breakfast." Last night, she had quickly perused the books on the first floor and found nothing particularly useful. She intended to head to the second floor. The books mentioned that cultivation techniques were categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. While the first floor lacked techniques, the second and third floors did. She wanted to see if there was any information on slaying monsters within the techniques. Seeing Lu Xiaojin gazing at the second floor, Xiaoxi remarked, "Senior sister, the scripture repository is protected by a barrier. Only those at the mid-foundation establishment stage can break the barrier to the second floor, and only those at the late foundation establishment stage can access the third floor." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaojin had already stepped onto the stairs to the second floor. "Xiaoxi?" She just went up. Could it be that the senior sister is a hidden expert? Truly, a direct disciple is not a waste. Lu Xiaojin, the barrier? Is it the kind that could kill? Chapter 25. It's alright, just be more careful in the next life. Lu Xiaojin is truly foolish. She really is. She only remembered that the second and third floors had techniques and forgot that there were also barriers on those floors. This was mentioned in the original text. Disciples of the Tianyun sect do not automatically receive exclusive techniques upon entering the inner sect. To obtain techniques, one must at least cultivate to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Before this, they could only cultivate according to the techniques provided by the elders. It was only upon reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment that they earned the qualification to select techniques on the second floor. Direct disciples, however, had the privilege to ascend to the second floor at any time. Once on the second floor, techniques would automatically choose their masters. The stronger the disciple, the higher the tier of the technique selected. Disciples could then choose the one that appealed to them the most. Conversely, if one attempted to ascend to the second floor before reaching mid-stage foundation establishment, they would be directly killed by the barrier. As for Lu Xiaojin, she was not even at the qi refinement stage, let alone mid-stage foundation establishment. Wouldn't that be a certain death? Lu Xiaojin felt regret. In her haste to seek a way to deal with the monster, she had completely forgotten this detail. However, one must admit that the barrier's reaction was somewhat slow. It had been quite a while, and it still hadn't acted against her. Her speed was no match for those ancient monsters. Lu Xiaojin sighed in relief. She had always thought that sincerity could truly be manifested. Senior sister, you're truly remarkable. It turns out you have already reached mid-stage foundation establishment. Xiaoxi exclaimed from a distance of 1 meter. Were you pretending to be useless just to test me? Lu Xiaojin mused. Is it possible that she is genuinely useless? Yet, the fervent gaze of this young man made her hesitant to admit she was just a waste. Perhaps it was her vanity at play. Under Xiaoxi's intense scrutiny, Lu Xiaojin straightened her posture, embodying an air of ethereal grace, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as if she were a figure of profound wisdom. No need to make a fuss, no need to make a fuss. When out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Elder 17, upon catching sight of Lu Xiaojin's smug expression, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he wasn't mistaken moments ago, this little girl had been trembling at the mere mention of the barrier. Yet now she appeared so full of herself, radiating joy that irked this old man who felt unappreciated. His displeasure naturally dampened Lu Xiaojin's spirits. Thus, he extended a hand as thin as a melon rind, pointing to a line 1 meter away from the stairs. The barrier is over there. Lu Xiaojin followed Elder 17's direction and saw a line drawn a meter away from her. A line that exuded an aura of danger. She felt a wave of shame wash over her for her earlier bravado. Oh great barrier! Can you not see through my vain exterior to the sincerity that flows within me like an endless river? At that moment, many inner sect disciples gazed at Lu Xiaojin's face with envy and respect. It was said that the sect leader was her second uncle, which explained her remarkable achievements at such a young age. No, I cannot discern her strength. She must be at least mid-stage foundation establishment. Those envious and respectful gazes were all categorized by Lu Xiaojin as funeral glances. That's alright, I'll just be more cautious in my next life. Wait a moment. If she remembered correctly, the barrier in the original text was quite formidable. Anyone who intruded upon it without reaching mid-stage foundation establishment would meet with certain death, not even a whisper left behind, but she had already passed through the barrier. Could it be that, unbeknownst to her, she was indeed a master? Most certainly not. Her ineptitude was glaringly obvious. Or was it possible that having a direct disciple token allowed for unconditional passage? Lu Xiaojin cautiously approached the line of the barrier, leisurely extending her hand across it. Nothing happened. My foot crossed it, and still nothing. She was astonished to step out of the barrier and scathed, Senior sister, how did you come out? Xiaoxi asked, puzzled yet respectful, believing that Lu Xiaojin must have her own reasons for her actions. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaojin placed her crimson disciple token into her storage bag and handed the entire bag to Xiaoxi, saying, please hold on to this for me. Xiaoxi obediently accepted it. With a heart full of trepidation, Lu Xiaojin once again stepped across the barrier. Then as she passed through safely once more, she was left in a state of shock. So it wasn't that only direct disciples could pass through, but rather that she could. Why was this? After a moment of confusion, Lu Xiaojin felt a surge of joy. She thought, despite the original being a waste, if the monster was intent on targeting her, then there must be something extraordinary about her. This was indeed her extraordinary trait. Perhaps she was secretly a master at dealing with monsters. In that moment, Lu Xiaojin could already envision her future glory as a conqueror. She couldn't suppress her laughter. You go ahead and be busy, the meal can be left with my uncle. Elder 17 cast her a sidelong glance, grunting in acknowledgement. That single utterance of uncle sparked various speculations among those nearby. Though none could decipher the true meaning behind it, Xiaoxi regarded her with even greater respect than before. Performing a deep bow, yes, Senior sister. Lu Xiaojin lifted her skirt and dashed up to the second floor. The second floor was a stark contrast to the first. The first floor was cluttered and chaotic, with books haphazardly arranged. The second floor, however, was different. The books were few yet exquisite, each one carefully wrapped and placed on elegant shelves. Moreover, each book seemed to be accompanied by a nearly transparent entity. Upon closer inspection, Xiaojin was taken aback. They were transparent little beasts. Almost every book had one, though their degree of transparency varied. Xiaojin could distinctly sense that the more substantial the little beast appeared, the stronger its power. Perhaps sensing her presence, a not-so-transparent little beast nestled in the corner near the door opened its sleepy eyes, but it only opened them briefly. Upon realizing that Xiaojin bore no spiritual energy, it promptly closed its eyes again and fell back into slumber. The other transparent little beast showed no reaction whatsoever as Xiaojin approached the previously awakened little beast. She glanced at the book beneath it. Low-grade Xian level? Xiaojin began to piece together what this little beast truly was. A book spirit. Just as high-tier spiritual weapons possess spirit, so too can techniques awaken intelligence. The more powerful the technique, the stronger the spirit. However, the original text had mentioned that only earth-tier techniques and above would possess intelligence, even giving rise to book spirits. Moreover, even book spirits could only be seen by their chosen masters afterward. Since others couldn't see them, she certainly couldn't either. With an expressionless demeanor, Xiaojin bypassed the little beast and attempted to pick up the Xian-level technique, but it wouldn't budge. It was rather heavy. She cradled the book in her arms, sitting cross-legged on the floor, and began to read. The little beast's eyes suddenly widened. Oh no! It's been touched by a waste. Wait, why does a waste have the ability to touch it? It was no surprise the little beast was astonished. Any technique with a level required recognition from a master before it could be viewed. Every year, different disciples would ascend to the second floor, engaging in mutual selection with the book spirits. Disciples who were not chosen by the book spirits would find that, even if they forcibly took the technique, all they would see would be an unreadable blank page. Yet Xiaojin did not even have to snatch it. It was as if she were handling an ordinary book. She placed it on her lap and opened it. Words appeared on the pages. The little beast didn't even sense any restriction. It was as if, at that moment, the technique was merely an ordinary book. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little beast flailed angrily, cursing vehemently. Xiaojin couldn't comprehend its words, but she could tell that its language was quite profane. However, she understood its frustration. Imagine a Xian-level technique, usually high and exalted, suddenly being touched by an absolute waste. Wouldn't that incite rage? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? And she wasn't even offering an apology. This little beast must have been even more enraged. How dare you, little beast? In truth, Xiaojin was even more astonished. Logically, she should not have been able to open the book, let alone see any words. Yet, not only had she opened it, but she was also reading the text. Thus, her ability was not merely to disregard the barrier. The little beast cursed even more fiercely. Xiaojin paid it no heed and continued to read earnestly. The technique was meant for cultivation, and the so-called cultivation was actually the process of hatching a weak little egg and nurturing it to maturity. Therefore, this technique was essentially the chronicle of the egg's growth. Naturally, it also described the state of the egg within the body. The so-called different spiritual roots corresponded to different insects, each requiring unique methods of nurturing. The original owner's guess was not wrong. When the golden core is formed, the egg breaks and the monster is born. Xiaojin immediately rose and grabbed a nearby yellow-level technique. Weasel monster. Also golden core, breaking the egg, monster born. Every book she touched instantly awakened the little beast. All profanities. Xiaojin continued to read several more, all detailing golden core eggs breaking. Not a single exception. So why did Xiaojunzhou break the egg at the foundation establishment stage? Xiaojin flipped through numerous books, struggling to uncover the answer. As she wandered along the shelves, her gaze was drawn to a Xian-level technique titled Heart Demon Cultivation Method. As she pulled the technique from the shelf, the little beast glanced at her, surprised that she could touch it, yet showed little reaction before drifting back to sleep. What a good-natured book spirit. Xiaojin read through the entire book as quickly as possible. Finally, she closed it. The essence of cultivating immortality lay in the process of merging with monsters. Unbeknownst to the cultivators during this integration, humans initially held the upper hand. However, they could not entirely suppress the primal ferocity inherent in the monsters. Thus, the heart demon represented the beastly nature of the monster. Once emotions stirred, the creature's primal instincts would emerge. Should a cultivator lose control over the monster's beastly nature, they would lose their dominance, becoming a mere appendage to the monster. This was known as falling into demonic paths. The key to preventing heart demons, as mentioned in the text, primarily revolved around methods of cultivating the heart. Lu Xiaojin lowered her gaze. If she wasn't mistaken, her blood should also serve as a means to suppress the monstrous ferocity. But the reason remained unknown to her, as the text did not elaborate. Lu Xiaojin set the book down, her gaze landing on the barrier leading to the third floor. The techniques on the third floor were at least of high Xian level. Perhaps she could find the answer there, however. Whether she could pass through the barrier was uncertain. Slowly, Lu Xiaojin moved closer, tentatively extending her toes. No reaction. A peculiar sensation arose within Lu Xiaojin's heart. It seemed that all the barriers were ineffective against her. She was overjoyed. Indeed, she was the chosen one. With a skip in her step, Lu Xiaojin ascended to the third floor. The decor there surpassed even that of the second floor. He glanced. It was teeming with people? Yes, people. All appeared semi-transparent, floating in midair. No, these must be the spirits of books. Most of them were children. There were also small beasts on the third floor, but they were nearly corporeal, crouching in corners, lacking significant status. Someone was approaching. A little girl opened her eyes, tilting her head slightly, devoid of much emotion. A mere mortal. The other children also followed suit, opening their eyes and drifting towards Lu Xiaojin. How could a mortal breach the barriers? Surely, she was not here to select a technique, was she? The book spirits distanced themselves one by one. I refuse to be chosen by a worthless being, Lu Xiaojin thought. Who taught these children such disdain for the impoverished? Respect the worthless and cherish the worthless, starting from childhood. In a fit of anger, she expressed her indignation. She felt a poignant sense of helplessness akin to the children of the southern village bully me. An old man, openly embracing the thatch into the bamboo grove. Lu Xiaojin's face betrayed no emotion, nor did her gaze waver, as she leisurely picked up a book of high-tier techniques nearby. This little girl seemed the most corporeal. She took the book? How could a mere mortal? Lu Xiaojin lowered her eyes. Could she actually peruse high-tier techniques without a master? She even opened it. Why was there no sense of rejection whatsoever? Has it chosen her as its master? The crowd turned their eyes towards the little girl. The girl shook her head. No selection had been made, yet there was an inability to reject or attack. Lu Xiaojin quickly finished flipping through the book. Nothing. Still nothing. This was merely a tome for nurturing monsters, yet not a single word mentioned her bloodline. Just as she pondered, an old man's voice drifted from beside her. Pure body. The book spirits all turned to gaze at the old man in the corner. Pure body? What is that? With the physique of a mortal, yet capable of disregarding all barrier restrictions, that is the pure body. In this world, there is no place she cannot reach. Pure body. A stir of excitement coursed through Lu Xiaojin's heart, though her face remained impassive. The old man's voice was profoundly warm and benevolent, resonating in Lu Xiaojin's ears. Little girl, you can hear my voice, correct? Can you see me? I have come to assist you. Assist her? Had her destined village chief NPC finally appeared? She knew it. She possessed a golden finger. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Xiaojin gazed at the old man. I have waited for you for so long. Just as she managed to utter a word of such sentiment, Lu Xiaojin froze. Before her stood an old man, somewhat transparent, with white hair and a kind smile. However, his lower half was a serpent's tail. The moment her gaze fell upon him, he wore a sinister grin. You can see me. In the next instant, bang! Lu Xiaojin's body exploded. Flesh and blood scattered. She perished in a violent burst. I tell you, Xiaojin, old dang, if you are so idle, go find a class somewhere. Don't linger here deceiving children. Chapter 27. Everyone has died before. It is rather impolite to make such a fuss. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, cradling the book of earth-tier techniques in her hands. Pain and asphyxiating agony rendered her nearly breathless. In this instance, Lu Xiaojin had truly opened her eyes. She had thought that things exploding in midair would be fireworks, or the oil-drenched glutinous dumplings she had blown up, or the teddy bear's mouth on the subway. Yet she could never have imagined that one day, what would explode in midair would be her own brain. Red and white splattered everywhere. What a revelation for these children. Her face was so swollen. And they still laughed at her. How utterly devoid of the spirit of respecting the worthless and cherishing the worthless. Lu Xiaojin endured the pain of death with a blank expression in her peripheral vision. She saw the transparent old dang floating beside her again. Little girl, you can hear my voice, right? It was still that kind voice. Can you see me? I have come to assist you. This old dang had a rather pleasant voice. No wonder she had been deceived earlier, her heart racing with emotion. She had nearly believed she had truly encountered a benevolent village chief NPC. Alas, she should have known better. In this bizarre world, there would be no such thing as a kind NPC. Only monsters that perpetually wished to obliterate her. Yet she did not anticipate that even the book spirits would be no exception. They were merely the consciousness of books. Would they also seek to annihilate her? If the book spirits were thus, then what of the weapon spirits? Xiaojin smiled. Very well. It truly seems one cannot survive a day in this place. But it was not a significant issue. After all, they were merely book spirits. As long as she did not look, it would not be a problem, compared to the necessity of facing Xiaojun. This situation was much easier to handle. Little girl, look at me. I am here to assist you. In the next moment, a blood-soaked head emerged from the book in her hands. No body, only a head. It appeared flayed, dripping with blood, its hair matted to its face, resembling a filthy blood clump. Yet its eyes were eerily wide. Little girl, look at me. Xiaojin had weathered many storms. What had she not seen? But this she had truly never encountered. Calm down. Calm down. It was merely a bloodied head. What was so alarming? Everyone has died before. Making a fuss is rather impolite. Xiaojin maintained an expressionless demeanor, her hand clutching the book unwaveringly. However, her pupils involuntarily widened. The bloodied head was overjoyed. You can see me. Bang. Flesh and blood scattered. She perished in a violent explosion. Xiaojin opened her eyes, cradling the book of earth tier techniques. Pain. Every part of her body ached. Little girl, you can hear my voice, right? It was still that kind voice. Can you see me? I have come to assist you. Little girl, look at me. Look at me. Xiaojin turned, her expression impassive as she walked past old Deng towards the spot where he had previously stood among the books. Earlier, this old man had mentioned her being a pure body. If this were true, then his book must contain relevant records. Yet, when she reached the corner, she found that there were no books where the old man had been. How could this be? She bent down to search when a bloodied head suddenly popped out from the bookshelf. Little girl, look at me. She had already seen it. She had been obliterated once. Having been obliterated, she had also grown stronger. The current bloodied head was, well, merely a trivial matter. Just then, the bloodied head on the shelf suddenly lunged towards her. A mass of gruesome blood-soaked flesh. Its large, pale, eerie eyes stared at her as it lunged forward. Who could withstand that? Lu Xiaojin's mind had yet to catch up when her body instinctively recoiled. Oh no, she dodged it. You can see me. Bang. Flesh and blood scattered. She perished in a violent explosion. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, cradling the book of earth tier techniques. Pain. Little girl, you can hear my voice, right? It was still that kind voice. Can you see me? I have come to assist you. Lu Xiaojin closed the book and headed straight towards the corner where she had seen the bloodied head. Upon seeing the bloodied head, she remained expressionless. Upon seeing the bloodied head charging at her, she remained expressionless. She diligently searched for the old man's book. In the next second, a bloodied body swung down from the air, opening its gaping maw towards her. Everything transpired too swiftly. Her mind had yet to process when her body instinctively took a step back. You can see me. Bang. Flesh and blood scattered. She perished in a violent explosion. Lu Xiaojin. Old Deng, with your ghostly appearances, go find a class in a haunted house. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Old Deng was performing a knife throw, aiming for her eyes. Just as the knife was about to graze her eyeball, her pupils widened. You can see me. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. The old man disguised himself as a book and she avoided him. You can see me. Lu Xiaojin had died 10 times in quick succession. She had grown numb to death from that point on. Regardless of how old Deng emerged or what sharp object he brandished before her, even if he transformed into any item in the room, she remained utterly unperturbed. To this end, she memorized the arrangement of all objects in the room. Not a single one could be misplaced. If it was, she would die. Little girl, look at me. After old Deng employed various tricks, suspending himself, lunging and brandishing sharp objects, seeing that Lu Xiaojin exhibited no reaction, he found it peculiar. Can she genuinely not see me? That shouldn't be the case. A pure body is a rarity. She ought not to be unable to see me. Lu Xiaojin's gaze flickered. Pure body. This old Deng was indeed speaking some truth. At least the matter of her being a pure body was real. Lu Xiaojin eagerly continued her search for the book. But it was all in vain. The other books had their own spirits, leaving none unoccupied. This old Deng must also be a book spirit. Where was his book? Had it been hidden? Or was there a mechanism within this room? Lu Xiaojin scanned her surroundings but found no place that could conceal a mechanism. She even mimicked a scene from a television drama, moving all the bookshelves around, yet there was no response. She felt the walls and took 2 steps back to observe that it felt narrower. Compared to the second floor, this place seemed more confined. Earlier, when she had merely wandered about while searching for books, she had not consciously memorized the dimensions and layout, so she could only vaguely sense that the third floor was smaller than the second, but she was not quite certain where it was smaller. Lu Xiaojin immediately dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she quickly memorized the layout and dimensions of the space. How could it be identical? Chapter 28. The emergence of the pure body, the manifestation of the spiritual eye. A great calamity in the cultivation realm. Was she mistaken in her perception? The young girl and the old man reappeared, holding his own head. Young lady, have you seen my head? I've searched for ages and still can't find it. Lu Xiaojin. It's right in your hands. She did not spare a glance at the old man and ran back to the second floor. She was uncertain if she had misjudged. Yet her intuition suggested that the third floor felt slightly narrower. Was it because she had failed to find the books and, in her eagerness for a secret mechanism, subconsciously convinced herself that the third floor was indeed narrower? Lu Xiaojin pressed her lips together and retraced her steps on the second floor. Feeling along the walls, she examined everything carefully and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. There was no mistake. The first floor was indeed wider. Although everything appeared the same, there was an undeniable sense of spaciousness. No, it wasn't just a feeling. Lu Xiaojin measured with her feet. How could this be? The dimensions were different. Even when standing in the corner, the width was distinctly different, yet why did it appear the same from the doorway? Was there something that caused this visual discrepancy? After comparing, she found that the layout was indeed identical. It looked the same in width. No, it was evidently narrower. She extended her foot, probing the wall for measurements. As she explored, her foot suddenly bumped against something. It was an empty space. Yet something obstructed her. Lu Xiaojin's heart leapt with joy as she approached, only to discover a mirror? The mirror, positioned perfectly within a triangular area, visually concealed the protruding part through reflection. Lu Xiaojin tapped the mirror, searching for a way to open it. To her astonishment, a gentle push caused the door to swing open. How did she manage that? What about the restrictions? Why was she unaffected? The children chattered in astonishment. The old man, however, showed little response, still clutching his head and swaying before Lu Xiaojin. Young lady, could you help me find my head? Lu Xiaojin, expressionless, pushed the door open. Inside, it was far more unadorned than she had imagined. A single stool. Upon the stool lay a book. Her gaze fell upon the cover. Heavenly class, low grade. Based on her prior readings, she knew that the techniques of the heavenly class were exceedingly rare across the Do-Tian continent. Did you think that Tian Yun sect actually harbored one? Lu Xiaojin picked up the heavenly class book, seated herself on the stool, placed the book on her lap, and opened the first page. Whoever obtains this book must guard this secret. To her surprise, it could be opened. Lu Xiaojin joyfully turned the pages. On the pure body. The pure body. Was this truly regarded as a secret within the book? What did this imply? It indicated the importance of the pure body. An indescribable thrill surged within her. She truly was the chosen one. Monsters tremble. Your time is nigh. Lu Xiaojin read on with fervor. Upon finishing, she fell into a stupor. This is the pure body. In the cultivation realm, individuals are superficially categorized into two types: the ordinary mortals and the exceptionally gifted cultivators. Yet in reality, there are three classifications: cultivators, those who can be possessed by parasitic eggs and possess the talent to hatch monsters; mortals, those who can be possessed but lack the talent to hatch monsters; the pure body, those who cannot be possessed by parasitic eggs. However, the pure body is unique. It naturally suppresses parasitic eggs, preventing them from approaching. Thus, monsters can never be born from her. Consequently, she cannot cultivate either. Perhaps due to the natural laws of mutual existence and restraint, her inability to cultivate renders all barriers and restrictions of the parasitic eggs ineffective against her. Therefore, her blood can suppress the primal beastly nature of monsters, preventing cultivators from succumbing to inner demons. In summary, if mortals are deemed useless, then the pure body is the most valuable among the useless. Thank you, nature, for bestowing this natural blood reservoir. No, if that were truly the case, why must she die? Her blood should be capable of more than merely suppressing beastly instincts, right? Lu Xiaojin soon realized that this was not merely a heavenly class technique, but rather a compendium of immense secrets. Nearly all peculiar phenomena were elucidated within. Moreover, the means to eliminate monsters had been discovered. The spiritual eye. Even rarer than the pure body is the spiritual eye. It can perceive what ordinary people cannot, such as monsters. The spiritual eye is feared by all monsters, for those who possess it can eradicate them. The method is simple. Remove the spiritual root. The parasitic eggs reside within the spiritual root. However, most people, unable to see the parasitic eggs through their abdomen, might misjudge and fail to eradicate them entirely, allowing the parasitic eggs to regenerate. Yet the spiritual eye can detect the parasitic eggs. Removing them leads to the monster's demise while preserving the human's life. A flawless execution of monster eradication. Thus, if one can see, one must die, Lu Xiaojin. Well, here lies the problem. Setting aside whether she can combat formidable monsters with such a seemingly worthless physique and extract their spiritual roots. Even if she were to succeed in finding one, there are countless spiritual roots in this world. She would need to be extraordinarily diligent to accomplish such feats. Lu Xiaojin could vividly envision a day when, in her old age, she would be pursued by numerous cultivators, solitary and wielding a small knife for extracting spiritual roots, facing a horde of cultivators, perhaps earning the moniker, the ghostly old matriarch. Excellent, spirited and sharp as ever. If she were to indeed reach such an age, truly, she would be the Prometheus of the cultivation realm. With an expressionless demeanor, Lu Xiaojin continued to turn the pages. The final page of the book bore 2 words written in red. Prophecy. Lu Xiaojin read further. The emergence of the pure body, the manifestation of the spiritual eye, a great calamity in the cultivation realm. Lu Xiaojin? She seemed to grasp why the old man had insisted on testing her as the spirit of the book. He must know the prophecy. Moreover, he believed that the person in the prophecy was her. Indeed, from any perspective, she fit the description of the person in the prophecy. The pure body is a rarity in a century. The spiritual eye, a rarity in a millennium. Combined, they are even more extraordinary. Furthermore, the original text stated that the former owner had actually summoned an evil deity, nearly bringing ruin to the entire cultivation realm. Thus, the individual in the prophecy who would cause great calamity in the cultivation realm must undoubtedly be her. Let the monsters perish. Let them perish. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin's gaze fell upon a small note beneath the prophecy. Those who see these words possess the spiritual light. I swear by my flesh and blood. Those who see these words shall die. Lu Xiaojin, is this how self-sacrificing the people of the cultivation realm are? Bang! Flesh and blood scattered. A body exploded. Snap. Chapter 29. Let them all go repent before Buddha. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, cradling the earth class technique. Pained. Lu Xiaojin had always understood that words hold power. Yet as she had never anticipated such overwhelming strength. The law follows the word that if one can see, one must die. Well done, truly well done. She did not comprehend what it meant to swear by flesh and blood, but she could sense that the one who cast the curse must have paid a heavy price, likely their own life. Even at the cost of their life, they invoked such a curse to preserve the cultivation realm. Who taught them to be so selfless? Lu Xiaojin muttered curses. Young lady, you can hear my voice, right? It was still the kind, affectionate tone. Can you see me? I am here to help you. Lu Xiaojin lowered her gaze, expressionless. The book in her hand sprouted a bloody head, its large eyes fixated intently on Lu Xiaojin. Young lady, look at me. I am here to assist you. Lu Xiaojin remained expressionless, yet her mind raced. The current known facts are as follows. 1. She, the worthless pure body, is a natural reservoir of blood capable of suppressing the beastly nature of monsters. 2. She possesses the spiritual eye, allowing her to extract spiritual roots from monsters, but the success rate is virtually 0.3. She is the harbinger of calamity in the prophecy, capable of summoning an evil deity, which could likely destroy the foundation of the cultivation realm. The first 2 points are evidently useless. Lu Xiaojin skipped over them, preparing to directly pursue the third. Summon the evil deity. Now the question arises. In the original text, the former owner only summoned the evil deity in the later stages. However, the original narrative is presented from the perspective of the male and female leads, leaving only hints that the former owner, being malicious and cunning, sacrificed certain things to secretly summon the evil deity. The specifics of what was sacrificed and how the summoning was accomplished remain unknown. Yet Lu Xiaojin had not found any references to the evil deity in all her readings. So summon a. But if she fails to summon the evil deity, her future days would be perilous. With merely half a month left, the female lead must ascend the mountain. The female lead and the malicious female counterpart are inherently at odds. Although Lu Xiaojin did not understand why someone as cautious and shrewd as the former owner would constantly oppose the female lead and dig into other spiritual roots, she privately believed that there must be a reason behind it all. If the former owner were forced to retaliate for self-preservation, then she too could not escape that fate. Opposing the female lead would lead to consequences as previously stated: punishment in the ice cave, nearly freezing to death, confinement in the water prison, almost bitten to death by water snakes, 100 strikes with a rod, risking excessive blood loss and death. Even the king of hell would commend such tenacity. No! She must escape. She must leave Tianyun sect before the female lead ascends the mountain. She could not afford to linger here a moment longer. Young lady, my head is missing. Can you help me find it? Lu Xiaojin ignored the bloody head in the book, expressionless as she closed it. A technique for raising monsters, is it? An impressive Earth-class technique indeed? Let them all go repent before Buddha. Lu Xiaojin spilled oil everywhere and then blew on the fire starter. Under the flickering flames, her already frenzied face appeared even more deranged. The other spirit books exchanged bewildered glances. What is she trying to do? The oil is already spilled, and the fire has been blown. Could it be that she intends to? All the spirit books wore expressions of confusion. Lu Xiaojin, oblivious to their perplexity, grinned widely, her excitement bordering on madness as she hurled the fire starter onto the ground. The encounter of oil and fire promised to be a scene of fervent warmth. However, the anticipated conflagration did not materialize. The fire starter merely landed atop the oil. Then, it extinguished instantly. Lu Xiaojin, why is fire brother and oil brother behaving this way today? Where's your usual fervor? Ha ha ha. What was she thinking? Did she genuinely intend to ignite a fire? What kind of fool believes the Sutra Pavilion could catch fire? Lu Xiaojin, the Sutra Pavilion can't be ignited. Why? Can't you see that this seemingly ordinary place has perfected its fire prevention measures behind the scenes? But, would that deter her, Lu Xiaojin? How infuriating. Do not underestimate the bond between fire and oil. Lu Xiaojin decisively added several more barrels of oil and a dozen fire starters. She refused to believe that any fire prevention measures could withstand this many sources of ignition. Of course, she could not escape the consequences. Lighting the fire would mean her demise as well. No matter today, she would accompany her companions to the underworld. It could be seen as a fateful encounter in this life and death game. Lu Xiaojin blew on more than 10 fire starters, but rather than tossing them aside, she squatted down and placed them atop the oil. Could they extinguish her now? And indeed, they did. The moment she placed the fire starters on the oil, a nearby spirit book waved its hand, and all the fire starters were snuffed out. Lu Xiaojin, the spirit books erupted in laughter. Her. She appeared as a fool. Did she think we were here for what purpose? That she could actually ignite this place. Such audacious spirit book children. Infuriated, Lu Xiaojin seethed. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that for a person to transform into a spirit book, they possess a certain level of strength. Regardless of weakness, even the weakest spirit book could easily dismiss her as worthless. They were not to be trifled with. She could not afford to offend them. Little girl, look at me. The spirit book children laughed heartily, while the old man continued chattering beside them. So noisy. Lu Xiaojin watched helplessly as the oil and fire starters vanished into thin air. Her fists clenched tightly. Did they truly believe she had only this one method? Ha! Who was she? She was a being of pure body, a monumental waste, capable of disregarding any restrictions or barriers. Even if she could not burn these books, she could directly tear them apart. It would be laborious. But who said she lacked strength? Die. All of you die. Since she was to tear books, she would naturally start with the celestial level techniques. Tremble, old fool. Without expression, Lu Xiaojin pushed open the door hidden beneath the mirror. She actually pushed it open? Where were the restrictions? Lu Xiaojin entered the secret chamber, picked up a book, and grinned menacingly as she began to tear it. Rip. The book was indeed torn. As expected, the pure body could be written into the celestial level techniques as a secret. How could it merely be a worthless body? Since she could tear apart the celestial level techniques, she could tear apart all techniques. Without techniques, how could monsters continue to hatch in the future? This was a method to eradicate the next generation. To wipe out the roots. A triumphant smile spread across Lu Xiaojin's face. Tremble, immortal cultivation world. However, in the next moment, the old man appeared before her. Book destroyer. In the next instant. Bang. Lu Xiaojin's body exploded. Flesh and blood scattered. She perished in an explosion. Crack. Lu Xiaojin, Chapter 30. Who can still distinguish her from a cockroach? Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, clutching the earthly level technique. It hurt. She was truly foolish. She only knew that being visible could lead to death, yet she did not realize that tearing books could also lead to her demise. Indeed, she merely did not abide by restrictions and could freely browse through books. Nowhere did it say that destroying books would not lead to death. Little girl, you can hear my voice, right? The same benevolent voice. Can you see me? I have come to help you. Lu Xiaojin glanced at the earthly level technique in her hands. Is it possible that only the celestial level techniques are off limits for her to tear? Lu Xiaojin's peripheral vision caught sight of a little girl standing beside her. Biting her lip, she ultimately succumbed to her impulse and tore a page from the book. The little girl's previously indifferent face contorted into a snarl. Book destroyer. In the next instant. Bang. Lu Xiaojin's body exploded. Flesh and blood scattered. She perished in an explosion. Crack. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, clutching the earthly level technique. It hurt. She felt her body convulsing in pain, struggling to recover. All right, confirmed. The books here are beyond her reach. Little girl, you can hear my voice, right? The same benevolent voice. Can you see me? I have come to help you. Hungry, both starved and exhausted, and in pain. Unbeknownst to her, just as she descended the stairs, Sikong Gonglin appeared on the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion. He looked down from above, gazing at the old man. You summoned me. What is the matter? The old man's gaze deepened. Your disciple is not quite right. A pure body is rare in a century without spiritual eyes. She could not have come here. Did I suspect she is the one foretold? Sikong Gonglin lazily lifted his gaze. She is not, the old man. Then what is she doing here? She wishes to grow stronger to be worthy of me. The old man? No way, is he insane? Lu Xiaojin wants to grow stronger? A pure body, the most worthless of the worthless, could become strong. Perhaps the old man's incredulous stare was too blunt. As Sikong Gonglin offered an explanation, you cannot entirely blame Lu Xiaojin. It is merely that she is too beautiful. The old man fell silent. What a pair of foolish old fools. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Elder 17 was nestled in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. The cover read Xiaojin XINFA, but that was merely the cover Dian's secret. It was a recent tale from the mortal realm, the Maid's Chronicle, discussing the unspoken matters between a prince and a maid. Just as the prince was preparing to defy the entire dynasty to take the maid as a concubine, Elder 17's peripheral vision suddenly caught an indistinct object approaching him at great speed in a bizarre manner. At first glance, it resembled a giant cockroach. Elder 17 was startled into leaping up, nearly dropping the book. Then, he heard the cockroach wobbling toward him, casually saying, Master Uncle. Elder 17 focused his gaze. It was Lu Xiaojin. His mouth twitched. It's you. For the past few days, Lu Xiaojin had remained upstairs, only rushing down during mealtimes to eat like a refugee. Otherwise, she was hardly seen. This meant she hadn't washed or groomed herself in days. She seemed to have gone days without proper sleep. Her hair was a tangled mess, her clothes disheveled, dark circles under her eyes, her lips cracked. Though her face was no longer swollen, it was deathly pale. As she walked, she swayed unsteadily, resembling a ghost on the verge of passing away. She exuded an odor that could only be described as sour and filthy. Who could still distinguish her from a cockroach? Even cockroaches were cleaner than her. At this moment, she hunched her body and rushed toward Elder 17 at an alarming speed. Master Uncle, I'm hungry. She had been killed too many times that morning and had forgotten to eat breakfast. She was truly starving. Elder 17 prided himself on caring for his juniors, especially for a direct disciple like Lu Xiaojin, whom he was particularly concerned about. Given that Lu Xiaojin looked as weak and exhausted as a ghost, he surely had to take good care of her, right? But he was utterly incapable of treating this cockroach-like disciple with any warmth. Just refraining from jumping up, screaming, and grabbing a nearby fly swatter to smash this dead cockroach was already an excessive indulgence toward a junior. As Lu Xiaojin drew closer, reeking horribly, Elder 17 panicked. Don't come any closer. Lu Xiaojin had not slept properly in days, coupled with being killed too many times. She was now disoriented and did not notice the horror etched on Elder 17's face. She simply stumbled and crashed onto the food box, devouring the contents voraciously, before rolling her eyes and collapsing to the ground, fast asleep. Elder 17's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Little Four? You finally couldn't hold back and drugged her food? The disciple Little Four twitched his lips. I did not. Elder 17's hands trembled. Then why did she just finish eating and then collapse? It was no wonder Elder 17 thought Lu Xiaojin had been poisoned. Her face was as pale as someone who had been dead for half a month. She looked nothing like a living person. Little Four stepped forward to check her breath. Elder Senior Sister is fine. She has always been weak. Perhaps she fainted due to exhaustion. Elder 17 was unconvinced. He approached and checked her pulse. Discovering that Lu Xiaojin was indeed not dead, merely in a deep sleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. His face softening with affection for his disciple. As long as she's not dead. If she were to die here, it would be most inauspicious. Affectionate, yet not entirely so. Little Four. Little Four, if one day you truly decide to poison her food, remember to do so from a distance. Do not get too close to me. Little Four. When Lu Xiaojin awoke once more, she found herself in her own bed. Rubbing her aching head, she noticed her hands were covered in oil. Looking down, she realized she was not only filthy but also undeniably smelly. Who could endure this? Lu Xiaojin suddenly sprang up like a carp, opened the flue to boil water, and after finishing her hair wash and bath, when she sank into the bathtub, she let out a contented sigh. She had to escape, but the question remained. Where could she flee? Without a travel permit or household registration as a mere waste of space. How could she establish her existence in this world? Lu Xiaojin realized a desperate truth. She had nowhere to go. Just then, the jade pendant around her neck suddenly flickered and warmed. Grasping the pendant, she barely discerned 3 characters in the glow. Mujin Country? Chapter 31. The escape, leaving only the load-bearing walls. Mujin Country, a small frontier nation, once thrived. However, over a decade ago, it was said that the nation's protective clan vanished, leading to its decline. Yet, even in decay, it still held a place among the nations. The jade pendant had been around Lu Xiaojin's neck since she could remember. It was not gifted by Xikong Gonglin but belonged to her original self. Thus, had her original self hailed from Mujin Country. Mujin Country. Lu Xiaojin felt an instinctive conviction that everything would be revealed if she could reach Mujin Country. Given that her original self was a pure body with innate spiritual eyes, it was likely her kin also possessed similar traits. Even if not, they would surely know some related secrets. Perhaps they even knew how to summon the evil gods. At that time, the monsters of the cultivation realm would be vanquished. Even if the above scenarios could not materialize, at the very least, she could seek refuge among her kin in Mujin Country. Xikong Gonglin wanted to capture her? Let him try. Although previous calculations indicated that her blood relatives had suffered a great calamity, Lu Xiaojin had an inexplicable intuition that someone in Mujin Country would protect her. What was she waiting for? She must escape tonight. Remaining in Tianyun sect for even a second was a disrespect to her life. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaojin climbed out of the bathtub and rummaged through her storage bag for an exceedingly ordinary, blue linen long dress. It was a gift from her 3rd senior brother. Every time he descended the mountain, he would bring her various gifts from the mundane world, which proved convenient for Lu Xiaojin. Otherwise, wandering about in the attire of an inner disciple of Tianyun sect would be akin to waving a large flag for Xikong Gonglin to capture her. Thank you, dear 3rd senior brother. Lu Xiaojin stuffed everything she could carry from the room into her storage bag. This storage bag was quite remarkable in its capacity, a gift from Xikong Gonglin. Thank you, scorpion monster. After her flurry of packing, the room was left with only the load-bearing walls. She surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction, hands in pockets, a smile of a conqueror gracing her lips. Just wait. When I return, it will be the time to cleanse the monsters with blood. Monsters, do not underestimate the youth. Lu Xiaojin was filled with fervor, leaving the door wide open as she shouldered her small bundle and trotted down the mountain. The sky had darkened. The wind was strong yet not cold. Was that wind? No. That was freedom. The more she descended, the more invigorated she felt. She believed that with a single strike today, she could take down 50 monsters. With a spring in her step, she walked with her head held high. Who goes there? The gatekeeping disciples at the east gate sensed a commotion and barked angrily. Coming out. The formidable Lu Xiaojin instinctively shrank into a thicket, not daring to move a muscle. Even a strong one must sometimes conceal themselves. Did I see someone there? Did I mistake something? Lu Xiaojin peeked out her little head to glance at the east gate. There were at least 7 or 8 disciples stationed there. No, brothers and sisters, it's already midnight. Standing so straight and alert, are you all trying to get yourselves killed? Indeed, those 7 or 8 disciples remained wide awake, diligently guarding the gate. Who taught them to be so dedicated? The prospect of sneaking out while they dozed off seemed nearly impossible. Most of these gatekeeping disciples were outer sect members, primarily at the qi refining stage, and not particularly strong. Yet, even at the qi refining stage, they were more than enough to handle a waste like Lu Xiaojin. If she were to confront them head-on, it would only lead to her demise. Lu Xiaojin collected her thoughts. It was fine. There were 4 gates in total at Tianyun sect. Surely, not every gate would have such dedicated disciples, right? She huffed and puffed her way to the other 3 gates, concluding, indeed, the disciples of Tianyun sect were not the type to engage in underhanded tricks. If Lu Xiaojin were the sect leader, she would be awakened with a laugh in her dreams. But she was not. It was no laughing matter. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she squatted in the thicket, staring forlornly at the heavily guarded south gate. What to do? Woof! A barking dog caught Lu Xiaojin's attention. A small white puppy approached her. Letting out a couple of whines, Lu Xiaojin pulled a piece of jerky from her pocket and tossed it to the pup. The little white dog sniffed it, gave her a satisfied glance, and then with the jerky in its mouth wagged its tail, signaling her to follow. Carrying her small bundle, Lu Xiaojin decisively chose to follow. This dog was clearly quite intelligent, as it turned out. The dog truly was clever. It led her to a small dog hole. Though small, Lu Xiaojin's not-so-bulky frame easily fit through. Thank you, dog bro, for your kindness. Let these pieces of jerky serve as a testament to our bond. Lu Xiaojin tossed a few more pieces of jerky to the little white dog. From now on, she would call it Bro. Would call her sis. Each to their own. The little white dog let out a couple of contented barks. Clearly pleased with the jerky, Lu Xiaojin chuckled as she ruffled the pup's head. Dog bro, until we meet again in the world. When that time comes, if I have a piece of meat, you shall have a bone to gnaw on. The little white dog rolled its eyes at Lu Xiaojin with her small bundle, huffed and puffed her way out of the dog hole outside. The trees were lush and green, and she could see mountains connecting in the distance. Ah, the scent of freedom, however. Just after she took a couple of steps, her path was blocked. Xiaojin, a figure clad in a white robe, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, stood tall and graceful. Lu Xiaojin raised her gaze and saw a pair of cold, disdainful eyes that resembled poisonous scorpions. How terrifyingly venomous! Oh no, that wasn't this the master she had dreamed of capturing for her elixir. Why was he here? Xiaojin, where are you going? Xikong Gonglin glanced at her and then at the dog hole. Where are you intending to go? Lu Xiaojin cursed her bad luck. Why did she have to run into this old monster just as she was about to leave? Master, what a coincidence to encounter you here. She laughed as she approached. Xikong Gonglin evaded her, his tone devoid of the previous affection he had shown on Wuxin Peak. There is a barrier at the foot of Tianyun sect. While you may ignore all barriers, that does not mean the barrier cannot sense your presence. The barrier could not attack her, but it would leave traces that as long as she passed through, Xikong Gonglin would feel it immediately. Lu Xiaojin. That she had suspected he would not let her, the blood bank, go so easily. To her surprise, he was waiting for her here. Xikong Gonglin regarded her with a calm gaze, his voice chillingly cold. So, you wish to escape? Chapter 32. Xikong Gonglin, the living king of hell. Indeed she wished to escape. But was it that obvious? Could she admit it? Certainly not. How could she? She adored her master and wished to be with him for a lifetime. How could she desire to flee? Lu Xiaojin feigned a shy demeanor, embodying the essence of a bashful young maiden. Xikong Gonglin. Such a clumsy excuse. Did he appear to be a fool? With an indifferent gaze, he flicked his finger, and a rope flew out of thin air, binding Lu Xiaojin securely. Master? Lu Xiaojin still attempted to struggle. As a bundle necessary to go to town to buy plum cakes? Lu Xiaojin. That this bundle could have been unnecessary. However, she considered that venturing into the mundane world, pulling out items from her storage bag, could indeed be a bit unsettling. Thus, it was better to carry a bundle. If only as a disguise. Had she known she would encounter Xikong Gonglin, she would rather die than carry that bundle. If she had to carry it, it should have been after escaping. Master, I can explain. Yet before Lu Xiaojin could utter more than a few words, her chin was forcefully removed at Lu Xiaojin. She pondered where Su Yi had learned the practice of removing chins so casually. It turned out to be an inheritance from the old master. You visited the library yesterday. It seems you learned some things you shouldn't have, which is why you wish to escape. Could Lu Xiaojin admit this? In an instant, her head shook vigorously, almost taking flight. Her brain nearly rattled loose. That it seemed it was indeed true to Lu Xiaojin. You can never awaken someone pretending not to see their head shaking loose. Woof, woof. Dog Bro rushed over, attempting to save Lu Xiaojin. Dog Bro was a loyal companion. For 5 pieces of jerky, it was willing to gamble its life for her. Not strong but noble. Xikong Gonglin glanced at it. Where did this little beast come from? With a kick, Dog Bro was sent flying, bloodied and lying on the ground, lifeless, bound tightly. Lu Xiaojin could only helplessly watch as Dog Bro breathed its last. She then addressed Su Yi and the others. Yes, master. Even from behind the secret chamber, though she could not see Xiao Junzhou and Su Ye's faces, Lu Xiaojin could imagine their suppressed smiles breaking into uncontrollable laughter. They were utterly delighted that Lu Xiaojin remained bound, her limbs uncooperative, without a weapon in hand. She couldn't even take her own life to rescue Dog Bro. She wondered if, had she delayed too long, she could still save Dog Bro. Its loyalty was profound. If she could see it again, she would surely offer it the remaining pieces of jerky she had secretly hidden away. So, dear Schrodinger's dog, please survive until I meet my Indy. It is said that biting one's tongue can lead to death. Lu Xiaojin bit down but did not succumb to death. Senior sister, are you all right? The young boy remarked. The practitioners in the immortal realm are truly formidable. It hurts quite a bit, though his demeanor towards her had shifted. Where once there was disdain tempered with mildness, now there was gentleness infused with concern. Senior sister, you must hold on. The master has said that you have merely been poisoned by the demonic sect, rendering you delirious. As long as you undergo bloodletting for a few more days, you will recover. Please do not resort to self-harm out of despair. Life, after all, is paramount. Only by living can there be hope. Lu Xiaojin thought to herself. If she were to survive, Then dog brother would be left with no hope at all. Junior brother, I am not poisoned. Please let me go. Yet the young boy remained unconvinced. Not poisoned? If that were true, why would you bite your own tongue to end your life? Lu Xiaojin found herself at a loss for words. But who was Lu Xiaojin? She was adept at talking her way out of anything. However, after a torrent of words, the young boy merely sighed as he continued to draw her blood. Senior sister, if your tongue hurts, you ought to speak less. Look, it's swollen. Lu Xiaojin remained silent, and no matter how she pleaded or explained, the young boy refused to believe her. She could only devise desperate measures to take her own life. Crashing into walls, rubbing her wrists against ropes to open a gash, attempting to bleed out. She even shattered a bowl to swallow the shards. All to no avail. Though she bore wounds, she was ultimately imprisoned, bound and confined to a secret chamber. Her existence reduced to one repetitive task, bloodletting. Once a month had now escalated to twice daily under the young boy's watchful care. Don't worry, senior sister. I will do everything in my power to look after you. Indeed, he was earnest in his efforts. Each day, he presented her with various nourishing ingredients to replenish her blood, leaving Lu Xiaojin oscillating between life and the afterlife. Others were surprisingly kind to her. It would not be difficult for Lu Xiaojin to end her own life. She could see the means to do so. The trouble was, with the young boy in the qi refinement stage and no monsters yet hatched, her sight was of little use. As for Xikong Gonglin, the ancient monster, he had not once come to visit her, ensuring her continued existence. As days turned into nights without sunlight, Lu Xiaojin's spirit waned. The incessant bloodletting rendered her skin as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. Senior sister, the master was indeed correct. Bloodletting is effective. You haven't attempted to take your own life recently? Lu Xiaojin replied. Do you see any strength left in me to do so? I can hardly muster the energy to rise. She estimated that if this continued for a few more days, she would likely perish. Excellent. Finally, she would be free from this suffering. Senior sister, the master has stated that the toxins are nearly purged. So from today onwards we shall only draw blood once a day, or perhaps once every 2 days, to allow for more nourishment. The master truly dotes on you. Lu Xiaojin exclaimed in frustration. Xikong Gonglin? The living Yama. How can I die now? I am going mad. Damn the scorpion monster. May they all perish. Bound as she was, Lu Xiaojin writhed in a dark, distorted manner on the bed, her mental state unclear. The young boy was taken aback. The poison from the demonic clan is indeed terrifying. Finally, Xikong Gonglin arrived, feigning a tone of compassion. Lu Xiaojin, why do you resort to such extremes? For the first time, Lu Xiaojin ceased her writhing and looked directly at Xikong Gonglin, feeling an immense relief at being able to see the monster. Chapter 33. The only path forward. Body cultivation. Once again, she found herself bound like a slaughtered pig, enduring the bloodletting, her limbs growing increasingly cold. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Pain surged through her. A small fluffy creature was whining at her. It was none other than dog brother. After being deprived of sunlight for too long, when the rays finally touched her face, it felt as though she were reborn indeed. It was a new beginning. Oh, dog brother. It seemed to her that after this ordeal, they had forged a bond of life and death, a deep camaraderie. Was it unreasonable to ask for a hug? Yet, as she leaned in, dog brother stepped back. Woof woof. He seemed to say she had forgotten. They were still strangers. Lu Xiaojin tossed him a piece of jerky, and he immediately wagged his tail, warming up to her. Woof woof. Dog brother beckoned her to follow, leading her to a dog hole. Lu Xiaojin did not pursue him. At that moment she comprehended fully. To avoid, to escape, to distance herself from the monsters was utterly impossible. She was not an outsider. She was enmeshed within it all. No matter how unwilling she was. Once ensnared, escape was futile. In this world where the strong held dominion, unless she grew stronger herself, unless she vanquished Xikong Gonglin, she would remain a mere pawn devoid of freedom. She would not be a fish on the cutting board. She desired strength. Yet she could not hatch monsters. Combating cultivation with cultivation was futile. She possessed only one advantage, the ability to see the eggs and extract them. Yet in her current state she was as powerless as the monsters. Thus she saw only one path ahead, body cultivation. Since all barriers and restrictions could not deter her, what was necessary to extract the spiritual roots from humans? Strength and speed. With sufficient speed and strength, anyone who approached her would meet their end. Body cultivation was perfectly suited to fulfill all these requirements. It demanded no monster eggs, only willpower. She would carve out her own martial path in this realm of cultivation. Tremble, immortal realm. Lu Xiaojin's lips curled into a smile of a conqueror. Woof woof. Seeing she had yet to catch up, dog brother called out to her a few times. Come on, dog brother, eat. The disdain in Dog Brother's eyes vanished, leaving only clarity to ask, this truly all for him? All for you, Dog Brother. Rest assured, from now on we will roam the world together, enjoying every delicacy, and I will make sure you always have a share. With a dog at her side, she would shake the very foundations of the immortal realm. Dog Brother cast a glance at Lu Xiaojin, who appeared fierce yet somewhat dim-witted. After a moment of silence, he nuzzled her pant leg in agreement. Lu Xiaojin, panting heavily, initially carried Dog Brother, then he led the way, eventually dragging her along. She was utterly exhausted, having spent the night traversing the 4 great gates and enduring repeated bloodletting. Now she was both weak and feeble. Upon returning to her courtyard, she splashed water on her face and tossed Dog Brother a heap of food before collapsing into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was the following day. The weather was clear, and sunlight streamed in as Dog Brother frolicked in the courtyard. Woof woof. Lu Xiaojin rose from the ground, putting on her shoes, yawning, and after washing her hair and bathing, she took Dog Brother to the July Pavilion. Senior sister, are you feeling better? The previous day Lu Xiaojin had not come to collect her food box, and he had worried all day long. However, due to the barrier at Wuxin Peak, he could not enter and was left anxious. Do not worry. I am fine, Lu Xiaojin assured him. Thank you for your help over the past few days. Xiaoxi repeatedly insisted it was no trouble. Only then noticing Dog Brother at Lu Xiaojin's feet. What is this? This is my dog, Lu Xiaojin replied, tossing a piece of chicken to Dog Brother. His name is Dog Brother. Xiaoxi was taken aback. Who in their right mind names a dog that? Wait, who among cultivators raises a dog instead of a spirit pet? Could it be this dog has an extraordinary background? After the incident at the scripture pavilion, Lu Xiaojin had become a figure of intrigue in Xiaoxi's eyes, someone who concealed her true strength. Naturally, her spirit pet would be equally enigmatic. This dog could not possibly be an ordinary creature. Given its appearance, could it be a young white wolf? A hound? A baize? The thought of a divine beast crossed his mind. After all, as the master's most favored disciple, it was not beyond possibility for Xikong Gonglin to procure a divine beast cub for her. In a moment, Xiaoxi looked at Dog Brother with eyes full of reverence for a senior. Dog Brother, eat up, he urged. What do you like to eat? I'll bring you some next time. Dog Brother ignored him, further convincing Xiaoxi of the dog's exceptional nature. After a hearty meal, Lu Xiaojin carried a bowl of drugged millet porridge to the main hall. The drug would work wonders. Whether she could extract Xikong Gonglin's spiritual roots depended on today. Master, I am here. It's your most adorable disciple, come to deliver millet porridge. Upon hearing this, the young boy's face twisted in discomfort. Normally, the food Lu Xiaojin brought would not even touch Xikong Gonglin's lips. It all ended up in his own stomach. The last batch of 8 treasure porridge had almost met the same fate. Although it looked unappealing, he had not been disdainful. Who would have known it contained saliva? Had the master not warned him in time, he might have vomited his stomach out. Thus, upon seeing Lu Xiaojin with the porridge, goosebumps erupted across his body. Again, bringing porridge for the master. Lu Xiaojin smiled shyly. Yes, I noticed the master enjoyed it, so I made some more. The young boy was taken aback. The master likes it? He likes a. However, he was seasoned enough to maintain composure in the face of a bowl of porridge whose ingredients were unknown. I will go inform him first. Please wait here. Lu Xiaojin waved her hand dismissively. No need to inform him. I'll go in directly. Absolutely not. In truth, there was no need for an announcement. Given Lu Xiaojin's voice, who in the room would fail to hear her? The issue was that the master did not wish to see her. Xiao Tong is a person who knows how to navigate social situations. He cannot afford to offend either side. Thus he must first follow this protocol, and then concoct a reason for Lu Xiaojin to proceed. In this manner, everyone's dignity can be preserved. However, unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaojin fails to perceive his polite gestures and insists on barging in. This is unacceptable. Yet before Xiao Tong can intervene, Lu Xiaojin has already nimbly scaled over the fence. Moving like a monkey, dressed in human clothing, she appears completely unperturbed. Senior sister. Xiao Tong is taken aback. Lu Xiaojin glances at the bowl in her hands and breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the porridge has not spilled. That if it had, it would have been a disaster. The sleeping drug is not easy to procure. Master, I have arrived. Xiao Tong wishes to stop her, but it is utterly futile. With no other option, he dashes at top speed to the main hall. Master, senior sister has come, and I couldn't stop her. Icong Gonglin replies. Enough, I should have known you wouldn't be able to stop her. Go on. Yes. He closes his eyes, opens his spiritual awareness, and takes a look outside, only to be stunned. The person bounding toward him with a bowl of porridge, cheerful as a monkey, cannot possibly be Lu Xiaojin. Can it? No, he must leave. Chapter 34. What is the purpose of the sleeping drug? It is to incapacitate him, her master. Si Kong Gonglin attempts to escape, but just as he rises, the door is kicked open, and Lu Xiaojin's exuberant face peeks in. Master, I have come. Is there something wrong? I have made millet porridge for you. Do try some. Si Kong Gonglin's body stiffens. Porridge? The nightmare of the watered-down porridge still haunts him. He can hardly bear to hear the word porridge. No need, I am not hungry, master. Why must you be so polite with me? Lu Xiaojin chides playfully. Come, master, open your mouth. Just as the spoon is brought forth, Si Kong Gonglin evades. Xiaojin, do not be foolish. Who knows if this is yet another bowl of watered-down porridge? Wait. Si Kong Gonglin's nostrils flare, his gaze shifts, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepts the bowl, scrutinizing Lu Xiaojin with a complex expression for a long while. Xiaojin, you are being foolish. Lu Xiaojin feigns ignorance, prompting Si Kong Gonglin to shake his head in disbelief. What have you put in this bowl? Do you truly believe I am unaware? This porridge contains a sleeping drug. The purpose of the sleeping drug? To incapacitate him, her master. Her intentions are so glaringly obvious. Lu Xiaojin, he knows? Has he figured it out? Underestimating his keen senses. Indeed, if the Foundation establishment stage butterfly monster is so powerful, how much stronger must the nascent soul stage scorpion monster be? This drug cannot have any effect on him. Lu Xiaojin is utterly disheartened. Very well, let us restart. However, she cannot incapacitate Si Kong Gonglin to strip him of his garments and uncover the eggs of insects within his spiritual roots. There is a lingering sense of regret. Should she take a chance and try before the restart? No, if she couldn't manage to strip Xiao Junzhou, there is no way she could do so to Si Kong Gonglin, who is at the nascent soul stage. Xiaojin, you must understand, my kindness towards you is solely because I am your master, and nothing more. You should not harbor such thoughts towards me, you Xiaojin? Oh dear, this old man seems to have misunderstood. Well, no need for a restart. She gazes at him with tear-filled eyes. Master, do you truly have no feelings for me at all? Si Kong Gonglin. None. What feelings can there be for watered-down porridge? The fact that he can suppress his disgust and not throw her out is already an act of teaching. I don't believe it. Si Kong Gonglin. If you continue to speak nonsense, you will not be allowed to come again. Lu Xiaojin bites her lower lip. Then I shall remain silent. Her tear-streaked visage, if worn by any other girl, would evoke sympathy. Yet she is Lu Xiaojin with disheveled hair, dark circles under her eyes, and skin as pale as a ghost. To put it bluntly, she appears utterly deranged. Sympathy? Not a chance. Si Kong Gonglin purses his lips, wanting to offer her some comforting words, but gazing at her disheveled, deranged appearance, he finds himself unable to utter a single word of consolation. Xiaojin, that he feels he ought to advise her a little. However, just as he begins to speak, he sees Lu Xiaojin kneeling before him, her expression sincere. Master, I wish to train in physical cultivation. Si Kong Gonglin. Physical. Cultivation? Knowing you cannot cultivate, you now wish to pursue physical training? What do you intend to achieve with physical cultivation? Isn't it to bring me down? The thought of Lu Xiaojin, with muscles from physical training, barreling toward him with irresistible force sends chills down his spine. Lu Xiaojin is a pure body. Once she decides to pounce, who could possibly stop her? Absolutely not. Xiaojin, do not be foolish. I am not being foolish. Lu Xiaojin squeezes out a couple of tears. Her gaze fervent. I know, master, that my inability to cultivate has caused you much suffering and slander. I do not wish to be just a parasitic flower dependent on you. I want to share the burden. Si Kong Gonglin. No need, nurturing a useless person. What suffering is there in that? Slander. Who dares? Lu Xiaojin shakes her head, her determination unwavering. I hope that one day I can be worthy of my beloved. Si Kong Gonglin. Who is this beloved? Is it him? Absolutely not, Xiaojin. It is not that I am unwilling to help you. It is simply that no one at Wuxin Peak has the time to teach you physical cultivation. If you wish to pursue it, you can only go to the outer sect. Inner disciples are generally at the Foundation establishment stage or above. During the Foundation establishment, they will naturally refine their bodies, so physical cultivation is unnecessary. Hence, if you wish to pursue physical cultivation, you must go to the outer sect. I am willing to go to the outer sect. Absolutely not. Si Kong Gonglin shakes his head. You know, despite being my direct disciple, you cannot cultivate. If you go to the outer sect, I fear you may be bullied. Furthermore, I am also concerned that someone may slander you for taking advantage of your status. In truth, this is not the main concern. What truly matters is that he has only one direct female disciple. While others may be unaware, the leaders of several other sects know of her pure body status. If she were to go to the outer sect and he were to let his guard down, allowing her to be taken by someone with ulterior motives, it would be a tremendous loss. Master, I am not afraid. I am afraid. You are afraid of what? Xiaojin lowers her gaze, pondering, and suddenly comprehends Si Kongonglin's worries. Is he afraid she might be abducted? If it is possible for her to be abducted, does that not imply that the leaders of several other sects might already know of her identity? She is constantly faced with the threat of being taken away in a different environment, isn't she? Lu Xiaojin is uncertain about the situations of the other major sects, but according to the original text, they are not likely to be good people. After being abducted, her life might be worse than at Tianyun sect. Upon realizing this, Lu Xiaojin immediately declares, Master, I am willing to conceal my identity and go to the outer sect for physical cultivation. Si Konggonglin is about to reflexively counter her. But upon raising his head and meeting Lu Xiaojin's bright, shining eyes, he falls silent. Lu Xiaojin has always been a little eccentric. This is the first time he has seen her so earnest, so eager about something. Could it be that physical cultivation can cure her eccentricity? If so, then it is imperative for her to go. Very well, if you truly wish to go, then go ahead. A new batch of outer disciples has just arrived. You may cultivate alongside them. Thank you, Master. However, even in the outer sect there are no individuals incapable of cultivation. Those who can enter Tianyun sect possess decent talent. Within a month they should be able to draw energy into their bodies. If Lu Xiaojin cannot draw energy into her body, it will be too conspicuous and will easily expose her identity. Si Konggonglin takes out a wooden token from his storage bag. This token will allow you to appear as if you are at the qi refinement stage. Remember, do not remove it to avoid being discovered. Old man has an abundance of strange objects. Lu Xiaojin sincerely replies, Thank you, Master. What a scene of masterly affection. Si Konggonglin nods in satisfaction. His scorpion-like eyes filled with tenderness. Xiaojin, physical cultivation is arduous. If you desire anything, feel free to ask. Lu Xiaojin's eyes sparkle. Really, anything? Yes. Lu Xiaojin immediately begins to gather a plethora of elixirs and spiritual tools. Xiao Tong, standing by, is so envious that his face contorts with jealousy. Once she has amassed a considerable collection, Lu Xiaojin beams with sincerity. Master, I also wish for your undergarments. Si Konggonglin. Xiao Tong? A second later, Lu Xiaojin, along with the porridge she brought, is unceremoniously thrown out of the main hall. Chapter 35. Senior sister is truly the treasure of the master. Lu Xiaojin falls to the ground unceremoniously. Feeling the sting of the impact. Lying there, she is reluctant to move. Inside, Si Konggonglin is somewhat infuriated. Lu Xiaojin's desire for his undergarments is not a new occurrence. This matter, if whispered about privately, would have been inconsequential, but the fact that Xiao Tong overheard it. This is unacceptable. As the sect leader, his dignity, his face, and his integrity have all been compromised in one fell swoop, with a sharp crack. All is lost. It is not merely that he has thrown Lu Xiaojin out. Even if he were to cast her into an ice cave for reflection, it would still be justified. Si Konggonglin grits his teeth, yet maintains a facade of nonchalance as he addresses Xiao Tong. You know, Xiaojin has always had a penchant for speaking nonsense. Xiao Tong is alarmed. The master is explaining. He is actually explaining. Normally, any matter associated with Lu Xiaojin would not be taken seriously by a rational person. Thus, when Lu Xiaojin blurted out about the undergarments, his shock stemmed from the realization that she has become so eccentric. He never considered any connection to the master. But now the master is explaining, and not only that, he is incensed enough to throw Lu Xiaojin out. What does this signify? This suggests that the esteemed one harbors a guilty conscience. The young disciple felt as though they had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. However, such an egregious matter between master and disciple, once known, must be feigned ignorance. Thus, the young disciple bowed their head in trepidation, saying, Disciple understands, senior sister has always been this way. Si Konggonglin let out a quiet sigh of relief, nodding in affirmation. Upon extending his divine sense, he discovered that Lu Xiaojin was still outside the door. More accurately, she was sprawled on the lawn just outside. Si Konggonglin furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the force of his earlier palm strike had injured her? Indeed, she is but a mortal, merely a young girl. How could she withstand such force? Concern filled Si Konggonglin's heart. Yet, due to the presence of the young disciple, he felt it inappropriate to assist her. At that moment, the young disciple had already opened the door and immediately spotted Lu Xiaojin lying on the ground, momentarily taken aback before rushing out. Senior sister. What happened to you? This is the esteemed one's precious darling. You mustn't get hurt. To his surprise, just as the young disciple approached, Lu Xiaojin lifted her head. At that moment, She was still chewing on grass. The young disciple was bewildered. Is she unwell? Xikong Gonglin echoed the sentiment in his thoughts. Is she unwell? Lu Xiaojin continued to chew on the blade of grass she had reluctantly nibbled after her fall. The grass in the master's courtyard is tastier than anywhere else. As she spoke, she chuckled gleefully. What a ridiculous sight! Xikong Gonglin's expression darkened as he flicked his fingers, causing the door to slam shut with a loud bang. The trial for recruiting outer disciples, held once every 3 years, concludes tomorrow. You shall descend the mountain then. He could not bear to look at this foolish girl, lest he tarnish his eyes. The young disciple pondered. So when the esteemed one wishes to avoid Lu Xiaojin, he simply closes the door himself? How unnecessary it was to close that door earlier. The young disciple sighed, bending down to help Lu Xiaojin. Senior sister, stop eating grass. Let me help you out. With his assistance, Lu Xiaojin transitioned from lying in the courtyard to lying at the door. After basking in the sun for a considerable time, once the pain subsided, she rose and made her way to the July pavilion. By the time she arrived at the pavilion, Dog Brother and Little Four had already arrived. Dog Brother, I brought you a bone. Make sure to gnaw on it. Dog Brother was relishing his meal and, upon seeing Lu Xiaojin, immediately bounded over to her. Woof woof. He nuzzled and licked her, a stark contrast to his indifference towards Little Four. Little Four, however, felt no neglect. On the contrary, he increasingly regarded Dog Brother with favor, appreciating his stature. The bed was also freshly made. After completing her tasks, Lu Xiaojin sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun with Dog Brother while she took out Su Ye's undergarments and Xikong Gonglin's wolf hairbrush to begin crafting a voodoo doll. Lu Xiaojin was uncertain of the doll's appearance, but it should resemble a doll in some fashion if she stuffed it with personal belongings of the cursed individual, such as Su Ye's undergarments and their birth date. That should suffice. She intended to use magic to vanquish magic. Since the orthodox methods of exorcism had proven ineffective, she would explore unorthodox means. Surely one of them would succeed. Having completed her sewing, she exclaimed, Dog Brother, take a look. How does it look? Dog Brother glanced at it and fell silent. Lu Xiaojin, embracing her unsightly doll, believed her handiwork to be quite commendable, and she began to stab holes into it fervently. Die, monster! After puncturing over 100 holes in the 2 dolls, she finally felt satisfied and stored them away. She would need to descend the mountain tomorrow. The recruitment of outer disciples occurs once every 3 years. Prior to the recruitment, candidates must undergo a test of their spiritual roots and a trial on the heavenly ladder. Only by passing the trials may one enter the outer sect. The trials last for 7 days, and tomorrow marks the final day of this year's trials. This means that starting the day after tomorrow, all new outer disciples must be arranged for residency in the outer sect, and Lu Xiaojin must enter before then. Xikong Gonglin would certainly make the necessary arrangements. Yet before that, she planned to pay another visit to Xiaojunzhou. Firstly, the monster in the Foundation establishment stage was unprecedented. She had to find a way to glimpse his dantian. Secondly, Xiaojunzhou was currently the weakest monster, and she wanted to see if she could extract his spiritual root. If she could not deal with Xikong Gonglin, could she not handle him? Without hesitation, Lu Xiaojin retrieved her whetstone and sharpened her dagger until it gleamed as dusk approached. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Dog Brother, let us go. It's time for dinner. After dinner, we'll go and deal with someone. After finishing her meal, Lu Xiaojin left Dog Brother in the courtyard while she skipped merrily to the hot spring pool. There was a hot spring on Wuxin Peak, which Xiaojunzhou frequented every few days for a soak. According to the original host's memories, today was indeed his scheduled hot spring day. Upon reaching the mountain gate of the hot spring pool, she could faintly see mist wafting out from within. Lu Xiaojin tiptoed inside. Xiaojunzhou had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, so Lu Xiaojin naturally refrained from attempting any stealthy approach. It would be futile that as she entered the hot spring pool. She squinted her eyes, searching for Xiaojunzhou amidst the swirling mist. Splashing sounds led her closer, and from a distance, she spotted a butterfly person lounging at the edge of the large pool. Indeed, a butterfly person, not merely a butterfly monster. Although viewed from the front, Xiaojunzhou's face resembled a placental mass, adorned with antennae, undeniably monstrous. From the back, however, aside from a pair of butterfly wings, the rest of his form was strikingly pale. Despite his usually gentle demeanor, he possessed all the requisite muscles. He languidly leaned against the shore, his colorful, gently fluttering butterfly wings creating a captivating sight amidst the mist. What a mesmerizing butterfly youth! Who could possibly resist such a lure? Chapter 36. Is it truly so, junior brother? Her dagger was already itching to move. Oh, Lu Xiaojin could indeed maintain her composure. Her heart was as calm as a placid lake. She caressed the dagger at her waist. Men merely affect the speed at which she draws her blade. The mist was thick, and Lu Xiaojin squinted her eyes, struggling to search around. Finally, not far behind Xiaojunzhou, she spotted his discarded clothing. There was even a storage bag. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Lu Xiaojin sprinted towards the garments with unparalleled speed. This rush naturally alerted Xiaojunzhou. Who? Xiaojunzhou opened his eyes. Instinctively grasping the sword at his side, he then stood up from the hot spring, preparing to don his clothes as swiftly as possible. However, just as he rose, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Xiaojin's frenzied expression. Xiaojunzhou, senior sister. What are you doing here? How could she be here? His hesitation allowed Lu Xiaojin to seize his clothes and storage by the time Xiaojunzhou realized, he saw Lu Xiaojin standing a short distance away, clutching his attire and grinning mischievously. You rascal! Xiaojunzhou gritted his teeth. Senior sister, how could you be here? Aren't you supposed to avoid the hot spring? Of course she had come specifically to see him. To see him? At the hot spring. Did she want to hear what she was saying? Wasn't he this peeping? Xiaojunzhou felt as though struck by lightning. He submerged himself as deeply as possible in the water, leaving only half his head above the surface. Senior sister, could you please step outside and leave my clothes behind? That was certainly out of the question. She wanted him to be unable to wear his clothes. Lu Xiaojin swiftly shoved his storage bag and garments into her OWN. That moment, she resembled the cowherd stealing the 7 fairies' feather garments, her mentality strikingly similar, with ulterior motives. No decent person would seize someone else's clothes while they were bathing. Right. Clearly, she harbored impure intentions. She and the cowherd were equally nefarious, not only stealing clothes but also hiding them away. Hee. The strategy was simply to adapt ancient tactics for modern use, thanks to the lewd schemes inherited from the cowherd. Lu Xiaojin glanced at the shivering Xiaojunzhou, attempting to display a gentle smile. Little junior brother, do not be afraid, this is truly a matter of necessity. Xiaojun, a matter of necessity? What kind of necessity involves stealing someone else's clothes? He did not believe a word of Lu Xiaojin's explanation, nor did he wish to hear another syllable. Senior sister, regardless of what you intend to do, please return my clothes to me. Lu Xiaojin sighed. If I return your clothes, will you not flee immediately? Junior brother, I merely wish to take this opportunity to have a proper conversation with you. Perhaps her tone was too gentle as Xiaojunzhou pursed his lips, feeling he may have misjudged her intentions. But as he raised his head and met Lu Xiaojin's gaze, he fell silent. Although Lu Xiaojin had made every effort to adopt a gentle demeanor as the senior sister, from a distance she did appear considerably more normal. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that her gaze never settled on his face. Her fervent and fervid eyes were searching for something in the water. What more could be found in the water? It was his naked innocence. Indeed, not a word of the senior sister could be trusted. It was all merely a ploy to obtain his heart. Xiaojunzhou, humiliated and furious, wished desperately to vanish, yet he had not learned the concealment technique and could only grit his teeth. Senior sister, please return my clothes to me. I assure you, I will not flee. As if that were true. Once he donned his clothes, he would escape without a moment's delay. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin had already approached the pool's edge, crouching down to peer into the water. Unfortunately, the mist was too dense. After squinting for a long time, she still could not discern the location of his dantian. She would need Xiaojunzhou to stand up. How indecent! Lu Xiaojin's mind raced and suddenly a thought struck her. Junior brother, does your back still hurt? She had caught a glimpse of a still healing wound on Xiaojunzhou's fair back. If her memory served her correctly, it was from a few days prior when his spirit beast had gone wild and injured him. Xiaojunzhou was taken aback. What? The wound on your back. Lu Xiaojin retrieved ointment from her storage bag, recalling. You were injured by the lion-tiger beast, were you not? Xiaojunzhou's spirit beast was a second-grade lion-tiger beast. Such restlessness, I am aware of your carelessness. You often neglect your own well-being. That is why, just a few days ago, I wished to remove your garments and apply medicine to your wounds, only to find myself misunderstood. Yet, dear junior brother, you must understand that I have grown up on Wuxin Peak, and have yet to step beyond its borders. No one has taught me how to interact with someone I hold dear. The last words of Lu Xiaojin were tinged with such melancholy that it left Xiaojunzhou at a loss for words. Lu Xiaojin lifted her gaze and spoke earnestly. Therefore, junior brother, from now on you shall teach me, will you not? Xiaojunzhou felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. He opened his mouth, struggling to find a response, stammering, very well, senior sister, please do not be sad. Could we first return the garments to him? Who among the good-hearted would engage in conversation under such circumstances? Yet, it seemed there would be little opportunity left. With a sorrowful shake of her head, Lu Xiaojin declared, I have already consulted with our master today. Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain to train in the outer sect. It appears we may not have the chance to meet frequently henceforth. Outer sect? Training? Xiao Junzhou was momentarily stunned. Was his senior sister speaking the truth? What reason would I have to deceive you? Skepticism crossed Xiao Junzhou's brow until Lu Xiaojin produced a wooden plaque, at which point some of his wariness dissipated. You truly intend to leave tomorrow? Lu Xiaojin nodded. Xiao Junzhou could hardly contain a smile, yet he restrained himself, for he was a good-hearted boy. Then I shall see you off tomorrow. Senior sister it would not do for him to remain at ease without personally bidding her farewell. Lu Xiaojin nodded, gesturing with the ointment in her hand. Very well, please rise, and I shall apply some medicine to you. Xiao Junzhou instinctively recoiled, his defenses up. Lu Xiaojin sighed with a bittersweet smile. Do you not trust me, junior brother? Alas, as a mere mortal incapable of cultivation, how can I truly call myself your senior sister? It is but a fanciful notion of mine. Perhaps you have never regarded me as such. No sooner had the words left her lips than a crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Xiao Junzhou was taken aback, though he had never truly considered Lu Xiaojin as his senior sister, and had indeed harbored some disdain for her. The bluntness of her confession rendered him completely at a loss. After all, they had shared years as senior and junior. Even devoid of deeper feelings, there remained some semblance of connection. Senior sister, it is not as you think. I merely wish for you to apply medicine to me. Please do not be distressed. Is that truly so, junior brother? Lu Xiaojin's resolve was palpable, her intentions simmering beneath the surface. Xiao Junzhou was an honest lad, never one to deceive. Though he had reluctantly acquiesced, his promise that Lu Xiaojin would tend to his wounds was unequivocal. Under the intensity of her gaze, he slowly and hesitantly extended his neck from the water. Senior sister, might you turn around and not look at me? Lu Xiaojin complied, silently retrieving a mirror. With years of experience in outsmarting her teacher, she found this task of stealthily assessing the situation to be quite manageable. Seeing Lu Xiaojin turn away, Xiao Junzhou exhaled in relief, believing her concern for him had prompted her to come and apply the medicine. Reflecting on his earlier misgivings about her, he felt he had been truly foolish. Senior sister, you are correct. Having never left Wuxin Peak, how could you know how to interact with others? My misunderstanding has caused you distress, and I am in the wrong. He lowered his head, his tone earnest. If you are angry, feel free to scold me. The honest and naive lad was caught in a moment of self-reflection. Meanwhile, the heartbroken Lu Xiaojin was desperately trying to wipe the condensation from the mirror with her sleeve. The steam from the hot spring was overwhelming. The mirror barely held its clarity for a few seconds before becoming fogged again. But could this deter Lu Xiaojin? In a flash, as she wiped the mirror, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Junzhou's physique. It was rather scandalous. Feigning gentleness, she reassured him. I have never been angry with you. Xiao Junzhou, feeling increasingly guilty, lowered his guard and approached Lu Xiaojin. Her eyes lit up. Through the misty mirror, she beheld the water cascading down his neck. His well-defined chest, his abdomen, unlike his back, which was unblemished, his front bore the shimmering marks of butterfly-like patterns. It appeared that the fusion of monster and human began on the front. These butterfly-like patterns, adorning his fair skin, resembled body art and were not unattractive. Descending further, she noted the area just below his navel, where his dantian lay. There it was. Through his skin, Lu Xiaojin could distinctly see Xiao Junzhou's dantian, crisscrossed with faintly glowing spiritual roots. Encased in a net-like structure for protection was a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. However, it appeared weak, its wings largely transparent, resembling the embryonic skin on Xiao Junzhou's face. Nonetheless, it was evident that the butterfly was in the process of self-restoration. She believed it would not be long before it fully recovered. Lu Xiaojin pursed her lips. It seemed that monsters indeed required the golden core stage to fully hatch. Individuals like Xiao Junzhou, gifted with exceptional talent, likely hatched prematurely. Yet this premature emergence evidently came at a cost, as evidenced by the damaged butterfly. At that moment, Xiao Junzhou had approached the edge of the pool, standing less than a meter away from Lu Xiaojin, instinctively shielding his chest with his hands. Senior sister, could you please hand me my clothes? My injury is on my shoulder, and wearing them would allow me to apply the medicine. Lu Xiaojin caught sight of his undergarments. Who bathes in undergarments? If he intended to flee, she would be unable to catch him. How could he not learn from their senior brother, who bathes in cold water without a stitch? Alas, the innocent junior brother remained just that. Innocent. One could not be too harsh on him. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaojin retrieved the garment from her storage bag and slyly pushed it forward as she faced away from Xiao Junzhou. This motion only distanced the garment further from him. Junior brother, your clothes are here. Please come and wear them. Lu Xiaojin spoke gently, kindly offering him a towel from her storage bag. Do not worry. I shall not look. Xiao Junzhou hesitated for a moment, then his eyes brimmed with gratitude. His senior sister had finally begun to act like a true senior. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice caught in his throat. Thank you. Senior sister, such a pure and innocent demeanor nearly tugged at Lu Xiaojin's conscience. Almost. The truth was, a heart as unfeeling as hers could hardly feel remorse. Xiao Junzhou, without a hint of suspicion, accepted the towel, draped it over his back and stepped out of the hot spring, heading toward the garment. He was determined to pass by Lu Xiaojin. He presumed that she had returned to normal and would not resort to her previous antics of taking advantage of the situation. After all, she had even prepared a towel for him, had she not? Xiao Junzhou held not a shred of doubt. Thus, as he passed by Lu Xiaojin, who suddenly turned and lunged toward him with an expression of fervor, he was left in shock, as though the world had collapsed around him. He even forgot to evade senior sister? His voice trembled, laden with heartbreak. Yet Lu Xiaojin paid no heed to his emotional turmoil and dove in. With water surrounding the hot spring, her leap caused her to slip, and she inadvertently knocked him to the ground. Ugh! In the midst of his broken heart, Xiao Junzhou fell hard, aggravating his injury, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. Blood spread from the wound, staining his fair skin a vivid crimson, rendering him even more striking. Yet shattered his eyes, glistening with a hint of red, stared blankly at Lu Xiaojin, the will to resist vanishing entirely. Senior sister, why? His voice quivered, laden with anguish as he questioned, why did you deceive me? I trusted you so completely. How could you betray that trust? Such a display would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Yet Lu Xiaojin, perhaps she was beyond such feelings. Why, you ask? Oh, how she had questioned him countless times in her past, only to find no answer. After all, once a person decides to deceive you, what is there to question? Did he truly believe that a deceiver would possess a conscience, that upon being questioned, they would suddenly repent and spare you? How naive of him! With a malicious grin, Lu Xiaojin pressed her hand against Xiao Junzhou's slick chest while deftly drawing a dagger. Truth be told, his well-defined muscles were commendable. Without hesitation, she thrust the dagger toward his dantian, aiming directly for the butterfly within. This time, she was determined to extract it. In her mind, she envisioned a forceful plunge, believing that the freshly sharpened dagger would pierce through entirely. Surely, the butterfly would meet its demise. However, the reality was starkly different. Despite her fierce attempt, she merely created a small incision on his abdomen that drew a single drop of blood before the wound miraculously healed. Healed? Lu Xiaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was undeniable. Her junior brother's abdominal muscles were impressive, like an impenetrable fortress. In the next moment, the shattered expression on Xiao Junzhou's face transformed. The clarity and innocence vanished, replaced by a knowing gaze directed at Lu Xiaojin. You can see. Blood splattered. A head tumbled. Chapter 38. What has Xikong Gonglin done with her blood? Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. The mist hung thickly in the air. The sound of rushing water echoed around her. Pain. Behind her came Xiao Junzhou's clear yet bashful voice. Senior sister, could you please hand me my clothes? My injury is on my shoulder, and wearing them would allow me to apply the medicine. First, wipe off the water from your body with a towel to avoid catching a chill. Xiao Junzhou was momentarily taken aback. His senior sister truly embodied the essence of a mature elder sister. Overcome with emotion, he approached her, taking the garments and towel from her hands. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Xiaojin shook her head, clutching her knees in pain, curling into a ball. Go ahead and change. I won't peek. Even if I did, it would be of no use, given the vast disparity in our current strengths. Even if he were to present his belly before me, I would be unable to breach it. I had forgotten. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, one must undergo body refinement. Even though Xiao Junzhou was the weakest presence on Wuxin Peak, he was still at the second stage of foundation establishment. Far beyond the reach of her current capabilities. It was evident that her choice to pursue body refinement was indeed the right one. After a rustling sound behind her, Xiao Junzhou's sincere voice rang out. Senior sister, I have put on my clothes. He was awaiting her to apply the medicine for him. She had no desire to administer that wretched ointment. Darn it! Not only did she fail to capture the monster, but now she also had to compensate with a bottle of the flesh-replenishing balm. Her grievances were heavier than a ghost's. However, having already spoken, she could not retract her offer to apply the medicine. As the elder sister, how could she maintain her dignity if she refused? Regardless, the medicine was procured from Xikong Gonglin. Alright, I understand. Liu Xiaojin took out the medicine bottle, her expression morose, and turned around. At that moment, Xiao Junzhou had already donned his garments, seated with his back to her. Due to his shoulder injury, he had pulled his clothing down slightly, exposing several inches of skin below his collarbone. Xiao Junzhou was naturally handsome with a fine physique. Although he had a righteous demeanor, this action amidst the swirling mist was somewhat alluring. One could not deny that sometimes the allure of concealment was more tantalizing than outright exposure. Who could resist such a temptation? Oh, but Liu Xiaojin could. It was challenging for her to regard him as anything more than an infantile figure, given his almost ethereal beauty with an expressionless face. Liu Xiaojin approached, squatting behind Xiao Junzhou, and retrieved the medicine bottle. Despite his righteous appearance, the tips of his ears flushed slightly red as he turned to glance at Liu Xiaojin, only to be taken aback. Is this the flesh-replenishing balm? The balm, a first-grade spiritual medicine, though not of high rank, was exceedingly rare in terms of its ingredients. The recipe was closely guarded, and with the adoration from female cultivators, it had become exorbitantly priced in the realm of cultivation. To her surprise, the senior sister was willing to use it on him. Yes, Liu Xiaojin nodded. It was given by our master. What was bestowed upon the senior sister by the master was hers to give. And thus, her willingness to apply it to him was a sincere gesture. Senior sister, you are truly kind to me. If possible, I would prefer not to be so. Liu Xiaojin replied expressionlessly. You are my junior brother. If I do not treat you well, who else could I be kind to? She took a generous amount of the flesh-replenishing balm and haphazardly applied it to Xiao Junzhou's wound. Although she had long known that spiritual medicine might possess remarkable effects, the balm's efficacy still exceeded Liu Xiaojin's expectations. The moment it was applied, the wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Liu Xiaojin stared in astonishment at the balm. If this were sold in the market, she would surely amass a fortune. Could mortals truly refine pills and medicines? She yearned for the rights to wield such skills. The original text had not mentioned that pill refining required spiritual power. Surely it was feasible? Liu Xiaojin's eyes brightened with hope. The outer sect taught various skills including pill refining and artifact crafting. Soon enough she would discover whether it was indeed possible. Her anticipation surged. All right, the medicine is applied. Liu Xiaojin glanced at the flesh-replenishing balm in her hand, deliberated for a moment, and reluctantly thrust the balm into Xiao Junzhou's hands. Xikong Gonglin was so generous with her. It would be too conspicuous for her to be stingy. She suddenly empathized with the pain of that day when she had pulled out the medicine bottle. Xiao Junzhou, dazed, accepted the balm, feeling increasingly touched. His tone sincere. Thank you, senior sister. Such a precious balm, and you are simply giving it away. Indeed, the senior sister's kindness had always been candid and unreserved. She cared for him deeply. However, she had also mentioned that she had grown up on Wuxin Peak, never having ventured beyond it, and had received no teachings, perhaps indicating that her feelings for him were not of romantic nature. Perhaps she simply did not realize it. That he must enlighten her. While pulling on his garments, he earnestly stated, Senior sister, you have grown up with us. Aside from Xiaoxi, you have only known us. It is only natural to develop a sense of reliance. But this is not love. Rest assured, if I have time in the future, I will take you out to explore. Once you have seen the vast world, you will no longer hold on to such obsessions as before. Liu Xiaojin met his sincere gaze and was momentarily taken aback. He appeared to be genuinely contemplating her earlier words. One could not deny that Xiao Junzhou was indeed a good person. He listened to everything she said. All right, senior sister will wait for you, she said, rising to prepare to leave. They were to head to the outer sect tomorrow, and she needed to retire early. However, she had squatted for too long, and after being injured as she stood up, her calf cramped, sending her tumbling into the water. She smiled. She could not swim perfect. This way she would not need to be scolded. She could drown herself instead. With a splash, she found herself submerged in the warm water, the sensation of suffocation quickly enveloping her. Death is like the wind, ever accompanying me. Senior sister, with a sudden cry as Liu Xiaojin struggled, she was swiftly pulled up. Another day of survival. Senior sister, are you all right? The moment Xiao Junzhou grasped Liu Xiaojin's waist, his body trembled. The soft warm spring water enveloped her, and the vitality of youth surged within him, causing his face and neck to flush a deep red. He swallowed hard, daring not to meet Liu Xiaojin's gaze, and swiftly placed her back on the shore, retreating a few steps to consume a calming pill from his storage pouch. Liu Xiaojin had just regained her senses from the near drowning when she found herself on the shore. She coughed out large gulps of water, wiping her face dry, only to catch sight of a dark aura rising behind Xiao Junzhou. The next moment, she saw him hastily shoving a pill into his mouth. Then the dark aura vanished, disappeared. Lu Xiaojin's eyes widened. That pill could not possibly have been concocted using her blood, could it? What had Xikong Gonglin done with her blood? Chapter 39. The old man is building an industry chain using my blood? Initially, she thought Xikong Gonglin merely took her blood on the full moon and new moon, filling large basins with it, nearly draining her to the brink of death. Clearly, he needed her blood for some purpose. She had assumed he was nearing death from his inner demons, waiting for her blood to sustain him. What an exhilarating possibility! So much so that when she had been bled previously, she had felt a strange excitement. She anticipated the day when Xikong Gonglin could no longer suppress his inner demons, and she would take the opportunity to strike him down with a dagger. Who would have thought? Xikong Gonglin's use of her blood served not only his own needs but was also given to others. Lu Xiaojin's face flushed with indignation. She took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Perhaps Xikong Gonglin was truly on the verge of being tormented to death by his inner demons. As for this medicine, perhaps the old man had merely bestowed it upon her out of pity for his disciple. Yes, think positively, perhaps Xikong Gonglin would perish tomorrow? Lu Xiaojin smiled, her gaze fixed intently on the medicine bottle in Xiao Juanzhou's hand. Junior brother, what kind of pill do you have there? Quickly tell me how precious it is. Tell me how rare it is, or I might just strangle that old man Xikong Gonglin. However, although Xiao Juanzhou's face was flushed, and he seemed quite shy when discussing the pill, his tone was rather casual. It's a calming pill. Doesn't senior sister have any? Calming pill. Lu Xiaojin smiled. What a coincidence, she indeed had some. In fact, more than one bottle. Thus, it indirectly indicated that the pill was not particularly rare. The first-grade calming pill was quite common. The original text had mentioned that this pill could calm the mind and dispel inner demons, but only available at Tianyun sect. The recipe was kept secret, rendering it impossible to gather the herbs and refine it independently. The second-grade calming pill was worth its weight in gold. Consequently, Tianyun sect had profited immensely, becoming one of the wealthiest sects among the major factions. It was needless to say that this calming pill was certainly refined using her blood, for according to the heavenly tier cultivation methods, only the blood of a pure body could suppress inner demons. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth. She had thought she was cunningly waiting for the day her inner demons would take down Xikong Gonglin, only to discover that the old man had already constructed a twisted industry chain. No wonder he kept draining her blood. It turned out he was waiting for her. Very well, this was a game he wanted to play? Now it was an industry chain. What would come next? Would he perhaps even upgrade to an industrial park? Xikong Gonglin, how dare you? Lu Xiaojin cursed under her breath while maintaining a gentle smile on her face. Of course I have some. After all, how could my master not care for me? After all, it was her blood that was being drawn. Cursing softly, Xiao Juanzhou noticed that Lu Xiaojin's expression seemed a bit off. Just as he was about to console her, he caught sight of her wet clothes. The robe was oversized, but once soaked, it clung to her figure, outlining her not-so-curvaceous form. Xiao Juanzhou immediately averted his gaze, stiffening as he dared only to look at Lu Xiaojin's face. Her complexion, slightly flushed from anger, contrasted with her usual pale visage from excessive blood loss, rendering her an appealing sight. With damp hair clinging to her cheeks, her gaze remained clear and gentle, unknowingly alluring. She became even more captivating. Xiao Juanzhou's face and neck flushed crimson as he hastily retreated several steps, unable to dare glance at Lu Xiaojin even for a moment. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin was fervently berating Xikong Gonglin, oblivious to his discomfort, and waved her hand dismissively. No sooner had the words left her lips than Xiao Juanzhou fled as if in a panic. Once outside the cave, a cool breeze swept over him, the damp fabric of his clothes chilling against his skin, jolting him back to reality. What had he been thinking just now? His senior sister had only just returned to normalcy. Finally grasping their relationship, how could he let his heart waver? Xiao Juanzhou swallowed another calming pill, striving to regain his composure. After Xiao Juanzhou departed, Lu Xiaojin did not hurry to leave. Instead, she shed her garments and submerged herself in the hot spring. Ah, how delightful! After luxuriating for a while, she retrieved a doll from her storage bag by the pool's edge, stabbing it repeatedly with needles inscribed with the name Xikong Gonglin. Die, old scoundrel! Such wickedness must be dealt with. You must ensure Xikong Gonglin meets his end. Achoo! Xikong Gonglin sneezed. Is something amiss, master? He shook his head. Nothing. Has Xiaojin managed her affairs outside? Rest assured, master, everything has been arranged. The young attendant pondered for a moment before continuing. However, master, the outside world is arduous. Might it be too much for senior sister to conceal her identity? The caring young attendant, initially pitying Lu Xiaojin, now felt a surge of jealousy. It was unnecessary for him to voice such concerns. That night, atop a peak of Tianyun sect, someone stealthily released a carrier pigeon. At that moment, a message reached Xinghui sect. Master, a letter has arrived. The elder responded with a calm demeanor. Set it aside. Tomorrow I shall enter seclusion. Do not disturb unless it is urgent. Yes, master. The young disciple bowed, preparing to take his leave, but hesitated to add, however, it seems this pigeon is sent by 7th senior brother. The elder's eyes widened. Old 7? Isn't he hiding in Tianyun sect? For years, he has concealed himself, fearing suspicion from Sikong Gonglin, not daring to make a move. If he suddenly sends word, it must be of great importance. Quickly, bring me the letter. The young disciple was taken aback by the elder's uncharacteristic display of emotion. However, he soon realized that after so many years of old 7's disappearance, the master must certainly miss him dearly. How could he not be moved upon receiving news? With a surge of sentiment, the young disciple hurriedly presented the letter. After reading it, the elder's face lit up with excitement. Has he finally decided to release her from Wuxin Peak? He waved his hand energetically. Quick! Summon Chuxiu. Chuxiu arrived promptly, bowing. Master. Chuxiu, tomorrow marks the final day for Tianyun sect to recruit outer disciples. I need you to conceal your identity and enter Tianyun sect as an outer disciple. Chuxiu was puzzled. Why? You are to seek someone on my behalf. Who are we searching for? The direct disciple of the Tianyun sect's master. Chuxiu was taken aback. The direct disciple? In normal circumstances, various sects would hold gatherings and trials, and it was common for direct disciples to spar with one another. He was not unfamiliar with the direct disciples of Tianyun sect, of whom there were 6. He recognized 5, yet this second direct disciple was someone he had never heard of. Previously, he had been curious about her and had inquired with Xiaojin, but upon hearing the name, Xiaojin had grown silent, leaving him to believe that this second direct disciple had perished early. However, it seemed there was more to the story than that. Perished early? No, the elder shook his head. She is simply hidden away by that old scoundrel Sikong. Not only Chuxiu, but even the inner disciples of Tianyun sect knew little of this senior sister. They would occasionally jest when encountering Xiaoxi, but otherwise, her name was rarely mentioned. If the inner disciples were unaware, the other sects would be even more in the dark. Chuxiu was perplexed but still bowed. What is her name? Unknown. How do we find her? Knowing the name is of little use. Sikong Gonglin's caution will ensure she remains concealed under an alias. Then how can I locate her? She is an ordinary person, unable to cultivate it. I suspect she will be the weakest girl among the outer disciples. Chuxiu paused. Is she a girl? Indeed, Chuxiu pursed his lips. I understand what I must do. The elder nodded. Though she is an ordinary person, Sikong will surely employ means to make her appear extraordinary. You must remain vigilant. He handed Chuxiu a jade pendant. This pendant will conceal your cultivation. Be sure not to reveal any flaws. Chuxiu accepted the pendant, filled with questions, and asked, why does the master go to such lengths to hide this direct disciple? Why do you seek her so desperately? No need for further questions. Just know that she is of great importance to me, to the sect, and indeed to the entire realm of cultivation. Chuxiu was astonished and increasingly confused, yet he refrained from asking further. Yes, I shall head to Tianyun sect at once. Go. Meanwhile, other sects received the news as well. Overwhelmed with excitement, they dispatched their most talented disciples to rush to Tianyun sect for the outer disciples' trials. Fearing they would miss the opportunity for recruitment, each departing disciple received a stern reminder. Understood. Thus, on the morrow, the entrance to Tianyun sect was a gathering of talents, each with their own motives. Water and fire dual spiritual roots, enter. Fire spiritual root, enter. 5 spiritual roots, enter. The purer the spiritual root, the greater the talent. Conversely, the more mixed, such as the 5 spiritual roots, the lesser the talent. However, as long as one possessed a spiritual root, there was a chance to hatch the worm egg. Thus all were given the opportunity for the trial. Those who failed the trial would have to leave, while those without spiritual roots would be barred from entry altogether, lacking even the qualification to participate. This year's disciples seemed to possess greater innate talent than in previous years. The disciples laughed and chatted. The onlookers, all young children, gazed enviously at the disciples' uniforms, silently vowing to succeed in the trials. Young master, the master said you must wear these knee pads. The weather has turned cold, and catching a chill would not be good. The servant glanced at the towering heavenly ladder, his lips twitching. I think I'll just wait here. With the young master's physique, it would be a miracle if he could climb up. A young girl in splendid attire lifted her chin, brimming with confidence. What do you mean sneaking off? I left him a note, didn't I? Just wait, one day when I achieve success, my brother will have to kneel and bow to me. The maidservant replied. Shall I kneel for you now? At that moment, beneath the heavenly ladder, the atmosphere was lively. Groups of aspiring youths eagerly ascended. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin, clad in a simple dress, clung to Xiao Juanzhou's sword, terrified of falling, her face caught in a daze from the rushing wind. Ah, the wind is so strong. It feels like it's slapping my face. The gusts filled her mouth, and she had thought that Xiao Juanzhou would escort her to the outer sect. But instead, he had led her away from the crowd, flying down the heavenly ladder. Only then did Lu Xiaojin realize that beneath the mountain gate's barrier lay an even longer heavenly ladder. Senior sister. We have arrived. Xiao Juanzhou, avoiding the crowd waiting for the trials below, lifted Lu Xiaojin off the ground. Arrived? Lu Xiaojin stared up, bewildered at the towering heavenly ladder. What are we doing here? Isn't it time for me to report to the outer sect? Concealing her identity, she transformed from Lu Jin to Lu Xiaojin. It would have been better to remain unhidden. Master said Wu Xinpi can support senior sister for a lifetime. Lu Xiaojin retorted. Who is supporting whom? Does Xikong Gonglin not have a clue? How could Tianyun sect be so wealthy? Do spirit stones just fall from the sky? She grumbled. Xiao Juanzhou, dressed in the garb of a direct disciple, could not linger there for long. After giving Lu Xiaojin a few instructions, he took flight on his sword. Lu Xiaojin, her hair tousled and her legs trembling, began her ascent up the heavenly ladder. By this time, many people had already gathered on the ladder. Ahead, a girl of about 16 or 17 stood with her hands on her hips, a confident smile on her face. It's just a heavenly ladder. Can it possibly defeat me? As it turned out, it could. The stronger one's own abilities, the greater the gravitational constraints imposed. Regardless of who it was, the climb became increasingly arduous. Except for Lu Xiaojin. With her pure physique, she was unaffected by the limitations. The confident girl soon found herself exhausted, collapsing onto the ladder, reaching out to grab Lu Xiaojin's skirt. I, the fifth princess of Huashu Kingdom. Carry me up and I shall grant you a title. Lu Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Really, a princess? But in the next moment, a woman riding a 7-colored bird sword passed from above. Nearby, someone pointed at the bird and quietly disparaged her. Did you see that? That's the princess of Jinwu Kingdom, now that's royal treatment. You without even a mount claiming to be a princess? Who are you trying to fool? Lu Xiaojin thought. Oh no, I've encountered a scam. Anti-fraud app, it urgently needs to be promoted to our realm of cultivation. Chapter 41. Princess, do not deceive others. Previously, Lu Xiaojin was indifferent to the promotion of the anti-fraud app, however, now she meticulously analyzes every word. I digress. Yet, when confronted with this young girl sprawled on the ground, exhausted and resembling a lifeless corpse, claiming to be the fifth princess of the Huashu Kingdom and insisting on bestowing her a noble title, Lu Xiaojin genuinely believed her. Well, whether this girl is truly the fifth princess of the Huashu Kingdom is of little consequence. But she mentioned conferring a title upon her. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? In that fleeting moment, Lu Xiaojin envisioned herself having completed her journey in the realm of cultivation, adorned with the title of a lord, indulging in a life of luxury in the Huashu Kingdom. However, just as she had settled on this daydream, it shattered. Lu Xiaojin glanced down at the girl, her enthusiasm waning. Miss, we do not engage in deceit in the realm of cultivation. The girl's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade. Whether from anger or embarrassment at being exposed, it was hard to tell, but she appeared even redder. With a defiant tone she retorted. I am not lying. I am indeed the fifth princess of the Huashu Kingdom. If you carry me up, I will have my royal brother bestow a title upon you. The girl's voice was not loud, yet amidst a crowd exhausted from their arduous ascent up the heavenly ladder, such a statement commanded attention. Consequently, those nearby, while struggling to climb, turned their gazes toward the girl and Lu Xiaojin. To their surprise, they found Lu Xiaojin standing out amidst the weary crowd, exuding an air of vitality. Although Lu Xiaojin was also drenched in sweat, surrounded by those hunched over and barely able to stand upright, she appeared remarkably out of place. It was no wonder this girl had latched onto her. The fifth princess of the Huashu Kingdom. One person scoffed, pointing to a girl soaring above on the back of a colorful bird. Then where is your mount? A princess from the Golden Crow Kingdom does not need to undergo the trials of the heavenly ladder but directly rides the colorful bird into the inner gate. How can a dignified princess of the Huashu Kingdom still require such trials? This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. The atmosphere was filled with merriment both above and below the heavenly ladder. If this princess desired a mount, I could have as many as I wanted, but I am not interested. The girl raised her flushed head, brimming with disdain. This princess intends to enter the Tianyun sect based on her own abilities. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Clearly disbelieving Liu Xiaojin shared their skepticism that it wasn't that she thought a princess couldn't prove herself. Rather, this girl had clung tightly to her dress, having tried several times to shake her off without success. She had latched onto her. What kind of princess would engage in such deceit? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Liu Xiaojin patted the girl's hand. Princess, what is your surname? She needed to ascertain whether this girl was a significant character in the narrative. Typically, important characters are potential seeds for becoming formidable entities. Should she be one, Liu Xiaojin would promptly kick her aside. I am the 5th princess of the Huashu kingdom, naturally of the Huashu clan. Liu Xiaojin stroked her chin. Very well, she had never heard of such a name. A charming little waste of potential. Liu Xiaojin's opinion of her improved considerably. Nevertheless, just to be cautious, she asked again, what is your name? Upon hearing this, the girl perked up. It is said that millions of miles to the northwest lies an ancient divine kingdom named Huashu, which boasts a divine tree that reaches the heavens. Known as Jianmu, Liu Xiaojin replied. So, your name is Jianmu? No, Jianmu is my royal brother. My name is Fusong of the Huashu clan Fusong. Very well, confirmation received. She was indeed an obscure little waste. Liu Xiaojin felt quite satisfied. With a stoic expression, she began to pry Fusong's fingers off her dress. Waste should not engage in deceit. Princess, please release my hand and I won't. Fusong clutched her skirt even tighter. You look quite capable of climbing. Carry me up, and I shall have you bestowed a title. Empty promises about titles were meaningless. Liu Xiaojin had long abandoned any mundane desire for such accolades. I am a person of modest aspirations. I have no interest in titles. Fusong, clearly taken aback, could hardly fathom that someone could be so indifferent to worldly glamour. In her astonishment, she tightened her grip on Liu Xiaojin's skirt. Then what do you desire? If you carry this princess up, I can grant you anything. Liu Xiaojin desired nothing at all. Primarily, this little princess seemed to possess nothing of worth. Apart from her seemingly pilfered fineries, what could she offer? Thus Liu Xiaojin's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any worldly ambition. No need, I desire nothing. Fusong, growing anxious, immediately rummaged through her bundle, searching for something substantial. Liu Xiaojin was startled. Could it be that she had misjudged this little princess? Was she truly capable of bestowing a title? This piqued her curiosity. Those nearby were equally intrigued, awaiting the little princess to produce some precious item from her bundle. Then the little princess revealed a straw doll she had woven with great enthusiasm, presenting it to Liu Xiaojin. This I made with my own hands, the only one of its kind in the world, extremely precious. Now I bestow it upon you. Carry me up. The crowd was left speechless. They had anticipated too much. Liu Xiaojin stared at the crooked, unimpressive straw doll in silence. It must be acknowledged that this was indeed crafted by the little girl herself. While it might lack conventional value, it held sentimental weight. However, this particular straw doll was so unappealing that she couldn't perceive any emotional attachment. The word precious spoken by Fusong felt rather exaggerated. Yet, Fusong spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity. Liu Xiaojin bit her lip. This girl, could she possibly be suffering from a touch of delusion? Oh well, considering they were both wastes, bringing her along to stir up trouble in the outer gate would be quite amusing. Very well, I shall take you up, but carrying you is out of the question. I will merely pull you along. If it works, it works. If not, you must let go. Fusong pondered for a moment, gazing at the seemingly endless heavenly ladder, before decisively agreeing. All right. Liu Xiaojin then accepted the straw doll, casually stowing it in her bundle. This bundle was a gift from Xiaojun, intended to keep her presence concealed. In reality, the bundle contained her storage bag. She tossed the straw doll into the storage bag, secretly planning to inscribe the 8 characters of Sikong Gonglin into this unsightly doll later. Die old dang! After securing the straw doll, Liu Xiaojin extended her hand toward Fusong. Let us proceed. Princess, however, just as she grasped the delicate hand of Fusong, her dress was seized once again. Help me, Liu Xiaojin exclaimed. What now? Is it only her who can engage in deceit? Chapter 42. If you won't let me enter the outer gate, then don't enter at all. Engaging in deceit was one thing, but now it was a bunch of men. Seriously, how shameless could they be? Even if she were to fetch a cart, it was unlikely she could haul these burly men up. How ridiculous! Liu Xiaojin glanced up the heavenly ladder and then back down. In this layer, those unable to move were all wastes, including Fusong and this group of men. That if everyone was a waste, Liu Xiaojin would still be willing to drag them up for a bit of chaos. However, regardless of how incompetent male cultivators might be, their chances of breeding monsters were greater than female cultivators. Hadn't she noticed that almost all elders and above in the Tianyun sect were male cultivators? Get off me! Liu Xiaojin glared at the men clinging to her skirt. The men refused to let go. We can make straw dolls too. And ours will undoubtedly be more appealing. Take us along as well? Fusang, infuriated, retorted. How can your dolls compare to this princess's? The men shot her a glare. But you really think of yourself as a princess? I am indeed a princess. The men ignored her again, turning back to Lu Xiaojin. I have silver. If you take me up, I can give you all my silver. In the realm of cultivation, silver was useless, spirit stones held value. Yet here they were, attempting to purchase Lu Xiaojin's labor. Their actions were a blatant disruption of the labor market. Lu Xiaojin remained unfazed. Let go, seeing that she had not relinquished her grip. Fusang, feeling touched, tightened her hold even more. One man, seeing her indifference, gritted his teeth. If you don't take me up, I'll tear your dress. If I don't go up, you won't either. Fusang's eyes widened in disbelief. You shameless wretch. Lu Xiaojin was equally astonished. Since arriving in this world, no one had ever threatened her so brazenly. Monsters had always directly targeted her. Accustomed to such encounters, she was taken aback by this lifeless threat. Feeling a hint of gratitude in her moment of surprise, she tightened her belt and kicked the man down. With that kick, the man tumbled down several steps. Once he regained his composure and looked up again, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. You dare treat me this way? I will not let you off. Just wait. Once I enter the outer gate, you will see how I deal with you. Lu Xiaojin. He hasn't even entered the outer gate yet, and he dares to make such threats? If he truly did enter, wouldn't he just climb on top of her and make a mess? Could she tolerate that? Thus she shot a glance at the men still clinging to her dress. Are you not going to let go? Seeing her so ruthless, kicking at will, a few individuals instantly trembled and released their hold. What astonished them most was that she still possessed the strength to kick. How formidable she was. Who would dare provoke her? As soon as they let go, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Lu Xiaojin released Fusang's hand and descended several steps. Why was she still going down? My goodness, isn't she tired? After such a strenuous effort to climb here, she simply decided to descend? Has she lost her mind? Initially believing that Lu Xiaojin had a compelling reason to descend, they were taken aback when she calmly approached the man from earlier, smiling. You just said you wouldn't let me go. Right? She sighed dramatically. Oh, I am so terrified. The crowd. That it was not apparent at all. The man wore an uneasy expression. What do you intend to do? Oh, nothing much, she replied. I just thought, since you entered the outer sect, and you let me off, then perhaps you should just not enter the outer sect with that. She kicked again. The crowd. This woman is incredibly fierce and audacious. Not only the group attempting the heavenly ladder trial but even the disciples guarding beside it were left dumbfounded. Their eyes wide open. They had overseen trials for many years but had never witnessed such behavior. An inner sect disciple furrowed his brow. Fighting is not allowed during the heavenly ladder trial. There was no fighting, Lu Xiaojin replied sweetly. I merely observed that this fellow's heart is unstable and thought that a few more trials would aid his future cultivation, so I wanted to lend him a hand. The inner disciple fell silent. While one could argue that Lu Xiaojin's actions were inappropriate, the man indeed lacked virtue, and since she had not inflicted any serious harm, he chose to turn a blind eye and retreated into the shadows. Seeing that the inner sect disciple did not intervene, the rest of the onlookers were filled with shock and trepidation. This woman is so fierce that even passing dogs might receive a kick. Although Lu Xiaojin had felt somewhat fatigued after this brief respite, she was invigorated. She took out some water from her pack, drank deeply, and then slowly ascended the steps, extending her hand towards Fusang. Shall we go? Fusang, her face filled with joy, grasped her hand. Despite her frail stature, she managed to stand up and began to climb up with great effort. How could she move so effortlessly? She simply ascends when she says so and descends when she pleases? This is the heavenly ladder enhanced by gravity. No matter who you are, once you step onto this ladder, everyone finds it equally challenging to move. The higher one's rank, the greater the gravitational force. Consequently, even those at the initial cultivation stage find it quite arduous. Yet, Lu Xiaojin appeared unaffected, not only moving with ease but also helping to pull along a burden, effortlessly continuing her ascent. Truly, she possessed remarkable willpower and physical strength. In an instant, admiration filled the eyes of those around her. Anyone who had managed to climb this far. She still planned to kick him. Cultivating immortality? What nonsense! Let him endure the trials here at his own pace. I'm so exhausted I might die. The higher they went, the stronger the gravity became. Initially able to hunch forward by the sixth step, many were forced to rely on their walking sticks. Numerous individuals had already succumbed to the gravitational pressure, unable to rise. The gravity experienced by those at the initial cultivation stage was dozens of times that of others, and the stick in their hands was nearly crushed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin leisurely nibbled on a piece of cake, dragging Fusang upward. She even offered Fusang a piece of cake and a water bottle, chattering away. You were just busy making scarecrows down the mountain, weren't you? Not a drop of water brought along. If it weren't for me, you'd be in real trouble. The initial cultivator. She still had the energy to scold others. Chapter 43. He sought to challenge the authority and influence of Xikong Gonglin, dragging her into a life of danger together. Lu Xiaojin had always believed that useless individuals should coexist harmoniously. How else could they withstand the harshness of this world? Regarding Fusang, the epitome of uselessness, Lu Xiaojin initially treated her with kindness, offering support and assistance. It was everyone's duty to cherish the worthless. After all, however, only those who love the useless truly understand the depths of their shortcomings. They were climbing the heavenly ladder, a towering ascent into the clouds. Everyone should know that before climbing, one ought to bring some food, at the very least, some water. When asked what she was looking at, she remained silent, her eyes practically glued to Lu Xiaojin's water bottle. It dawned on Lu Xiaojin that this girl seemed to have never had a sip of water. You didn't bring any water, did you? Fusang, with cracked lips, stubbornly replied. As a princess, how could I possibly carry my own water? No questions asked. It was simply a matter of royal dignity. Lu Xiaojin. The key point is that she didn't even have a maid beside her. But one cannot truly allow a useless person to perish from thirst here. Of course, she had to indulge her. Fortunately, she had extra water bottles in her storage ring. Thus, Lu Xiaojin pulled out another bottle from her not-so-large pack. Here. Drink up. At this moment, Fusang set aside her royal airs and gulped down the water eagerly. After drinking, she fixed her gaze on the piece of cake in Lu Xiaojin's hand. Goodness, she had completely latched onto her. Lu Xiaojin refused to give her any, yet Fusang remained silent, simply staring longingly at the cake in her hand with a pitiful expression. She maintained her royal dignity, uttering not a single word nor asking for even a crumb. Lu Xiaojin, left with no choice, had to press a piece of cake into her hands. Eat. Exhausted and nearly wilting, Fusang looked at her with teary eyes, gratitude shining through her tears, and without a thought for her trembling legs. She sat down on the steps and began to eat. As she chewed, she remarked, "This princess has never tasted anything so dreadful in her life." Yet she continued to munch away, finding it rather delicious. Lu Xiaojin. Look at how starved this child is. Who could tell the difference between her and a refugee? As midday approached and the sun shone brightly, Lu Xiaojin settled down beside a tree for shade, slowly nibbling on the cakes prepared by Xiaojin. To her surprise, they were quite tasty. Not far away, a girl in simple clothing glanced at Lu Xiaojin thoughtfully before continuing her slow ascent under the blazing sun. Lu Xiaojin leisurely peered down the heavenly ladder. She spotted the man struggling up just a few steps away, his eyes bloodshot from exertion. How hard he was trying. How touching. Lu Xiaojin cheerfully approached him, grinning. Hey brother, the man. The others laboring up the steps. This woman has truly lost her mind. The man's face turned pale, his already crimson eyes now glinting with a hint of bloodthirst. What do you want? He snarled. Stupid woman, this is the territory of Tianyun sect. Let me tell you, I have already inquired. There is a law enforcement hall down the mountain. If I tell the people from the law enforcement hall about this, even if you pass the trial, you won't be allowed into Tianyun sect. The man had wised up a bit, lowering his voice to sound more sinister, like a venomous snake. Lu Xiaojin. Even if I pass the trial, I still won't be allowed into Tianyun sect. Is that true, my friend? You really think you can throw me out? Lu Xiaojin's eyes welled with tears. After several days in this world, he was the first to speak such warm words to her. He must be challenging Xikong Gonglin's authority and power, planning to lead her into a life of escapism together. Though perhaps it was an impossible dream with that little frame of his, he would hardly stand a chance against Xikong Gonglin. But he had that spirit. Truly, she felt like crying. Really? Where is the law enforcement hall? Lu Xiaojin's tears flowed freely, her face filled with anticipation. Shall we go now? Perhaps it could work out. Although the law enforcement hall was filled with Xikong Gonglin's people, surely they wouldn't recognize her? She was willing. The man, meeting Lu Xiaojin's tear-streaked face, mistakenly believed she was frightened. His smile turned even more sinister, like a venomous snake. Are you scared? Knowing fear is a good thing. An apology is unnecessary. As long as you carry me up the heavenly ladder, we can consider our grievances settled. Lu Xiaojin? Carry you up? Come on, don't you know your own weight? Forget about you. Even carrying Fusang, I wouldn't be able to manage it. Did he not see how long this heavenly ladder was? How about we go to the law enforcement hall first? Lu Xiaojin still held a glimmer of hope. The man narrowed his eyes, his anger causing his chest to heave. You truly believe the law enforcement hall can't do anything to you? Let me tell you, even if the law enforcement hall doesn't intervene, you won't escape the consequences of your actions against me on the heavenly ladder. Even if you pass the heavenly ladder trial, I can still make your life miserable in the outer sect. Do you believe me? He was not lacking in intimidation. Xiaojin sighed that it seemed her attempt at escapism would not come to fruition. Since that was the case, the villain should display the pitiful demeanor of a villain. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the man, Xiaojin lifted her leg and kicked. How stupid, woman, I'll curse your ancestors. A mountain bird took flight in alarm. The watching disciples? The crowd? She still had the strength to kick. Those who had entertained thoughts of mediating and showcasing themselves to the disciples of Tianyun sect instantly fell silent. Mediate? What nonsense! This woman did not appear to be a good person at all. Who knows if they will be kicked together? She lifted the water to her lips. Just as a chubby little figure in splendid attire approached with a woeful expression that he croaked in a hoarse voice, gazing longingly at Xiaojin. Could you possibly? Xiaojin. Despite having just kicked someone, how dare anyone approach her for a handout? Chapter 44. The original owner's betrothed? A love-struck fool in the realm of cultivation. Clearly, Xiaojin had misjudged the little chubster before her. After a lengthy moment of awkwardness, as Xiaojin prepared to extend her foot to kick him too, he awkwardly managed to utter, "Could I have a sip of water?" His throat was parched, as if it were about to ignite. Only then did Xiaojin take a careful look at the little chubster. Once fair and tender, his complexion was now reddened and darkened by the sun. As if he were about to shed a layer of skin, he looked wilted, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. I didn't realize that the trial required climbing a ladder. So I didn't bring any water. All the water is with my servant. Glancing at the little chubster, then at Fusang, Xiaojin couldn't help but notice the striking similarity between the two, both adorned in extravagant clothing yet with empty pockets. I want to drink your water for free. The little chubster's voice sounded like a knife scraping. I'll pay you. Whatever you want, I can provide payment. He hadn't even produced a single silver note. Forget it. Take the previous princess of Jinwu country. Though she was only at the qi refining stage, she was still able to ride her steed straight into the inner sect. With a sigh, Xiaojin handed the little chubster a water flask. Drink up. As her words fell, the little chubster snatched the flask and gulped it down voraciously, nearly choking in the process. Slow down, Xiaojin cautioned, fearing he might suffocate right there. There's plenty more. At that moment, the plain-clothed girl cast a peculiar glance at Xiaojin but said nothing, merely clutching her bundle tightly and continuing her ascent. After quenching his thirst, the little chubster felt rejuvenated and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Sister, you are truly kind. I know you seek neither fame nor fortune, so if you ever need my assistance, I will do my utmost. Xiaojin. Just a moment ago, he mentioned offering money. This little fellow had certainly set the stage for himself. Xiaojin refrained from commenting further, simply handing him 2 more pastries. The little chubster was so moved that tears streamed down his face as he clutched the pastries and the water flask, nearly bursting into tears right there. Ultimately, he did not cry. Tears require energy, and he was too exhausted for that. Thus, the 3 of them sat leisurely on the cool stone steps, munching on pastries. Xiaojin produced the last of her jerky, dividing it into several pieces. Fusang and the little chubster were once again moved to the brink of tears. I've never tasted such delicious jerky in my life. Xiaojin. Clearly, she was the affluent one among the trio. The other 2 were destitute. After finishing their meal, Xiaojin took Fusang's hand and continued their ascent. The little chubster lagged behind, his legs trembling as he climbed beyond the 6th step. The gravitational pull began to exceed what one could endure. Even with Xiaojin supporting her, Fusang found it increasingly difficult to stand. Reluctantly, Xiaojin sought out a sturdy stick for her. After a moment of silence, she found an even thicker stick for the little chubster. Sister, thank you so much. The little chubster was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Oh wait, those were not tears. They were all sweat. Xiaojin waved her hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial act. The way Fusang looked at her was akin to the reverence one might hold for a deity, a worship born from the depths of despair. Not only Fusang and the chubster, but others as well found the ascent increasingly arduous. Even the initial cultivators saw their pace drastically decline after the 8th step. Those who managed to reach the 8th step were practically dragging themselves along the stairs and handholds, inching their way upward. Fusang and the little chubster were no exception. Meanwhile, Xiaojin stayed by, occasionally assisting Fusang. The little chubster grew slower with each passing moment, collapsing onto the stone steps, utterly fatigued, on the brink of fainting. Yet he still strained to move upward. However, Lu Xiaojin was not concerned about him collapsing. The disciples nearby would carry the unconscious back down the mountain. How considerate! Not to mention the trial of the heavenly ladder. Seeing the little chubster's hands and feet bloodied, Lu Xiaojin contemplated and finally said, "If you voluntarily give up, someone will take you down the mountain." Surprisingly, the little chubster remained stubborn. "I must pass the heavenly ladder trial. I must become a disciple of the Tianyun sect." He gritted his teeth and continued to climb, a look of determination in his eyes. "Someone is waiting for me at the Tianyun sect." Ah, that resolute and passionate gaze evoked the essence of beautiful love. Everyone around was moved. Lu Xiaojin? Love? A taboo in the realm of cultivation. This little fellow was attempting to tread the path of demonic descent while still yearning for love. Lu Xiaojin silently regarded the little chubster. Given his ineptitude, he likely wouldn't reach the golden core stage. Demonic descent? Nonsense, those beneath the golden core were not qualified for such a fate. "Who is waiting for you?" Exhausted yet curious, the little chubster gasped. "My fiancée Fusang. Has she already passed the trial?" The little chubster chuckled bitterly. "She is already a disciple of the Tianyun sect." Fusang looked on in envy. The next moment, the little chubster continued. "She is a direct disciple." Lu Xiaojin perked up with interest. A direct disciple? The Tianyun sect had numerous elders, yet apart from the sect leader, the other elders typically had only one or two direct disciples. Female disciples were a rare sight, hardly mentioned in the original text. That if this topic arose, she would certainly be awake. Lu Xiaojin eagerly joined the conversation. "Which elder is her direct disciple?" The little chubster sighed. "The sect leader." "The sect leader's direct disciple?" Aside from Lu Xiaojin, the sect leader's other direct disciples were all male. If the betrothed was female, then she could only be the second direct disciple they were looking for. A direct disciple with a partner? The initial cultivators exchanged glances, slowing their pace, pondering whether they could glean some information from the little chubster. Lu Xiaojin. "The sect leader's direct disciple? Your fiancé? No way. Could these two phrases refer to the same person? Wait a moment. This little chubster's fiancé couldn't possibly be her, could it? Where did the original owner conjure up an unwed spouse? The original text had never mentioned this. Could it be that he was trying to pull a fast one? It was evident that today was not her lucky day. She had been repeatedly swindled. Yet, ever vigilant, Lu Xiaojin asked, "My friend, what is your name?" "Zhang Yuxi." The little chubster gasped. "I am Zhang Yuxi." Zhang Yuxi. Lu Xiaojin's mind buzzed out. Oh no, this seemingly inconspicuous little chubster was actually a significant character from the original text. Chapter 45. The female protagonist's ultimate lackey. Zhang Yuxi. Lu Xiaojin was truly naive. Really, she only saw the little chubster as useless now, forgetting that fortunes can shift over time. One should not judge by appearances. This little fellow was destined to become a wealthy merchant. He would establish shops around the world, building a commercial empire as the ultimate lackey. Yes, a lackey, Zhang Yuxi, the heir of the Zhang family from Jinwu country, a male supporting character, and the ultimate lackey for the female protagonist. He was truly devoted. Whenever the female protagonist caused destruction, he would compensate for her losses. Whether she demolished a shop or the royal palace, he would be the one to foot the bill. He was essentially a devoted follower, always able to track her down with pinpoint accuracy. Compensating for her damages. Despite such expenses, he still carried a wealth of money. Truly, he was extraordinarily wealthy. He understood the principle of making money from money. It felt as though all the silver in the world was tucked away in his pockets. As for why he never ascended to the position of a male lead, the main reason was that he was merely a merchant in a cultivation narrative. What use is money? Cultivation is the true path. Thus Zhang Yuxi in the end achieved nothing. Wait a moment. Zhang Yuxi was a character who only appeared later when the female protagonist ventured down the mountain. So the question arises, why is a character who appears later in the story present at the heavenly ladder trial now, claiming to be the original owner's betrothed? This enough already. Could the sect leader's direct disciple possibly take an interest in you? The onlookers began to undermine him. There are 5 direct disciples of Master Sikong. All male. I wonder which one your fiancé is. Ha ha ha! In an instant, laughter erupted all around. The atmosphere was filled with merriment, both above and below the heavenly ladder. If the esteemed elders knew they had unwittingly become this little chubster's fiancé, they would surely be infuriated. Zhang Yuxi's face flushed crimson. Nonsense. Master Sikong clearly has 6 direct disciples. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. The initial cultivators, however, exchanged thoughtful glances. They had also suspected Zhang Yuxi of merely speaking nonsense. Yet, Zhang Yuxi seemed to know that the sect leader had 6 direct disciples. suggesting he was privy to some insider information. The initial cultivators pondered deeply. Perhaps Zhang Yuxi could serve as a breakthrough. They had already devised a plan for after the trial to capture him with a sack. I've been gathering information at the foot of the mountain for so long, yet I've never heard of Master Xikong having 6 direct disciples. Exactly, even if you're lying, there should be some basis for it. A group of people mocked Zhang Yuxi while continuing to laboriously ascend. Fusang glanced at Zhang Yuxi, confidently stating, I believe he isn't lying. Lu Xiaojin, Why is that? He just looks very sincere. Lu Xiaojin, a love-struck fool in the realm of cultivation. What are they arguing about? A disciple from the outer sect appeared, speaking coldly, if you do not wish to partake in the trial, you may leave now. The 13th elder is indeed on the heavenly ladder. Here lies the gossiping senior sister, seemingly wishing for her own demise. A disciple from the outer sect cast a casual glance at Zhang Yuxi. Do not defame the senior sister any further. While issuing this warning, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Zhang Yuxi, the senior sister's fiancé. Zundu. This remark left everyone momentarily stunned. Someone lowered their voice. Is there really a senior sister? The venerable Xikong has 6 direct disciples? Why have I never heard of this before? In an instant, the way everyone regarded Zhang Yuxi shifted dramatically. It wasn't that they genuinely believed he was the senior sister's fiancé, but rather, they sensed that this young man was no ordinary character. He was privy to such concealed information. If he could pass the heavenly ladder trial, it would be advantageous to befriend him. However, soon enough, this group of individuals found themselves lacking the energy for gossip. Even the initial cultivators were pressed down by the gravity, sprawled on the stone steps. Not to mention the others, even Lu Xiaojin felt utterly exhausted. Climbing such an arduous slope was tiring for anyone. She too grabbed a branch from nearby, leaning on it as she ascended at a leisurely pace. Although she was drenched in sweat, compared to those who lay flat on the ground, inching their way upward, she could indeed be regarded as possessing extraordinary stamina. Even the other disciples were astonished. She can still stand? How is she managing that? After years of trials, she truly stood out as exceptional. Amid their admiration, there was a hint of respect. This young lady clearly possessed remarkable talent. As Lu Xiaojin slowly ascended, occasionally pulling on the branch for support, she pondered the reason for Zhang Yuxi's presence here. Had the plotline gone awry? The reason he hadn't appeared at Tianyun sect earlier could likely be attributed to his failure to pass the heavenly ladder trial. Subsequently, he encountered the heroine, becoming her financial support during her worldly experiences. Quite reasonable indeed. As for the fiancé, perhaps it referred to the heroine. Was it a case of love at first sight from their childhood? Or perhaps a betrothal? Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain why Zhang Yuxi, despite barely interacting with the heroine, was willing to exhaust nearly all his resources for her. Yet, it must be said, this young man had some understanding of prophecy. Although the heroine would not enter Tianyun sect for another half-month, she was indeed a direct disciple. Though mistaken, he was still correct in essence. Lu Xiaojin silently gave him a thumbs up. Truly, as a wealthy merchant, he must have had some wit from a young age. Congratulations on passing the trial. On the heavenly ladder, disciples were waiting to assist. Once one passed the trial and presented their wooden token, they would be guided to their accommodations. However, most who succeeded lay sprawled on the heavenly ladder, gasping for breath, incapable of moving for a long time. The initial cultivators imitated the others, sitting on the ground, pretending to be utterly exhausted, while in truth they awaited Zhang Yuxi that if he failed the trial, they would take a sack and drag him down the mountain, and if he succeeded, they would be fellow disciples, making it easier to extract information. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin also cheerfully made her way up the heavenly ladder. Congratulations, you have passed the heavenly ladder trial. Numerous disciples gathered around, eager to befriend Lu Xiaojin junior sister. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to call on your senior brothers and sisters. Do not hesitate. A promising talent, sure to enter the inner sect in the future. It was not a bad thing to curry favor in advance. Amidst the enthusiastic voices, Lu Xiaojin lost herself in the attention, swelling with pride as she effortlessly tugged the branch up the heavenly ladder. Oh, I am not that impressive. No, she truly was impressive. After completing her registration, she did not immediately leave but squatted by the side. Observing Zhang Yuxi, he was covered in blood from head to toe, resembling a ghastly figure. Despite this, he did not relent, gritting his teeth and desperately climbing upward. She is still waiting for me. The sight moved her deeply. Chapter 46. When out in the world, identity as self-created, Zhang Yuxi was genuinely infatuated. Even as a waste utterly depleted of strength, he still persisted. It was akin to the ultimate sense of determination, As if he would crawl to meet the heroine as long as he still drew breath. Liu Xiaojin felt a stir of emotions. She nearly leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Your fiancé is not even a disciple of Tianyun sect." Fortunately, a remnant of her conscience prevented her from speaking. Whether she spoke or not was inconsequential. This young man could not possibly pass the trial. Liu Xiaojin soon lost interest in Zhang Yuxi. Instead, she turned her gaze to the male figure she had previously kicked down. This man exhibited a degree of tenacity, with fury in his eyes. He was determined to dismantle Liu Xiaojin piece by piece. Inching up the 8 steps, just as he was about to succumb to exhaustion, he looked up and met Liu Xiaojin's gaze, who was sitting at the edge of the steps, smiling at him. Her smile was as eerie as that of a ghost. The man instinctively recoiled, yet he quickly raised his head again. With so many disciples present, what was there to fear? He refused to believe Liu Xiaojin would dare kick him down again before all these witnesses. "Hey there, still climbing?" Liu Xiaojin, being the polite person she was, naturally initiated a greeting. However, as she did, she raised her foot slightly. The man. Was she hinting at something? He gritted his teeth, thinking since Liu Xiaojin had passed the trial, she would certainly not descend again, and thus glared at her. "As a woman you should remain at home, bear children, and serve your family. What purpose is there in exposing yourself here?" Not only exposing herself, but also kicking him. What a venomous woman. As soon as these words left his mouth, several female disciples from the outer sect frowned. Liu Xiaojin was taken aback, then lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing her in this state, the man assumed she felt embarrassed, and thus his words grew increasingly harsh. "Cultivating immortality often involves violence. One misstep could ruin your body, and you may never bear children. Don't you feel ashamed towards your parents?" The female disciples furrowed their brows even deeper. Just as they were about to say something, they heard Liu Xiaojin sigh, slowly raising her head with a look of sorrow. If it weren't for dire circumstances, which woman would willingly expose herself?" She sighed, lowering her head as if she were on the verge of tears. "What is wrong with your family?" A nearby disciple curiously inquired. "My husband he fell from the mountain the other day and died. When out in the world, identity is self-created." The crowd was taken aback. The man froze. "If he has passed away, you should mourn for him at home. Nurturing children and being a virtuous wife. But I have no children with him." Some murmured, "But you were newlyweds?" Liu Xiaojin shook her head. "We've been married for a few years, but 2 years ago I had him castrated." The crowd gasped in shock. "What?" The man, stunned, quivered his lips. "You heartless woman, how could you be so cruel?" The crowd exchanged glances. "That shouldn't be. Just take a concubine," Liu Xiaojin replied. "He was a man." "The man? The crowd?" No one responded. "Originally I thought it was just the man, but the most important thing was that the 3 of us could live well together." The crowd. "That she really knows how to live." But my mother-in-law disapproved, insisting that it was unreasonable for men to be with him. Liu Xiaojin sighed. "Seeing my husband in sorrow, I felt sorrow too. That I wanted to fulfill their wish, so I had my husband castrated. This way it wouldn't he count as men with men, and they could be together forever." The crowd. "That she truly is soft-hearted yet ruthless. I was just trying to help them. Yet my mother-in-law and father-in-law were so furious they both died from the matter. My husband's beloved left him for another, taking the family money and fleeing. A once happy home was shattered just like that." The crowd. "This home would have collapsed without her. Later, my husband's beloved died from a disease. And my husband wept daily, heartbroken that I couldn't bear to see him in such pain. So I pushed him off the cliff, causing his death. Thus they could be together in life and death, bound for eternity." The crowd. "A living Yama." After spinning this tale, Liu Xiaojin cast a sorrowful glance at the man. "I believe the root cause of all this is my husband's beloved. That if he could have stayed with my husband, being a virtuous partner, how could my husband have ended up in such a state? Don't you agree, big brother?" Using the same rhetoric, the man was driven into a frenzy. "You are utterly corrupting the virtue of women. Women should support their husbands and raise children. Your husband's beloved, a man of stature, should not be reduced to a virtuous partner, confined to such a small corner. Why can't men do that? Is this discrimination?" Liu Xiaojin sighed. "Never mind, I understand. It is the unfairness of this world that has led you to be so narrow-minded that I do not blame you. Just think, how many men are unable to be virtuous partners due to fear of societal judgment. Therefore, from that day forth, whenever I see men like my husband's beloved, I wish to castrate them. That way, even if you are men, you can stay at home, supporting your beloved and raising children." The crowd. "It seems she might have some serious issues." Liu Xiaojin pulled out a small dagger from her bundle, tilting her head and flashing a grin at the man. "You look just like my husband's beloved." Upon hearing this, the man widened his eyes, instinctively covering his lower half, Whoa, after all this time, he still couldn't form a complete sentence. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was Tianyun's sect. No matter how arrogant Lu Xiaojin was, she wouldn't dare act against him here. But just as he thought this, he saw Lu Xiaojin, dagger in hand, charging at him like a madwoman, laughing maniacally. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. The man? Help? This is truly madness. As I witnessed Lu Xiaojin approaching with a knife, the disciples stand there in a daze, showing no intention to intervene. In a state of panic, the man instinctively raises his hands to protect his modest dignity as a man. I give up the trial. I give up the trial. As he is taken away, he glares at Lu Xiaojin. Just wait, one day I will ensure you are expelled from Tianyun's sect. Lu Xiaojin. Even now he wishes to escape with her. To become fugitives together, he truly drives her to tears. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Xiaojin excitedly waves her hand. Yes, I will definitely wait for you. And in her grip, she still holds the knife. With a flick of her wrist, the blade glimmers ominously. The man shudders in fear, no longer daring to meet Lu Xiaojin's gaze. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Tell you Xiaojin? Zhang Yoshi passed? How could this be? Chapter 47, The Quivering Qi Gaining Pill. Indeed, Zhang Yoshi is the male supporting character. He has not made a negligible appearance. However, in this narrative filled with affection in the early stages and indulgence in the latter, he hasn't even made a cameo. Otherwise, wouldn't he have emerged to seize a moment? Thus, Lu Xiaojin instinctively thought Zhang Yoshi would fail the trial. Yet he succeeded. Lu Xiaojin finds herself bewildered by the wind. Could it be that, although Zhang Yoshi did not appear in the early chapters, he was actually present within Tianyun's sect? Or perhaps that Lu Xiaojin glances at the water bottle tightly held in Zhang Yoshi's hand. Could it be that her gift of this small water bottle triggered a butterfly effect, altering Zhang Yoshi's storyline? Was he originally supposed to faint from thirst on the heavenly ladder? Oh, how foolish she is. She should not have been so soft-hearted. While he is here cultivating, what will become of his commercial empire? In the future, if the female protagonist damages someone's belongings, who will compensate? At that moment, the incense in the cauldron burns out. Alright, today's trial ends here. Those who did not pass will be escorted down the mountain. Those who passed, please follow me. A female cultivator looks at Lu Xiaojin Jr. Sister, can you still get up? Once again, everyone is astonished by her formidable spirit. The disciples regard her with admiration, recognizing that this girl is destined to enter the inner sect. Consequently, they treat her warmly, like a spring breeze, while being notably cooler towards others. Can you all still stand? If we delay, we won't have dinner. Upon hearing this, the disciples who were previously sprawled on the ground struggle to rise. We can. Please lead the way, esteemed master. The disciple nods and leads the way, speaking calmly. Since you have passed the trial, you are now disciples of Tianyun's sect. My surname is Lu. You may call me Lu Xixiang from now on. The crowd's faces light up with joy, filled with excitement. Yes, Lu Xixiang. Most manage to get up, yet some remain unable to rise at all, such as Zhang Yu. Lu Xiaojin deliberately lags behind the group. Stealing glances at Zhang Yoshi, she can't shake the feeling that his entering the outer sect was not mere coincidence. With his determination and resolve, even without her water, he should have been able to pass the trial. But why was he absent in the early chapters? Could it be that he was always in the outer sect, unable to encounter the female protagonist, who is the direct disciple? Then the question arises. Why did Zhang Yoshi mistake her for someone else? The original protagonist, being the direct disciple of the sect master, was not widely known. Even among the inner sect disciples, only rumors of a beloved senior sister circulate. But her name remains a mystery. Who would care about the name of a useless talisman? As for those outside Tianyun's sect, few are aware of her existence. Yet Zhang Yoshi knows. Not only does he know, but he also mistakes her for his fiancée. This is illogical unless he is privy to certain secrets. Lu Xiaojin ponders. Just how much does Zhang Yoshi know? Has he visited Mushin Kingdom? Is he aware of the original protagonist's background? Does he know why she appeared in Tianyun's sect? Does he understand why she became a direct disciple? Or does he merely know that the female protagonist is destined to appear in Tianyun's sect and will surely become a direct disciple? It just so happens that the original protagonist occupies that role, leading to his misunderstanding. Lu Xiaojin is too curious. Unable to resist, she takes small steps further back in the line. A single trial typically allows about a dozen individuals to pass. With the trial lasting 7 days, roughly 100 may pass. On this final day, the number of successful candidates is notably higher, with as many as 30 individuals. The line is not long, and Lu Xiaojin quickly finds herself at the back. Just as she reaches the rear, she sees a man helping Zhang Yoshi. Brother Zhang, take your time, I'll support you. Jiang Yoshi is utterly exhausted. Suddenly receiving care and support, he is momentarily overwhelmed with gratitude, gazing at the man with his clear, tear-filled eyes. Thank you. The man smiles. We are fellow disciples now, no need for formality. Jiang Yoshi's eyes glisten with tears. Lu Xiaojin observes the man. She seems to recognize him. Is his name Li Xiao? Dressed modestly, he appears ordinary, yet his aura exudes a remarkable coolness. Brother Jiang, can you stand steadily? Let me help you too. In an instant several men gravitate towards Jiang Yoshi. With hands all around, they effortlessly lift the not-so-light Jiang Yoshi. Jiang Yoshi? Oh, this fervent camaraderie among fellow disciples is indeed overwhelming. They are not familiar with each other. Lu Xiaojin glances at Jiang Yoshi and the others, then at the wobbly individuals trudging forward, raising an eyebrow. Is this truly camaraderie? If so, then why did no one assist those trembling and struggling to walk? Is this camaraderie selectively directed? Something feels amiss. It seems Jiang Yoshi indeed harbors mysteries. She must find an opportunity to extract some information from him. Just then Lu Xiaojin's skirt is suddenly tugged. Lu Xiaojin. Looking down, it is Fusong back again? Fusong, exhausted and resembling a puddle of mud, her face flushed and drenched in sweat, appears quite disheveled, yet holds her head high. Help me. Lu Xiaojin. From now on we will all be fellow disciples. We will see each other often. As this little girl planning to keep extorting her. That simply will not do. A useless person befriending another useless person will only lead to a nest of ineptitude. Lu Xiaojin promptly withdraws her skirt, glancing skyward and at the ground, deliberately avoiding looking at her. Fusong attempts to grab her again, but Lu Xiaojin deftly sidesteps her. Lu Shixiang leads the group to the outer sex Gongshan Hall, where, according to the number of wooden plaques, they receive 30 qi gaining pills. These are first-grade qi gaining pills, one for each person, which, once consumed, will allow them to draw in qi within a month. Depending on their innate talent, the disciples treat the pills as treasures, cradling them carefully. Some swallow them immediately, while others tuck them away for later use. Lu Xiaojin takes the crimson pill and examines it closely. Wait a moment. Something within the pill seems to be writhing. Lu Xiaojin quickly stashes the pill in her pocket, planning to scrutinize it in private. Lu Shixiang guides the group to receive their disciple robes and briefly indicates the location of the dining hall before leading them to the accommodation area. Here is Yunmian Pavilion. You will reside here from now on. The pavilion is divided into 4 sections, east, west, south, and north. You will stay in the east courtyard. I am a disciple of the east courtyard. If you need anything in the future, feel free to approach me. Chapter 48. The Mad Villain. Xiaojin. There are many outer sect disciples in Tianyun sect. Yunmian Pavilion is vast, so much so that Lu Xiaojin cannot see its end at a glance. The pavilion is divided into 4 large courtyards, each managed by 4 courtyard disciples and 1 elder. Lu Shixiang is one of the 4 disciples of the East Courtyard, at the 8th stage of qi refinement. Judging by his age, he must be at least 30. Xiaosu. Lu Shixiang gestures to a female cultivator approaching. These are the disciples who passed the trial today. Please arrange their accommodations. Xiaosu nods. Understood. After giving her instructions, Xiaosu leads the group into the East Courtyard. The East Courtyard is separated by corridors into male and female sleeping areas. Xiaosu hands the male disciples over to another male cultivator and takes Lu Xiaojin and the others further inside. This small courtyard is where this year's female disciples who pass the trial will reside. You will live here as well. Upon entering the small courtyard, Fusong collapses to the ground with a thud. Clearly in pain, Lu Xiaojin instinctively reaches out to help her up. Looking down, she meets Fusong's tear-filled, grateful rabbit-like eyes. Lu Xiaojin. Fine. You will share this room from now on. Opening the door reveals a large communal sleeping area. Complete with bedding, albeit very simple. 8 people can inhabit one room, and with 7 of them it will suffice. After the instructions, Xiaosu adds. It is already dark. You should drop off your belongings, rest for a bit, and then head to the dining hall for a meal. If you are late, there will be nothing left to eat. She points out the direction of the dining hall before leaving. As soon as Xiaosu departs, several female disciples plop down on the ground, unable to rise for a while. Are we really going to live here? One girl, evidently disappointed, murmurs, sharing a room with 8 people is too basic. Even my personal maid has better accommodations. The girl, dressed in fine garments, appears to be a young lady from a wealthy family. However, compared to Fusong's extravagant attire, she seems less affluent. Rubbing her legs, which ache painfully, she grits her teeth, refusing to voice her discomfort, yet remains quite talkative. I am Li Qiyu. What about you all? Li Qiyu was cheerful and lively, while the other girls sat on the ground, panting for breath as they introduced themselves. I'm Suing, said one of them. In stark contrast to the eager girls was a plain girl dressed in tattered clothes. Her bundle equally worn with darker skin and a reticent demeanor, she nonetheless possessed impressive physical strength. As the other girls complained about the simplicity of their surroundings, she had already entered the room with her disciple robe, set up her bed, and gone out to fetch water. She appeared to adapt quite well. While passing by Lu Xiaojin, who was holding the collar of Fusang, she suddenly raised her head and fixed her gaze on Lu Xiaojin. I am Xiaojin. And you? Lu Xiaojin was taken aback. Xiaojin. Was she the infamous villain Xiaojin? The same Xiaojin who, in later chapters, possessed maximum combat power beneath the demon lord and wreaked havoc? The one who, when she was unhappy, ensured that no one else would find solace either? In the original text, aside from the few madcap male leads, Xiaojin was undoubtedly the most deranged and powerful character. Xiaojin was notorious for indiscriminately slaughtering anyone, be they from the demon clan or practitioners of immortality, with a particular fondness for targeting male leads. Though she had yet to succeed in killing any. You think that the notorious Xiaojin was, at this early stage, a disciple of Tianyun's sect. Could her descent into darkness and her rampage against the male leads be connected to Tianyun's sect? According to the original description, Xiaojin was a cold-hearted and ambitious individual. It was surprising to see her so courteous and gentle upon their first meeting. After all, they were both malicious female supporting characters, sharing the same dark purpose. This initial encounter seemed to spark a mutual recognition. Lu Xiaojin grasped her hand and gestured towards Fusang. She is Fusang. Exhausted and struggling to catch her breath, Fusang defiantly lifted her head and proclaimed, I am the 5th princess of Huashu Kingdom. Xiaojin merely glanced at Fusang, nodded, and then turned her gaze back to Lu Xiaojin. Radiating kindness, Fusang, oblivious to the nuances of politeness, insisted, I want it. Before she could finish, Lu Xiaojin covered her mouth, saying, No, you don't. Was Fusang truly that oblivious? Did she not see the wounds all over Xiaojin's hands? Indeed, though Xiaojin appeared calm and composed, after the heavenly ladder trial, her body bore the marks of countless abrasions. Her already patched clothing was torn in several places, stained with blood. If she were to assist in fetching water, Fusang would surely lament in the middle of the night, I truly deserve this. It's fine. Whether I carry 1 bucket or 2, it's the same. Xiaojin maintained her gentle demeanor, but this kindness seemed reserved solely for Lu Xiaojin. Lu Xiaojin was taken aback. Xiaojin genuinely seemed to care for her. A wicked woman loves a wicked woman. However, the water was definitely not something Xiaojin should carry. No need. We'll fetch the water ourselves later. With that, Lu Xiaojin unceremoniously pushed Fusang into the room. Fusang cried out in pain, I'm so tired. I can't move. I want to take a bath. Lu Xiaojin ignored her, saying, Rest for a moment. If you can walk, walk. If you can fetch water, fetch it. If not, then so be it. Missing a meal won't kill you, and going a day without washing won't lead to death either. Waste loves waste. But if it's a pampered waste, let them fend for themselves. Fusang stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she realized no one was paying her any mind, and thus she could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Xiaojin tidied up her bedding, and after finishing, she stood before the communal sleeping area and let out a heavy sigh. From a grand independent courtyard to a communal dormitory, this was a significant decline in living standards. Xiaojin's senior sister Xiaoshu said, There's hot water every night. I'll fetch some hot water. You should come wash up as well. Xiaojin entered with a bucket of water and smiled at Lu Xiaojin. She showed great interest and enthusiasm towards Lu Xiaojin, while remaining quite indifferent to the others, including Fusang. Previously, Lu Xiaojin had criticized Li Xiao and the others for their false camaraderie, yet now her eyes brimmed with tears. What was this? This was true camaraderie. Xiaojin was so endearing that she seemed to risk her life for it. Look at this girl. The bucket had cut into her hands, drawing blood. How could Lu Xiaojin bear to let her help carry hot water? Xiaojin smiled at her but said nothing further. Perhaps it was due to Lu Xiaojin's continuous support of Fusang that Xiaojin eventually decided to wash Fusang's face with hot water. Lu Xiaojin was left speechless. Once again, she found Xiaojin making promises without any substance. Nonetheless, Xiaojin did not take Fusang's words to heart. She hardly acknowledged her at all. In any case, aside from Lu Xiaojin, she seemed to neglect everyone else. After tidying her belongings and washing her face, Lu Xiaojin prepared to head to the dining hall. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Li Qiyu and several girls followed suit. Joining her, seeing everyone else going, even the useless Fusang got up and followed along. Xiaojin stayed behind. Once they had all left, she ate a small piece of steamed bun to quell her hunger, then retrieved an oil paper package from her bundle, her gaze deepening. Chapter 49. Xiaojin's thoughts. After washing up and changing into her disciple robe, Xiaojin tucked the oil paper package away and stepped outside. Following the direction pointed out by Xiaoshu earlier, she headed toward the gatehouse. The gatehouse was where the elder and disciples of the gate resided. Her purpose for going there was to meet Brother Lu. Within the sect, there were distinctions between outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples, with direct disciples personally taught by the sect master, and inner disciples taught by elders. Outer disciples were generally instructed by inner disciples, and it was rare for an elder to personally teach, though they claimed to provide guidance. The truth was that they kept their true skills hidden, making it exceedingly difficult for outer disciples to advance. Xiaojin aimed to curry favor with Brother Lu, hoping he might offer her some guidance in the future. She needed to grow stronger quickly, however. Upon her arrival at the gatehouse, she overheard Brother Lu's voice. Filled with surprise, "Little fourth brother, shouldn't you be delivering food to the senior sister at this hour? Why are you here?" Little fourth brother, dressed in inner disciple attire. Xiaojin instinctively became wary and glanced around. Fortunately, since it was mealtime, everyone had gone to the dining hall. Leaving the area deserted, her eyes glimmered slightly as she hid in the nearby bushes, listening intently. "I've come today to discuss something," Little Fourth said. "Did the elder mention anything about me yesterday?" Brother Lu pondered. The elder had hinted at the arrival of a noble figure among the outer disciples and urged him to take good care of her. Though he had not disclosed who the noble figure was now standing before him, Little Fourth was speaking in such a manner, making it easy to deduce who this noble figure might be. "Are you implying that the noble figure coming to train among the outer disciples is?" Brother Lu was astonished. Little Fourth raised a hand, signaling him to keep quiet. "For now you must remain unaware of this. Just take care of the female disciples who passed the trial this year. If possible, make them a bowl of red date porridge daily." Little Fourth was genuinely worried about the senior sister. Given her frail appearance, who knew if she would survive among the outer disciples? It was hard to believe that such a frail and pale individual had managed to pass the heavenly ladder trial. Brother Lu promptly responded, "Understood. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. However, what is her name now?" Knowing her name would help him care for her better. Otherwise, he might inadvertently offend her. "You need not concern yourself with that," Little Fourth replied. "This matter is of great importance and must not be mentioned outside. Do you understand?" Brother Lu did not comprehend. The senior sister was said to be a direct disciple, yet in reality she was merely a waste. After all, a proper direct disciple was attempting the trials among the outer disciples. What was there to hide? Such trivial matters hardly warranted secrecy. Yet, seeing Little Fourth's serious expression, Brother Lu refrained from questioning further and immediately agreed. Understood. Looking down on the senior sister, could it be that he also looked down on the sect master? Little Fourth was among the few inner disciples who had access to Wuxin Peak, so he had to treat him with respect. Little Fourth nodded and reiterated his instructions before departing. As he left, the inner disciple's jade pendant at his waist fell to the ground. Being cushioned by the grass, it made no sound, and he remained oblivious. Xiaojin's gaze remained fixed on the jade pendant, and she refrained from making any rash moves inside. Brother Lu pondered over the matter and realized that aside from being a waste, the senior sister's identity must be significant. Thus, he devoted himself to the issue with utmost seriousness. "Xiaoshu. What is it, brother?" "Arrange for a bowl of red date porridge to be made for the female cultivators in East Courtyard every day." Xiaoshu was puzzled. "Why? Other courtyards do not have this, and if the others find out, it may cause an uproar. There's no need for questions. Just ensure the task is done, and remember to provide each new female cultivator with a bowl, without favoritism." Xiaoshu furrowed her brow. Noting Brother Lu's serious demeanor, she sensed that the situation was not simple. Could it be that Brother Lu had taken an interest in the new female disciple? She bit her lip but chose not to voice her thoughts. Understood. Once Brother Lu and Xiaoshu had left, Xiaojin slowly stood up from the bushes. It seemed that among this year's outer female disciples, there was one with a particularly special status, one so unique that even Brother Lu had to treat her with respect. This was information that did not require further sharing. She already knew what to do. At this moment, Lu Xiaojin remained unaware of any of this. She was currently waiting in line with Fusong and the others. Ravenous like a starving ghost, there were indeed a lot of outer disciples, and it was taking a while to serve the food. The aroma of the dishes was enticing. As soon as she stepped into the dining hall, her mouth began to water uncontrollably. After a long day, the delicious scent was simply irresistible. Lu Xiaojin craned her neck, eager to see what was on the menu today. However, Fusong tugged at her sleeve. Her face flushed up, a bit more reserved. Others will laugh. It was clear that she regarded Lu Xiaojin as one of her own now. Behind her, Li Qiyu and the others blushed as well. Mortal women are often taught the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, carrying the weight of feminine ethics and transcribing scriptures. The very fact that they could engage in cultivation was already a testament to their extraordinary courage. Yet, despite this, the weight of societal norms still loomed heavily in their hearts. Fusang observed the ashen expression on her face, which seemed as if she had been dead for 3 days, and after a moment of silence, she could not bring herself to utter a word of admonition. Nevertheless, the embarrassment was palpable. She quietly stepped back a pace, creating a distance between herself and Li Xiaojin, however, remained oblivious to their discomfort. Her neck craned as she gazed at the dishes: sweet and sour fish, braised pork, oil-braised shrimp, donkey meat pastries. Oh my, these were all her favorites. How could she resist flaunting her good fortune? Unfortunately, when her turn came, the dish only contained a few strands of greens. Xiaojin exclaimed in disbelief. Who do they intend to starve? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she pointed at the oil-braised shrimp in a neighboring disciple's bowl, declaring, if what you give me differs from what you give others, I would rather go without. The serving senior retorted, if you want to eat, then eat. If not, then leave. Behind them, Fusang and the others witnessed Lu Xiaojin struggle at the serving window. Feeling that today's dignity had been thoroughly compromised, they covered their faces with their hands, fearful of being recognized as acquaintances. Was there truly not a single piece of meat left? If you want meat, come earlier tomorrow, the serving senior grumbled, but as he lifted his gaze, he was met with Lu Xiaojin's despairing, tear-filled eyes. He paused for a moment, realizing she looked as though she might shatter. After a brief silence, he muttered, I still have 2 meatballs left for myself. Would you like them? Instantly, Lu Xiaojin perked up. Yes. Reluctantly, the serving senior handed over the meatballs. When Fusang and the others approached and realized the dish contained only greens, it felt as if the sky were about to fall. At this moment, who could still be concerned about losing face? They all yearned to shout at the serving window, is there truly not a single piece of meat left? Chapter 50. Questioning Lu Xiaojin. Understanding Lu Xiaojin, yet unable to become even a fragment of Lu Xiaojin, they had climbed the heavenly ladder all day. A full day. Throughout this time, apart from sipping some water and nibbling on a few cakes, their stomachs were empty. How hungry they were. Not to mention the others, even Fusang felt she could devour an entire chicken at that moment. Upon reaching the dining hall, they caught a whiff of the savory aroma of meat. How fragrant, how enticing. While maintaining a facade of composure, they could not help but swallow down copious amounts of saliva in secret. Yet now, the serving senior merely coldly gestured to the empty vegetable dishes. This is all we have, would you like some? To hell with that. They wanted meat. They craved meat. In truth, their backgrounds were respectable. At home, no one would care about a piece or two of meat. But now, at this very moment, feeling faint from hunger, they would have happily devoured the serving senior himself. At this juncture, they felt an overwhelming urge to roar, to question, to go mad. They wished to become just like Lu Xiaojin had been moments ago, questioning Lu Xiaojin, understanding Lu Xiaojin, aspiring to become Lu Xiaojin. Of course, with their status and dignity, they ultimately refrained from such unseemly behavior. After a day of hunger, they managed to endure it. Shouting was out of the question, and weeping was equally impossible. They simply gazed at the serving senior with hopeful expressions, earnestly wishing he would once again bestow a bit of compassion upon his junior disciples and perhaps share 2 meatballs from his bowl. There were indeed 2 meatballs left in that bowl. However, having been shattered once, the serving senior was unlikely to show mercy again. Humped, he had been serving in the dining hall for several years, and his heart had turned as cold as stone. Eat or don't. If you don't want it, then leave. Fusang and the others stared at the remaining 2 meatballs, falling into silence. Their stomachs longed for those meatballs. But reason prevailed. Ultimately, they maintained their dignity, with reddened eyes, softly uttering, please serve more greens. A few seconds later, each of them returned with a bowl of vegetable rice and sat beside Lu Xiaojin. At that moment, only a single bite of meatball remained on Lu Xiaojin's plate. Fusang and the others swallowed hard, casually inquiring, are the meatballs delicious? Lowering her head, Lu Xiaojin met their gaze with her clear yet naive eyes. Delicious? I've never had such tasty meatballs. Hadn't she been chewing without swallowing? Fusang swallowed again, glancing at her bowl of greens, and after a long silence asked, do you have any beef jerky left? Beef jerky? Before descending the mountain, I left it all for dog brother. Besides, Xiaoxi never thought I could make it through the heavenly ladder, so I didn't prepare much food. The jerky she had used to wrap her cakes had been pulled from her storage bag, and she had no idea how long it had been there. Now she had not a single edible piece of meat left. Otherwise, who would covet those few meatballs? On the first day after leaving Wuxin Peak, she thought of Xiaoxi, of him, but now that was gone. Fusang chewed on her greens, her expression shifting until it became resolute and courageous. Tomorrow let us come a little earlier. We're bound to eat some meat. Li Qiyu and the others immediately lifted their heads solemnly, as if passing the Olympic torch. their eyes sparkling as they grasped each other's hands, nodding earnestly, "We will, Lu Xiaojin." Silently swallowing the last bite of her meatball. Just as she was contentedly enjoying her vegetable rice, a small chubby figure suddenly leaned over beside her. It was Zhang Yuxi. This Zhang Yuxi, who had previously appeared half dead, was now bouncing with energy. Zhang Yuxi plopped down beside Lu Xiaojin, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of bright white teeth. "It's really you. I could see you from afar." As soon as Zhang Yuxi sat down, Li Xiao and others like corn kernels crowded closely beside him. Upon seeing them, Lu Xiaojin's eyes sparkled, and not just hers. The eyes of Fusang and the others brightened as well. And Zhang Yuxi's bowl, piled high, were not pork knuckles and oil-braised shrimp. Besides that, there were a plethora of various meat dishes. Indeed, what a coincidence! Lu Xiaojin eagerly greeted him, but her gaze never left the pork knuckle. "How did you manage to get such a feast?" Zhang Yuxi smiled bashfully. "Thanks to brother Xiao, who came early and helped me." Upon another glance, Li Xiao's bowl also contained an assortment of meat dishes, though in lesser quantity, insufficient to garner Lu Xiaojin's attention. She dared not snatch any. Taking from Li Xiao's small frame might well result in his demise here. Lu Xiaojin, coveting the pork knuckle, gave Li Xiao a thumbs up, expressing the highest level of respect and admiration. "Brother Xiao is truly amazing." Li Xiao merely glanced at Lu Xiaojin and nodded slightly. Indeed, brother Xiao was truly impressive. Just earlier she could barely crawl up, and had it not been for brother Xiao giving her a cheer-replenishing pill, she might still be lying down now. So, that's how this little chubby one suddenly revived to full strength. It turned out to be thanks to the nurturing of the healer. Lu Xiaojin once again expressed her admiration for the healer Li Xiao. Her eyes still fixated on the pork knuckle. "Brother Xiao is truly remarkable." Li Xiao nodded again, seemingly indifferent to her, and turned to Zhang Yuxi. "Is it enough for you? If not, I can share some with you." The nearby disciples chimed in. "I can't finish mine either. I can share some with you." Lu Xiaojin felt deeply moved. What was this? This was the bond of brotherhood. And what relationship did she share with these disciples willing to sacrifice their meat for her? They were comrades. Therefore, what was the difference between sharing meat with Zhang Yuxi or with her? None. Moreover, since Zhang Yuxi's bowl was overflowing, even if they wished to share, there was no room left in his bowl. Thus, all the meat should go to her. All of it. How magnanimous and kind-hearted she was, willing to alleviate the burden of her fellow disciples who could not finish their meat. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaojin raised her bowl filled only with greens and rice, extending it forward. "If you can't finish, just share it all with me. I can eat it all." Having just lost so much blood and expended energy climbing the heavenly ladder, she feared she might not see the sun tomorrow if she didn't eat more to replenish herself. Fusang and the others, "Wait, is she really reaching out for that? The meat is all in someone else's bowl." Initially, they thought Lu Xiaojin had lost all her dignity today. It turned out she still had more to lose. Fusang and the others lowered their heads awkwardly. "You want some?" All the disciples who were showing goodwill to Zhang Yuxi looked in astonishment at the grinning Lu Xiaojin, whose hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. To be honest, after years of cultivation in the sect, this was the first time they had witnessed a female cultivator holding a large bowl to beg for meat. It was utterly shocking. Yes. The disciples fell silent for a moment, contemplating that since the large bowl was already extended, it was impossible not to share the meat soon. More than half of the meat from the disciples' bowls found its way into Lu Xiaojin's bowl. Even Zhang Yuxi, glancing at her meager bowl, voluntarily offered, "Do you want the pork knuckle?" "Yes." "How about the shrimp?" "Yes." Thus, the once mountainous bowl of food from Zhang Yuxi transformed into Lu Xiaojin's. She joyfully indulged in a feast. While Fusang and the others ate their greens, they were left in astonishment. What did losing face mean? They too longed for meat. Yet at this moment, even if they cast aside their dignity, there was no meat left to share. No household had any surplus. Questioning Lu Xiaojin, understanding Lu Xiaojin, yet unable to become even a fragment of Lu Xiaojin. Chapter 51. The top male supporting role? The commercial empire? Greens are indeed delectable. The cooking senior prepared the greens to be exceptionally crisp, tender and smooth, yet devoid of any richness. The more Fusang ate, the more her mind clamored for meat. Exchanged glances with Li Qiyu beside her. In that instant of connection, the bitterness on both their faces vanished, replaced by faint smiles. What adorned their faces was not emotion, but dignity. Though they had not feasted on meat, they still retained their pride. In that moment, the two girls enjoyed their vegetable rice with remarkable enthusiasm. As they finished their vegetable rice, Lu Xiaojin had already devoured a substantial bowl of meat, contentedly wiping the grease from the corners of her mouth. Fusang. Li Qiyu. Dignity? What does that even matter? Both of their faces bore a bitter expression, but were they full? Li Xiao glanced at Zhang Yuxi. Yes, Li Xiao nodded. There is a bathhouse over at the east courtyard. Would you care to join me? The other male cultivators chimed in, expressing their desire to accompany them. Zhang Yuxi did not decline, turning to bid farewell to Lu Xiaojin. Until next time. By the way, what is your name? Lu Xiaojin. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yuxi's expression shifted the moment he heard her name. Lu Xiaojin. Lu Xiaojin raised her gaze. Although she did not look directly at Zhang Yuxi, she could sense that he seemed to attach great significance to her name. Could it be that he truly knows her? Lu Xiaojin immediately turned to Zhang Yuxi. Have we met before? Zhang Yuxi, however, shook his head. Lu Xiaojin scrutinized his face in puzzlement, yet found nothing amiss. Something is off. Zhang Yuxi always gave her the impression of harboring many secrets. She needed to clarify this. As Zhang Yuxi was about to leave with Li Xiao, Lu Xiaojin swiftly tugged at the hem of his garment, standing on a stool to tap lightly on the top of Zhang Yuxi's head. Zhang Yuxi covered his head. What are you doing? What am I doing? Naturally, I am following the example of Bodhi Patriarch and Sun Wukong, arranging a midnight rendezvous. Midnight, the hour of the rat, around 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. At that time, most people would be sound asleep. Lu Xiaojin believed that Zhang Yuxi, having the potential to become a male supporting character and build his own business empire, must possess some intelligence. He must have some level of insight. She believed in him. Well, that belief was rather misguided. The moment Zhang Yuxi looked up at her, bewildered and with naivety in his eyes, Lu Xiaojin realized that this lad had no insight whatsoever. She had every reason to believe that if she did not clarify things now, he would make her wait until dawn. Lu Xiaojin wanted to explain, but the surrounding Li Xiao and others were eyeing them with intent. She could sense that Li Xiao and the others were approaching Zhang Yuxi with ulterior motives. If she got too close to Zhang Yuxi and arranged a midnight meeting, she might very well attract the attention of this group. That would not bode well. Never mind, I just heard that knocking your head more will make you smarter. You're a good person and you even shared your meat with me, so I wanted to give it a try. The crowd. Was she outright stating that Zhang Yuxi was foolish? Yet, oddly enough, Zhang Yuxi seemed oblivious to the implication, chuckling heartily and giving himself a few knocks on the head. Can I really become smarter? The crowd. With that brain of his, he was practically saying farewell to the concept of intelligence. Lu Xiaojin. This person a top male supporting character, a business empire. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? As a novice, she had a slight aversion to foolishness and did not wish to spare Zhang Yuxi another glance, directly pulling him away. Let us go, hurry up, or there will be no hot water left at the bathhouse. Lu Xiaojin immediately turned to the sociable Li Qiyu. There's a bathhouse? Li Qiyu. Senior sister Xiaoshu said there is. Let us go. The eyes of Fusong and the others immediately lit up. They hadn't eaten enough earlier. Now that there was red date porridge to replenish them, it was certainly welcome. However, Lu Xiaojin, having just eaten too much, felt averse to drinking more. But Xiaoshu was enthusiastic, insisting on shoving a bowl into her hands. You must drink it. Starting today, all new female disciples will receive a bowl of red date porridge daily, and it must be finished at Lu Xiaojin. This outer sect is truly considerate towards its female disciples. Having bled twice in a month, someone like her who was anemic could not help but love this kindness. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Xiaojin promptly began to gulp it down. Many female disciples expressed their heartfelt sentiments about finally being in the right place. Just as the disciples were rejoicing, a few senior sisters from the western courtyard approached, their tone far from pleasant. Oh, Xiaoshu, I heard that this year, all the new female disciples in the east courtyard receive a bowl of red date porridge daily. I was unaware this was a new rule. Xiaoshu pursed her lips. Perhaps it is because this year's female disciples appear somewhat frail, hence Brother Lu's concern for them. Frail? How many who pass the heavenly ladder trial are truly frail? What are you pretending for? As the words fell, a few female cultivators caught on to the subtlety. Are you implying that this is a deliberate arrangement by Brother Lu? Xiaoshu nodded. Brother Lu's talent is not particularly high, but he is at least at the 7th stage of qi refinement and ranks among the disciples of the courtyard. His status is relatively high in the outer sect, and many female cultivators wish to become his Dao partner. Thus, Xiaoshu's words immediately raised their alertness. This clearly indicated that Brother Lu had taken a liking to a certain new female disciple from the outer sect. In an instant, the gazes of several female cultivators seemed to bore into the dozens of new female disciples. Has anyone been close to Brother Lu? The female disciples exchanged glances, all wearing puzzled expressions. They were so exhausted that they could almost ascend right there. Who had the energy to remember Brother Lu? Sui Jin's eyes flickered, quietly sipping her red date porridge. Seeing that no one spoke, Xiaojin, somewhat irritated, scanned the crowd, her gaze eventually landing on Fusang and Li Jia in an era where most poor people struggled to fill their bellies, being thin equated to being impoverished, and thus unattractive. Those like Xiaojin, dark and skinny, were considered exceedingly unattractive. Only plump and fair individuals were deemed beautiful, such as Fusang and Li Qiu, due to their favorable circumstances. Both were well-nourished, fair-skinned, and exceedingly charming. If one were to judge beauty, it would undoubtedly be Fusang. She was naturally fair and delicate, exuding an air of elegance and languor, which made her even more striking. Xiaojin looked at her tone somewhat confrontational. "What is your name?" Fusang, engrossed in her red date porridge, could hardly be bothered to respond. Xiaojin, incensed, raised her hand and knocked over her bowl. With a loud crash, the bowl shattered, porridge splattering everywhere. The disciples recoiled in shock. As newcomers, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings and dared not cause trouble. Li Qiu also quietly took a step back. However, Fusang was not someone to be intimidated. The moment the bowl hit the ground, she retaliated with a slap aimed at Xiaojin. "What kind of nonsense are you? How dare you smash the princess's bowl? Do you want to lose your life?" The crowd. She looked as if she truly did not mind losing hers. Chapter 52. A vessel filled with urine, whoever is splashed shall scream. Fusang is a waste. An utter failure who cannot even ascend the heavenly ladder. If it weren't for Lu Xiaojin, she would still be playing in the mud down the mountain. In terms of physical strength, she was exceedingly weak. However, when it came to confidence radiating brilliance, no one could compare to her. She, Fusang, was the fifth princess of the Huashu kingdom. Whether she truly was a princess was irrelevant, for in her heart she had already firmly believed herself to be the fifth princess of the Huashu kingdom. Her speech and demeanor, the noble aura exuding from her, and the luxurious garments made of silk and satin, all revealed that she lived her life as a princess would. Therefore, even if she was not the genuine fifth princess of the Huashu kingdom, the individual standing here was more akin to the fifth princess than any actual one. Dare to overturn her bowl of rice, do you? No matter who you are, she would retaliate with a slap. Consequences? Oh please. Does a princess need to consider consequences? You dare hit me? Xiaojin was taken aback. Others were equally stunned. To say that Xiaojin, a fourth-stage chi refinement cultivator, could indeed block that slap, meant Fusang would not be able to strike her face. Yet, she had never anticipated that Fusang would actually dare to raise her hand. In this world of cultivation where strength reigns supreme, which weakling would dare to act against a stronger one? So what if she smashed that bowl? Little did she know, Fusang was bold enough to do so. Shouldn't you be the one who refrains? Fusang raised her gaze, lifting her delicate face, exuding an air of nobility. "My royal brother said, when going out, do not seek trouble, but do not fear it either. You knocked over my bowl. I consider slapping you a light punishment. If this were in the Huashu kingdom, you would be waiting to receive a beating. You'd have your backside swollen." Xiaojin? Royal brother. Fusang continued to raise her face. "Indeed, I am the fifth princess of the Huashu kingdom." Fusang. Upon hearing this, Xiaojin and the other female cultivators erupted in laughter. "You? The fifth princess of the Huashu kingdom? Surely, she must be delusional. Have you not seen the princess of the Jinwu kingdom today, riding her seven-colored bird mount into the inner courtyard? If Fusang were truly a princess, would she need to be here drinking red date porridge? Who are you trying to fool?" In the face of their ridicule, Fusang did not fall into a predicament of self-justification. Instead, she pointed at the shattered bowl on the ground. "My porridge, compensate me." Xiaojin ceased laughing. "You think you're worthy?" Fusang snorted coldly. Senior sister Xiaoshu said that this porridge was arranged by brother Lu. One bowl per person, and it must be finished. If I do not finish it today, I will certainly inform brother Lu about this. If brother Lu does not take action, then I shall slap him alongside you. What a bunch of nonsense. Xiaojin was furious. You dare to tell brother Lu? How dare you? Where does this complaint come from? What is there to fear? If you dare to do it, I dare to report it. Fusang placed her hands on her hips. Let me tell you, if brother Lu does not intervene, I will report this to the elders of the courtyard, and if the elders do not handle it, I will report it to the sect leader. In any case, this matter is far from over. She puffed up her chest, resembling a little tiger displaying its claws. Rules? Face? Ha! She had not eaten a single piece of meat today for the sake of some so-called rules in face. All she wanted now was to unleash her fury. Li Qiu stared at Fusang in astonishment, a look of admiration on her face. She was truly unafraid of causing trouble. You, Xiaojin ground her teeth in frustration, truly intimidated by this shameless individual who feared neither consequence nor confrontation. Ultimately, she had no intention of escalating the matter. merely coldly instructing Xiao Su, please serve her another bowl of red date porridge. Just wait, she would find ways to deal with this little girl in the future. Senior sister, we're out of porridge. Xiaojin furrowed her brows, glancing at the nearly empty pot, then at the arrogant Fusang. Gritting her teeth, she eventually fixed her gaze on the quietly sipping Lu Xiaojin beside her. Liu Xiaojin's stomach was a tad full. She was not consuming the porridge in haste. At that moment her bowl contained the most porridge. Thus Xiaojin pointed at her. You give your bowl to her. Liu Xiaojin looked at Xiaojin's finger bewildered. Huh? You think I can't finish it and want me to share? What a kind senior sister. If she asked, then just comply. Why hesitate? Lu Xiaojin, appearing easy to bully, would surely not dare to stir up trouble. Little did she know at that moment in Fusang's eyes, Lu Xiaojin was already one of her own. Bullying Lu Xiaojin was no different from bullying her. Consequently, she lunged forward, delivering a swift slap. One must consider the master when striking a dog. Anyone who dares to bully me, this princess will make you pay dearly. It was evident that Fusang possessed a talent for fighting, her aura formidable, yet, in the realm of cultivation, mere fighting prowess was of little consequence. One needed strength, and clearly, the delicate Fusang lacked this very quality. Thus, she had barely lunged before Xiaojin had her pinned down and was relentlessly slapping her. Xiaojin's hands flew towards Fusang's face with fierce intensity. However, Fusang was not to be trifled with. She seized Xiaojin's wrist and bit down hard. Blood was drawn up. Xiaojin cried out in pain, retaliating with even greater fervor. Blood appeared at the corner of Fusang's mouth. Liu Xiaojin frowned. Fusang was fighting for her sake. Though not particularly bright, her actions were undeniably heartwarming. It would be utterly heartless not to assist her now, however, given that Xiaojin was at the 4th level of qi refining, while Lu Xiaojin, deemed a waste, stood no chance against her. Nevertheless, if she rushed in, she could at least divert some of the fire. With one hand slapping Fusang, Xiaojin used the other to target Lu Xiaojin. Quite the effective approach, allowing Xiaojin to engage fully in combat without leaving a hand idle. Liu Xiaojin scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a female cultivator holding a chamber pot. She rushed over. Senior sister, may I borrow this? The female cultivator had yet to react when the pot was snatched by Lu Xiaojin. Then Lu Xiaojin made a beeline for Xiaojin. Let her go. What was that wild woman charging toward her with? A chamber pot. What did she intend to do with it? Soak her with urine. Xiaojin, no longer concerned with the dignity befitting a 4th-level qi refiner, sprang up and fled. Could Lu Xiaojin allow her to escape? She pursued with reckless abandon. Thus, they circled the large tree in the courtyard, one fleeing and the other in hot pursuit, akin to King Qin circling the pillar. Nearby female cultivators scattered in every direction. The shrieks were unending. Whoever was drenched in urine would surely scream. Junior sister, let us discuss this calmly. Put down the pot. Lu Xiaojin, however, paid no heed, intent solely on dousing her target. The tree would surely thrive as a result. Would it bloom this year or perish instead? Just as they were engaged in their chaotic chase, a furious voice rang out from the entrance. You all stop this instant. Who had arrived? It was Lu Xixiang, summoned by Sui Jin. Aware they could not contend with Xiaojin, she had hastily sought Lu Xixiang as soon as the conflict erupted. Clever girl. Little did she know. Upon his hurried arrival, he was met with the sight of 2 individuals, one wielding a chamber pot, circling the tree. Lu Xixiang was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a scene in his life. Seeing him arrive, Xiaojin perceived a savior and immediately dashed toward him. Xixiang, save me. Following closely behind Xiaojin was Lu Xiaojin, pot in hand, gleefully shouting, Don't run. Lu Xixiang's eyes widened, his lips trembling. Don't come near. Chapter 53. Tonight. She is the goddess of the chamber pot in ancient Greece. Drenching someone with urine may cause minimal harm but possesses tremendous offensive power. Regardless of whether one is at the qi refining, foundation building, or golden core stage, in the moment of being splashed, thoughts of erecting barriers for defense are far from one's mind. The instinct is to evade. Who knows if the speed of establishing a barrier can outpace the urine's descent? This assault has maximum impact. Xiaojin was terrified. How could Lu Xixiang not share her fear? As Xiaojin sought refuge beside him, Lu Xiaojin raised the pot to splash him, and despair washed over his eyes. You, stop this. Only then did Lu Xiaojin notice Lu Xixiang's presence. Lu Xixiang? Realizing Lu Xiaojin had calmed down, Lu Xixiang let out a sigh of relief, confident that the urine wouldn't reach him. However, he relaxed too soon. Liu Xiaojin, being the waste she was, had raised the pot above her head and was now struggling to control it. At that moment, though her steps had ceased, the pot still soared toward Lu Xixiang. What poured forth was not merely water. What else could it be? Lu Shixiang found himself drenched as the pot's contents cascaded down his head. In that instant, he surely wished for death. Lu Shixiang. Many were astonished. This ruckus had escalated to an outrageous level, drawing the attention of several male cultivators who peeked over upon witnessing the spectacle. They fell silent. No one dared to assist. Who would approach Lu Shixiang, now adorned with the remnants of urine? Yet, compassionate Xiaosu stepped forward, retrieving the pot. Lu Shixiang, are you all right? Lu Shixiang, did he appear to be fine? This man was as good as dead. Only paper offerings would suffice. Lu Shixiang, it was not my intention. Are you all right? The instigator, Lu Xiaojin, bore the expression of one who had erred. Lu Shixiang clenched his teeth. And after a moment he finally performed a cleansing spell, ensuring his body was immediately spotless, clean. Yet not entirely so at that moment. Besides Xiaosu, no one dared to approach him. Lu Shixiang's face darkened like ink. Originally, Fusong, who had been dizzy and resting on the ground, perked up at this declaration, pointing at Zhang Qin to lodge her complaint. She spilled my red date porridge and hit me. Fusong's complexion was pale and tender. Her face swollen from receiving over a dozen slaps, with blood trickling from her lips, rendering her quite pitiable. Lu Shixiang frowned, directing his gaze toward Zhang Qin. Why did you bully her? Zhang Qin stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Lu Shixiang's brow furrowed deeper as he sought to comfort Fusong. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. As he turned to escort Zhang Qin away, Fusong blocked their path. I do not wish for an explanation from you. I am someone who repays grievances. She slapped me 15 times and I must return 30. Despite her swollen face, Fusong's tone was fierce, not showing an ounce of fear or retreat in terms of presence. She even surpassed Lu Shixiang by a margin. Lu Shixiang, already aware of the senior sister's presence in the courtyard, had not known her identity until now. Observing Fusong's imposing demeanor, he immediately began to harbor doubts. Could this individual be the senior sister? Regardless, he had to maintain decorum. After all, she might indeed be. Very well. Then you shall return 30 slaps. Zhang Qin's expression shifted dramatically. Shixiang. He was actually permitting a newcomer to slap her? On what grounds? Did Lu Shixiang truly harbor affection for this woman? Zhang Qin's gaze toward Fusong grew increasingly disdainful. Fusong, unfazed by Zhang Qin's contempt, retaliated with a slap. You dare strike me? My face is not something you can lay hands on. Princess? Lu Shixiang's heart stirred. Just as he suspected, the senior sister's status was extraordinary. She was indeed a noble princess. While deep in thought, Xiaojin had stealthily approached his side, dropping a jade pendant to the ground. Though the sound was not loud, it was close enough to Lu Shixiang that he instinctively glanced over. That glance was significant. He recognized it without doubt. It was the jade pendant of an inner sect disciple. In this moment, Lu Shixiang distinctly noticed the name Li Si engraved upon the pendant. How had it come into Xiaojin's possession? Could it be that Xiaojin was the senior sister? Lu Shixiang's realization dawned. Indeed, it must be so. The sect leader cherished the senior sister, a fact known throughout the sect. How could he bear to place her in the outer sect for trials? If the senior sister had arrived, the little fourth brother would undoubtedly find ways to signal her identity to him, compelling him to take care of her. This very moment, the little fourth brother had handed the pendant to Xiaojin as a clear indication. What is this pendant? Lu Shixiang pondered, instinctively feeling that Xiaojin was warning him not to speak of it outside. Thus, he quickly forced a smile and asked, What is your name? Noticing the shift in Lu Shixiang's expression, Xiaojin's eyes flickered with a shadowy gleam. Xiaojin. Lu Shixiang committed her name to memory. Observing Xiaojin's dark and slender form, he immediately understood why the little fourth brother had insisted he provide red date porridge for the senior sister daily. This girl needed to be nourished properly. He could only wonder what kind of life she had endured on Wuxin Peak all these years. Xiaojin, did you have your dinner? Have you eaten the red date porridge? Xiaojin replied with an indifferent expression. Yes, I have eaten. Restoring her previous composure, Lu Shixiang inquired. How many slaps did she deliver? 25. Fusong was thoroughly enjoying herself, her hand stinging yet relentless. That's enough. 25 is sufficient. Cease your actions since she was not the senior sister. Lu Shixiang saw no reason to grant her any further leeway. Yet, Fusong did not relent. The sounds of slaps echoed as the last 5 were delivered before she ceased her actions. We agreed on 30 slaps. If there's even one less, it cannot be considered 30, right, senior brother? Lu, somewhat dissatisfied, chose not to elaborate further. All right, let this matter pass for today. No one is to mention it again in the future. Understood? Zhang Qin, her face swollen and bruised, gritted her teeth. Understood. She was determined to eliminate Fusang. Lu, uninterested in the unfolding drama, briefly glanced at Xiaojin before slowly stating, "You all have just entered Tianyun sect today. Rest well tonight and be at the training grounds by the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. Is that clear?" The hour of the rabbit refers to 5 to 6 in the morning. Understood. Lu nodded, turned and hurriedly left to wash up. Once he departed, Zhang Qin glared at Fusang. "You better wait, this matter cannot end like this." Tonight, she would embody the goddess of the ancient Greek underworld. Chapter 54. Zhang Yuxi's fiancé. Zhang Qin felt intimidated. Not just her, but the other female cultivators present were equally frightened. Some had even retreated to the corners, fearful that Lu Xiaojin might enact another round of chaos. Who could withstand that? You. Stop right there. Zhang Qin stammered, seeing Lu Xiaojin stubbornly refusing to put down the utensil. She gritted her teeth, thinking perhaps this could be resolved. Lu Xiaojin finally set the utensil down and broke into a sincere smile. Zhang Qin turned to leave but felt a pang of reluctance, staring at Lu Xiaojin. "What is your name?" "Lu Xiaojin." "Good, I shall remember you." The words were somewhat harsh. Lu Xiaojin silently raised the utensil again. With it in her grasp, she felt invincible. Zhang Qin immediately fled in panic. Who would dare confront such a lunatic? "Were you all scared just now?" In truth, senior sister isn't a bad person. Just a bit temperamental. Not bad. Fusang placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of someone who would include Xiaoshu in any reprimand directed at Zhang Qin. Xiaoshu could only laugh and cry. "Alright, everyone is tired. Let's head to the bathhouse, or we might miss out on hot water. No hot water." Lu Xiaojin and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. Earlier, Xiaoshu had mentioned the possibility of no food, and now she was saying there might be no hot water. This was unacceptable. Having just soiled her hands, if there was no hot water to wash up, she'd surely lose her mind. Thus, as soon as Xiaoshu finished speaking, Lu Xiaojin and her companions dashed off with clean clothes toward the bathhouse. "Hurry, wait for me." Fusang, lagging behind, hurriedly followed with her clothes in tow. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, they finally felt at ease. There was plenty of hot water, and it appeared it wouldn't run out anytime soon. They washed up outside before stepping into the bathhouse, luxuriating in the warmth. How delightful! After soaking for a while, Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes and began to observe the dantians of the surrounding girls. The steam was thick, and it took her a considerable time to discern even one girl's dantian. However, she saw nothing remarkable. Most of those in the bathhouse were new disciples, none even at the qi refining stage. Expecting anything extraordinary from their dantians was akin to chasing shadows. Well, there was always tomorrow. Lu Xiaojin relaxed against the edge of the bathhouse, enjoying her soak. Indeed, the world of cultivation was quite comfortable. Just look at this hot water, so abundant. Though she had no idea where it came from, she suspected it was a unique ability of some creature. What a perfect power! If only the creature didn't bother Lu Xiaojin, she contemplated adopting one for herself. Of course, tomorrow she would learn the source of this hot water, at which point she would surely regret her words. Meanwhile, the male bathhouse was equally lively. Among the numerous disciples entering the outer sect today, none were surrounded by admirers quite like Zhang Yuxi. Soaking in the bath, he appeared quite content, his face flushed up. "This feels wonderful, Zhang. I heard you came to Tianyun sect to find your fiancé." The other disciples perked up, eager for gossip. Since entering the outer sect, Li Xiu had been taking care of Zhang Yuxi, so he trusted him immensely. Is that so? How did this marriage agreement come to be? Why is she here at Tianyun sect? A nearby disciple inquired. Anticipating news about that famed second disciple, however, Zhang Yuxi simply shook his head, a bit foolishly. "I haven't seen her in over a decade." Over a decade? They looked at him, surprised that he appeared to be merely in his teens. Did that mean they were childhood sweethearts? Zhang Yuxi's face reddened slightly. "Not exactly, though we didn't have parental arrangements or a matchmaker's words. We have had a mutual understanding since childhood. She once said she would marry me, and she cannot go back on her word." Li Xiu and the others were taken aback. "Wait, are you serious? You haven't seen her in years, so a promise made in childhood counts? Surely you must be joking." Li Xiu frowned. "What is her name?" Zhang Yuxi grinned. "Jean. Her name is Jean." "What is her surname?" "I don't know. So this fool has been pining after a girl whose surname he doesn't even know for over a decade?" Li Xiu pondered. "How do you know she is the sect leader's direct disciple?" Zhang Yuxi replied. "She said as a child that she would cultivate to immortality. After she went missing, I inquired at several other sects but found no trace of her. So she must be here at Tianyun sect." "And you have no news from Tianyun sect?" No, Zhang Yuxi shook his head, but I heard there is a senior sister at Tianyun sect who never leaves the sect. I believe that must be her. Why is that? Because my fiancée is an exceptionally talented person. If she cultivates, she will undoubtedly be the most radiant and remarkable. Only the identity of the sect leader's direct disciple would be worthy of her. Zhang Yuxi's eyes sparkled with clarity. It must be her. The others were left speechless. Realizing he had indeed lost his mind, it was evident he had been infatuated with a girl since childhood, who might have been abducted or simply moved away, and now he was delusional. Seeing every girl as his fiancée, they were foolish to place their hopes on him. Hey, where are you going? Xiao? Aren't you going to bathe? Why did you all leave? Aren't you bathing anymore? The previously eagerly Xiao and his companions now wore expressions as cold as ice. No matter how Zhang Yuxi called out, they remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling the chill of human indifference. Unbeknownst to him, after Li Xiao and the others departed, the foolishness on Zhang Yuxi's face vanished, replaced by a shadow of something inscrutable in his eyes. Senior brother, what do we do now? One disciple followed after Li Xiu. Li Xiao lowered his gaze. Do you think his fiancée is real? False. No, true. Li Xiao raised his gaze slightly. That Xiaojin is likely the name of the direct disciple. Check the roster for this year's new female disciples and see if anyone has a name similar to it. Do you really believe what he said is true? Not entirely. Li Xiao shook his head. Most of his words are falsehoods, but when he mentioned Xiaojin, his demeanor shifted. That name holds profound significance for him. I suspect it is indeed the true name of the direct disciple. Though this direct disciple keeps her identity hidden, I surmise she might still choose a name similar to her own. Li Xiao could perceive the aura surrounding a person to be why observing the changes in that aura. He could discern emotions and detect lies. The disciple bowed his head. Understood, senior brother. I'll handle it immediately. To be discreet, Li Xiao nodded and maintain a cool demeanor towards Zhang Yuxi. Don't let others from different sects catch on. Others from different sects? Don't you see? We are not the only ones keeping an eye on him. Chapter 55. The initial encounter with the parasitic process of the insect egg. The disciple was taken aback. Does that mean other sects are also trying to investigate the direct disciple? Li Xiao nodded. Not just us. From my observations, it seems other major sects have also sent people. This was the aspect that puzzled him most. Why would an inconspicuous and non-cultivating mortal attract the attention of so many sects? The words of their master, which held significance for the entire cultivation world, what did they truly mean? Moreover, as soon as the direct disciple emerged from Wuxin Peak, nearly all sects received the news and took action. This indicated that not just their sect, but others had likely planted spies within Tianyun sect in anticipation of that direct disciple. If he was not mistaken, his long-lost seventh junior brother should also be within Tianyun sect. Perhaps she possesses something unusual about her. The disciple suggested. Li Xiao lowered his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further, instead softly advising, be careful not to alert the enemy. Understood. Meanwhile, after finishing her bath, Lu Xiaojin felt rejuvenated. Not just her, but Fusong and Li Qiyu also seemed to have recovered well. Their previously trembling legs no longer shook. I sense that my strength has significantly returned. Xiaosu unexpectedly appeared beside me, offering a smile. This is a medicinal bath. After soaking, most bodily injuries will heal. Fusang responded. I see, no wonder it feels so comfortable after the bath. Xiaosu continued with a gentle smile. Cultivation is indeed a arduous journey, and injuries are inevitable. That is why the elder had the bathwater replaced entirely with medicinal concoctions. As she spoke, Xiaosu produced a first-grade beauty elixir and handed it to Fusang. Here, take this beauty elixir. Today Sister Zhang was indeed in the wrong, but do not hold it against her. She is not a bad person. Fusang dismissively waved her hand. It's nothing that I slapped her 30 times today. Any grudge has long since dissipated. Xiaosu chuckled softly, choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, Suijin observed Xiaosu thoughtfully but refrained from exposing her subtle intentions. As for Lu Xiaojin, she was busy munching on the sweet melon that Xiaosu had brought. So sweet. Xiaosu is truly kind. Exhausted, Lu Xiaojin climbed into bed and quickly dozed off, nearly slipping into a deep sleep. It was only when the clock approached midnight that she cautiously got up, clutching a qi-gathering pill, and stealthily tiptoed toward the exit like a thief. Zhang Yuxi would most likely not come back. However, she needed to closely examine the contents of this qi-gathering pill. Just as she reached the door, she was startled by a white figure. The figure sat there, hair cascading down, resembling a ghost. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaojin was no stranger to such sights. After having been startled innumerable times, she was no longer easily frightened by a ghostly figure. Thus, even though she had been taken aback, her expression remained unchanged, and she made no sound. She feigned nonchalance, glancing at the ghostly figure. The figure was slender and petite. After a moment, she recognized it was Xiaojin. Even at the dead of night, Xiaojin was still awake, sitting cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed, seemingly immersed in cultivation. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her hair, making her appear ghostly. Xiaojin sighed in relief, not intending to pry further, and quietly approached the door latch, just as she was about to open it when a muffled sound came from behind. Xiaojin paused momentarily. Though she had no intention of engaging, Xiaojin sensed something and turned to look in Xiaojin's direction. Their eyes met. Unlike Xiaojin's sneaky attempt to sneak out, Xiaojin appeared quite composed, offering a smile and softly asking, "Where are you going?" It was precisely this smile that revealed the blood at the corner of Xiaojin's mouth. She was spitting blood. How severe! They were all wicked women, destined to wreak havoc upon the world. Shouldn't they look out for each other? "I'm just going to relieve myself," Xiaojin replied casually, stepping closer to Xiaojin. "What happened to you?" Xiaojin endured her discomfort and shook her head. "It's nothing, just that whenever I attempt to draw qi into my body, I feel pain all over." Truly immersed in cultivation. No, this sister is truly ambitious, and no wonder she is destined to be the formidable antagonist beneath the demon lord. Xiaojin pondered. "Extend your hand. Let me take your pulse." Xiaojin obediently extended her hand. Xiaojin fumbled with the pulse for a while. She couldn't accurately gauge the pulse, however. She speculated that since it involved a monster as a pure body, perhaps she could sense something from the pulse? She overestimated herself. Even with a pure body, if she didn't know how to take a pulse, she simply couldn't. However, she wasn't too familiar with Xiaojin, so she couldn't just say, "Take off your clothes and let me check your dantian. Like a pervert about your pulse. You can't take pulses, can you?" Xiaojin interrupted her. "Huh?" Xiaojin pointed to her wrist. "Doctors usually check here." Xiaojin. It's no wonder she hasn't seen much traditional Chinese medicine in modern times. Had she known that one day she would have to play this role, she would have observed more closely. Although I can't take your pulse, I might be able to identify the problem. Xiaojin asked, "What do you need me to do?" Xiaojin replied, "Can you show me your dantian?" No sooner had she spoken than Xiaojin unfastened her garment, revealing her bare abdomen. She took off her clothes just like that. This character, who in the original text is cold-hearted and ruthless, is surprisingly obedient. How did she fall into darkness? Xiaojin didn't dwell on it. There was no point in overthinking. She gazed into Xiaojin's dantian. Unlike Xiaojunzhou's dantian, which was filled with spiritual roots protected by insect eggs, Xiaojin's dantian contained only a writhing silkworm cocoon, which likely housed the insect egg. The cocoon was unraveling, strands of silk spreading outwards. Given that Xiaojin possessed a dual spiritual root constitution, her meridians were more chaotic than those of a single spiritual root, causing the already tangled silk to become even more disordered. The silk was scattering, obstructing the meridians. This might be the reason for Xiaojin's injuries and blood loss. Almost instinctively, Xiaojin reached for the dagger at her waist. If she could excavate the insect egg now, it wouldn't be able to hatch. Moreover, since Xiaojin had yet to undergo physical cultivation, she could indeed dig into that soft abdomen. No time to waste. But before she could draw the dagger, Xiaojin softly said, "Can you help me?" Xiaojin raised her gaze to meet Xiaojin's resolute eyes, like the light streaming through the window. They were restrained and shattered. Xiaojin's grip tightened slightly but ultimately relaxed. "I can." Real women do not crush small insect eggs. That if they crush the big monsters. Chapter 56. Qi Gathering Pill. A physically impossible large worm. Well, it's not that she didn't want to crush the small insectia in the realm of cultivation. The rate at which these insect eggs were nurtured was such that even if Xiaojin played with the dagger, she wouldn't be able to finish. Moreover, she was certain that if she dared to excavate Xiaojin's insect egg tonight, she would either be hunted down or imprisoned by tomorrow. She wouldn't even reach the level of being hunted. The moment she excavated the insect egg, she would be held down and rubbed into the ground. Escape? It would be a miracle for a useless person to escape. In summary, death she did not wish to die. Therefore, she decided to hold off for now. Once she achieved physical cultivation and became invincible, she would dig them all up one by one. She would crush all the monsters. The small insect egg wouldn't escape either. In truth, with Xiaojin's talent, even without Xiaojin's help, she would be able to hatch the monster. By assisting her now, Xiaojin could also observe how the insect egg parasitized, achieving a win-win situation. The reason you feel pain when drawing qi into your body is that your meridians are blocked. Forcibly drawing qi into your body can damage your meridians, resulting in excruciating pain. Drawing qi into the body no one teaches, it is all self-taught. The main point is that refining qi is the process of allowing the insect egg to parasitize. It doesn't matter whether one cultivates or not. In at most a month it will naturally parasitize within the body, thus entering the qi refinement stage. Xiaojin's suffering stems from her impatience. Pressuring the insect egg causes the silk to frantically dart around in her dantian. Who else would feel the pain if not her? At times like this, one mustn't hurry. The more one rushes, the more chaotic the meridians become. Xiaojin focused on the chaotic silk in the dantian. Instructing, close your eyes and draw the qi into your dantian slowly. Xiaojin complied, closing her eyes and concentrating on breathing through her dantian. For the silk to smoothly pass through the two whirlpools in her dantian and seamlessly enter the meridians required time. Not only time, but it also hurt. Every time the silk entered the wrong meridian and was pulled out again, Xiaojin could visibly see the pain flash across Xiaojin's face. Seeing this, Xiaojin reached out and gently touched Xiaojin's dantian. Xiaojin's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to pull away, but gritting her teeth, she remained still. Xiaojin's fingertips touched the two whirlpools within the dantian. These whirlpools formed automatically after the insect egg entered the body. 2 spiritual roots correspond to 2 whirlpools. 5 spiritual roots correspond to 5 whirlpools. The more whirlpools there are, the more chaotic the silk becomes, making it increasingly difficult to enter the meridians. Hence, 5 spiritual roots are deemed inferior spiritual roots. Useful. Xiaojin let out a muffled groan, her face paling further. Soon, the silks began to root inch by inch within the meridians, emanating a faint glow, much like Xiaojunzhou's dantian. Once the silk stabilized within the meridians, they enveloped the pigeon egg-like cocoon, forming a protective layer. Qi refinement stage 1. Once the silk stabilized, Xiaojin opened her eyes, exclaiming in delight, "It worked! I have drawn qi into my body." Xiaojin, however, stared thoughtfully at the cocoon in Xiaojin's dantian. How did Xiaojin's cocoon come to be? "Thank you, Xiaojin." Xiaojin waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a small matter." She stealthily approached Fu Sang's bed, lifted the covers, and raised her garment. To her astonishment, there was also a cocoon in her dantian. Xikong Gonglin had once mentioned that after entering the sect, disciples would be able to draw qi into their bodies within a month. She had initially thought that after entering the sect, the monsters employed some method to implant the insect eggs into the disciples' bodies, which would then fuse within a month, marking the beginning of the qi refinement stage. After all, this thing was alive. The parasitism should require a process, right? But now it seemed that was not the case. Could it be that this thing spreads through the air? Breathing could introduce the cocoon. That would truly be life-threatening. Or perhaps this cocoon originally grew within the human body. Only after entering the realm of cultivation would the insect egg come to life and then parasitize within. Xiaojin felt a surge of dread. If that were true, then there were more monsters in this world than she had imagined. Suppressing her unease, she reached out to lift the garments of several others. All of them. All of them. But when she finally lifted Li Qiyu's clothing, her dantian was completely empty. Huh? None? How could that be? Wait. It seemed she had overlooked something. Xiaojin lowered her gaze, slightly organizing her thoughts. Li Qiyu's ability to enter the heavenly ladder trial demonstrates that her physical condition is sound. However, while others exhibit silken cocoons, she does not possess one, indicating that she must have undergone something peculiar, setting her apart from the rest. The qi-inducing pill. Xiaojin suddenly recalled that during the distribution of the qi-inducing pills, everyone consumed theirs in one swift motion, yet Li Qiyu refrained from doing so. Thus, it is conceivable that the insect eggs are not transmitted through the air, but rather through the qi-inducing pill. Could it be that the qi-inducing pill is a living entity? Xiaojin, what are you doing? It is no wonder that Xiaojin is puzzled. Xiaojin's current behavior is rather strange. No, I was merely checking if they had properly tucked in their blankets. Xiaojin? Does she appear foolish? Yet, Xiaojin understands that Xiaojin is somewhat different from others, so she refrains from asking further. Aren't you supposed to attend to nature's call? I apologize for the delay due to my own matters. As for the individual beside, well, how should one regard their presence? Ah, right, I shall take my leave now. Hurriedly, Xiaojin exited the room, closing the door behind her before stealthily making her way to the bridge corridor of the male and female dormitory. This place, if Jiang Yusi were to emerge, would allow him to see her. A part of her still hoped that he was a fool with hidden wisdom. Understanding, please take root in that blockhead of his. Beneath the corridor lay a pool, and Xiaojin approached its edge, retrieving a small bowl to gather some water. Subsequently taking out the qi-inducing pill upon extraction, she noticed something writhing within the pill. She had indeed not misjudged. There is something inside. The pill dissolved rapidly after changing the water several times. A silken cocoon-like orb finally appeared in her palm. A wriggling cocoon. Xiaojin's face scrunched up, and she slowly peeled away the cocoon, revealing a large white worm. The small cocoon enveloped a substantial white flesh worm measuring nearly 2 inches. In the first moment, this defies all physical laws. In the second, ah! It's moving! Lu Xiaojin, startled, flung the large white worm onto the ground, stomping down, causing it to burst. Just then, a small chubby figure ambled over, yawning. Lu Xiaojin, what are you doing here? It was Zhang Yusi. He glanced at Lu Xiaojin's shoes, failing to notice the exploded worm. Lu Xiaojin, this little chubby fellow indeed possesses some discernment. They say that wisdom often masquerades as foolishness. Zhang Yusi appears simple-minded, yet he truly harbors great insight. The ancients do not deceive me. Lu Xiaojin was contemplating finding someone to test the qi-inducing pill. A great fool, or rather a volunteer, has just appeared. How considerate! In her excitement, Lu Xiaojin exclaimed, quickly, take off your clothes. Let me examine your dantian. Zhang Yusi, do you even hear what you are saying? Chapter 57. I am the direct disciple of the sect leader. Lu Jin. In moments of urgency, one tends to speak their innermost thoughts. Lu Xiaojin pondered. If Zhang Yusi had not yet consumed the qi-inducing pill, this would provide her the opportunity to observe how the cocoon enters the dantian. If he had consumed it, she intended to attempt extracting the cocoon. She wanted to see if, after extracting the cocoon and then taking a second qi-inducing pill, he could still be afflicted by the insect eggs. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. If it is indeed possible, then even if she diligently excavates her spiritual roots in the future, she could never eradicate these creatures. Her previous speculations could become reality. One day, at an advanced age, pursued by countless cultivators, alone with only a small shovel for excavating spiritual roots, she would fight against a throng of cultivators. A futile endeavor. Her thoughts were in disarray, and thus upon seeing Zhang Yusi, before her mind could catch up, she blurted out, quickly, take off your clothes. How brazen! Even Zhang Yusi, who had just entered the realm of cultivation and was still oblivious to the terrors of inner demons, stood frozen in disbelief. He was momentarily at a loss for words, his round, chubby face flushed with embarrassment and shock, instinctively clutching his collar. What did you just say? He was mistaken. He had truly erred. Had he known that with his charming demeanor, resembling a handsome youth, he should have dressed more modestly for such an occasion, surely, he was being eyed with desire. The little chubby fellow was in a state of turmoil. Lu Xiaojin did not give him the chance to ponder. She pulled him closer. Little chubby, tell me, have I treated you well? Zhang Yusi trembled. Well, perhaps. Who would forcefully take advantage of a kind-hearted person? Lu Xiaojin. He is ungrateful. Does he not remember who provided him with water during his time of need on the heavenly ladder? When you were on the brink of dehydration, who gave you water? Zhang Yusi. You. When you were nearly starving, who offered you food? Zhang Yusi. You. When you struggled to swallow the food, who provided you with dried meat? Zhang Yusi. You. So have I treated you well? Yes. Then if I ask you to take off your clothes, will you comply? Zhang Yusi. Are you trying to coerce me with gratitude? He thought Lu Xiaojin would defend herself or feel ashamed, but she unwaveringly nodded, her eyes clear. Indeed, after all, she had no shame. Zhang Yusi. Lu Xiaojin, will you take them off or not? Zhang Yusi was reluctant to comply. Lu Xiaojin, being somewhat understanding, proposed 2 options. First, you remove them yourself. Second, I will assist you. If he was unwilling to maintain his dignity, she would help him uphold it. It was no great matter. Zhang Yusi looked ready to cry, not anticipating that upon entering the realm of cultivation, he would encounter such a terrifying ordeal of forced undress. Under Lu Xiaojin's coercion and the weight of gratitude, he trembled as he removed his outer garment. When he attempted to remove his trousers, Lu Xiaojin pressed down on his hand. What are you doing? Zhang Yusi, his face flushed with shame, protested. Did you not ask me to undress? You do not need to remove your undergarments. I only wish to examine your dantian. Zhang Yusi. He no longer felt shy. And his face lost its redness, plopping down onto the bridge corridor. I too am aware of my appealing physique. If you wish to look, feel free to gaze for a while, it shall be a feast for your eyes. Lu Xiaojin. Indeed, his entire abdomen was rather appealing. Lu Xiaojin stared at his dantian for a while. Have you consumed the qi-inducing pill? Not yet. Zhang Yusi appeared bewildered. What was the matter? Lu Xiaojin, eat it now. Zhang Yusi was unwilling. He planned to wait until the following day to cultivate before consuming it. Yet, under Lu Xiaojin's fierce gaze, he had no choice but to retrieve the qi-inducing pill from his pocket and swallow it. Lu Xiaojin kept her eyes fixed on his dantian. Initially, she focused solely on the dantian, but unexpectedly, at the moment the qi-inducing pill entered his body, she could see the cocoon that had just been swallowed moving down his throat. The cocoon traveled down to the dantian, where it settled and began to extract silk, slowly extending and spreading. Much like Xiaojin. However, the rate of extension was significantly slower than Xiaojin's deliberate inhalation and catalysis, with only a few strands emerging. It was early autumn. The days were warm, but the nights were still somewhat chilly. Zhang Yusi sat there, bare-bellied, feeling uncomfortable, with his belly button exposed to the cool air. At this rate, it would be impossible not to suffer from diarrhea by tomorrow. Wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Xiaojin's hand moved to her waist, drawing out a dagger, and in Zhang Yusi's bewildered gaze, she stabbed it into his dantian. Blood gushed forth. Zhang Yusi. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiaojin. Why are you trying to kill me? He only posed a single question. Yet the foolishness on his face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. He grasped her elbow tightly. Do you know me? Are you attempting to silence me because you found Xiaojin? Where is she? Tell me, where is she? Xiaojin. Who kills by stabbing the abdomen. Moreover, it was not a fatal wound. She merely punctured the cocoon and casually extracted it. Such a minor injury would hardly lead to death. However, Xiaojin. That name resembled that of the original owner. Did he truly know the original owner? Xiaojin was both surprised and delighted. Having extracted the cocoon, she simply applied pressure to staunch the bleeding, feeding Zhang Yusi the qi-inducing pill she had pilfered from Li Qiu's belongings. While waiting for the cocoon to enter his dantian, she glanced at Zhang Yusi. The Xiaojin you mentioned? Is she the sect leader's direct second disciple? Zhang Yusi swallowed the qi-inducing pill, somewhat puzzled by Xiaojin's intentions, yet realizing that he was not in mortal danger, his mind cleared considerably, his gaze deepening. What precisely do you wish to ask? And what do you know? It seems she truly is the original owner. Xiaojin felt a surge of joy but maintained her composure. First, tell me, who is the Xiaojin you speak of? What is her surname? What is her name? Where does she reside? Zhang Yusi. No surname, no home. TSK, he is cautious of her. Xiaojin was unaware of Zhang Yusi's true intentions upon arriving at Tianyun sect, whether they were good or ill. But it mattered not. She would start anew. Before that, she must uncover the information she sought. Is your name Lu Jin? The original owner's name was indeed Lu Jin. Yet, upon hearing that name, there was not a hint of emotion in Zhang Yusi's eyes. No, not so. Perhaps the original owner changed her surname after entering Tianyun sect. It is not a significant issue. When did you first meet her? Zhang Yusi remained silent. Xiaojin understood that without applying some pressure, he would reveal nothing. I am the person you seek. Zhang Yusi was taken aback, looking at her with incredulity. Xiaojin retrieved her disciple token from her storage ring. I am the personal disciple of the sect leader. Xiaojin chapter 58. Doubting her identity? It matters not. She shall prove herself and no misunderstanding shall be permitted. Xiaojin is well aware of her own value. The blood that runs through her veins is immensely precious. It is so valuable that she has single-handedly supported a significant portion of the Tianyun sect. For someone like Zhang Yusi, who is desperately searching for the original owner, all she needs to do is reveal her name, and she would surely have the upper hand. TSK. How could this possibly stump her? However, Zhang Yusi's reaction was not what she had anticipated. There was neither the surprise of finding a pure body nor the excitement of encountering an old acquaintance. Instead, he was unnaturally calm. No, you are not her. Zhang Yusi asserted confidently, you cannot deceive me. Xiaojin. Is he actually questioning her status as the sect leader's personal disciple? Yet, she has already produced her disciple token. Wait a moment. Zhang Yusi has only just entered the Tianyun sect. It is understandable that he does not recognize the disciple token, but that is of no consequence. There are plenty of other items that can validate her identity. Xiaojin immediately began rummaging through her storage bag. Before you came to the Tianyun sect, you must have inquired about its affairs, right? If you do not recognize the disciple token, then surely you can identify the inner sect attire. Xiaojin pulled out her disciple robe along with the red belt that signifies a personal disciple. Look, this belt is exclusive to inner sect disciples. She adjusted the belt to reveal the character Jin inscribed upon it. This is my name, Lu Jin. Then she produced her treasured sword. This is the sword bestowed upon me by my master. A second-grade spiritual sword, which also bears my name. As she continued to unveil her possessions, Zhang Yusi's gaze shifted, and he began to believe that Xiaojin was indeed the sect leader's personal disciple. Yet, upon accepting this truth, what emerged from his eyes was not joy, but disappointment. He fixed his gaze upon Xiaojin's face. You truly are the sect leader's personal disciple? Indeed, that is I. Zhang Yusi suddenly deflated, his eyes devoid of hope. How could it be you? If you are the sect leader's personal disciple, then where is Jin? Where is a Xiaojin? His tone conveyed a hint of desperation. Lu Xiaojin? No, the original owner is named Lu Jin, yet this fellow is fervently searching for someone named a Xiaojin. With such a striking similarity in names, how could they not be the same person? No. There must be a misunderstanding. She would not allow any misunderstanding to exist. How can you be certain that the person you seek is not the same as me? Zhang Yusi replied, you do not resemble her. No, my friend, I have been at the Tianyun sect since I was 7. If you truly saw me, it would have been when I was very young. Can I not have changed? No matter how much a person changes, their bone structure remains the same. Zhang Yusi scrutinized her for a long moment before shaking his head. Your brow ridge bears no resemblance to hers. This. Lu Xiaojin found herself at a loss for words. In forensic science, there are indeed sketch artists who can recreate a person's appearance based on their childhood features. With Zhang Yusi's level of infatuation, it would be quite difficult for him to mistake someone for another. Therefore, if he claims there is no resemblance, it is likely that the person he seeks is truly not her. Lu Xiaojin felt dejected. She had suspected as much. This fellow is an unwavering devotee of the female protagonist. No matter how one looked at it, he and the original owner, a vicious female antagonist, could not possibly be on the same side. How could he have traveled such a distance, eagerly seeking the original owner? The Xiaojin he spoke of was most likely the female protagonist from their childhood. If a Xiaojin is not here, then where could she possibly be? Lu Xiaojin glanced at Zhang Yusi, who appeared somewhat disheartened from the emotional blow. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, you will soon find the Xiaojin you seek. After all, she would be ascending the mountain in half a month. Wouldn't she? Zhang Yusi paused, glancing at the wound on his abdomen, then back at Lu Xiaojin, his expression growing serious. What exactly do you know? Lu Xiaojin observed his dantian. The silkworm cocoon had settled within, and silken threads were beginning to scatter, seeking to parasitize Lu Xiaojin. It can still parasitize. She truly might have to diligently excavate her spiritual roots for a lifetime. Despair no longer lingered on Zhang Yusi's face. It had shifted entirely to Lu Xiaojin's. Zhang Yusi, gritting his teeth against the pain, grasped her shoulders. Do you know where a Xiaojin is? Lu Xiaojin clenched her teeth. She must not despair. She must not despair. If merely excavating the silkworm cocoon is of no use, what if she were to kill the cocoon within her abdomen? Perhaps if the cocoon dies inside her, it would not only be unable to hatch but also incapable of parasitizing. Just like Elder Xiaojin? A thought struck Lu Xiaojin, but she had no more spirit-gathering pills left, so she resolved to reopen the process. Yet before doing so, she wanted to ask a few more useful questions. She looked at the excited Zhang Yusi and without any hesitation said, she will ascend the mountain in half a month and enter the Tianyun sect. I cannot tell you the reason, but this news is true. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Yusi's eyes, yet ultimately, hope and expectation prevailed. After all, this fellow had genuinely been searching for the female protagonist for many years. Zhang Yusi's grip tightened slightly, as if he were suppressing something. Can I trust you? Yes, she had already planned to reopen the process. She was, after all, a person on the verge of death. Those who are about to die often speak kindly. Lu Xiaojin continued, but since I have been candid with you from this moment on, you must also answer my questions truthfully. Zhang Yusi furrowed his brow, reluctant to comply. After all, he did not trust Lu Xiaojin. How could he trust someone who had just stabbed him in the back? Yet, because Lu Xiaojin seemed to know the whereabouts of a Xiaojin, he hesitated to outright refuse her. He found himself in a dilemma. Lu Xiaojin, however, was unconcerned with his predicament and directly inquired, have you been to the Mushin Kingdom? What do you wish to know? He did not outright deny it. This indicated that he had indeed been there. What a pleasant surprise. You have been there, haven't you? Have you seen me in the Mushin Kingdom? This question was rather bold. Zhang Yusi scrutinized her for a moment before decisively shaking his head. I do not recognize you. Not only had he not seen her, but even if he had, it was evident that he would not remember anyone other than the female protagonist, especially since they were all quite young at that time. Lu Xiaojin did not harbor any expectations regarding this. Whether Zhang Yusi recognized her or not was of little consequence. She simply hoped he could identify which family she belonged to. There must be some token to prove it. Speaking of tokens, she actually had one. Lu Xiaojin promptly removed a jade pendant engraved with Mushin Kingdom from around her neck. Do you recognize this pendant? This pendant was clearly quite valuable. It should belong to a prominent family. Zhang Yusi had been to the Mushin Kingdom. Perhaps he had seen it before? To her surprise, Zhang Yusi not only recognized the pendant but appeared quite familiar with it, nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. How could a Jin's pendant be with you? Where is a Jin? Where is she? Lu Xiaojin. Ah, the female protagonist's pendant? Chapter 59. Is it possible that I am a Jin? Lu Xiaojin was well aware that Zhang Yuxi, as the son of a merchant, likely possessed some experience. He might be able to recognize which prominent family the pendant belonged to. She privately believed it to be from a notable family. The quality of this pendant made it difficult for someone of modest means to possess. Good news, Zhang Yuxi recognized it. Bad news, he recognized it at first glance. This pendant belongs to a Jin? Lu Xiaojin firmly believed that the so-called a Jin referred to the female protagonist. However, if the pendant belonged to the female protagonist, why was it in the hands of the original owner? Aside from potentially becoming future sisters-in-law, did the original owner and the female protagonist share any other special relationship? Do not play dumb. This is a Jin's personal item. Zhang Yuxi shouted angrily. In the next moment, the little chubby boy disregarded his injuries and forcefully pinned her to the ground, gripping her throat with a ruthless intensity. This pendant is a Jin's. Why is it with you? Speak. What have you done to a Jin? Where is she now, Lu Xiaojin? No, what nonsense is this little fool spouting? How could he just choke her? Lu Xiaojin retaliated with a slap. Let go of me. The original owner possessed considerable strength, you see. Zhang Yuxi, who had been spoiled and pampered, was already quite weak, and with a stab wound in his abdomen, he fell to the ground from her slap. Clutching his wound, Zhang Yuxi's face turned pale, yet his gaze remained sharp, filled with a flicker of hope. Tell me. Where is a Jin? Lu Xiaojin pondered for a moment. Is it possible that this pendant originally belonged to me? I might be the a Jin you are searching for. She believed her words to be quite persuasive. After all, their names were similar, and she bore a token. It was difficult to dismiss the possibility that the original owner and a Jin were the same person. Regardless of how implausible it seemed, it was worth speculating. Boldly hypothesizing, cautiously verifying. However, persuasion is not something one can simply declare exists. For instance, Zhang Yuxi was not convinced. You could never be a Jin, Zhang Yuxi denied without hesitation. Do not think you can use this method to pry any information about a Jin from me. Pry. Were many people seeking information about the female protagonist? Well, it was understandable that the female protagonist could have such a significant following. I know my face does not resemble a Jin's. Lu Xiaojin squatted down, looking at Zhang Yuxi, but is it possible that my face has been altered by a knife? Upon uttering this, both fell into silence. The original owner's face was clearly unaltered. Well, she would find another reason, and no worries. She could always concoct a story that would convince Zhang Yuxi. She needed to extract information about the female protagonist's background from him first. Perhaps one could deduce the original identity of the protagonist from the circumstances surrounding the female lead. In doing so, she might be able to send word to the original's kin in advance. This would not only afford her refuge but also enable her to uncover more secrets of the original, potentially even summoning the malevolent deity directly. Let the cultivation world be obliterated. The original text merely mentions the female lead's tumultuous background, glossing over the untimely demise of her parents. It now appears that there is something amiss regarding these deceased parents, given that the jade pendant, which accompanied the female lead in her youth, is now with the original. It stands to reason that the original might be intertwined with the female lead's parents in some way. This could also explain the original's desperate attempts to extract the female lead's spiritual roots. Could it be a vendetta from a past generation? A grudge for the murder of a father? A revenge for a mother? Perhaps even a desire for clan annihilation? In any case, it is unlikely to be a trivial grievance. Lu Xiaojin contemplated her strategy. Just as she was formulating a plausible excuse to placate Zhang Yuxi, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. What are you doing here so late instead of sleeping? It was a calm, aged voice. Without waiting for Lu Xiaojin to respond, Zhang Yuxi hastily grabbed his coat from the side to cover the wound in his abdomen, shielding Lu Xiaojin as he weakly yet respectfully addressed. Elder of the Courtyard Gate. The Elder of the Courtyard Gate, a third-tier essence refinement practitioner, was a peculiar figure. He nodded slightly, about to speak, when his gaze fell upon the corpse of the white, plump worm that Lu Xiaojin had just crushed. His solemn demeanor evaporated, replaced by an unsettling gleam in his eyes. Who did this? Zhang Yuxi was utterly bewildered, for in his line of sight, there was nothing where the elder pointed. Huh? Elder, what are you talking about? Lu Xiaojin discreetly concealed the bloodied dagger within her sleeve. Adopting a feigned innocence, however, the elder of the Courtyard Gate was no fool. He glanced at the freshly unearthed, bloodied silkworm cocoon on the ground and slowly uttered, "Lift your feet, Lu Xiaojin." Oh no, she had forgotten that she had crushed it with her foot. The soles of her shoes were oozing with the worm's ichor. If she lifted her foot, it would surely reveal the evidence. I am dying. Tell me, who exactly is aging Zhang Yuxi? Huh? Dying? What do you mean? Lu Xiaojin appeared to be in perfect health. Did she believe she was about to be killed? Why? This was the Tianyun sect. Who could be killed here without cause? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet, upon meeting Lu Xiaojin's somewhat anxious gaze, Zhang Yuxi was taken aback. Was she truly serious? He immediately glanced at the elder of the courtyard gate. The peculiarities were not limited to Lu Xiaojin but also included the elder. The strange smile on the elder's face was unlike anything Zhang Yuxi had ever witnessed. Lu Xiaojin nodded. He will kill me. Can you tell me who Xiaojin is before I die? Zhang Yuxi furrowed his brow. Setting aside the fact that Lu Xiaojin had come to extract his spiritual roots, she certainly did not appear to be a benevolent individual. Moreover, regarding matters related to Xiaojin, he could never divulge anything to anyone. He shook his head, uttering not a word. That I must know who Xiaojin is. I harbor no ill will towards you or her. I simply wish to understand who I truly am. Zhang Yuxi remained silent. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth, pressing the dagger against Zhang Yuxi's neck. Speak. Who is Xiaojin? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Zhang Yuxi regarded her with a frown as the blade pierced deeper into his neck. Blood gushed forth. Zhang Yuxi was taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that Lu Xiaojin would genuinely resort to violence. Yet, when faced with life and death, he clenched his teeth and remained silent, only grasping her sleeve with a glimmer of hope. Xiaojin is still alive, right? Lu Xiaojin furrowed her brow, her determination stealing as the knife plunged deeper. Speak? Zhang Yuxi, unable to withstand the pain, collapsed in a pool of blood, clutching his neck, writhing in agony, yet his eyes shone with a spark of life. Alive, she is still alive. That I knew I was meant to come. However, when it came to matters regarding Xiaojin's identity, he still uttered not a single word. Lu Xiaojin. That this infatuated fool is truly obstinate. At that moment the elder of the courtyard gate had approached, his eerie gaze fixed on Lu Xiaojin. Lift your feet. Lu Xiaojin did not comply. Instead, she swiftly drew her dagger and plunged it into the elder's abdomen. The skin remained unbroken. You can see. The next moment spiritual energy transformed into a blade, slashing towards Lu Xiaojin's throat. The head fell, blood splattering the scene. Chapter 60. Miss Jean? Where did you come from, buddy? Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. She found herself standing by a pool, holding a qi drawing pill. Pained. Oh, the pain! It took her quite a while to regain her composure. Once she had slightly recovered, she retrieved several bottles of pills from her storage pouch. Since the qi drawing pill contained large white worms, what about the other pills? She fetched a basin, filled it with water, and began to dissolve the pills. After changing the water several times, the dead worms began to surface. Indeed, they were dead worms, devoid of any signs of life, small yet distinctly recognizable. Lu Xiaojin continued to dissolve several pills, all of which contained dead worms. It seemed that aside from the qi drawing pill, the other pills also harbored dead worms. Why? Did these dead worms possess some special efficacy? Lu Xiaojin hurriedly took out a calming pill. If this pill were made from her blood, and her blood had a natural resistance to monsters, then this pill was likely free of dead worms. Upon dissolving it, indeed, there were none. Having dissolved these pills, Lu Xiaojin felt reassured and refrained from dissolving any more qi drawing pills or crushing any more large, fat worms. She merely squatted by the pool, waiting quietly. Lu Xiaojin. What are you doing here? The chubby figure yawning his way over was none other than Zhang Yuxi. Lu Xiaojin had no time for pleasantries. She hurried over and pushed him down onto a chair. Eat your qi drawing pill. Zhang Yuxi was utterly perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. What are you doing? Lu Xiaojin had no time to argue with him. She directly fished the qi drawing pill from his pocket and shoved it into his mouth. Zhang Yuxi resisted vehemently. I want to eat. But his resistance was futile. He lacked Lu Xiaojin's strength. Thus, he could only be helplessly pinned to the chair, his mouth covered, forced to swallow the qi drawing pill. As soon as he was released, Zhang Yuxi leaped 3 meters away, a look of wariness on his face. What do you want? To be fair, he was quite agile. With such jumping ability, if he wanted to escape later, Lu Xiaojin might not be able to catch him. Consequently, she immediately donned a gentle expression and beckoned him over. I'm just joking with you. Come sit, let us talk. Zhang Yuxi was resolute in his refusal to approach. Lu Xiaojin casually remarked. Aren't you looking for Xiaojin? She'll be coming to the mountain in half a month. Don't you want to know about her? Zhang Yuxi's eyes instantly lit up, but he seemed to have many reservations. Do you know Xiaojin? What is your relationship with her? Relationship? I'm just making it up. However, Lu Xiaojin offered no explanations, merely sitting in a chair on the veranda, her demeanor nonchalant. What our relationship is, you need not know. You only need to understand that in half a month, She will definitely come to the Tianyun sect, at which point you will know whether what I say is true or not. She raised her gaze. I have no need to deceive you. Zhang Yuxi's grip tightened slightly as he pondered before finally walking over to sit beside Lu Xiaojin. Do you really know where Xiaojin is? I do not. The original text only mentioned that the female lead would be brought to the mountain by the original's third senior brother in half a month. Claiming he had found her. As for where she had been prior or where she was found, the original text did not elaborate. Zhang Yuxi could not help but ask. Then where is she now? Why should I tell you? Lu Xiaojin held the upper hand. What is your relationship with her? I will not allow anyone dangerous to approach her. Zhang Yuxi, she is my fiancée. How to prove it? Do you have a token? Zhang Yuxi fidgeted. Though I have no token. She said when she was young that she would marry me. Lu Xiaojin. Huh. When she was young? What do you mean? Just how young? If he could mistake the original for Xiaojin, then Xiaojin must have parted ways with him at least by the age of 7. And what of promises made before the age of 7? A fiancé? No, this boy must be delusional. The term lewd hardly suffices to describe his obsessive behavior. Lu Xiaojin fell silent for a moment. How did you meet Xiaojin? Zhang Yuxi recounted the same tale he had shared in the bathhouse. Lu Xiaojin smiled that he truly is sick. However, a disappearance at age 7? The age does align. You met in the Mugua Kingdom? Lu Xiaojin probed. What has Xiaojin told you? The female lead is highly likely from the Mugua Kingdom. It seems the original also met the female lead there, but something must have occurred when she was 7, leading her to obtain the female lead's jade pendant and subsequently being imprisoned in the Tianyun sect. Lu Xiaojin felt a surge of excitement. You claim you and Xiaojin are childhood sweethearts, but do you remember Xiaojin's name? Zhang Yuxi, however, stammered, failing to provide any useful information. He was guarding against her. After that, regardless of what Lu Xiaojin asked, Zhang Yuxi would divert the conversation elsewhere. This made Lu Xiaojin suspect that his claims of childhood sweethearts, of meetings, and of verbal engagements might all be fabrications. He must know some secrets about the female lead. Yet he did not trust her. No matter how she inquired, he would remain tight-lipped. Lu Xiaojin gritted her teeth and finally produced the jade pendant. This pendant belongs to Xiaojin. I truly know where she is. Upon seeing the pendant, Zhang Yuxi was beside himself with excitement. It's Xiaojin's pendant. It really is Xiaojin. Can you take me to see her? Lu Xiaojin shook her head, declaring no unless you can prove that you will not harm her. I cannot allow you to meet her. Alternatively, she suggested, reveal something that only you and she would know, such as her surname. As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow darted out from the side. The newcomer was clad entirely in black, obscured from head to toe, save for a pair of sinister eyes fixated on Lu Xiaojin. Instantly, she noticed the wings protruding from his back. He was a bird-like creature. At least a cultivator of the golden core stage. Lu Xiaojin exclaimed, Hey, where did you come from? The man in black seemed elated, stating the master was right. Following this kid has indeed led me to clues about Miss Jean. Without hesitation, the man in black bound Lu Xiaojin tightly and swiftly dragged her down the mountain. Zhang Yuxi attempted to pursue, but before he could take more than a few steps, the figure had vanished completely. A disciple has been abducted by the demonic faction. Though he was uncertain whether they were truly of the demonic kind, the mere mention of those words ignited flames around them. What? The demonic faction? Quickly, pursue them! At that moment, Lu Xiaojin found herself bound and discarded in a cave behind the eastern gate. The man in black produced a spiritual tool, attempting to break the barrier sealing the cave, but doing so required time. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked Lu Xiaojin and demanded, Tell me, where is Miss Jean? Lu Xiaojin grimaced in pain. However, Miss Jean sounded quite respectful. Without a moment's hesitation, she responded, Is it possible that I am Miss Jean? She aimed to extract some information from the man in black. Yet, as soon as the words left her mouth, he spat at her, scoffing, You are Miss Jean. You think you are worthy? Lu Xiaojin thought to herself. Very well. It seems this female protagonist cannot feign her identity at all. Chapter 61. Remarkable, today I encountered a living male protagonist. Lu Xiaojin was splattered with saliva from the man's spittle. Not worthy. Is that so? If I am unworthy, why spit on me? Can't there be a modicum of professionalism? The man in black, it seemed, did possess some sense of professionalism. However, as an assassin, being overly professional might not be advantageous. For the next moment, he drew a sword from behind and pressed it against Lu Xiaojin's throat, commanding in a chilling tone, Tell me, where is Miss Jean? His voice was menacing, his gaze piercing, and the blade sharp. The air was thick with tension. If Lu Xiaojin dared to utter a negative response, the sword would surely carve a path upon her neck, as life and death hung in the balance. Her mind raced. It was not difficult to deduce that the Miss Jean spoken of by this man was the same as the A Jean mentioned by Zhang Yuxi, the female protagonist. Given his insistence on referring to her as Miss, it was evident he recognized her identity. Was he a former subordinate of the female protagonist? Why had the original text never mentioned such a detail? Irrelevant. She had to extract information from him. Lu Xiaojin confidently sat up, grasping the blade at her neck and shifting aside, then spoke with practiced ease. Look, the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. We are all on the same side. That I can tell you where a Jean is. But she was amiable, striving to display her awareness of the situation. The man in black mirrored her cordiality, pressing the blade closer to her throat. The cold steel bit into her skin, the pain was intense, and blood trickled down the blade. In that moment, Lu Xiaojin cursed under her breath, wishing she could spring up and point a finger at the man, exclaiming, "Do you know how precious my blood is? Do you think it is acceptable to waste it? Does Xikong Laodeng know about this? Do you believe he would let you off the hook?" However, she was unable to rise. The man in black not only slashed her throat but also plunged the blade into her leg, piercing it completely. She could not stand. She realized that if she uttered another word of nonsense, he would surely kill her. The man in black coldly reiterated, "Where is Miss Jean to kill her?" Oh no, was he merely showing her pity, wishing to end her suffering? Such a kind-hearted soul. In light of his seemingly benevolent disposition, she resolved not to die just yet. She had to extract a Jin's identity from him. "I can tell you where a Jean is, but you must first prove that you will not harm her." Before she could finish her sentence, the man in black thrust his blade into her right leg once more, piercing it anew. His eyes were filled with impatience as he demanded, "Where is Miss Jean? Let me make it clear. My patience is limited. That if you do not speak the truth, I have myriad ways to make you." He appeared exceedingly confident, confidence born from the thrill of tormenting another. For the victim, such confidence was not a good thing. Lu Xiaojin, weak and battered, questioned, "Who exactly are you? Why are you searching for a Jean?" The man in black stabbed her left leg again, twisting the blade cruelly. "You are talking too much. It seems I have been far too lenient with you." His knife was sharp, and with a slight twist, Lu Xiaojin's flesh was severed in several places, blood pooling around her. Having lost too much blood, her face turned ghostly pale, and had she not been leaning against a rock, she might have collapsed. "I will ask you once more, where is Miss Jean?" Lu Xiaojin did not know. Yet, in her current predicament, if she did not dangle some bait, she would not be able to extract any information. In the Jinwu Kingdom. She is in the Jinwu Kingdom. Not knowing was no issue. She could fabricate. The Jinwu Kingdom? Yes. Now that you know, you should have said it sooner. The man in black seemed quite satisfied. In his professional demeanor, buoyed by this new information, he slashed at Lu Xiaojin's arm once more. After all, during an interrogation, a few extra cuts were inconsequential. The man in black was known for his propensity to deliver a few extra blows. "Where exactly is she?" Lu Xiaojin, racked with pain, cursed and retorted, "Why are you searching for a Jean? What is your connection to her? If you cannot prove that you will not harm a Jean, I will say nothing." "Oh, still a tough nut to crack. Are we?" The man in black shrugged. "No matter, I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Was he truly so deranged as to go through such lengths to prove to a fool that he would not harm Miss Jean? The man in black showed no signs of restraint. He slashed at Lu Xiaojin's face, slicing away flesh with precision, with blood streaming down her face. Lu Xiaojin could endure no more. She collapsed to the ground, weak and groaning in agony, yet she struggled to continue. "What is a Jin's full name? If you can tell me, I will reveal everything." The man in black ignored her, ruthlessly slicing away at her flesh once more. "From now on, for every word of nonsense you utter, I will take a slice of your flesh." Lu Xiaojin. The man in black crouched down, embedding his knife in the ground, his eyes filled with impatience. "You foolish girl, wouldn't it be better to reveal what you know and spare yourself the agony?" Having lost too much blood, Lu Xiaojin's consciousness began to blur. She fought to remain alert. "Do you not know a Jin's full name?" The man in black rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in her chatter. "All right, still stubborn are we?" He raised his sword and unleashed several more strikes, targeting tendons and bones. After a few more blows, Lu Xiaojin was on the brink of death. She realized she could not extract any information from him. Just as she prepared to give in, the man in black remarked, "It seems you are quite resilient. No matter, the master will surely have ways to make you speak." The master? Was he planning to take her to their lair? What a promising prospect. Perhaps she could uncover something there. Regardless, she was bound to die. It was merely a matter of postponing the inevitable. Just then, the barrier shattered. Though he moved with remarkable speed, he had scarcely reached halfway down the mountain when he was intercepted. The man in black stepped back warily, Who goes there? The newcomer, clad in white robes, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, stood confidently on the mountainside, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal aura. He was Xikong Gonglin. Liu Xiaojin opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of Xikong Gonglin, whose sharp eyes resembled those of a scorpion. In comparison to the man in black, his gaze was far more palatable. Upon seeing Liu Xiaojin's injuries, Xikong Gonglin's expression turned grave. Release her, and I shall spare your life. The man in black twisted his neck, and though masked, one could sense a derisive grin forming. Spare me? You think you can? Liu Xiaojin gasped in disbelief. How audacious! Truly audacious. Xikong Gonglin is a cultivator of the ascending stage, and this fellow, judging by the degree of his monstrous fusion, does not appear to be of that caliber. Could it be he possesses the extraordinary ability to challenge those beyond his rank, akin to a protagonist in a thrilling tale? Remarkable. Today I have encountered a living male protagonist. However, his arrogance was short-lived. In the next moment, the man in black's head rolled away, blood spraying several feet to Liu Xiaojin. This perfectly illustrated the notion that one can be all bravado yet utterly lacking in substance. Chapter 62. The uninhabitable chi-attracting pill. Liu Xiaojin had always believed that arrogance required backing. Yet this fellow demonstrated through his actions that arrogance need not be supported by anything, only a willingness to risk one's life. Fearlessly facing death, he had genuinely believed he could contend with Xikong Gonglin and rescue her from Tianyun sect. To her utter astonishment, not only could he not contend, but he could not even withstand a single strike from Xikong Gonglin. With the man in black's head severed, Liu Xiaojin, who had been slung over his shoulder, fell directly to the ground. However, before she could hit the ground, she was caught in Xikong Gonglin's embrace. My disciple, are you all right? Clearly, she was not well at all. Given her numerous wounds, Xikong Gonglin swiftly untied her restraints and administered a pill, cradling her as he made his way toward Wuxin Peak. His tone was gentle and affectionate. Do not fear, your master is here. Liu Xiaojin struggled to regain her composure amidst the excruciating pain, grasping the hem of Xikong Gonglin's robe. How could you arrive so swiftly, master? Wuxin Peak is not close to the outer gate. Xikong Gonglin, being a cultivator of the ascending stage, she had no doubts about his speed. The issue lay in the fact that he was unaware that the missing person was her. Her current identity is no longer that of the sect leader's favored disciple, but merely an outer sect disciple. The disappearance of an outer sect disciple, regardless of whether it occurred in the dead of night or not, would hardly have the opportunity to reach the ears of Xikong Gonglin. Moreover, the black-clad individual breached the barrier using a special spiritual tool, which in principle should not have disturbed Xikong Gonglin. Thus, his swift appearance here to rescue her is rather suspicious. I have placed a restriction on you. The moment you leave Tianyun sect, I will sense it immediately. A restriction. It turns out that not only the barrier can sense her comings and goings, he has also set a restriction upon her. Indeed, she is a prized asset of Tianyun sect. Therefore, despite the black-clad person's capabilities, it would be nearly impossible for him to discreetly escort her out of the mountain gates to his lair. Well, it seems inevitable that she will be captured eventually. Liu Xiaojin sighed and lifted her gaze, fixating on Xikong Gonglin's scorpion-like eyes. A strange smile played at the corners of Xikong Gonglin's lips. You can see me. Bound as if a dead pig, her throat slashed and bleeding, her limbs gradually turned. I see why. Cracked. Liu Xiaojin opened her eyes. She stood by the water pool, holding a chi-inducing pill in her hand. Pain. It hurt so much. It took a while to recover. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, lowering her eyes to gather her thoughts. Zhang Yusi might know who the original owner was, but with the black-clad person following him, once she reveals the jade pendant, she would be targeted, making it difficult to extract more information from him. Even without the black-clad person, considering Zhang Yusi's stubbornness, it would be unlikely to pry anything out of him. Wait a moment. During her previous death, she had also revealed the jade pendant. Why didn't it attract the black-clad person that time? What was the difference? The elder at the gate. During her previous death, she revealed the jade pendant later on, by which time the elder at the gate was already nearby. The black-clad person did not dare to confront him directly, hence did not reveal himself. In this round of death, she revealed the jade pendant earlier, and the elder at the gate was not nearby. Thus the black-clad person took action. Oh, Liu Xiaojin, what are you doing here? The little chubby figure waddling over, yawning, could only be Zhang Yusi. Liu Xiaojin immediately approached him, pinning him down, and extracted the chi-inducing pill from his pocket, shoving it into his mouth and covering it tightly. Zhang Yusi's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, he exuded the essence of his gambling father, his weak mother, his crying, hungry siblings, and his own shattered spirit. Liu Xiaojin resembled a bully. Swallow it. Zhang Yusi, feeling wronged, complied and swallowed. Only then did Lu Xiaojin release him. The moment Zhang Yuxi was freed, he leapt 3 meters away, clutching his chest. What do you intend to do to me? Lu Xiaojin patted the chair beside her. Come sit, we need to talk. Zhang Yuxi decisively shook his head, his face filled with wariness. Just as he turned around, Lu Xiaojin said casually, Jin will be coming to Tianyun sect in half a month. Don't you want to see her? Zhang Yuxi paused instantly, excitement sparking in his eyes. You know Jin? Lu Xiaojin met his gaze, pondering. Perhaps she had been too eager to extract information from him before. Failing to notice that even upon learning about Jin, Zhang Yuxi's eyes reflected both excitement and a hint of wariness and feared it seemed he both wanted to find Jin and feared actually discovering her. What was he afraid of? The female protagonist must harbor a secret. Yet this secret was not mentioned in the original text. Lu Xiaojin felt a headache coming on, rubbing her temples. Yes, I know her. Come sit down. Zhang Yuxi shifted to sit beside her. Just as he sat down, Lu Xiaojin firmly pinned him down, yanked open his outer garment, and drew out a dagger from his waist. Lu Xiaojin, what are you doing? Zhang Yuxi exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, Lu Xiaojin had already plunged the dagger into his dantian, tearing open the cocoon and piercing through the large white worm within. Ah! Zhang Yuxi screamed in agony as Lu Xiaojin wiped the blood from the blade onto her clothing and shoved another qi-inducing pill into his mouth. Zhang Yuxi writhed in pain, wanting to push Lu Xiaojin away. But alas, being the useless person he was, he lacked the strength to overcome her. He simply could not push her away. Exhausted and bewildered with pain, he asked, Why do you treat me this way? Do we have some enmity between us? He paused before immediately asking, Is it because of Jin? Do you really know where she is? The moment Jin was mentioned, he visibly became agitated. Lu Xiaojin. Such infatuation with romance amidst the realm of cultivation. Lu Xiaojin remained silent, her gaze fixated on his dantian. She observed as the new silkworm silk gradually entered his dantian, preparing to extract the silk, only to become entangled with the original silk in that very moment. Although the large white worm was dead, the silk remained alive. The silk slowly coiled around the new cocoon, constricting tighter and tighter, ultimately strangling the new cocoon to death. Lu Xiaojin felt a surge of joy. The new cocoon failed to establish a parasitic connection. How wonderful! Lu Xiaojin shoved another qi-inducing pill into Zhang Yuxi's mouth. Zhang Yuxi struggled but was unable to break free. The qi-inducing pill was soon swallowed. Just like the previous one, it still could not take root. Lu Xiaojin let out a heavy sigh of relief. At such a late hour, what are you all doing here? A voice came from behind, belonging to the elder at the gate. Zhang Yuxi immediately wrapped himself in his garment, concealing his wound, attempting to shield Lu Xiaojin. When it comes to matters involving Jin, he dared not gamble. He must stabilize Lu Xiaojin until he could ensure Jin's safety. However, Lu Xiaojin did not follow the path he provided. Instead, she retrieved the jade pendant from her storage bag. Holding the jade pendant in one hand and the dagger to her neck in the other, she called out into the darkness. I know where Miss Jin is. If you want to know, show yourself. If you do not reveal yourself within a breath, I shall die. Chapter 63. Lu Xiaojin interrogates the black-clad individual. Come on, keep being arrogant. One breath, one inhale and exhale. A few seconds. If he does not appear in a few seconds, Lu Xiaojin will die. If she dies, the black-clad person will have no chance of finding Miss Jin through her. Though it was unlikely he would find her anyway. Given the black-clad person's apparent concern for Miss Jin, coupled with his arrogant nature, even with the elder at the gate present, he would likely still take the risk. Perhaps he could even take her away. From Lu Xiaojin's observations, the black-clad person seemed to have a cultivation level of merely the first or second stage of Jin Dan. He would be no match for the elder at the gate. Yet, the black-clad individual was reckless and unafraid of death, so he would undoubtedly gamble. Yes, Lu Xiaojin aimed to lure him out. After all, she had suffered tremendously at the hands of this madman. It would not be acceptable for the black-clad person to not suffer a miserable death in return. 3.2 Zhang Yuxi looked at Lu Xiaojin in astonishment. Miss Jin? Is it Jin? A glimmer of dark light flickered in his eyes as he calmly asked, Who are you speaking to? Could you please put down the dagger? Zhang Yuxi did not want Lu Xiaojin to die. She was the only one who knew about Jin. She must not come to harm before they found her. As he spoke, he attempted to snatch the dagger from Lu Xiaojin's grasp. Lu Xiaojin stepped back a pace, pressing the dagger against her neck, drawing blood. Don't come any closer. The elder at the gate, who had intended to step forward to stop her, suddenly sensed something amiss in the darkness, and immediately halted, frowning and gazing into the shadows. Lu Xiaojin continued counting. One. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she raised the dagger, plunging it into her neck without hesitation. The force was such that once it entered, she would not survive. Lu Xiaojin acted decisively. She was fully aware that she would not die. No. Zhang Yusi desperately wanted to save her, however, being as useless as he was. He could not save her at all. The elder at the gate was focused on the person in the shadows and could not save her either. The black-clad individual grew anxious. In the next instant, a stone flew from the shadows. Ding! Lu Xiaojin's hand went numb, and the dagger flew from her grasp. Spare her life. The black-clad person emerged from the shadows. I have revealed myself. Now tell me. Where is Miss Jean? His tone remained arrogant, his demeanor still condescending towards Lu Xiaojin's lips curled into a smile. If you wish to know Miss Jin's whereabouts, first you must survive. But clearly, he would not survive before the black-clad person could respond. The elder at the gate had already swiftly launched an attack towards him. Who dares to trespass upon Tianyun's sect? The black-clad individual remained defiant, saying, what of Tianyun's sect? I can enter whenever I please. What can you do about it? Such arrogance, such stubbornness in the face of defeat. Yet he would soon be subdued, bound like a dumpling. To challenge beyond one's means requires the strength and life of a dragon. Clearly, he possessed neither. Let me go, or I shall not spare you. The elder at the gate was so amused by his arrogance that he laughed. Where did this little miscreant come from? To be so audacious. The elder at the gate glanced at Lu Xiaojin, pondering. Who is this person? How do you know he is lurking in the shadows? And who is the Miss Jean you speak of? If Lu Xiaojin did not clarify these questions, she might end up in the disciplinary hall. The disciple did not know who he was. She merely learned of his existence by chance. This disciple will inform the elder of everything later. But please allow me to interrogate him first. Interrogate. The elder at the gate looked bewildered. The matter of interrogation did not fall to Lu Xiaojin. Yet, perhaps due to Lu Xiaojin's overly polite demeanor and the black-clad person's obstinacy, allowing her to interrogate him was not entirely out of the question after all. As long as he did not die, it was acceptable. Very well. With the elder's consent, Lu Xiaojin directly drew the black-clad person's sword, which was quite heavy. While drawing the sword, she also removed the black-clad person's mask. Beneath the mask was a face that mirrored his arrogant voice, wearing a crooked smile. An interrogation? I'll tell you this. I won't say anything at all. If you have the guts, kill me now. Yet Lu Xiaojin had no intention of interrogating him at all. What she desired was merely to replicate all that he had done to her. Right back onto him. Lu Xiaojin crumpled his mask and stuffed it into his mouth. We certainly cannot allow him the opportunity to bite his tongue and end his life in such a manner. This rascal must not be afforded the chance to grasp the essence of the situation. What if he truly dies? The elder at the courtyard gate furrowed his brow. If you have blocked his mouth, how can he confess? Lu Xiaojin replied, I am concerned he might resort to biting his tongue. The elder inquired, is it true that one cannot die immediately from such an act? After a moment of silence, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame for her ignorance. Yet shame did not soften her resolve. I worry he might possess poison in his mouth. It is prudent to keep it blocked. Furthermore, given his arrogance, it is unlikely he will confess readily. We should first teach him a lesson. The elder at the courtyard gate nodded in agreement. He estimated that a disciple like Lu Xiaojin, in her notion of teaching a lesson, would likely only give him a good thrashing. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Xiaojin, without a moment's hesitation, seized her sword and lunged towards the legs of the cloaked figure. The cloaked man emitted a muffled groan with 4 swift stabs. Both of his legs were pierced through, lacking sufficient strength. She failed on the first attempt and therefore repeated the action thrice more, pressing down on the hilt of the sword and rising onto her toes, until at last the blade broke through. The cloaked man widened his eyes. The blood flowed in a most splendid manner. Zhang Yusi asked. The elder at the courtyard gate also questioned. This female disciple is rather ruthless. However, they still underestimated Lu Xiaojin's ferocity. For the next few minutes, Lu Xiaojin directed her sword towards the most sensitive areas, targeting tendons and severing bones. It was painful, yet not fatal. Blood pooled upon the ground. The cloaked man's eyes turned a crimson hue, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He appeared half-dead. This moment, Lu Xiaojin produced a blood-replenishing pill and administered it to him, before continuing her assault. How considerate! The cloaked man thought. What she employed were his own techniques. Zhang Yusi and the elder at the courtyard gate felt a chill run down their necks. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin maintained a blank expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, which rendered the atmosphere all the more chilling. After what seemed an eternity of stabbing, Lu Xiaojin placed a foot on the cloaked man's pierced leg, grinding it slightly. Does it hurt? The cloaked man nodded with great difficulty. Pain is precisely what I desired. Liu Xiaojin smiled brightly. I feel pain as well, but did he spare her? No. Just as she was about to continue her assault, the elder at the courtyard gate intervened as a mediator. I believe the interrogation has reached a sufficient point. Shall we inquire what he has to say? Interrogation. Why don't you start the questioning? If you don't ask, how will he respond? The cloaked man cast a grateful glance at the elder. Liu Xiaojin paused and contemplated. That makes sense. The elder then pulled the mask from the cloaked man's mouth and, after confirming there was no poison, inquired, Speak, who are you? Why have you come to Tianyun sect? The cloaked man, now less arrogant, replied, I am an assassin from Zhou-Yutang. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Liu Xiaojin interjected, I do not believe you. The cloaked man stammered. Chapter 64. Who is Miss Jean Zhongyusi? And the elder at the courtyard gate looked at Liu Xiaojin in confusion. How did you discern that he was lying? Liu Xiaojin could not tell, but it mattered not. Elder, observe. He was so arrogant before, unwilling to divulge anything, indicating he possesses a certain integrity. Now suddenly, he is willing to disclose everything, which must mean he is speaking falsehoods. Zhongyusi. The elder at the courtyard gate. Well, you have reduced him to this state. Even the most resolute person would yield under such circumstances. Thus, we must continue the interrogation. Liu Xiaojin's remarks only added to the already dire situation of the cloaked man. I am not lying. You must believe me. I am willing to share everything. His pitiful demeanor evoked sympathy even from Zhongyusi and the elder at the courtyard gate. Perhaps we should listen to what he has to say? Liu Xiaojin stroked her chin. That may suffice. She crouched down, gazing at the bound and bloodied cloaked man, and smiled brightly. Speak carefully. If you dare to lie, I have many methods to deal with you. The cloaked man trembled in fear. He had once been truly arrogant, but now he was genuinely terrified. The reason was simple. The torture methods Liu Xiaojin employed were those he was most familiar with. People tend to use their greatest fears to extract confessions from others, and the techniques she used were precisely those that haunted him the most. While such tactics might not yield results with others, they would certainly work on the cloaked man. He would rather die than endure such interrogation. I am an assassin from Zhou-Yutang, here to follow Zhongyusi and seek Miss Jean. Zhou-Yutang? Liu Xiaojin pondered that if she recalled correctly, the leader of Zhou-Yutang was also one of the male protagonists in the original text. Zhou-Yutang indeed sought the female lead far and wide. Upon finding her, they would imprison her, engage in a series of events culminating in adoration. A classic trope for the male and female leads. However, Liu Xiaojin had not anticipated that Zhou-Yutang had been searching for the female lead from the very beginning of the narrative. This confounded female lead is quite the asset. Nonetheless, this implied that the leader of Zhou-Yutang, being one of the male protagonists, had known the female lead since childhood and was aware of Zhongyusi's existence. Even following him all this time, no wonder he appeared so infatuated. It turns out they shared a childhood crush. Miss Jean? The elder at the courtyard gate looked utterly bewildered. Who is Miss Jean? The cloaked man shook his head. I am unclear. I merely follow orders and know nothing else. He had shared all he could, believing himself to be exceedingly sincere. Yet, the next moment, Liu Xiaojin coolly remarked, Is that so? I do not believe you. With that, she commenced her stabbing once more. The cloaked man howled in agony, crying out in despair, Everything I said is true. Please grant me a swift end. You must believe me. You must believe me. Liu Xiaojin was a compassionate person. I do not believe you. The cloaked man was utterly despondent. Zhongyusi's expression contorted into a grimace. Initially, he believed Liu Xiaojin to be no virtuous character, having attacked him right away. Yet, it now appeared that Liu Xiaojin had shown him a modicum of mercy. This fellow was truly unfortunate. He could scarcely bear to look on. The elder at the courtyard gate pressed his lips into a thin line but could no longer resist the urge to grasp Liu Xiaojin's arm. Perhaps you should conclude the interrogation for today. The matters thereafter will be handled by the discipline hall. Liu Xiaojin, resolutely committed to serving her sect, firmly rejected the elder's kind offer. No, this villain refuses to speak the truth. As a disciple, it is my duty to assist the brothers and sisters of the discipline hall in their interrogation. That I can endure a little suffering, but I cannot allow my seniors to bear the burden. The cloaked man, the one suffering is me. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as the elder at the courtyard gate turned his gaze away, unable to withstand the cloaked man's pitiful expression. It is commendable that you possess such determination. Continue with your interrogation. Liu Xiaojin carried on with her stabbing while questioning, yet she could not extract any further information. The cloaked man's rank within Zhou-Yutang was not low, yet he was unaware of too many details. More accurately, someone was deliberately concealing Miss Jin's identity. All he knew was that Miss Jin was exceedingly beautiful, so beautiful it incited both admiration and ire. Lu Xiaojin stated, "You do not know? I do not believe you." When he refused to speak, Lu Xiaojin scoffed. "No matter, I have plenty of methods to make you talk." The cloaked man. She was using his own words. "Where is Zhou Yutang?" The cloaked man, weak and weary, replied, "Mujin Kingdom." Lu Xiaojin frowned. Mujin Kingdom. Was the leader of Zhou Yutang truly searching for the female lead out of love? Something felt off, yet, with little knowledge and having never encountered the female lead, she could not devise any alternative explanation. "Elder, I have completed the interrogation." He certainly did not lie. The elder approached, intending to take the cloaked man away. However, just as he prepared to depart, Lu Xiaojin, fatigued and unfocused, inadvertently avoided the elder's grasp. "Oh dear. Elder, your grasp is rather appealing, isn't it?" The elder at the courtyard gate smirked enigmatically. "You can see." A head rolled. Blood spattered at Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. She found herself standing by a pool, holding a chi-attracting pill. "Pain? Oh, the pain." It took a long while to recover. "Oh, Lu Xiaojin, what brings you here?" The plump figure approaching with a yawn could only be Zhang Yusi. Lu Xiaojin rose from beside the pool. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll." "And you? Did you come out because of some epiphany from your 3 brain cells?" But the next moment, she heard Zhang Yusi yawning slowly and saying, "To relieve myself." Lu Xiaojin? To relieve myself? Lu Xiaojin smiled. "Goodness, what a fool. This chap is not wise at all. He is merely foolish. Do you still wish to relax? Shall I accompany you?" Zhang Yusi displayed a sense of camaraderie at the right moment. Lu Xiaojin waved her hand and turned to leave. Little did she know, at the moment she turned, Zhang Yusi's gaze deepened, as if lost in thought. "Senior brother, we found the roster, but there is more than one female disciple with a name similar to Jin among this year's newcomers. Just Lu Xiaojin alone has 2 Jin." The initial cultivator furrowed his brow. The direct disciples must be among them, yet with so many, and all of them being new disciples, distinguishing them is quite a challenge. The master mentioned it is the weakest among them. However, to truly differentiate them, at least a month of cultivation would be necessary. The novice doesn't wish to wait that long. He closed the roster. "Since that is the case, let all the outer disciples assist us in the search." "What? Go, spread the news of the direct disciples' presence among the outer disciples with utmost swiftness." Chapter 65. A barrier? Is it the kind of barrier that she can completely disregard? As a novice outer disciple, attempting to secretly observe each female disciple to identify the direct disciple is no simple feat. It is so sneaky that it is hard to go unnoticed. If one is not careful and their intentions are discovered, it could lead to a plethora of unnecessary troubles. But what if the entire outer sect is searching for this direct disciple? I believe that once the news of the direct disciple cultivating in the outer sect spreads, the outer disciples will inevitably begin to suspect and search for one another. Thus, regardless of how stealthy the actions are, they will appear rather ordinary. Moreover, with mutual suspicion, it will be easier to identify the direct disciple. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, I shall proceed with this plan. Everyone was exhausted today. Lu Xiaojin's movements were not particularly light, yet she did not awaken anyone. Even Xiaojin was in a deep slumber. After placing the chi-attracting pill down, Lu Xiaojin climbed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Xiaojin was awakened by Xiaojin's gentle prodding. "Wake up. It's almost the hour of the rabbit." The hour of the rabbit required them to gather at the martial arts arena. Lu Xiaojin had not only slept late last night but also faced 3 consecutive deaths in her dreams, leaving her feeling utterly drained, as if she were a puddle of mud, wishing to melt into her bed. Not just her, but nearly everyone, aside from Xiaojin, was equally reluctant to rise. Lu Xiaojin squirmed a bit. Her mind clouded and unable to awaken Xiaojin, while swiftly dressing and tying her hair, rushed to fetch water, shaking Lu Xiaojin once more before leaving. "If you don't get up now, you'll be late." Brother Lu said there would be punishment for tardiness. Lu Xiaojin squirmed again, finally opening her eyes. Only then did Xiaojin feel assured enough to go fetch water. With the surroundings quiet, Lu Xiaojin nearly fell back into slumber. However, after a slight turn, she felt a wave of pain coursing through her body, drawing a sharp breath. The pain of being killed. In an instant, Lu Xiaojin was fully awake, staying in bed? Not a chance. She desired to cultivate her body. She longed to become powerful. She aimed to vanquish all monsters. Her gaze immediately sharpened, and with a swift motion, she leapt from her bed, shaking Fu Sang and the others awake one by one, before donning her attire and heading to fetch water. Xiaojin had just finished collecting water when she saw Lu Xiaojin and waved her over. "Xiaojin, over here." Many were fetching water, but most were new disciples this year, Appearing half asleep like zombies upon returning to their quarters, Fu Sang and the others scrambled to rise. We're going to be late. We're going to be late. After washing her face, Lu Xiaojin felt considerably more alert. How delightful it was to have hot water every day. Xiaojin agreed. Lu Xiaojin mused that the monsters of the cultivation world weren't entirely useless. At the very least, they could conjure hot water out of thin air, couldn't they? How wonderful! 10 minutes later, as Lu Xiaojin stood at the martial arts arena with a meat bun in her mouth, she stared at the array of water buckets and shoulder poles, her expression turning blank. Brother Lu stood on the platform, using spiritual energy to amplify his voice, ensuring everyone could hear. Today, you are responsible for fetching water down the mountain. Do you understand? The moment he finished speaking, the entire assembly fell into a stupor. Fetch what? Water. We endured the arduous trials of the heavenly ladder to cultivate, not to fetch water. Brother Lu, have you made a mistake? Indeed, why not assign such tasks to the servants? When can we officially begin our cultivation? The murmurs of doubt were incessant. Brother Lu raised a hand, signaling for silence, his expression cold and serious. Outer disciples are not like inner disciples. They don't even possess disciple tokens yet. Thus, while entering is difficult, leaving is quite easy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. To question further would imply a lack of willpower and be rather impolite. Lu Xiaojin. Huh. In the cultivation world we still need to fetch water. Can't we forge spiritual tools? Why not create a spiritual water pipe to draw water from the mountain below? If that doesn't work, digging a deep well would suffice as well. Tianyun sect must have their own reasons for this. Strengthening our will to cultivate, I see. Alright everyone, come over to collect the shoulder poles and water buckets. One by one, the crowd took up the shoulder poles. Thanks to Brother Lu's remarks, what they were carrying was not merely water, but their resolve. They all lifted their spirits and smiled brightly. Today I will lead you down the mountain to fetch water, and in the future, you will go on your own. Do you all understand? Brother Lu announced. Everyone replied in unison, understood. There was a shortcut down the mountain, bypassing the heavenly ladder. Though it was closer, the path was quite rugged. How should I describe it? Undulating and uneven, rising and falling in a haphazard manner. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Tianyun sect had not paved the way but instead suspended a chain above. The approach was direct and straightforward. Brother Lu swiftly crossed the chain. Alright everyone, come over. Beneath the chain the mountain mist swirled. The crowd felt their legs weaken. No one dared to proceed. Brother Lu reassured them. Do not fear, there is a barrier beneath the chain. Even if you fall, you will not be harmed. Lu Xiaojin. A barrier? Is it the kind created by spells? Is it the kind she can completely disregard? In other words, if she were to fall, it would truly be a fall. Lu Xiaojin looked down from above. Oh my! Who could survive that? Her expression turned blank. A barrier? Only then did the crowd feel reassured. Yet they still trembled slightly in the high altitude. Shall I give it a try? One disciple stepped onto the chain, their legs giving way, causing them to tumble down. The scream barely lasted a second. The next moment, that disciple landed half a meter below the chain. Though transparent, it caught them. The crowd finally exhaled. There truly is a barrier. I was nearly scared to death just now. Disciples climbed up the chain one after another. Falling and then climbing back up, they found it rather amusing. Ha ha ha, this is quite fun. Lu Xiaojin, carrying an empty water bucket, cautiously ascended the chain. Looking down, her legs turned uncontrollable. Her hands instinctively searched for something to cling to, but there was nothing. She could only grip the shoulder pole tightly. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and moved forward at a turtle's pace. Hey, can you move a bit faster? You're slowing everyone down. As the person behind her grew anxious, the chain wobbled, causing Lu Xiaojin's already unsteady feet to slip. She fell. Can't even stand. I've fallen too. The crowd laughed as they tumbled onto the barrier. Just as they were laughing, they noticed Lu Xiaojin had directly crossed the barrier and plummeted off the cliff. Someone screamed. How did she fall? The cries of panic echoed. Everyone scrambled back to the chain, fearing they would be the next to fall. Not only the disciples were startled, but even Brother Lu was taken aback. In all his years, he had never encountered such a situation. There was no time to save her. If she fell, would she survive? Lu Xiaojin, in a moment of clarity, thought, no way to survive. Not a chance. Chapter 66. The person he sought perished before his eyes. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. She was currently standing behind Xiaojin in line, carrying a water bucket. Xiaojin, initially a bit nervous, clutched her clothing tightly, but upon seeing the person ahead fall onto the barrier without incident, she exhaled and released her grip. Fu Sang stuck close to Lu Xiaojin. Are you sure we won? Fall? What if someone is special? Or what if, just as I fall, the barrier suddenly fails? There are indeed such cases. The chosen unfortunate is standing right before her. After all, that it won't happen. Don't worry. Xiaojin glanced at the disciples waiting behind her, contemplating before deciding to move to the end of the line. This way, with no one in front or behind her, the chain would sway less, increasing her chances of crossing safely. Hey Xiaojin, where are you going? Fu Sang called out. I'm going to the back. I'll wait until you're all through before I go. The novice glanced at Xiaojin again. Fu Sang, puzzled, decided to follow Xiaojin to the end of the line. Then I'll go with you. Xiaojin, seeing this, silently joined them. Thus, the three girls made their way to the end of the line, where Zhang Yuxi was originally standing. Spotting them, Zhang Yuxi's previously forlorn face instantly brightened with a smile. Xiaojin, it's you? Hey, where's Li Xiao? Fu Sang asked, peering ahead at Zhang Yuxi, who stood alone. Why are you by yourself today? Zhang Yuxi's expression darkened. I don't know, he's ignoring me. Since waking up this morning, he realized that the group who had been doting on him the previous day had suddenly stopped acknowledging him. No one fetched hot water for him, no one brought him breakfast, and even during water fetching, no one offered him assistance. The reason was unclear, but the camaraderie was gone. Poof! Xiaojin. It seemed the novices had also realized that extracting any useful information from this guy was futile. Perhaps they deemed him a weirdo. The line advanced at a steady pace. Zhang Yuxi stumbled 3 times before crossing the chain. Fu Sang also fell 3 times. However, Xiaojin managed to cross without a single stumble. Moving with remarkable steadiness, Xiaojin lingered at the back, waiting for Xiaojin to pass before she slowly ascended the chain, inching forward. After all, she had already died once, so she possessed a bit of experience in such matters. While the journey was not particularly smooth, it was fraught with challenges, yet success was ultimately achieved. Uncertain of when it might happen, the initial disciples, having fallen to the end, observed Xiaojin, who managed not to stumble even once. Lost in contemplation before long, they reached the base of the mountain. Some disciples, hailing from humble backgrounds, adeptly handled the task of fetching water and performing menial chores. In contrast, others from more privileged families struggled with the rougher tasks. After filling their buckets, they nearly toppled over before they could even lift them. Steady now. If you spill that water, you can forget about lunch. The disciples gritted their teeth, determined not to let a drop escape. Xiaojin lifted her load, finding it somewhat heavier than expected, yet manageable for Fu Sang and Zhang Yuxi. However, the task proved exceedingly difficult. They struggled so much that they nearly fell into the river while merely fetching water. Can you still manage it? Xiaojin inquired casually. Fu Sang looked up, only to see Xiaojin herself laboring, clearly exerting effort. Biting her lip, she refrained from asking for assistance and resolutely followed behind, grunting as she carried her water. It's all right, I can do it. After just a few steps, the delicate skin on Fu Sang's shoulders was marked with red indentations. Zhang Yuxi, being portly, puffed and strained under the weight of his bucket, appearing even more beleaguered than Fu Sang. Yet, his fellow disciples, who usually showed concern for him, pretended not to notice, and on several occasions, he almost stumbled without anyone offering a hand. His pitiful state became increasingly evident. When they arrived at the chain obstacle, several disciples lost some water. However, reassured by the protective barrier, they felt at ease. Even if some water was spilled, it was minimal. Everyone steady yourselves, Brother Lu barked. Yes. The disciples gritted their teeth and proceeded through the chain. Xiaojin moved with remarkable agility. Fu Sang and Zhang Yuxi, on the other hand, struggled to make it through. When it came to Xiaojin, she took her time crossing the chain after everyone else had passed. Fu Sang wiped her brow and urged, "Hurry up, I'm waiting for you." Xiaojin nodded in agreement. Even Zhang Yuxi set down his bucket and plopped down on the ground to rest while waiting for her. The initial disciple stood nearby, silently observing. Xiaojin nodded. I'll do my best. With no one ahead of her, the chain remained steady. However, the bucket was not as stable. No matter how slowly she walked, the bucket swayed. With a jolt, Xiaojin lost her balance. Her foot slipped. Thud. Fu Sang and the others initially thought nothing of it, assuming she would merely stumble against the barrier. But in the next instant, Xiaojin had crossed the barrier and plummeted off the cliff. Xiaojin. They were all taken aback, especially the initial disciples, who leaped towards the cliff, desperate to save her, yet they could not breach the barrier. How could this happen? He pressed against the barrier, eyes wide in shock, realizing in that fleeting moment that she was the one he had been searching for. Yet that person was dying right before his eyes. Xiaojin, no more. Xiaojin opened her eyes. She was once again carrying water, standing before the chain. Fu Sang and the others had already crossed. Fusang wiped her forehead. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Xiaojin nodded. Zhang Yuxi had set down his bucket, sitting on the ground to rest while waiting for her. The initial disciples stood at a distance, watching quietly pain that made it difficult for Lu Xiaojin to lift her water. She gritted her teeth, taking a moment to recover. This was not going to work. She could not possibly cross like this. The instability was overwhelming. Her footing was shaky and the bucket was unsteady, making it impossible for her to walk across. She took a deep breath. She must not succumb to fear, nor allow for any semblance of luck. Her legs must not weaken. She needed to minimize the swaying of the bucket to succeed. Lu Xiaojin set down the bucket, closed her eyes, and spent a considerable time mentally preparing herself before she slowly stepped onto the chain. Fusang looked bewildered. Why did you put down the bucket? Xiaojin and Zhang Yuxi also appeared perplexed. The initial disciples observed Lu Xiaojin with curiosity. Lu Xiaojin shook her head, offering no reply, as she labored to traverse the chain, striving to stabilize her stance. Thud. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Thud. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Thud. Lu Xiaojin had lost count of how many times she had died. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was imbued with newfound determination. At last, she lifted the bucket and slowly ascended the chain. Yet, despite her efforts to maintain steadiness, the bucket swayed, and she fell once more. Thud. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. Thud. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. The bucket rested on her shoulder. After numerous iterations of death, pain had her gritting her teeth, taking a long time to recover. Xiaojin, what are you dawdling for? Come over here. Fusang urged. If Brother Lu sees us slacking off, who knows how he might punish us. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Xiaojin, expertly balancing the bucket, gracefully traversed the cliff without a hint of wobble. The initial disciples were taken aback. This young girl had remarkable stability. Her resolve was formidable. Chapter 67. Princes and Princesses, I still prefer your previously unruly selves. Most astonishing to the initial disciples was that when Lu Xiaojin had descended the mountain, she had clearly struggled to maintain her balance on the iron chain. Back then, she had wobbled while carrying the bucket, barely managing to cross. Yet, to their surprise, when ascending the mountain and crossing the chain, she was able to maintain perfect steadiness, even while carrying the bucket high above. The rhythm of the swaying bucket was nearly synchronized. This indicated that after only one attempt, she had already gleaned valuable insights, mastering the high-altitude chain with ease. Remarkably, she had yet to even reach the qi refinement stage. Such talent was terrifying. The master had remarked that the direct disciple was just an ordinary person, utterly inept. Clearly, that was not the case with Lu Xiaojin. The initial disciples subtly shifted their focus to Xiaojin. Falling silent, though not as steady as Lu Xiaojin, Xiaojin still exhibited extraordinary talent. Neither of these individuals appeared to be the ones he sought. Wow, impressive! Fusang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. That if only I could be as steady as you. It was rather amusing, yet laughter was nowhere to be found this time. Having already completed the task once, the disciples were less anxious and began conversing as they fetched water. By the way, have you heard? The senior sister has come to the outer sect for training. Senior sister? The master's direct disciple? Indeed, that's her. It's puzzling. Why would she leave her comfortable position at Wuxin Peak to endure hardships here in the outer sect? You may not know this, but she is an ordinary person. Perhaps she felt unappreciated at Wuxin Peak and decided to come to the outer sect. With so many new female disciples this year, can you guess which one she is? The disciples chatted as they observed their female counterparts, each eager to identify the senior sister. After all, she was the master's direct disciple. Anyone who could connect with her might have a chance to meet the master. If they were fortunate enough to receive even a modicum of guidance from him, their cultivation would surely soar. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such an opportunity? I heard the senior sister has joined the outer sect for training. Fusang, straining to lift her water, glanced at Zhang Yuxi. I remember you said the senior sister is your fiancée. The senior sister is in the outer sect? Zhang Yuxi exclaimed, excitement lighting his face. Who told you this? Where is she? Fusang replied, everyone is saying that she has come to the outer sect in disguise. Didn't you recognize her? Zhang Yuxi frowned. That's impossible. I've seen all the female disciples in the outer sect, and I haven't seen her. Could it be that she is wearing a disguise? Zhang Yuxi paused, not responding as he pondered the possibility. Xiaojin lowered her gaze to so the person that senior brother C and brother Lu are so concerned about is the senior sister? Lu Xiaojin, realizing too late, asked what? Which senior sister? Isn't her arrival in the outer sect supposed to be a closely guarded secret? As someone so heavily scrutinized, even if she wished to reveal herself, Xikong Gonglin would undoubtedly prevent it from happening. Why would Fusang know? You don't know yet. Fusang began chattering away. It's all over the outer sect that the senior sister has come in disguise, and everyone is guessing who it might be. What? It's spread everywhere. Oh no, things were becoming rather delicate. Yet, I heard that this senior sister is a mere waste. Among all the new female disciples, she is likely the weakest. As she spoke, she excluded herself from consideration. Clearly, it wouldn't be me, Lu Xiaojin. That she understood the process of elimination. Xiaojin glanced at Lu Xiaojin but remained silent. Brother Lu inspected the water in the tank, nodding in approval. All right, you've all worked hard this morning. Go have your meal. Upon hearing the word meal, the eyes of the group brightened. Though they had eaten a hearty breakfast, the labor they had endured this morning had left them all famished. Hence, upon the mention of food, their stomachs began to rumble. Thank you, brother. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Xiaojin dashed out like the wind. Why did she run off? Zhang Yuxi was taken aback. Xiaojin was equally perplexed. Though Fusang maintained her poise, she hurried along, nearly taking flight. Grasping Xiaojin with one hand and Zhang Yuxi with the other, she hurriedly whispered, if we're too slow, there won't be any food left. Zhang Yuxi had been in no rush before. Previously, the initial disciples had helped him with his meals. However, now that they were ignoring him, if he dawdled, he would miss out. Suddenly, he quickened his pace. Xiaojin, having never been to the dining hall, was unsure but followed suit. The disciples behind them, having suffered a setback the previous night, assumed that since they had eaten breakfast, lunch would be secure, and thus they maintained their decorum as they strolled leisurely to the dining hall. However, upon arrival, they found a long queue already formed. The experienced senior brothers and sisters had dashed ahead with remarkable speed. Xiaojin paused. So many people. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin had already reached the front of the line, happily dishing out her meal. The food was steaming. However, the bowls of the other senior brothers and sisters were also overflowing with food, making hers hardly stand out. Lu Xiaojin glanced at the dishes around her with surprise. One could not deny the difference in the cultivation world. They certainly consumed more than ordinary people. As she huffed and puffed, halfway through her meal, Fusang and the others arrived at the dining table, taking their seats opposite her. It would be inaccurate to say they arrived at the table, for their bowls contained little more than rice, mountains of rice to be precise, with only a sparse scattering of vegetables. Today they were even competing for the meager greens. Zhang Yuxi eyed the meat in Lu Xiaojin's bowl, swallowing hard. Your dish looks incredibly fragrant. Indeed, it was a given. It would be a disservice to her lightning-fast speed if she couldn't secure such dishes. Fusang also swallowed, exclaiming, yes, it truly smells delightful. Xiaojin, however, remained composed, continuing to eat her rice as if nothing could disrupt her tranquility. Lu Xiaojin looked up, meeting two pairs of ravenous eyes, and glanced at the meager rice in their bowls. How pitiful. She had tasted that bitterness before. With a sigh, she picked up 3 chicken legs, placing one in each of their bowls. Here, eat up. Zhang Yuxi and Fusang nearly burst into tears. Xiaojin, encountering you is truly the greatest fortune of our lives. Oh, noble lords and ladies, I must confess I prefer your former rebellious selves, Xiaojin remarked, glancing at the chicken legs in her bowl, momentarily taken aback before finally sampling a piece. After a pause, she raised her gaze to Lu Xiaojin. Her eyes filled with increasing warmth. Thank you. Lu Xiaojin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, hurry and eat, we have training to attend to this afternoon. She assumed that having sharpened their minds in the morning, they would surely train in the afternoon, right? However, upon finishing their meal and encountering a pile of baskets at the martial arts field, she was left stunned. This surely not. Lu Xiaojin. I can't quite comprehend. This is the realm of cultivation. The realm of cultivation. How can it be so adept at farming? Are you all disregarding your lives? Chapter 68. The individuals of interest to Xiaoxi were not limited to Lu Xiaojin. The other disciples evidently were equally baffled. Brother Lu, I don't understand. Carrying water is one thing, but why are we also harvesting rice? What distinguishes this from farm work? When will we commence our training? The disciples were weary, having spent the morning hauling water and trekking the mountain trails, now relying solely on fervor to stand upright, utterly exhausted. Harvest rice. What nonsense! Indeed, when shall we officially begin our training? Each voiced their grievances. Brother Lu raised his hand, signaling for silence. Once the disciples quieted down, he adopted a stern demeanor and reprimanded them. Do you truly believe that Tianyun sect is short of hands for harvesting rice? The reason you are engaged in these tasks is that they serve as a form of physical training. Consider this. Hauling water in the morning strengthens your legs, waist, and neck. The act of harvesting rice will enhance your arm, waist, and leg strength as well. You are merely newcomers with physiques too weak. This is merely to lay a solid foundation. As he spoke, Brother Lu's tone grew colder. If you are unwilling to participate, You may leave the mountain at once. The disciples bowed in unison. Brother Lu, we apologize, your concern for us is evident, and we have failed to appreciate your good intentions. Please forgive us Xiaojin. Although I do not fully grasp the rationale, I can't shake the feeling that I've been manipulated. Building a foundation should involve stances and muscle training, should it not? To enhance our fundamentals through farm work seems rather counterproductive, does it not? She questioned, though she dared not voice her doubts given the fervent spirit of her fellow disciples. She felt certain that should she utter a single word of dissent, they would pummel her into a pulp without needing Brother Lu's intervention. No matter, you are merely newcomers and I can understand your ignorance. Now everyone grab a basket and follow me. Despite their fatigue, the disciples dutifully hoisted their baskets. Spirits rekindled. Xiaojin, check out my basket. Isn't it particularly exquisite? Fusang had chosen the smallest, most delicate one, and felt quite splendid as she donned it. Xiaojin. Ah yes, indeed, she feigned enthusiasm while casually grabbing a basket herself. Just as she was about to secure it on her back, she noticed Xiaojin stealthily maneuvering towards a corner. Xiaojin immediately perked up. Observing Xiaojin's surreptitious movements, she sensed mischief afoot. Let the chaos ensue. Let us confront that vile old man Sikong. Given Xiaojin's prowess in the original text, Xiaojin anticipated that a mere spark of mischief might very well append the outer sect. Just as she was brimming with anticipation, she caught sight of Xiaojin. Xiaojin, accustomed to farm labor at home, found carrying water for an entire morning to be a trivial matter. Thus, while everyone else was tiredly shouldering their baskets, she was the only one with keen eyes. Spotting Xiaoxi from afar, Xiaoxi had come in search of his jade pendant, uncertain if he had inadvertently left it in the outer sect the previous day, or if someone had picked it up. He intended to inform Brother Lu, asking him to keep an eye out. Little Lu. Xiaoxi raised his hand, softly calling out to Brother Lu. The sound was quiet, yet Brother Lu heard it, turning in surprise to see him. Quickly realizing it must pertain to matters concerning the senior sister, and prepared to approach, however, before he could take 2 steps, he saw Xiaojin making her way towards Xiaoxi. Brother Lu was taken aback. So, Xiaojin indeed recognized Xiaoxi. Are you Xiaoxi, senior brother? Xiaoxi, puzzled, replied, you know me? I caught a glimpse of you when you dropped your pendant from a distance and called out to you a few times. But you didn't hear me. That I ended up picking it up. Xiaojin produced the pendant, relieved she had encountered him again. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding how to return it. Xiaoxi beamed. So, you found it? No wonder I couldn't locate it after searching for so long. Thank you, junior sister, there's no need for thanks. It was the least I could do. Xiaojin turned her back to Brother Lu, who could not see her expression, and due to the distance, he couldn't hear their conversation. This is a favor I owe you. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. If I can assist, I certainly will. Xiaojin replied. Then I thank you, senior brother. After some pleasantries, Xiaoxi glanced at the martial arts field, catching a glimpse of Lu Xiaojin, who was struggling with her small basket, rubbing her calves, and wore a look of despair, which made him chuckle involuntarily, yet he dared not linger, fearing exposure. He quickly shifted his gaze back to Brother Lu. He shook his head at Brother Lu, signaling that all was well, and then handed a small bamboo slip to Xiaojin. If you need anything in the future, bring this slip to the inner sect and you will not be hindered. Understood. Brother Lu, upon witnessing this, became increasingly convinced that Xiaoxi was indeed seeking Xiaojin. After all, upon encountering her, he had presented her with a gift and was now leaving. Before departing, he even shared a knowing glance, indicating for Brother Lu to look after Xiaojin. After all, it was clear that Xiaojin was the senior sister. This matter was as good as settled. Fusang, who had been boasting about her basket to Lu Xiaojin, inquired upon noticing Xiaojin. Who was that person just now? He seemed to be dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple. Are you friends? Upon hearing the words inner sect disciple, the surrounding individuals immediately turned to Xiaojin, astonished that she knew someone from the inner sect. I do not. Xiaojin maintained her usual aloof demeanor, merely having coincidentally encountered him and exchanged a few words. This basket looks quite decent, but it pales in comparison to the ones I've crafted myself. Self-praise was something she excelled at. Xiaojin continued to disregard Fusang, who remained cheerfully chattering away. The interaction between Xiaojin and Xiaoxi did not go unnoticed by the other disciples, particularly the initial cultivators. While everyone remained silent, their thoughts varied. One disciple leaned closer to the initial cultivator, lowering their voice. Brother, is she the one? The initial cultivator shook his head. No. The disciple paused, bewildered. But I heard that Xiaoxi delivers meals to the senior sister, and Xiaojin has interacted with him. Doesn't that suggest she is the senior sister? It was precisely for this reason that she could never be the senior sister. The initial cultivator replied dismissively, if I were Xiaoxi, I would certainly keep my distance from the senior sister. Distant, yet observant. Just moments ago, Xiaoxi had seemingly glanced over to the martial arts field. Although Brother Lu had been the one to greet him, the person he truly wished to see was not Brother Lu, but following Xiaoxi's gaze, the initial cultivator was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xiaojin. Chapter 69. In such a vast rice field, how could one engage in farming without risking their life? In truth, Xiaoxi had been quite cautious. He hadn't dared to steal more than a glance at Lu Xiaojin. Yet, upon seeing her, his gaze would instinctively linger for a second. That fleeting moment was neither long nor conspicuous, but for someone as observant as the initial cultivator, it was an undeniable flaw. In that brief instant, something shifted in Xiaoxi's aura. The initial cultivator could perceive the energy surrounding a person. When someone was joyful or agitated, their energy would alter. In that moment of pause, Xiaoxi's energy transformed, allowing the initial cultivator to pinpoint his focus, and standing in that direction was none other than Lu Xiaojin. If that were the case, how could he continue his search? The disciple felt somewhat disheartened, but upon noticing the initial cultivator's gaze drifting towards Lu Xiaojin, he couldn't help but ask, Brother, what are you looking at? The initial cultivator pressed his lips together. I may have found her. Yet, he dared not be certain. The talent Lu Xiaojin displayed was far too remarkable. She could not possibly be the waste spoken of by their master. He pondered for a while before deciding to widen his search radius. After all, Xiaoxi paused for a brief moment. Although the junior disciple instinctively focused on Lu Xiaojin, it was uncertain whether Xiaoxi was not observing the people around her. Standing beside Lu Xiaojin were several female cultivators, including Fu Sang. The junior disciple glanced at Fu Sang, deep in thought. This female cultivator was visibly weak, delicate to the point of being fragile. She perfectly matched the description of a pampered little waist as conveyed by their master. Really? Who is she? The junior disciple lowered her gaze, deciding to observe further. The disciple did not press on with her inquiries, merely shouldered her basket and headed towards the rice field. Lu Xiaojin was quite astonished to learn of the acquaintance between Xiaoxi and Xiaojin. After all, Xiaoxi was an inner sect disciple, while Xiaojin had only just entered the outer sect. From any perspective, it seemed implausible for her to have any interaction with an inner sect disciple. But who was Xiaojin? She was, after all, a deranged antagonist. An antagonist with both intelligence and martial prowess. It was not surprising that she could befriend Xiao. Lu Xiaojin mused secretly that if Xiaojin could utilize Xiaoxi to completely take down Xikong Lair, it would indeed be a cause for universal celebration. Wait a moment, perhaps she should leave her little courtyard intact. After all, Gogu was still inside. The more Lu Xiaojin thought about it, the happier she became, her steps towards the rice field becoming much lighter. However, 10 minutes later, as she stood at the edge of the rice field, her buoyancy vanished. Lu Xiaojin was stunned. The seemingly endless expanse of farmland before her could not possibly be the rice field, could it? No, this was the realm of cultivation. How could the realm of cultivation be so adept at farming? Are they mad? Wow, what a vast stretch of rice paddies. Truly this was Tianyun's sect. The rice here grew better than anywhere else. Indeed, the rice was plump and abundant. Brother Lu provided a brief instruction on how to harvest the rice before gesturing grandly. All right, let us begin. The disciples promptly got to work. Lu Xiaojin exclaimed, wait a moment, does no one find it strange that Tianyun sect possesses such an expansive rice field? While she was still in a daze, Xiaojin patted her shoulder from behind. The pill of absorption is generally consumed only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Prior to that, one must still consume grains and cereals. Only at the foundation establishment stage can one refine their body. After refining, consuming grains can affect one's qi, since appetite is indeed a form of desire. However, during the qi refinement stage, one must eat normally. To have meals, there must be food. The realm of cultivation is distinct from the mortal realm. Even the currency is not the same, making transactions somewhat cumbersome. One uses silver, while the other employs spirit stones. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation generally looks down upon the mortal realm. Thus, even when consuming grains, they must eat what they cultivate themselves. By sheer coincidence, every sect in the realm of cultivation occupies vast territories, surrounded by numerous wild mountains. Consequently, outer sect disciples have begun to clear land for farming. Not only rice paddies but even the scale of livestock farming near Tianyun sect is quite astonishing. This effectively ensures that outer sect disciples are well fed. Upon hearing Xiaojin's explanation, Lu Xiaojin was momentarily taken aback. How do you know all this? I inquired with senior sister Xu. Xiaojin replied nonchalantly as she continued to harvest the rice. However, senior sister mentioned that doing farm work indeed helps with body refinement, which is why the outer sect disciples willingly engage in it. Due to the benefits of body refinement, the disciples rolled up their sleeves and worked diligently, resulting in the farmland expanding ever more. This was the rice field, but there were also cornfields, sweet potato patches, and various vegetable plots, truly a cornucopia. Even fruit trees were planted in abundance. When spring arrived, the mountains would bloom, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lu Xiaojin gazed at the seemingly limitless farmland. With so much grain, will it all be consumed? It won't be finished, Xiaojin replied. Thus, each month the outer sect distributes a portion of the grain to the disciples, which they can take home to support their families. Given that inner sect disciples and elders residing atop various peaks hardly consume grains, Tianyun sect's granaries are perpetually full. Although the disciples consume more due to their body refinement, they still have plenty left over. The sect finds no purpose in retaining the excess grain, thus it is distributed to the disciples. Support the family? But isn't cultivation supposed to sever emotional ties? Lu Xiaojin questioned, under the impression that cultivation meant forsaking familial connections. Xiaojin glanced at her. In this world, how many people can truly attain immortality? Most cultivators, like the outer sect disciples of Tianyun sect, come from humble beginnings and will only ever reach the qi refinement stage, seeing the end of their path clearly. Severing emotional ties is unnecessary for them. Therefore, while the elders are aware of these matters, no one questions them, tacitly allowing such behavior. After all, as long as they are not inner sect disciples, they hardly care. Thus, the disciples became increasingly passionate about their work. The more they worked, the more they received. And they were exempt from taxes, which made them quite pleased. Lu Xiaojin's understanding was refreshed. Xiaojin smiled lightly. Well then, let us get to work. Lu Xiaojin picked up a sickle and stepped into the field. Grabbing a handful of rice, she quickly cut her palm. This sickle certainly possessed a wild nature. Xiaojin gathered a bundle of rice and advised, follow my posture while cutting. Otherwise, it's easy to injure your hands. After tending to her wound briefly, Lu Xiaojin nodded. Meanwhile, Fu Sang was energetically working hard, exclaiming, hey, I must admit, this princess possesses some talent for farming. Lu Xiaojin thought to herself, sharing in the joy of the people? Under this blazing sun, it's hardly joyful. Chapter 70. On the path of labor, Xiaojin is terrifyingly strong. Fu Sang genuinely believed she could share in the joy of the people, at least for the first few minutes. However, minutes later, she was drenched in sweat from the scorching sun. Her speed in cutting the rice significantly slowing down. My hands hurt so much. Though she hadn't cut herself, the rice stalks were prickly, and her tender hands bled from the effort. It wasn't just her. Other disciples were also lamenting. Joyful? Not in the least. This is so difficult. How much do we have to cut today? Are we expected to harvest this whole field? Brother Lu, standing not far away, noted the grumbling and nonchalantly remarked, cultivation is inherently a challenging process. If one cannot endure this minor hardship, what talk is there of cultivation? His words ignited the crowd's fervor once more. Indeed, if they couldn't endure this little hardship, how could they aspire to cultivate? Let us all put in our best effort and finish harvesting the rice today. Fueled by passion, everyone began to work more vigorously. Jiang Yuxi, panting heavily, realized he could no longer continue. Supporting his waist, he finally straightened up and suggested, we can't just keep cutting like this. How about we split into two groups, one to cut and one to carry? Once we finish a round we can switch, allowing everyone a breather. What do you think? The crowd agreed. Sounds good. Let us do it. Jiang Yuxi sighed in relief. Typically, team-ups were formed with those nearby. Fu Sang immediately looked towards Lu Xiaojin, but before she could speak, Xiaojin had already taken Lu Xiaojin's hand. Let us be a team. While Lu Xiaojin, still focused on cutting the rice, replied without looking up, sure. Fu Sang pouted, nearly in tears, and pointed at Jiang Yuxi beside her. We'll be a team. Jiang Yuxi replied, I'm not really interested. She appeared exceptionally weak, yet seeing Fu Sang on the verge of tears, he felt unable to refuse. Alright. Xiaojin patted Lu Xiaojin's shoulder. You go carry the basket first. I'll switch with you later. Okay. Lu Xiaojin straightened her back, nearly unable to do so due to the soreness. After a round of carrying, she returned to switch with Xiaojin, but Xiaojin shook her head. I can still cut. Your hand is injured. Carry a few more times before switching with me. I'm used to this work. I'm fine. Lu Xiaojin was taken aback. What was this? It was the love between wicked women. A wicked woman cherishing another wicked woman. Just as Xiaojin assumed, Lu Xiaojin had walked away with the basket. Clutching her dirty, injured hand, Lu Xiaojin suddenly grasped her wrist. No one said that just because one often does this work, they must continue to do so. Xiaojin was momentarily stunned, before she could react. Lu Xiaojin had taken the sickle from her hand and handed her the basket. You carry. I'll cut. She needed to work faster so she could switch with Lu Xiaojin sooner. Unlike others, Xiaojin had already reached the qi refinement stage, thus her strength and speed were superior. Brother Lu had been observing her. When she passed by carrying the basket, he paused momentarily. You have already entered the qi refinement stage. First level? This revelation left everyone astonished. The first level of qi refinement? Had Xiaojin really reached it already? Just one night. Impossible, yet Xiaojin replied calmly, yes, first level of qi refinement. The crowd gasped in awe. This talent was rather extraordinary. Well done, well done. Brother Lu praised multiple times, treating Xiaojin with utmost respect. Not only was she talented but diligent as well. Continue to maintain this and you will surely enter the inner sect in the future. Naturally, even if Xiaojin had not reached the first level of qi refinement, Brother Lu would still treat her kindly. However, this context ensured that his favorable attitude towards Xiaojin would not raise any suspicions among others. Indeed, taking care of the senior sister. Absolutely, Xiaojin nodded. Thank you for your guidance, brother. The junior disciple lifted her head to glance at Xiaojin's retreating figure before lowering her gaze again. As the other disciples gazed upon her with envy, Brother Lu spoke slowly. As you can see, junior sister Xiaojin approaches every task with steadiness and diligence. Aware that harvesting rice aids in body refinement, she seizes every moment to exert her utmost effort, which is why she has reached the first level of qi refinement so quickly, though you all understand. Upon hearing these words, the disciples felt their blood surge once more. Understood. Lu Xixiang was quite pleased. However, Lu Xiaojin paid little heed to this. It was not that she did not wish to care, but rather she was too fatigued to do so. The sun blazed fiercely, the rice stalks were too prickly, and sweat cascaded down her body in torrents. The sun had reddened her face to an alarming hue. All right, you go ahead and carry on. I will take over the next row. She instructed. Lu Xiaojin asked why so quickly. Xiaojin, engrossed in her work, replied, it's not that fast. Not fast. Lu Xiaojin noted that the others had yet to change shifts. Xiaojin was indeed remarkably swift. Her strength was formidable. And her diligence was equally impressive. Lu Xiaojin silently raised her thumb in admiration and, with her hands on her waist, filled her basket and trudged onward, unbeknownst to her. As she bore her load under the relentless sun, Xiaojin suddenly stood up and gazed at her silhouette for a long while. Due to the division of labor, each pair was responsible for a row of rice. As the sun began to set, Xiaojin and Lu Xiaojin's row was at the forefront, while Zhang Yuxi and Fusang's group lingered at the very end. The two delicate youths were sunburned to the point of peeling skin. All right, that will be all for today, came the announcement. Everyone erupted in joyous exclamations, exhilarated to the point of wanting to leap into the air, though laughter soon turned to despair as they found themselves unable to jump at all. Not only could they not leap, but they could hardly stand upright. The disciples leaned against their waists, chuckling foolishly. Thank you, Xixiang. The disciples supported one another as they leisurely descended the mountain. Lu Xiaojin's face stung from the sun's rays, and with her hands coated in rice, she dared not touch her face, for any contact only intensified the pain and itchiness. Her waist ached as well. Let us go down together, she suggested. That Xiaojin? Came the reply. All right. No sooner had they taken a few steps when a feeble voice reached Lu Xiaojin's ears. Xiaojin, help me, woo, I can't stand up. Not far away, lying in the rice field and unable to rise, was none other than Fusang. Beside her was Zhang Yuxi, hunched over like an elderly person. His demeanor equally pitiful. Lu Xiaojin found herself both amused and exasperated as she rubbed her waist and was about to lend a hand. She noticed Chuxiu had approached Fusang and kindly asked, do you need my assistance? Fusang, perplexed, nodded. Yes. Chuxiu lifted her up and handed her a walking stick. Use this to help you walk, it will be easier. Fusang was deeply touched. Thank you. No need for thanks, Chuxiu replied with a gentle smile exuding camaraderie. Lu Xiaojin thought to herself, is Chuxiu interested in Fusang? What could be the reason? Could it be akin to his previous interest in Zhang Yuxi? Chapter 71. Alright, so many insiders, what difference does it make if Tianyun's sect is like a sieve? Indeed, Chuxiu had taken an interest. From the first moment Lu Xiaojin laid eyes on Li Xiu, she sensed something was amiss. He was not an ordinary person. If her instincts were correct, he must have undergone cultivation. Not just Li Xiu, but also several other disciples who had previously shown enthusiasm towards Zhang Yuxi were clearly not ordinary individuals. Although the reasons eluded her, they all conveyed a similar, subtle feeling to Lu Xiaojin, suggesting they were cultivators. However, they were likely at the late stages of foundation establishment, well short of the golden core stage. Otherwise, Lu Xiaojin would have been able to perceive the monsters lurking behind them. In summary, This group had ulterior motives for coming to Tianyun's sect. Initially, they had set their sights on Jiang Yuxi. At that time, Lu Xiaojin was still unsure of the reasons. But now with Li Xiu approaching Fusang with intent, the rationale became worthy of investigation. Could it be because of her? At that moment, Li Xiu had already bypassed Fusang and approached Sui Jin. Maintaining his warm smile, "Sui Jin, I have another walking stick here. Do you need it?" As he spoke, he offered the stick. Not only him, but several other disciples also flocked around Sui Jin, eager to assist. "Sui Jin, are you thirsty? I have water, would you like to drink?" "Sui Jin, I have a clean cloth, do you want it?" Various inquiries of concern were made, with some even fanning her tenderly, amidst the exhausted disciples who were barely able to stand after harvesting rice. This group exuded an energy that was strikingly refreshing. The excessive enthusiasm made Sui Jin instinctively want to distance herself. Yet the next moment, seeing the glint of eagerness in their eyes, she hesitated and chose not to retreat. Sui Jin lowered her gaze. Was it because she had spoken with the fourth Xixiang that they sought to curry favor with her? Or was it her previous subtle hints that led them to believe she was the senior sister? Regardless of the reason, their collective aim was clear, aligning perfectly with Sui Jin's desires. She accepted the water offered by a nearby disciple. "Thank you. No need, no need. We are all fellow disciples, why be so polite?" Sui Jin forced a smile, attempting to convey her goodwill. Before returning to her indifferent demeanor, she turned and handed the water to Lu Xiaojin. "Have a sip first." Her attitude towards the others was evidently dismissive, but her concern for Lu Xiaojin was genuine. Lu Xiaojin was indeed parched. Feeling self-conscious in front of everyone, she refrained from retrieving her water bottle from her storage bag and gratefully took a sip from Sui Jin's offered flask. After she finished, Sui Jin took a couple of sips herself, and then, having quenched her thirst, she sprinkled some water onto her hands, cleansing them slightly before dabbing the dampness onto Lu Xiaojin's face. The refreshing water, combined with the breeze, felt utterly delightful. "Is it more comfortable now?" "Indeed." Lu Xiaojin replied, "I want some too." Fusang croaked, slowly edging closer to Sui Jin. Without hesitation, Sui Jin passed the water flask to her, causing her to beam with joy, having not experienced such camaraderie for a long time. Fusang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin observed Chuxiu and the others closely. After this series of events, she had surmised their intentions with considerable accuracy. They were seeking her out. Upon reflection, it seemed Jiang Yuxi had drawn their attention simply by stating that the sect master's direct disciple was his fiancée. Following that, when news spread about the direct disciple training in the outer sect, Chuxiu and his companions began to focus on Fusang and Sui Jin. It was clear they were searching for the direct disciple, namely, her. As for the reasoning, it was undoubtedly to obtain her blood. Otherwise, why would so many skilled cultivators risk infiltrating the outer sect? Wait a moment. This meant that on the very day she decided to cultivate in the outer sect, which was also the last day of the ladder trial, other sects had already received the news. No, it wasn't just the last day. They must have learned of her arrival the night before the final day of the trial. Lu Xiaojin pondered. But wait, isn't her coming to the outer sect supposed to be a closely guarded secret? This. The old man Sikong surely wouldn't want other sects to know about her presence in the outer sect. The fact that the news had spread indicated that Tianyun sect had quite a number of insiders. Indeed, with such a significant source of blood being kept here, who wouldn't he be tempted? It would be peculiar not to have insiders infiltrating. Tianyun sect, it seemed, was not much different from a sieve. Lu Xiaojin pressed her forehead in frustration, glancing at Li Xiu and the others. Aside from Li Xiu, the other disciples with ulterior motives had their sights set on Sui Jin. After all, Sui Jin was connected to the fourth Xixiang, making it impossible not to suspect her. Yet it was clear that Li Xiu's focus was not on Sui Jin, but rather on Fusang and Li Xiu's eyes. This direct disciple was not just a mere weakling, but one who had been sheltered at Wuxin Peak, likely spoiled and arrogant. Fusang fit that description perfectly. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing for Lu Xiaojin. The sects were more vigilant towards her than she had anticipated. It was rather frightening. Hurry, or there won't be any food left," Fusang urged impatiently. Yet their pace did not quicken significantly. Although Chuxiu and the others showed no signs of distress, they did not want Lu Xixiang to catch on to their true stamina. They had to feign exhaustion. Thus, while they assisted in supporting Fusang, their speed remained slow. Fusang longed to race ahead. Yet, ironically, she found herself unable to move quickly at all. Consequently, by the time they arrived at the dining hall, there was not a single dish left. A few stray vegetables remained. The dining hall's last act of mercy towards them. No meat. Again, no meat. Fusang was on the verge of madness. Was there truly not a morsel of meat left? At that moment any semblance of her dignity as a princess had vanished. She nearly leaned against the window to peer inside, wondering if they had hidden any meat away. She was genuinely starving, exhausted and famished. After several days of insufficient meals, her restraint was all that kept her from losing her composure. There's nothing left, just these few vegetables. Take it or leave it. The dining hall attendant replied, still as irritable as ever. Fusang, in tears, filled her bowl with vegetables. Xiaojin also dismally filled her bowl with the same. Zhang Yusi was too exhausted to even cry. Xiaojin, however, remained composed. After finishing her meal, just as she was about to eat, the attendant unexpectedly presented her with a large bowl of steaming meat dishes. Who is Xiaojin? Xiaojin, puzzled, replied, That's me. The attendant placed the meat dish before her. Someone has prepared this for you in advance. Enjoy. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chapter 72. One cannot, at least should not, pray tell, what ordinary new outer sect disciple, nearly unknown to anyone, would warrant someone preparing a meal specifically for her in advance. Moreover, the newly arrived outer sect disciples who were familiar with her had all been sent to harvest rice. This meant that, even if Chuxiu and the others had wished to curry favor, they had no opportunity to do so. Therefore, who had prepared this dish? It could either be their respective sects insiders hinting at something, or perhaps the sect master had sent someone to particularly look after Xiaojin. Regardless of which possibility it was, it strongly suggested that Xiaojin was indeed the senior sister. In an instant, the gaze of the disciples upon Xiaojin grew increasingly fervent. Xiaojin and Fusang too regarded Xiaojin with similar intensity. But it wasn't Xiaojin they were truly gazing at. It was the large bowl of meat dishes beside her. Oh my, the fragrant crispy ribs appear to be irresistibly delectable. The spicy diced chicken looks equally enticing. Today, those ribs look quite promising indeed. Fusang swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on the mouth-watering dish. Xiaojin and Zhang Yusi nodded in agreement. Xiaojin sensed the probing eyes of her fellow disciples but remained composed upon lifting her gaze. She met the innocent yet foolish looks of Xiaojin and the others, which left her both amused and exasperated. Yet, inexplicably, it brought her a sense of calm. She first turned to Xiaojin. There's far too much here. I cannot possibly finish it all. Would you like to have a taste? Yes. Xiaojin nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, extending her bowl with utmost sincerity. Fusang watched intently. The dignity of a princess prevented her from reaching for a bowl. Xiaojin transferred nearly half of the meat and vegetables into Xiaojin's bowl. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiaojin's eyes brimmed with tears. Xiaojin, you are truly kind-hearted. Is she truly kind-hearted? Xiaojin paused, her expression dimming slightly. Just eat up. Xiaojin happily dug into her meal. Turning around, she found Fusang and Zhang Yusi staring intently. Xiaojin asked, would you like to have a taste as well? Fusang immediately extended her bowl. Yes. Zhang Yusi followed suit. Yes. Xiaojin divided the remaining meat and vegetables into 3 portions, distributing them evenly between the two. Both were so moved they nearly cried. Mirroring Xiaojin's earnest gaze, Xiaojin, you are truly kind-hearted. Xiaojin nodded, showing little reaction as she focused on her meal. The two didn't mind. After all, it was well known that aside from her excessive concern for Xiaojin, Xiaojin treated everyone else with indifference. They had long since grown accustomed to it. After finishing their meal, the disciples felt utterly exhausted, nearly succumbing to sleep. They longed to head to the bathhouse immediately, soak in some hot water, and collapse into slumber. However, just as that thought crossed their minds, the assembly whistle echoed from the training ground. Hurry! Senior brother Lu is waiting for us at the training ground. Xiaojin exclaimed. What? Are we not done for the evening? It will be dark. How can we work then? Are we to labor with lanterns? That is simply unacceptable. Xiaojin and the others hurried to the training ground, relieved to find no farming tools scattered about. The training ground was bustling with activity. Compared to the morning and afternoon, the number of people had increased at least tenfold. However, the training ground was spacious, with everyone allotted their own areas, ensuring no one encroached upon another. Now that everyone is here, we shall commence training. Training? The disciples were ecstatic. Gather here, everyone, and grasp the wooden handles affixed to the wall with both hands. The wall featured wooden handles that resembled the bellows handles Xiaojin had used on the mountain. This can't be happening. After securing the handles, squat into a horse stance. Senior brother Lu began to squat while pulling the bellows. This exercise strengthens the back, but remember to maintain your body in the same position. Otherwise the efficacy will be compromised. Understood? The disciples responded. Understood. Lu Xiaojin thought. This is merely a combination of horse stance and seated rowing exercises, an upgraded version of seated rowing training. How amusing, there's no actual sitting involved. However, she had indeed worked part-time before, distributing flyers. The seated rowing exercise does effectively train the back muscles, the latissimus dorsi, teres major, middle trapezius, rhomboids and posterior deltoids. Yet, she had never encountered such a method of training. Lu Xiaojin was momentarily taken aback. Before she could dwell on it for long, senior brother Lu barked. What are you dawdling for? Get on with the training. Lu Xiaojin had no choice but to grasp the handle and commence her training. The handle appeared like a bellows handle, felt like a bellows handle, and upon pulling, lo and behold, it was indeed a bellows handle. She could hear the tremendous sound of wind billowing from within the wall. Lu Xiaojin squatted until her legs felt numb but couldn't help but ask, Senior brother Lu, what lies behind this wall? Senior brother Lu ignored her. However, Xiaojin turned her head and whispered, It's the bathhouse. Lu Xiaojin exclaimed, The bathhouse? Good gracious. She had previously thought that hot water was conjured out of thin air. Even when fetching water in the morning, she hadn't realized the truth. Now it dawned upon her. The water was fetched by themselves, and the hot water was boiled by themselves. She could vividly imagine the disciples in the bathhouse compartments diligently adding firewood and water. Perhaps that too was transformed into some form of training. Indeed, nothing in this world materializes out of nothing. Whether it be food, clothing, or necessities, everything is a result of hard work. To expect to reap without sowing. That is but a fanciful dream. Therefore, aside from their ability to intimidate, what use do the monsters serve? They cannot even produce hot water. Tears of despair trickled down Lu Xiaojin's cheeks as she lamented her wish for unearned gains. Xiaojin, why are you crying? Fusang, panting heavily, her legs trembling from the horse stance, still took the time to comfort her. Do not cry. It's merely a bit tiring, but hard work is essential. Comfort is reserved for the dead. Lu Xiaojin could only ponder how long she had been squatting in this horse stance. She had lost track of time pulling the bellows. All she knew was that her legs felt numb. Yet every time she contemplated collapsing, she felt a prick from behind. It was senior brother Lu. This must be what they call a vitality-boosting needle. In essence, this needle stimulates certain acupoints to unleash one's potential and maintain the horse stance. It allows them to achieve their peak performance during training. Training is undoubtedly beneficial, however, that single prick could cause one to feel as though their skull would explode, rendering their legs immobile. Collapse? That was simply out of the question. By the time training concluded, Lu Xiaojin could hardly feel her legs at all. Alright, go soak in the bath. A medicinal soak will hasten your recovery. Lu Xiaojin and the others assisted each other toward the bathhouse. Ah, what a relief. By the way, senior sister Xiaoshu asked us to collect the oil lamps, bowls, and shoes. Li Qiu chimed in, having heard that the female disciples who arrived before them had already collected theirs. As we were the last group to pass the sky ladder trial, we need to collect ours tonight. My bucket is broken. I can get a new one, so let us go together later. Alright. The oil lamps must be collected from the miscellaneous area at the courtyard gate. And the person in charge there is Zhangqin. Upon seeing Lu Xiaojin and Fusang, she scoffed coldly. Want oil lamps? There are none left. Lu Xiaojin responded. None left? Then what are those rows of lamps on the shelf? Chapter 73. Is Zhangqin attempting to ruin Fusang? Zhangqin is quite arrogant at the outer gate. Yet her arrogance is of a different caliber than that of the reckless killers from the September Hall. Her arrogance is backed by her position. The role of the miscellaneous area manager is not particularly grand, yet it holds significant power over essential supplies. Previously, after suffering a setback at Fusang's hands, she had vowed to make them pay, and that was no mere empty threat. For instance, even though the shelves brimmed with oil lamps, her word was law. What nonsense are you spouting? After bathing, Fusang was no longer meek. She slammed her palm on the table, pointing at the oil lamps on the shelf. Are those not oil lamps? Am I blind? Zhangqin didn't even lift her eyelids. They are oil lamps, but these have already been allocated. If you take them, others will go without. Then what about ours? Li Qiu inquired. Who told you not to come earlier? There are none left today. Come back in a few days. Fusang frowned. How many days is a few days? Zhangqin replied dismissively. I don't know. Aren't you quite capable? Why don't you figure out a way to make some? This was clearly a provocation. The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Faced with such a thorny issue, they could only count themselves unfortunate. But Fusang wouldn't concede. She pretended to topple the room. Li Qiu, knowing they couldn't take Zhangqin on and wishing to avoid conflict, carefully suggested, how about we collect the bowls first? Typically, at Tianyun sect, Each person receives one bowl, however, as new disciples. They had only borrowed one from the neighboring room. Xiaojin reiterated. You came too late. There are no bowls left either. This infuriated Fusang. She simply refused to yield. With a furious shout, she attempted to leap over the wooden counter to confront Xiaojin. Xiaojin sneered. Oh, daring to cause trouble here? I see you don't wish to live. A bunch of younglings who haven't even begun to cultivate dared to act so brazenly in front of her. Did they think she was easy to bully? If it hadn't been for Lu Xiaojin splashing urine on her last time, she would have surely crippled them all. Just the thought of that incident made her want to swallow Lu Xiaojin whole. Lu Xiaojin rubbed her chin, contemplating their 7 against Xiaojin, a 4th-level Qi cultivator. How likely they were to win. Upon raising her head, she met Xiaojin's ghastly glare. Tell you, Xiaojin thought. It's evident that Xiaojin holds the upper hand. With one hand she could slap 2, and with one kick she could send 1 flying, leaving 1 useless to wail. That it would be like a concert. Perfect. Xiaojin would have a grand time beating them. And they would have a grand time being beaten. Liu, seeing that Fusang was about to leap over, rushed over to wrap her arms around her waist. Calm down, don't act impulsively. Fusang shoved her hands away. Let go of me, I want to confront her. Lu Xiaojin thought. Fusang, this girl had her face swollen from a slap last time and still hasn't learned her lesson. Does she truly believe she can take on Xiaojin? If she were to leap over the counter, Xiaojin would surely reward her with a few well-deserved slaps. Liu could only desperately cover Fusang's mouth, awkwardly glancing at Xiaojin. Senior sister, she has a hasty temperament and means no harm. Please do not hold it against her. If there are no oil lamps, then so be it. However, we must still collect the offerings. Senior sister, could you perhaps make an exception? She was quite adept at reading the situation. Yet, in front of Xiaojin, being sensible was merely a baseline expectation, and thus Li Qiu's ingratiating demeanor garnered no additional attention from Xiaojin. It's not that I am unwilling to accommodate you, but simply that there is nothing to offer. I cannot conjure something from thin air. Can I? Fusang grew even more agitated, yanking Li Qiu's hand away. It's not that there is nothing. It's that you refuse to give it. She angrily began to claw at the counter, attempting to vault over it. Xiaojin, the only one at the Qi refinement stage present, immediately noticed that as Fusang scrambled over the counter, Xiaojin was gathering spiritual energy at her fingertips. She did not wish to slap Fusang. She desired Fusang's demise. Should Fusang dare to cross the counter, Xiaojin would surely kill her. The steward's act of eliminating a disruptive disciple would undoubtedly seem justified. Xiaojin was indifferent to Fusang's fate, but Lu Xiaojin cared. Therefore, Fusang must not be quiet. Fusang was momentarily taken aback, and instead of being angry, she gave a thumbs up, her face alight with surprise. Xiaojin? Impressive. The first tier of Qi refinement truly is remarkable. Xiaojin. Lu Xiaojin. Fusang's thought process was perplexing. Xiaojin ignored her, pulling her behind her and approaching the counter with a broken wooden bucket. Senior sister. My bucket is broken. Could I exchange it for a new one? Xiaojin didn't even raise her eyelids. No, Xiaojin. My name is Xiaojin and I don't care what your name is. Wait a moment. Xiaojin's previously indifferent demeanor shifted slightly. What did you say your name was? Xiaojin. Xiaojin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This name was indeed well known. Today, everyone was aware that the eldest senior sister was currently outside the sect, and Xiaojin was acquainted with Xiaoxi. What did this imply? It meant she was the eldest senior sister. Xiaojin had long committed this name to memory, anxious to avoid offending this esteemed figure in the future. Who would have thought she would encounter her now? She wanted to slap herself twice. Look at my muddled brain, so forgetful. The bucket, yes, it can be exchanged. I will fetch you a new one right away. Xiaojin promptly retrieved a new wooden bucket. How do you find this one? This bucket is the sturdiest and most beautiful among the LOTLU. Xiaojin. This sudden change in attitude seemed overly smooth. Xiaojin nodded faintly. It will do, I'll take it. This calm demeanor only convinced Xiaojin further that she was indeed the eldest senior sister. Junior sister, do you require anything else? If there is anything you find inconvenient, bring it to me, and I shall exchange it for you. Xiaojin. We do not have an oil lamp in our room. An oil lamp, is it? We have those. Xiaojin immediately retrieved an oil lamp from the cabinet. Is this suitable? Would one be enough or shall I fetch you two? Please come over here to register. Fusang was utterly bewildered by this sudden change in attitude. What do you mean? Just a moment ago you said there was nothing available and now you have it. Xiaojin shot her a glance. For you? There truly was nothing. Fusang furious. How can you speak to me like that? Xiaojin ignored her entirely, continuing to smile at Xiaojin. waiting for her to voice further requests. Fusang, exasperated, was about to claw at the counter again, but Xiaojin once more summoned her spiritual energy. This time, due to Lu Xiaojin's proximity, she sensed it as well and frowned. Xiaojin intended to kill Fusang. Chapter 74. She could endure no more of this wretched existence. Lu Xiaojin had always thought their skirmishes with Xiaojin were mere trifles. At most, like the last time when they exchanged blows, such conflicts could be easily resolved with a soak in the bathhouse. However, Xiaojin gathering spiritual energy proved that she meant to strike with lethal intent. Lu Xiaojin furrowed her brow. This Xiaojin was far more ruthless than she had anticipated. Thus, before Li Qiyu and Sui Jin could intervene to stop Fusang, Lu Xiaojin stepped forward, grasped Fusang by the collar and pulled her away. Enough, stop this! Initially brimming with aggression, Fusang immediately quieted upon seeing Lu Xiaojin's stern expression. She pouted in grievance. But she is bullying us. Lu Xiaojin gently patted her head. It's alright, I'll handle this, you just stay put and don't cause a scene. Fusang immediately felt reassured, sticking close behind her and sticking out her tongue at Xiaojin. She held absolute trust in Lu Xiaojin. Ever since Lu Xiaojin had promised to take her up the heavenly ladder, and truly did so, her words had become gospel to Fusang. When Lu Xiaojin said she would handle it, Fusang felt completely at ease. Good, seeing that Fusang had ceased her attempts to claw at the counter, Xiaojin frowned in dissatisfaction. Darn it, so close, she could not comprehend why, despite Fusang's impulsive nature, who could not even be restrained by Li Qiyu and Sui Jin, when Lu Xiaojin told her to behave, she obediently retreated without a hint of resistance. Xiaojin scrutinized Lu Xiaojin, narrowing her eyes as she assessed this unremarkable girl. She was not particularly striking, nor did she exude a strong presence. She appeared to be an utterly ordinary individual. Junior sister, do you require anything else? An offering. Alright, I shall fetch that for you. Lu Xiaojin. I also want an offering. None available, come back in a few days. Sui Jin instinctively prepared to hand over the offering she held, but Lu Xiaojin shook her head. Sui Jin did not understand her intent but complied and refrained from offering the item. What about cloth shoes? I heard that new disciples can receive 2 pairs. None available. What about cloths? Xiaojin continued to wear a cold expression. None available. Lu Xiaojin remained unperturbed and continued to inquire. Is there truly nothing at all? Xiaojin rolled her eyes. If I say there is nothing, then there is nothing. How many times must I repeat myself? Lu Xiaojin maintained her polite demeanor. Understood, thank you for your trouble. Senior sister. With that, she took Fusang by the hand and left. Although Fusang was puzzled, she obediently followed. Sui Jin hurried after them. Xiaojin, wait. I will go ask for you. I can get it. But Lu Xiaojin merely shook her head. What if we manage to get it this time? What about next time? If you are not here, will we simply have to wait to be bullied? Moreover, she was acutely aware that Sui Jin was favored because everyone mistakenly believed her to be the eldest senior sister. Lu Xiaojin did not intend to leverage this identity to resolve their issues. Nor could they allow Si Kong and his ilk to intervene. That would easily expose their identities and risk being captured by other sects. Thus, this matter required a different approach. Sui Jin bit her lip. What do you plan to do? It was already quite late. I in the courtyard's entrance room. The entrance elder and disciples had tidied up and were preparing to rest. Just as they lay down, Lu Xiaojin's voice echoed from outside. Elder, are you asleep? Brothers, are you asleep? The entrance elder and the senior brothers grumbled as they rose from their beds, their irritation palpable as they opened the door. What is it? Very well. The elder had not yet retired. Li Qiyu and the others were startled by the elder and senior brother's displeasure. Instinctively stepping back, Fusang took a step forward, as if to support Lu Xiaojin. It is like this. The disciple intends to descend the mountain and has come to bid farewell to elder and the senior brothers and sisters. Although Lu Xiaojin's voice was not loud, the entrance room had always been the center of attention for the disciples. Even the smallest matters could pique their curiosity. Moreover, given the late hour, the surroundings were quiet, save for the sound coming from the entrance room, which naturally attracted many disciples eager to eavesdrop. Upon closer inspection, they were surprised to find a disciple intending to descend the mountain. Over the years, while the disciples had often complained about their exhaustion, none had truly left. After all, this was Tianyun sect, a grand sect in the realm of cultivation. Once they left, finding such a favorable place would be impossible. Having only just passed the heavenly ladder trials, who would willingly depart? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin had already packed her belongings and appeared entirely composed, showing no signs of discontent. It seemed she was indeed serious about leaving. The disciples were taken aback, their interest piqued further. Descending the mountain? The entrance elder was equally stunned. Wondering why she suddenly wished to leave, Liu Xiaojin respectfully performed a bow. It is like this. The disciple feels that Tianyun sect is not a desirable place, hence intends to seek another sect, and has come to say farewell. Upon hearing this, both the elder and the disciples fell silent for a moment. Did she truly mean what she said? Tianyun sect was not a good place? This was Tianyun sect. A prestigious sect in the realm of cultivation, in terms of resources and everything else, this place was undoubtedly the best. What was even more shocking was that she dared to declare that Tianyun sect was not good within the sect itself. Was she out of her mind? Did she not fear being beaten by the crowd? She seemed to have a death wish. The entrance elder furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. What do you mean by that? What grievances do you harbor against Tianyun sect? The disciples behind him wore equally displeased expressions. One by one, their veins bulged, ready to teach Liu Xiaojin a lesson. This girl was simply arrogant. Yet Liu Xiaojin remained polite. It is not that I harbor any discontent. I merely feel that Tianyun sect is impoverished, unable to afford even an oil lamp, which I find quite lamentable. This alone might have been forgivable, but as the days grew colder, and with the current inability to obtain an oil lamp, it seemed unlikely they would receive charcoal or blankets in the future. Though the disciples did not hail from noble or affluent backgrounds, they could hardly endure such hardships, which is why I chose to descend the mountain. I cannot bear this wretched existence any longer. The crowd? Tianyun sect is a grand sect, wealthy. Is it true that we cannot even afford oil lamps? Whose words are you repeating? Such rumors. Chapter 75. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, the disciples would not wish to leave. This is not mere boasting from the disciples. The Tianyun sect is indeed affluent, not only in terms of spirit stones, but also in the abundant livestock, fruits and grains produced by the outer sect each year. Short on oil lamps? Even if Liu Xiaojin were to light a room full of oil lamps every day, the Tianyun sect could easily afford it. It is truly a first to hear disciples complain about the sect's poverty, seeking to affiliate with other sections. What a joke. But junior sister, who told you such nonsense about being unable to afford oil lamps? It is simply absurd. Our Tianyun sect has more than enough oil lamps. Go and inquire for yourself about the wealth of our sect. The disciples chimed in, each one praising the prosperity of the Tianyun sect. Is it truly so? But if that is the case, why did my senior sister say there were none when I went to the storage area to collect an oil lamp tonight? Liu Xiaojin wore a helpless expression, lamenting that there were not only no oil lamps, but also no bowls or shoes. Beside her, Fusang and Li Qiyu were taken aback. What do you mean there are none? There are clearly many on that shelf. It's Zhangqin who is withholding them. She is deliberately making things difficult for them. Why does it sound like they have misunderstood when it comes from Liu Xiaojin's mouth? There is no misunderstanding here. Zhangqin is simply wicked. Fusang was furious, ready to expose Zhangqin's schemes. But Sui Jin, standing behind her, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Don't speak, don't add trouble for Xiaojin." Fusang was puzzled, but recalling Liu Xiaojin's earlier request for her to remain quiet, she gritted her teeth and held back her anger. She endured, but felt aggrieved, her eyes turning. Li Qiyu also felt wronged. Yet she was too timid to stir up trouble. Remaining silent, Sui Jin stood among the crowd, observing Liu Xiaojin's figure, and smiled. She didn't seem afraid of the commotion she had caused. Chu Xiao and the others stood outside the crowd, pondering the spectacle. Senior brother, it seems that Liu Xiaojin is definitely not the person we are looking for. If she were truly the senior sister, she would have sought out the sect leader or others to address Zhangqin's actions long ago. With her status, it would be a simple matter to remove Zhangqin from her position. There would be no need to go through such a roundabout way. However, Chu Xiao shook his head, his gaze deepening. No, I actually believe that her likelihood of being a direct disciple has increased. Chu Xiao did not understand why a direct disciple would conceal their identity while training in the outer sect, nor why various sects were so intent on finding her. In any case, there must be reasons that cannot be disclosed. The direct disciple herself must also be aware of this. She would undoubtedly find ways to hide her identity and avoid contact with figures like Xikong Gonglin. Thus, the more she tries to conceal herself, the greater the likelihood that Liu Xiaojin is indeed a direct disciple. Why is that? Chu Xiao shook his head, offering no explanation. That if Liu Xiaojin were truly the senior sister, then she would not be so inept. Her talent is astonishing, even surprising to him. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaojin continued to speak earnestly. From what I see, the Tianyun sect is in a dire state, not at all resembling the grand sect described by my senior brothers and sisters. She sighed. If it weren't for the unbearable circumstances, I would not wish to leave. Liu Xiaojin's demeanor was consistently sincere and earnest. However, Her candid words only served to further infuriate the elder in charge of the storage area. As the overseer, how dare he bully a new disciple, thinking the sect's authority is dead? You mean to say you did not receive an oil lamp? And that the other new disciples did not receive their allotted share either? Lu Xiaojin nodded in confusion. The elder and the other disciples exchanged glances, each seeing anger reflected in the other's eyes, except for senior brother Lu, who recognized Lu Xiaojin, the incompetent overseer she mentioned. Who bullies her must be Zhangqin from the West Courtyard's storage area. If there's a problem with the overseer, the West Courtyard's disciples cannot escape responsibility, and the complaint comes from the East Courtyard's disciples. Wouldn't he be hated by the West Courtyard's disciples? In an instant senior brother Lu was drenched in sweat. Which courtyard are you from? The elder asked coldly. Lu Xiaojin replied, East Courtyard. Go summon that overseer. Senior brother Zhang, who was close to Zhangqin, felt sweat bead on his palms and immediately stood up. If he doesn't take responsibility, he might be bullied by the disciples from other courtyards. The other 3 disciples from the West Courtyard quickly stepped forward, kneeling behind senior brother Zhang, ready to accept punishment. The elder's expression grew colder, but he knew Zhang's character well, and in front of so many disciples, he refrained from making things difficult for him, stating lightly, this overseer is so arrogant and tyrannical, now bullying new disciples. Who knows how many misdeeds she has committed in the past? A thorough investigation is warranted. Understand? The disciples nodded in understanding. Senior brother Zhang bowed, vowing to handle the matter fairly. The elder responded coldly, casting a somewhat benevolent glance at Lu Xiaojin. You have suffered injustice in this matter. Rest assured, your senior brother will ensure you receive justice, and such things will not occur again in the future. He was not particularly concerned about Lu Xiaojin, a mere new disciple. The matter had become too public to ignore. For both emotional and rational reasons, he had to support Lu Xiaojin. Otherwise, what would the many outer disciples think? Lu Xiaojin immediately feigned a moved expression, bowing. So it is, I misunderstood. I am foolish and invite the elder's reprimand. The elder. Are you foolish or not? Don't you have any self-awareness? What are you pretending for? The elder scolded, unable to punish her, and could only smile. Lu Xiaojin, thank you, elder. The elder waved his hand. Enough. Disperse. Senior brother Zhang looked at Lu Xiaojin with a complex expression, ultimately saying nothing. Follow me. In truth, Lu Xiaojin's strategy was not particularly clever. Anyone with eyes could see that she orchestrated this scene to seek an explanation for Zhangqin's bullying. It was an overt maneuver, however. Even though they knew it was overt, there was nothing they could do about it. The elder could not ignore Zhangqin's bullying simply because Lu Xiaojin's approach was overt. So many disciples were watching. If not handled properly, how could he maintain respect and authority in the future? Moreover, senior brother Zhang, as a disciple of the West Courtyard, could not evade responsibility either. Lu Xiaojin could have privately informed senior brother Lu, who would then inform him, allowing for discreet handling, but Lu Xiaojin chose not to. She caused him to be publicly reprimanded for no reason. One cannot express how vexed senior brother Zhang was with Lu Xiaojin. Chapter 76. Get lost, you too. Lu Xiaojin knew she could have privately told senior brother Lu and let him handle it. However, this matter could not be resolved privately. It must be made public. Otherwise, for the sake of the East and West Courtyard's reputations, senior brother Lu would surely take it lightly. In that case, Zhangqin would remain the overseer, making life even more difficult for Lu Xiaojin and Fusang in the future. One must understand that Zhangqin's position as overseer granted her significant advantages, leading many to feel compelled to flatter her. In that situation, Lu Xiaojin would face not just the difficulties posed by one overseer, but the challenges from countless overseers. Difficulties that could lead to dire consequences. Since it had become a matter of life and death, she had to remove Zhangqin from her position as overseer. It mattered not if she was loathed by senior brother Zhang. His disdain held no weight. If he were to play underhanded games, then he could leave too. The elder's disdain mattered not. He too could go. This was the confidence that came from being a blood bank. Senior brother Zhang was unaware of Lu Xiaojin's thoughts. On their way to the storage area, he advised her, Junior sister, there are some matters that do not need to be handled so harshly. Leave some leeway for future encounters. Zhangqin is not a villain. She is merely impatient. If you accommodate her, why must you escalate things to this level? Lu Xiaojin? Merely impatient? Accommodate her? Oh, please. Look at the spoiled princess persona she has. Look at this kind-hearted persona senior brother Zhang is trying to portray. No, is she not a despicable person? She intends to take her down for good. Yet here we are discussing future encounters. If this matter isn't resolved properly, neither she nor Fusang will have any future to speak of. Future encounters? Nonsense. Senior brother, how can I not understand your words? Lu Xiaojin replied earnestly, what does this have to do with me? It is the elder who believes that senior sister has tarnished the sect's reputation, sending you to handle it. Are you complaining about senior sister? Ah, so according to you, even if senior sister tarnishes the Tianyun sect's reputation in your eyes, it is not a significant matter. Merely spoiled and willful? Old Deng, if you have the ability, say these words in front of the elder. Let us see if the elder rewards you with a few slaps. How capable of you! Nearby, senior brother Lu frowned, casting a disapproving glance at senior brother Zhang. How dare he bully the disciples from the east courtyard in front of him? Enough already. Senior brother Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze towards Lu Xiaojin filled with ambiguity. You are quite sharp-tongued. Lu Xiaojin shook her head, feigning innocence. Subsequently, no matter what senior brother Zhang said, Lu Xiaojin merely smiled and shook her head. I do not comprehend what senior brother is saying. Senior brother Zhang was infuriated, almost wishing to smack Lu Xiaojin. Yet he refrained from doing so. Given Lu Xiaojin's grand performance today, she had left a mark with the elder. For now, he could not touch her, or he would be finished too. He gritted his teeth. You better truly not understand. Lu Xiaojin understood perfectly, however. She had no desire to pay him any heed. Feigning ignorance was a skill she possessed. Senior brother Zhang, accompanied by Lu Xiaojin and the others, arrived at the storage area. Oh! Senior brother Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Qin exclaimed with delight upon spotting him. Then, noticing the presence of Li Lu and Sister Zhu as well as Sister Yang, she asked, what are all of you doing here as well? A flicker of unease suddenly crossed her mind. I in the west courtyard. The four disciples rarely appeared together, that if they did, it signified that something significant was about to unfold. This hint of apprehension was swiftly confirmed when she noticed that trailing behind senior brother Zhang was Lu Xiaojin, who was carrying a small bundle. Lu Xiaojin, it's you? Zhang Qin ground her teeth in ire. What have you done this time? Why are all the senior brothers and sisters here? Lu Xiaojin wore an expression of innocence, not uttering a word, merely gazing at senior brother Zhang, awaiting his intervention. Zhang Qin turned to senior brother Zhang, her face a portrait of vulnerability and sorrow. Senior brother, has something happened? Senior brother Zhang pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet he spoke coldly. A disciple has reported that you have acted unjustly, withholding what rightfully belongs to her. Is this true? Zhang Qin was taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. She glared at Lu Xiaojin with venomous resentment. Is you? You actually reported me to senior brother Zhang. You've brought this upon me. As she spoke, she lunged toward Lu Xiaojin, who nimbly dodged away. Aha! You can't catch me. Zhang Qin was relentless, pursuing Lu Xiaojin as she circled around senior brother Zhang, who stood as a barrier between them. After a considerable chase, senior brother Zhang finally caught Zhang Qin, appearing somewhat exasperated. Just tell me, is this matter true or false? Zhang Qin bit her lower lip. Senior brother, it was not my intention. She was simply too arrogant. I was merely teasing her. The item she desires, I will deliver to her tomorrow. It's hardly a grave matter. She said this while casting a fierce glare at Lu Xiaojin, as if to convey that regardless of the complaint, she would ultimately come out unscathed. Once she navigated through this incident, she would ensure Lu Xiaojin faced the consequences. That wretched girl had persistently challenged her limits. Initially, she had intended to deal with the beautiful Fusang first, but it now seemed imperative to first eliminate this troublemaker. Zhang Qin believed her explanation was flawless and that the matter would soon be resolved. However, the next moment, senior brother Zhang stated, she did not report you to me. She has been packing her belongings overnight to take her leave from the elders, which I have just learned. The elders are also aware of this situation. Therefore, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Speak the truth. Have you ever oppressed any disciples in the past? If not, I will handle this matter fairly. Senior brother Zhang looked at Zhang Qin with anticipation, hoping she had done nothing wrong. As long as she was innocent, the issue would be settled. Unfortunately, Zhang Qin had indeed committed wrongs, and not merely one. In the realm of cultivation, many lived for an exceptionally long time, making certain deeds impossible to conceal. There were too many individuals privy to the truth. An inquiry would reveal everything. Zhang Qin's expression shifted multiple times before she finally ground her teeth and muttered, I have not done anything. Yet, her demeanor betrayed her. Senior brother Zhang and the other seniors understood her guilt all too well. That if it were just senior brother Zhang alone, he might have shown her some leniency. However, with the presence of other disciples in Lu, that was no longer feasible. Senior brother Zhang sighed. Very well, I shall temporarily relieve you of your duties at the storage area and impose confinement upon you. After everything is clarified, we will decide further. The other seniors nodded in agreement. Xiaojin was not foolish. She understood that speaking more would only complicate matters. She remained silent, instead directing a fierce glare at Lu Xiaojin. As if wishing to devour her whole, Xiaojin was swiftly escorted away. Fusong raised her head with an air of arrogance. Humph, evil begets evil. The group of senior brothers was preparing to leave when Lu Xiaojin stepped forward, blocking senior brother Zhang's path. This time, unlike her previous feigned ignorance, she did not shy away and coldly fixed her gaze on him. Why? Senior brother Zhang responded. Why what? Lu Xiaojin continued. Why do you wish for my demise? This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Want her dead? What was she implying? Chapter 77. The unmasking, no more pretense, everyone leave. Lu Xiaojin's words were perplexing. Everyone had witnessed senior brother Zhang's handling of the situation, which could be considered fair. He had not only relieved Xiaojin of her position but also confined her. Throughout the ordeal, senior brother Zhang had shown no malice toward Lu Xiaojin. How could she claim he wished for her death? It was utterly nonsensical. Meeting Lu Xiaojin's indifferent gaze, senior brother Zhang paused before breaking into a gentle smile. Junior sister, what are you talking about? I do not understand. You had better truly not understand. The unmasking was at hand and no more pretense. Senior brother Zhang was not entirely virtuous either that he intended to leave, but Lu Xiaojin once again obstructed him. Earlier, you meticulously detailed how I reported the situation and escalated it to this point. Yet you refrained from mentioning why I reported it or what Xiaojin has actually done. Are you insinuating that her actions are trivial and that it is merely my disturbance that has made things difficult for her? Lu Xiaojin raised her gaze. Senior brother, have you genuinely considered handling this matter justly? Senior brother Zhang frowned. Everything is still undetermined. Until the investigation is complete, must we hastily conclude and condemn her? What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Dissatisfied with you, old dang. Lu Xiaojin's tone was laced with bitterness. Are you suggesting that I have sacrificed my sleep at this late hour solely to frame Xiaojin? Senior brother Zhang frowned, ready to retort, but Lu Xiaojin did not afford him the opportunity as it no longer significant. Senior brother, you have consistently suggested to Xiaojin that she is innocent while laying out my complaints before her. For what purpose? Lu Xiaojin pointed at the counter as it not to incite her fury, compelling her to eliminate me in secret. Senior brother Zhang furrowed his brow. I do not know what you are talking about. Do you not understand? After all, I am the only one causing a ruckus, and there is yet to be any evidence against Xiaojin. If I were to perish, there would be no further commotion, and the investigation would cease, leaving her unscathed, wouldn't it? Not only would she be unharmed, but you too would be absolved of your negligence. Oh no, wait. She would have issues. Lu Xiaojin smiled, yet her eyes held no mirth. After all, senior brother, you will certainly handle this matter fairly, identifying the one who seeks my life, thus balancing your responsibilities. Oh no, rather, your merits would outweigh your faults. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother? Senior brother Zhang's grip tightened slightly. The other four seniors exchanged incredulous glances, seeing disbelief reflected in one another's eyes. Sister Zhu pondered for a moment before stepping forward. Junior sister, senior brother Zhang is not that kind of person. To gauge him with such malice is unjust. Sister Zhu, who was at the 6th stage of qi refinement, was gentle and gracious, harboring no ill will towards Lu Xiaojin. However, hearing Lu Xiaojin's disparaging remarks about senior brother Zhang angered her. Whether he was that kind of person was something he knew in his heart. Lu Xiaojin did not contest this. She merely continued to observe senior brother Zhang, speaking deliberately and unhurriedly. Senior brother, you had best pray that Xiaojin does not take action against me. Otherwise, whether I live or die, the blame will forever rest upon your shoulders, and you will never be able to rid yourself of it. Senior brother Zhang's expression darkened. Another senior brother frowned. Junior sister, do not speak so excessively. How could Xiaojin being confined possibly come to harm you? Can it not depend on what senior brother Zhang decides? Lu Xiaojin replied coolly. After all, if he truly wished for my demise, then regardless of Xiaojin's confinement, she could still find a way to escape. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother? Senior brother Zhang's grip tightened, yet he maintained his composure. Junior sister is jesting. Due to Lu Xiaojin's unwavering demeanor, not only were the other 3 disciples irritated, but the surrounding disciples also expressed their dissatisfaction. A disciple nearby scoffed. Senior brother, she is so foolish. Senior brother Zhang is renowned for his good temperament in the outer sect. How could he possibly wish her harm? She is truly judging a gentleman by the standards of a petty person. It would have been one thing to speculate, but to openly voice such thoughts had undoubtedly offended the disciples, and her future would likely be fraught with difficulties. However, Chu Xiu shook his head. It is not mere speculation. Huh? The disciple turned to Chu Xiao. He truly intends to kill Lu Xiaojin. The disciple was taken aback. Chu Xiao could perceive the various auras surrounding individuals, joyful, angry, and even murderous intent. The latter was distinct, intense, and impossible to ignore. Just moments ago, senior brother Zhang had radiated a heavy aura of murder, yet he had maintained a gentle smile, appearing calm and unaffected, not betraying any hidden intentions. Just as he believed that his insinuations and covert threats would succeed, he was astonished to find that Lu Xiaojin had seen through him. When Lu Xiaojin stepped forward to confront senior brother Zhang, Chu Xiao was genuinely surprised. She was more perceptive than he had anticipated. It's not just about being perceptive. All it takes is one death. The disciple paused, contemplating. Could her earlier deductions all be true? Chu Xiao nodded. Indeed. The disciple remarked. Her response was quite swift. At the very least, she has secured her own life. Chu Xiao glanced at Fusang. What she truly wishes to protect is not just her life. The young girl seemed to be more wary of senior brother Zhang's intentions towards Fusang. What about herself? Did she not fear for her life? At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Xiaojin with a mix of anger and disbelief. Yet Lu Xiaojin paid them no mind. What was her purpose in cultivating in the outer sect? It was to confront monsters, to live freely. She yearns for a life akin to that of Gui Sha Lao Tai, rather than leading a pitiful existence like Go Ming Lao Tai, merely cowering for trivial matters. Therefore, begone. Zhang Xixiang's inner darkness was thoroughly dissected, leaving him somewhat unable to maintain his composure. Not wishing to linger, he smiled and turned to the crowd, maintaining the gentle demeanor of Zhang Xixiang as he spoke. He prepared to leave. Passing by Lu Xiaojin, she spoke in a calm tone. Has Zhang Xixiang ever been bullied? Zhang Xixiang was taken aback. Has he ever felt despair and hopelessness when seeking help? His gaze shifted slightly. I do not comprehend what you are implying. You understand? Lu Xiaojin lifted her gaze. But why? Why is it that despite having traversed a path fraught with difficulties, once seated in a position to administer justice, one chooses to forsake it? Jiang Yuxi, rushing in, stood frozen at the scene in a daze. He seemed to see that young girl, unflinchingly shielding him. Why, having also endured oppression and harboring hope for justice, does one abandon it upon acquiring power? Chapter 78. Xiaojin, are you attempting to escape? Jiang Yuxi remained motionless. Though they bore no resemblance, her unabashed tone, her composed demeanor, and even the hint of indifference in her voice were strikingly similar to his memories of a Jin. How could there exist two such alike individuals in this world? Or perhaps, as Fusang suggested, Lu Xiaojin wore a human skin mask. Jiang Yuxi lowered his gaze. No, even if there were a mask, the general contours of a face would remain unchanged. At the very least, the facial bones would not differ. Yet, Lu Xiaojin's features bore no resemblance to a Jin. Zhang Xixiang paused. Justice? Perhaps during his times of despair, he too had hoped for justice. But that was an eternity ago. Upon truly ascending to the position to uphold justice, one realizes that it is not so easily administered. Many matters lack clear right or wrong. The choices available to him were merely those that served his own interests. He questioned whether he was in the wrong. The phrase "I am not wrong" could not be confidently uttered to Lu Xiaojin. For even though he often had no choice in this instance, he did. It was simply that he chose not to. With a sigh within, Zhang Xixiang maintained his gentle smile. Sister, you jest. Justice resides in the hearts of people. You have truly misunderstood me. I bear no ill will towards you. With that, he hastily departed. Once he left, the other disciples dispersed, casting dissatisfied glances at Lu Xiaojin as they exited. However, Lu Xiaojin remained unfazed. Fusang beside her, clutching her shoes and bowl, looked at her with admiration. Xiaojin, you are truly remarkable. Just by carrying a burden and speaking a few words, you have rendered Zhangqin incapable of managing affairs. Previously, I regarded my elder brother as the most formidable. Lu Xiaojin raised an eyebrow. Now it is I. Fusang replied. No, it remains my elder brother. Lu Xiaojin. But you can rank fifth. Lu Xiaojin. I am not particularly interested in knowing who the top four are. Fusang excitedly chattered on, while Li Qiyu looked on with admiration, and Sui Jin remained composed, keeping her steady demeanor. You think what she said to Zhang Xixiang was excessive? A female disciple interjected discontentedly. Fusang shook her head. What she said must have her own reasoning. After all, she is certainly not in the wrong. Li Qiyu and the other female disciple exchanged glances, remaining silent. They felt that Lu Xiaojin had indeed been somewhat aggressive towards Zhang Xixiang today. Nevertheless, since Lu Xiaojin had procured the bowl and shoes for them, they could not speak ill of her and thus chose to remain quiet. The disgruntled female disciple shot them a few disdainful looks. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxi's voice rang out. Lu Xiaojin. It felt as though he was gazing at her, yet not truly seeing her. After a lengthy pause, he approached, asking with evident conflict, "Where did you grow up in your childhood?" Lu Xiaojin. Previously, she had been curt with him, and now he inexplicably inquired about such matters. Wait. The last time Lu Xiaojin noticed a connection with the female protagonist, and if Zhang Yuxi's fiancée truly was the female protagonist, then it was highly probable that Zhang Yuxi had encountered her as well. Perhaps he had recalled her identity. She contemplated briefly and turned to Fu Sang and Sui Jin, whispering, "Once everyone has departed." Lu Xiaojin lowered her voice. "I have no memories prior to the age of 7, but I should have grown up in Mujin Kingdom before that. Did you ever see me? Quickly say you have seen me." Zhang Yuxi was momentarily taken aback. "You mean to say you have no memories before the age of 7? Why?" "I do not know," Lu Xiaojin replied. "But I hope you might know something. Have you ever seen me?" Zhang Yuxi studied her features for a long while but remained silent. Lu Xiaojin clenched her jaw and produced her personal disciple token. "I am the personal disciple of the sect leader. Lu Jin at the age of 7. I was brought to Tianyun sect and became a personal disciple. Yet I have forgotten all memories prior to that. I have been searching for my kin. If you recognize me, you must inform me." Zhang Yuxi's gaze trembled. 7 years old, Tianyun sect, personal disciple Lu Jin. How could it be? But it cannot be. You are not her. Zhang Yuxi scrutinized her features intensely. "You bear no resemblance to her whatsoever." Lu Xiaojin. Understood. It seems he does not know who I am. He merely suspects her to be a Jin. But why? Previously she had desperately tried to prove she was a Jin, yet Zhang Yuxi had outright denied it. Now he himself began to harbor doubts. What was the turning point for his two starkly different attitudes? "Do you believe I resemble a Jin?" Lu Xiaojin asked candidly. "Why? What aspect resembles her?" Zhang Yuxi was reluctant to elaborate. At times Lu Xiaojin genuinely wished to crack open his head and insert her own thoughts. Why was there no spirit tool in the cultivation world capable of transmitting memories? Is it possible that I am a Jin? Alright, she was not a Jin. A Jin was the female protagonist, but she wished to impersonate her. If Zhang Yuxi began to suspect her resemblance, then her impersonation might also be justified. However, the more she acknowledged it, the more Zhang Yuxi doubted her identity. Zhang Yuxi declared firmly, "No, you are not Lu Xiaojin, you scoundrel." She clenched her teeth and produced the jade pendant from Mujin Kingdom. "This pendant is mine. I know I do not resemble a Jin, but could there be a possibility that something transpired in the past, causing my facial bones to be entirely altered? Therefore, I appear different?" "Zhang Yuxi? Do you want to hear what you are saying?" The atmosphere became tense. She gleaned not a single piece of information regarding the female protagonist. However, having unveiled her jade pendant, why had the dark-clad individual not yet revealed themselves? Was it possible that the sect elder was present? If so, then she would confront him once more. Lu Xiaojin promptly raised the jade pendant. "I know where Miss Jin is. If you do not appear within a breath's time, I shall die." The dark-clad figure finally emerged. Yet, in the next moment, the one who instilled fear in the dark-clad figure also made their appearance. It was not the sect elder but rather a figure clad in white robes. Si Kong Gong Lin. Lu Xiaojin? How could the elder be here? Before she could react, Si Kong Gong Lin casually raised his hand, and in an instant the dark-clad figure's head fell to the ground with another gesture. Zhang Yuxi met the same fate. Blood splattered everywhere as Si Kong Gong Lin stepped through the blood. He approached Lu Xiaojin and took the jade pendant from her grasp. "Mujin Kingdom? Xiaojin, are you attempting to escape?" Lu Xiaojin. Chapter 79. Si Kong Gong Lin holds a deep apprehension towards Mujin Kingdom. How should one put it? Yes, she certainly wished to escape. This was akin to having the heart and courage of a thief without the means to execute it, with just a trio of a small-time rogue, a minor waste, and her as an even greater waste. Did they appear capable of fleeing? Oh, now it was 2 corpses and a minor waste. "Elder, you have overestimated the 3 of us." Warm blood splattered across Lu Xiaojin's face. She wiped it away, glancing at the 2 corpses on the ground and then at the elder. While it was true that the cultivation world was rife with conflict and casualties, such unbridled, nearly indiscriminate killing still shocked Lu Xiaojin. After all, this was Tianyun sect, the elder's own sect. How could he kill so nonchalantly? How would he explain this? Most importantly, how would he deal with it? The sect leader killing someone was certainly not a matter to be disclosed to outsiders. It would not do to call outsiders to collect the bodies, would it? Surely Elder Sikong would have to handle it personally. Would he really kneel on the ground, meticulously wiping away every trace of blood? A white robe on the ground, sleeves half rolled. jade fingers stained with blood. Strangely poetic indeed. With an expressionless face, Lu Xiaojin feigned shock, lifting her skirt as if startled, stepping back in surprise. Master, you. Her hands trembled. Her voice quavering. Why did you kill? Xikong Gonglin merely cast her a fleeting glance, clearly unwilling to waste time explaining anything to her. A mere waste, and formed a hand seal directed at the corpses. It was evident he intended to handle the bodies after all. This was the cultivation world. Even if one were to commit murder, it would be inconceivable to personally bury the body or wipe away the blood. A mere gesture could suffice, could it not? Lu Xiaojin felt a twinge of disappointment. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. She was unaware that after Xikong Gonglin performed the gesture, whether the bodies and blood visible to others vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, in Lu Xiaojin's perception, the corpses and blood did not disappear. After the gesture was made, the scorpion tail behind Xikong Gonglin suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw that swiftly devoured the two bodies along with every drop of blood on the ground, leaving not a single trace. With a satisfied burp, the scorpion tail closed its mouth, returning to its ordinary form. Lu Xiaojin's pupils dilated. It consumed them. Did the creature feast upon corpses? And evidently, it relished the act. This scorpion tail had clearly indulged in the consumption of bodies before, as evidenced by its adeptness in the task. But where in this world were there so many corpses for it to consume? In the realm of cultivation, despite the high mortality rate, not everyone could perish before Xikong Gonglin. If the scorpion monster could eat corpses, could other creatures not do the same? Where were the abundant corpses for Xikong Gonglin to collect? Thus, from where had he acquired so many bodies to hone its skills? Furthermore, if monsters had a penchant for consuming corpses, would they not also relish the taste of the living? A chill ran down Lu Xiaojin's spine, and she dared not ponder further. After disposing of the bodies on the ground, Xikong Gonglin turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaojin and spoke in a calm tone. Lu Xiaojin, the kingdom of Muge. The original owner's kin resided in the kingdom of Muge. Her decision to flee there had been sound from the beginning. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Xiaojin. Flee? Lu Xiaojin feigned innocence, looking up at her master with wide eyes. Why would she escape to the kingdom of Muge when her master treated her so well? She would rather not reopen the topic, instead opting to weave her way into conversation. She tugged at Xikong Gonglin's sleeve, her face adorned with a demure blush. I adore you, master, and wish to remain with you for all eternity. Aside from your side, I have no desire to go anywhere else. Such feigned shyness proved ineffective. Her innocent act was futile. Xikong Gonglin was not easily deceived. From the moment Lu Xiaojin produced the jade pendant, all explanations had lost their value. Thus, while Lu Xiaojin endeavored to profess her loyalty, Xikong Gonglin remained unfazed, binding her tightly with a rope as if she were nothing more than a turtle awaiting slaughter. In truth, he cared not for her thoughts nor the identity of the lady named Jean in her words. The reasons behind the black-clad man's pursuit of her were of no interest to him either. Ultimately, he, in the stage of great ascendance, had the power to end lives. Xikong Gonglin had kept Lu Xiaojin hidden on Wuxin Peak for so many years, and other sects dared not attempt to seize her, not because they wished to spare her, but simply due to his formidable prowess. Why would the master bind his disciple? Had she committed some grave error? Lu Xiaojin struggled for breath, her words coming out with great difficulty. Yet no matter how fervently she expressed her loyalty, Xikong Gonglin did not engage. At that moment, in Xikong Gonglin's eyes, she was not a cherished disciple but merely a turtle awaiting its fate. Who would concern themselves with the plight of a turtle? Lu Xiaojin floundered in midair, only to be unceremoniously cast onto the cold floor of the main hall of Wuxin Peak. The young attendant waiting at the entrance looked bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Is not the senior sister the master's treasured disciple? Why is she bound so tightly? She has been poisoned by the demonic clan. Draining her blood will serve as the antidote. Take her to the secret chamber. The young attendant suddenly understood. Understood that as the previous cycle of death was about to repeat, Lu Xiaojin recognized that subtle inquiries were futile. Xikong Gonglin was impervious to such tactics. He did not even spare her a glance. Xikong Gonglin regarded her with a silent gaze, and Lu Xiaojin inquired, "What was my name before?" No more pretenses. Xikong Gonglin toyed with the jade pendant from the kingdom of Muge and finally responded, "The memories from before the age of 7 have not been completely erased." Lu Xiaojin gasped. So that was why she had no recollection of anything prior to the age of 7. It had been wiped clean by this old man. But why? Compared to her previous experiences after attempting to escape, this time it seemed Xikong Gonglin was more concerned about the kingdom of Muge and the pendant than her desire to flee. He appeared to harbor some trepidation. Moreover, if he could treat the original owner as a mere creature to be bled for sustenance, Why bestow upon her the title of a cherished disciple? This was quite peculiar. Given Xikong Gonglin's nature, if he acted in such a manner, it must have been for an imperative reason. What was he desperately trying to conceal? Lu Xiaojin raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Xikong Gonglin. Is there something in the kingdom of Muge that can kill you? Chapter 80. The evil god, forbidden words, the speaker, death. Not only was there something that could kill him, but it appeared to have the power to obliterate him effortlessly. But how could this be? Xikong Gonglin was in the stage of great ascendance. The cultivation hierarchy consists of qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, god transformation, void refinement, body integration, great ascendance, and tribulation transcendence. After transcending tribulation, one ascends to immortality. Xikong Gonglin in the stage of great ascendance was but a step away from transcending tribulation. While ascending is a formidable challenge, particularly in the later stages, making advancement increasingly difficult, Xikong Gonglin had remained stagnant in the first tier of great ascendance for over a century. Nonetheless, he was, without a doubt, in the stage of great ascendance. Unmatched by any below him, in the entire realm of cultivation, none had the capability to even slightly impede him. The kingdom of Muge, a remote and minor nation, possessed something that could terminate his existence? This was utterly implausible. Yet, after hearing Lu Xiaojin's speculation, Xikong Gonglin narrowed his eyes. What do you recall? Lu Xiaojin gasped. The lack of denial indicated that it was indeed true. The kingdom of Muge possessed something that could kill Xikong Gonglin. Was it capable of killing the creature within him? If it could vanquish the creature within him, could it not also eliminate the monsters residing within others? The entity from the kingdom of Muge was likely an inanimate object. If it were alive, this old man would not have survived until now. Did it require a person to activate it for use? And yet Xikong Gonglin was wary of her. Was she the one who could activate it? Could it be that the entity was an evil god? The moment those words escaped her lips, a flash of white light enveloped Lu Xiaojin. Gasped. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by the laughter and chatter of her companions from the Fusan sect. Pain. An excruciating pain. She lowered her gaze. Had she died? Why? Was it because she uttered the words evil god? Was it a death sentence to speak of it? What was the evil god that the original owner had summoned in her later years to instill such fear in Xikong Gonglin? Very well, she found herself growing increasingly intrigued. Xiaojin, are you feeling unwell? Xiaojin inquired. Earlier, while they were in the storage area, Xiaojin had sensed something was amiss. Although Lu Xiaojin had maintained a stoic expression, there was a fleeting moment when her complexion paled significantly, as if she had been dead for several days. Lu Xiaojin gradually regained her composure and shook her head. I'm fine. Wait a moment. Why had Xikong Gonglin appeared at the outer sect? Logically, she had neither attempted to escape nor been captured, nor had she descended the mountain or crossed the barrier. Thus, Xikong Gonglin had no reason to come to the outer sect. Lu Xiaojin pondered, was it because news of her presence in the outer sect had spread? After all, among the newly admitted disciples, there were not many female disciples, making it easy to identify her. It seemed that even without her involvement in luring the black-clad man, Xikong Gonglin would have appeared tonight. Lu Xiaojin. Turning around, she saw Zhang Yuxi standing beneath a tree, bathed in the moonlight, casting a dappled shadow. His gaze was complex, as if he were looking at her yet not truly seeing her. Oh, noted he was looking through her, towards the female protagonist, wasn't he? He seemed quite adept at the art of being a stand-in. This time, without waiting for Zhang Yuxi to approach, she strode towards him. Stop with this whole wanwanching act. Coming over all hesitant and coy, only to remain silent when asked, what's the point? Zhang Yuxi hesitated, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. She was not a Jin. That a Jin would never utter such coarse words. His complex gaze suddenly became clearer and somewhat foolish. It's nothing. Observing Zhang Yuxi from the shadows, the initial cultivator noted his aura returning to calm and could not help but frown before vanishing from the shadows as soon as Lu Xiaojin and her companions entered the courtyard. Xiao Su called for them to fetch some porridge. Tonight it was red date and silverier porridge. Lu Xiaojin held a bowl, took a sip and found it sweet and smooth. Delicious. The warm porridge revitalized her considerably. Although in this sieve-like outer sect of Tianyun, there was a high likelihood she would be captured and sent to another sect to continue providing blood. For now, she had not yet been exposed. She needed to continue her physical training. Moreover, transitioning to another sect was not entirely unfavorable, as it would allow her to familiarize herself with other monsters in advance. As Lu Xiaojin contemplated, the gentle and affectionate voice of Xikong Gonglin resonated in her ears. Disciple, come out. The voice was not quiet. This was a deliberate move to ensure she would not remain in the outer sect. Lu Xiaojin looked up. only to find Xiaojin and the others unresponsive. She turned to Fusan. Did you hear anything? Fusan groggy mumbled. Huh? Xiaojin, who had been meditating, opened her eyes. What's wrong? The other female cultivators in the room also cast puzzled glances at Lu Xiaojin, confirming that no one else had heard. It was likely a transmission meant solely for her. I think I just heard a mouse squeaking, Lu Xiaojin fabricated. Perhaps I misheard. A mouse. Li Qiu leaped from her bed in panic. No way. Don't scare me. The other female cultivators also jumped up, huddling together. Lu Xiaojin found the scene amusing. Come out, Xikong Gonglin repeated. Lu Xiaojin set down her bowl, cradling the newly acquired bowl, and stepped outside. Xiaojin, seemingly lost in thought, cast a glance at her but said nothing, simply closing her eyes to continue meditating. Lu Xiaojin stepped out of the room. Her gaze immediately fell upon Xikong Gonglin, who stood in the courtyard. Clad in a flowing white robe, hands clasped behind his back, he appeared benevolent under the moonlight. Xiaojin, come here. Despite the presence of several female cultivators in the courtyard, none seemed to notice Xikong Gonglin's existence. Sensing her confusion, he smiled gently. Do not worry, this is my domain. Others cannot see us. Oh, that was the case. Lu Xiaojin regarded him and softly uttered, Evil God. A flash of white light ensued. Gasping, Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes again, finding herself at the doorway facing Xikong Gonglin, who had activated his domain. Xiaojin, come here. Pain, excruciating pain. Thus was the term evil god a taboo for the monsters? Lu Xiaojin raised her gaze, her eyes swirling dangerously, and swiftly lunged towards Xikong Gonglin, exclaiming, Master! In Lu Xiaojin's eyes, Xikong Gonglin aspired to be a kind and loving master, hence he maintained a smile. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze on his face. What was this? His dear disciple, resembling a madwoman, was leaping into his embrace, clutching what? Surely not a chamber pot. Xikong Gonglin was so startled that his mind nearly faltered. This troublesome girl seemed even more erratic since joining the outer sect. No, he had to escape. Chapter 81. Master Bei's disciple assists in scrubbing. Xikong Gonglin intended to leave but found himself unable to do so. As a prominent figure in the ascension stage, what had he not witnessed? Yet, he had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle in the dead of night, an erratic girl hurling a pot towards him. His mind momentarily malfunctioned, fearing it contained urine, and imagining the horror should it spill upon him. Oh no. Even if it were empty, the mere thought was disturbing. If he got a drop on him, he would be soiled. Given his obsessive cleanliness, he felt as though he could perish on the spot, terrified of not being quick enough to evade her. It was precisely due to this fleeting moment of fear that his reaction slowed, resulting in Lu Xiaojin crashing into him. Master, I missed you so much. Who was Lu Xiaojin? A pure body, capable of completely disregarding barriers, and no matter how fiercely Xikong Gonglin's domain repelled her, it was futile. Moreover, having just soaked in medicinal water and consumed a nourishing red date and white fungus porridge, she was full of energy. The force of her leap was nothing short of swift and powerful, sending her directly into Xikong Gonglin's arms. Xikong Gonglin stood frozen in place, just as the pot was caught between him and Lu Xiaojin. Yes, Lu Xiaojin had leaped into his embrace with the pot. He was soiled. The good news, the pot was empty. The bad news, it was still a pot. Who knew how much filth it had contained before? Xikong Gonglin's expression was blank. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin, holding the pot, looked up at him with innocent surprise, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle and exclaimed, Master, what brings you here? Did you come to see me because you knew how much I missed you? Oh, Master, one day apart feels like 3 years, she cried, her longing evident. Xikong Gonglin wished to be a good master, gentle and loving, someone his disciple would respect. As Lu Xiaojin gazed up at him, her face alight with admiration and excitement, he ought to have patted her head and offered some comforting words, a scene of benevolence between master and disciple. Yet, as he looked down at the pot-clutching little disciple in his arms, not a single word of comfort escaped his lips. Forget it. Let it all end. With an impassive expression, he extended his index finger to Lu Xiaojin's forehead, gently pushing her away. What a reckless child. Lu Xiaojin struggled a bit, still intent on throwing herself into his embrace with the pots. Xikong Gonglin, normally composed, was now anything but. Swiftly sidestepping her, he hastily performed several cleansing techniques, determined not to touch that pot again. Even a glance at it felt dirty. As he dodged, Lu Xiaojin stumbled, almost falling to the ground. She barely steadied herself, not angered but instead blushing and smiling, her eyes sparkling as she held up the pot. Master, this pot is for you. Xikong Gonglin, take it away. Take it away. This pot can serve as a spittoon for you. Lu Xiaojin giggled. This is my first gift to you, Master Tsikong Gong Lin. Have you ever seen such a large spittoon? Take it away. He evaded without hesitation. No need. Does Master disdain this gift from me? Lu Xiaojin bit her lip, looking weak and tearful. Though the pot was worthless, it was the best she could offer. I just want to give you the best, Master Tsikong Gong Lin. Its value is irrelevant. Under normal circumstances, he would have gritted his teeth and accepted any gift, as a good master should show a semblance of kindness. Yet, the pot was a different matter. Take it away. He wished to smash the wretched thing. But when he looked down and met Lu Xiaojin's glistening eyes, he ultimately could not bring himself to do it. I appreciate the sentiment, but you should keep it for yourself. You think of me, and I think of you as well. Tsikong Gong Lin's gaze softened considerably. He truly had come to fetch Lu Xiaojin. News of his direct disciples' training in the outer sect had spread, and it was evident that Lu Xiaojin was no longer suited to remain there. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xiaojin extended her hand, waving it delicately in the air. Her voice affected. Master, training is so arduous. Look at my hands. They are all calloused and sore. Tsikong Gong Lin glanced at her nearly healed wounds from the medicinal bath and fell into silence. After 2 days of training, his disciple had indeed endured considerable hardship, clearly realizing that life was short and one must not squander their limited time on training alone. This was precisely what Tsikong Gong Lin wanted to hear. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease suddenly surged within him. The master knew that his disciple had never possessed a talent for cultivation, having wasted so many spirit-gathering pills to no avail. It seemed she would forever remain a mere mortal. The lifespan of a mortal was but a few decades. If she could not cultivate, then in those fleeting years, she would wish to remain by his side at all times. Tsikong Gong Lin? Lu Xiaojin blushed and smiled. I've decided. I want to become your partner for life, master, and always stay by your side. With that, she skipped towards Tsikong Gong Lin, exuding shyness and hope. He coldly responded, do not speak nonsense. His tone was authoritative and left no room for dispute. Lu Xiaojin bit her lip. I forgot. Master is the leader of Tianyun sect, burdened with responsibilities. How could I let such personal feelings weigh you down? Tsikong Gong Lin. Xiaojin, I harbor no romantic feelings for you. I understand. Lu Xiaojin interrupted, her expression earnest. I ask for nothing in return. Not even a title. I only wish to remain by your side. Tsikong Gong Lin. From now on, no matter what you do, I will accompany you, master. If you practice calligraphy, I will grind the ink. If you sleep, I will keep watch. If you bathe, I will help scrub you. Tsikong Gong Lin. Once and for all, I will always stay by your side, never leaving your side. As Lu Xiaojin spoke, she clutched the pot, eagerly attempting to get closer to Tsikong Gong Lin. He quickly stepped aside. Given Lu Xiaojin's nature, if she expressed such sentiments, she would undoubtedly act on them. Absolutely not. Chapter 82. The Madwoman. Master is mine, even if he is a spittoon. Initially, Tsikong Gong Lin believed it unwise to let Lu Xiaojin remain in the outer sect. The barriers of the outer sect were nowhere near those of Wu Xian Peak. However, now he felt it was perfectly acceptable for Lu Xiaojin to stay there. What if a few spies from other sects were to intrude? What did it matter? Even if Lu Xiaojin were discovered, he had plenty of methods to protect her. It would be a hassle, but manageable. He had thought that physical cultivation would remedy her erratic behavior, yet it seemed to have the opposite effect. Tsikong Gong Lin frowned slightly. While his words held merit, suddenly whisking her away from the outer sect might raise suspicions among the spies. If that were to happen, Lu Xiaojin's identity would be completely exposed. Lu Xiaojin, elder, do you even hear what you are saying? You are really giving me a way out. Xiaojin, I know that your training in the outer sect has been quite challenging. Tsikong Gong Lin extended his hand, hovering in the air for a moment before finally brushing Lu Xiaojin's hair. Damn! It was still so oily. He gritted his teeth, endured, and continued. However, to live, one must endure many hardships. These trials will take root in your heart, eventually blossoming and bearing fruit. Tell you, Xiaojin. Moreover, the path of physical cultivation is one you chose for yourself. Since you made that decision, you must persevere. To complain after only a day of physical training and wish to give up is not the mindset befitting my direct disciple. Thus, Xiaojin, you must stay. Do you understand? As he spoke, he reached out once more to touch Lu Xiaojin's oily hair. So greasy. His gentle and comforting smile nearly faltered. Lu Xiaojin, having been patted on the head, she was already exhausted. She had worked up a sweat just to collect her things, with a mere touch. Sweat cascaded down and clung to my hair. I could just chop off that old man's claws. Lu Xiaojin cursed under her breath, yet when she looked up, her expression was one of delicate helplessness. Master, I understand now. I will certainly strive to do my best. No matter how bitter or exhausting it may be, I will never bring shame to my master. Her gaze was one of blind adoration, intertwined with a frenzied desire to consume him entirely, quite literally aged wine. Xikong Gonglin was unnerved by her unabashed stare and instinctively took a step back. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Xiaojin grasped the hem of his garment. "Master, did you come to see me because you were worried about me?" "No," could Xikong Gonglin admit. "Absolutely not." "Then, Master, would you come to see me more often in the future?" As she spoke, she attempted to throw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, "I truly wish to see Master at every moment." Xikong Gonglin hastily held her head at bay. "Your master will not know. You are truly wonderful." Master Lu Xiaojin smiled with genuine satisfaction, pressing a vessel into Xikong Gonglin's arms. "Master, please accept this vessel in the future. Whenever you see it, think of it as seeing your disciple Xikong Gonglin." What a disgusting metaphor. From now on, any phlegm from Master must be spat into this vessel, never into any other. Lu Xiaojin's laughter was so sincere it was almost unbearable. "Master belongs to me, and so does the person. Even if it's phlegm, it must be mine. Not a single droplet must be cast elsewhere. This way, even when Master is spitting, it feels as if I am by your side." Xikong Gonglin. It turns out it can be even more repulsive. Just as Lu Xiaojin's mouth was about to open again, fearing she might utter something even more distasteful, he decisively covered her lips. "All right, enough. Your goodwill has been duly noted." "Duly noted, but let us just forget it. It can't possibly be noted at all. From now on, whenever he spits, he would likely be reminded of this revolting vessel. Damn, he wouldn't be able to spit a single droplet. Thanks to that old man for his contribution to environmental preservation." Lost in thought, a sudden soft sensation brushed against his palm. It was Lu Xiaojin's lips. Xikong Gonglin froze, and upon lowering his gaze, he found himself caught in the sway of her sparkling eyes. In that moment, even her twinkling gaze became somewhat moving. "But you should keep this vessel for yourself. The outer gate is not like Wuxin Peak. Take good care of yourself with that." He hurriedly fled, somewhat panicked. "Master." Lu Xiaojin followed a few steps but could not catch sight of Xikong Gonglin's figure. Once she confirmed her safety, she let out a sigh of relief. The evening breeze rustled the trees in the courtyard, allowing her taut nerves to ease slightly. The moment Xikong Gonglin appeared in the eastern courtyard, Chuxiu, who had just closed his eyes in bed, suddenly opened them wide. He sat up abruptly and gazed toward the neighboring female cultivator's courtyard, drawn by the powerful aura, domain. A domain can only be initiated by a cultivator, at least at the nascent soul stage. Yet, how could a powerful figure above the nascent soul appear in the outer gate? If they were an outsider, breaking the barrier to enter Tianyun sect would surely trigger an alert. However, Tianyun sect remained as tranquil as a placid lake, indicating there was no external threat. Therefore, the visitor must be someone from within Tianyun sect. There are not many powerful figures above the nascent soul in Tianyun sect, and those who remain without wandering are even rarer. The only one who would deliberately come to the outer gate's eastern courtyard and unleash such formidable spiritual power would likely be the sect leader, Xikong Zuanshang. But what could he want? To see his personally taught second disciple. Chuxiu furrowed his brows and hastily climbed out of Li Xiao. "Where are you going at such a late hour?" "Perfect, help me with something too." "All right," Chuxiu quickly exited, heading towards the neighboring courtyard. Just as he arrived, the domain dissipated. At that very moment, the figure standing in the courtyard appeared strikingly familiar to Lu Xiaojin. Li Xiao called out. Her long hair cascaded like ink, her gaze indifferent. Under the moonlight, she resembled a figure from a painting. Chuxiu felt an inexplicable tremor within him. The next moment, he noticed the vessel she held tightly in her arms. The vessel? Chapter 83. Would he be burdened with this and face utter ruin? Chuxiu's mind momentarily malfunctioned. It was no wonder he was so astonished. Just yesterday, he vividly recalled Lu Xiaojin brandishing the vessel while dousing it with urine, and now she held it tightly once more. Chuxiu instinctively took a step back, not daring to approach further. Li Xiao. Lu Xiaojin walked over with the vessel. "Are you looking for me?" Upon closer inspection, there were indeed several female cultivators in the courtyard, each engaged in their own activities, some practicing, some washing up, some in deep conversation. Many were present, yet his eyes were immediately drawn to Lu Xiaojin. Not because she stood out, nor due to her beauty, but because she possessed an extraordinary aura. So striking was her presence that the moment the domain dispersed, she was the only one he saw. "Actually, I lent the crutches to Xiaojin and Fusang today. Could you return them to me?" Li Xiao stood at the gate, holding a wooden bucket, making no move to step inside, behaving quite properly and politely. "I need them now, Lu Xiaojin. Those things, termed crutches, are merely 2 sticks picked up off the ground, right? You made a special trip here at this late hour just for that." Moreover, Li Xiu's expression was peculiarly earnest, as if insisting that even if they were merely 2 wooden sticks, he must come to remind her of the favor owed. He appeared quite adept at navigating the intricacies of human relationships. Exhausted from the day, Xiaojin nodded wearily, recognizing the importance of the matter. Wait a moment, I'll go fetch them. All right. Here, do these 2 look like the ones? To her surprise, Xiu was genuinely inspecting the sticks. He was inherently a person of great composure, exuding the aura of a guidance counselor. Yet here he was, overly serious in examining the sticks, causing Xiaojin to stand up straight instinctively. Had she made a mistake in picking them? Little did she anticipate that these seemingly inconspicuous sticks held significant meaning for him. The fact that he was willing to lend them to Fusong and Suijun indicated that he possessed a certain kindness. Xiaojin silently gave him a thumbs up, making a monumental decision. She would never accept anything from him again. No matter how casual or shabby the item appeared, she would not accept it. Who knows when he might come to collect his debt? Some things are oddly fragile. Accepting them could lead to impossible repayment. Wouldn't that lead to her total ruin? Yes, indeed, Xiu nodded. Thank you. He was not actually inspecting the sticks. They were merely random finds. He had spent this time pondering how to extract information from Xiaojin. Wait a moment. Xiu suddenly called out to her. Tonight's moonlight is splendid. And I see you do not seem too tired. If you have the time, would you care to chat with me? During his inspection, Xiaojin had already yawned 5 times. You haven't gone to bed yet? Her yawning had reddened her eyes. Did he really think she didn't appear weary? No, you seem to have good eyesight. You should donate those eyes to the great sage Qi Tian, so he can joyfully accompany Tang Song to the lair of the white-bone demon, avoiding any misunderstandings between master and disciple. She couldn't directly say she was tired. That would be rather impolite. So Xiaojin spoke earnestly and gently. I am tired. Tired is simply tired. What a meaningless courtesy. They were not familiar enough for that. Indeed, they hardly knew each other. Xiaojin was unaware that Xiu had poor hearing. She clearly stated her fatigue, yet Xiu continued, as long as you are not tired. During the earlier ladder trial, I noticed you had a disagreement with another disciple. However, you do not seem to be one to stir trouble. I wonder what the conflict was about. If he brought this up, she would no longer feel tired. Xiaojin patted her face, waking herself slightly, and began to weave a tale of her widowhood and shared wife status to Xiu. Upon hearing, he was momentarily stunned. So that's how it is. The outside world has no script that could rival this. He had asked because he overheard her discussing her background during the ladder trial. He had been far away and could not hear clearly but had seen the astonished expressions of those around her. Now the astonishment fell upon him. He was taken aback for quite some time before finally saying, You have had a difficult path. What is this compared to your struggles? You men have it far worse. Xiaojin shook her head, her expression filled with sentiment. This world places too much pressure on you, forcing you to bear heavy responsibilities from birth. How arduous it must be. But encountering me is your fortune. Xiu? The next moment, Xiaojin drew a dagger from her waist, grinning mischievously. Actually, resisting oppression is quite simple. One merely needs to become a woman. Isn't that a coincidence? I can assist you. You may not know. But I used to slaughter pigs at home, precise with every strike. The difference between slaughtering a person and a pig is negligible. With a swift hand it can be done quickly. She had never slaughtered a pig, nor a person, but that was inconsequential. With a few tries, her hands would become skilled. Thanks to her dear brother Li Xiu for the gift of eggs. Before Xiu could react, Xiaojin lunged at him with the dagger. Completely embodying the spirit of a fool that no need. Xiu exclaimed at Xiaojin, however, paid no heed to his protests and reached out to grab his outer robe. The initial cultivator swiftly dodged, retreating several meters away while repeatedly gesturing with his hands. The hour is too late. We must part ways here. As he spoke, he fled as if in a panic. Xiaojin gazed contemplatively at his retreating figure. This lad's speed and vanishing rivals even that of Xiao Junzhou. A foundation building stage, perhaps? His background, I find not a word of it credible. Recalling the female cultivators he had just encountered upon entering the courtyard, he noted that there were not many new female disciples. After committing the faces of several to memory, he closed his eyes and began his meditation. The following day, Xiaojin was roused from her slumber by Suijin's gentle prodding. Get up quickly, or we shall be late. Xiaojin slowly opened her eyes. Suijin, that little girl, meditates late into the night and rises earlier than anyone. Truly, she prioritizes cultivation over rest. Xiaojin patted her face to shake off the drowsiness and climbed out of bed. Yes, I am up. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, she stood momentarily stunned. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she glanced at her legs. Strength of the legs. 100 Chapter 84. The awakening of spiritual eyes. It was just the labor of fetching water, and the toil of harvesting rice, spending the evening squatting in horse stands to stoke the fire for bathwater. What could such efforts contribute to physical cultivation? Who would take such endeavors seriously? Furthermore, even if those tasks could indeed enhance physical strength, it ought to be a gradual process. How could one expect to cultivate today and awaken the next day filled with boundless power, invincible in the world? Yet, evidently Lu Xiaojin's understanding was limited, for now she truly felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her entire being. After all these years, it was the first time she had sensed her leg power so abundantly. She could easily kick 18 thieves without breaking a sweat. Why am I so strong all of a sudden? Fuza, yawning and clutching a bucket, gasped in astonishment as she lifted it with one hand. Look, I can lift it effortlessly. The wooden bucket was not light, and the buckets from Tianyun sect were reinforced, making them even heavier. Typically frail, Fuza struggled even with an empty bucket, yet now she could lift a full one with ease. Not only her, but others were equally astonished by their newfound physical prowess. That I thought Brother Lu was deliberately testing us yesterday. Turns out I misjudged him. That I feel terrifyingly strong now. The girls chattered excitedly, each taking a bucket to fetch water, eager to showcase their astonishing strength. However, upon stepping outside, they encountered a throng of other girls with the same intention, all lifting buckets, fearful of being overlooked. Their intentions were transparent. Soon they began to exchange compliments. Wow, you can lift the wooden bucket. What incredible strength. You're not so bad yourself. After a round of mutual flattery, smiles of joy illuminated their faces. Lu Xiaojin, applying a warm cloth to her face, listened quietly. It appeared that not only she, but all the female cultivators had experienced a notable increase in physical strength. I'm so hungry. Let us go eat. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaojin arrived at the martial arts training ground, one hand clutching a bun while another held one in her mouth. Due to everyone's strength multiplying, each person's face radiated vigor and anticipation for the day's training. Brother Lu, what shall we do today? Brother Lu stood upon the platform. Today, it's your turn to clear the weeds in the orchard. Grab a sickle and follow me. The disciples eagerly seized their sickles, excitedly trailing behind. The initial cultivator approached Lu Xiaojin with curious intent. Observing her subtly, suddenly, he sensed a faint presence lurking in the shadows and frowned slightly. Someone was following them. It appeared the individual was at least at the foundation building stage. This was Tianyun sect. If an outsider had infiltrated, they would surely be like him, wearing a spirit tool to disguise their spiritual power. Yet this person did not. He could easily detect their aura. How could such a blatant following go unnoticed by the elder at the gate? No, that was impossible. They must have noticed. This meant the person was not an outsider but rather someone from within Tianyun sect. Were they following them to protect a direct disciple? Realizing this, the initial cultivator distanced himself from Lu Xiaojin, secretly observing the person in the shadows. If he could identify whom this individual was protecting, he would ascertain who the direct disciple was. With such a surge of strength coursing through everyone, despite the longer distance to the orchard today, they arrived in considerably less time than yesterday. Lu Xiaojin felt a sense of anticipation for the orchard. After all, wasn't it a place brimming with fruits? Perhaps she could stealthily indulge in a few without anyone noticing. Half an hour later, as Lu Xiaojin stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the multitude of fruit trees, she was momentarily struck dumb. What a grand fruit mountain! Everywhere she looked, fruits hung plentifully, perfuming the air with their fragrance. Today you will be responsible for the pomelo trees on this mountain. Gather as much as you can. Understood? The disciples chorused, understood. They were brimming with enthusiasm. Yesterday, some might have questioned whether agricultural work counted as physical cultivation, seeking to shirk responsibility, but today no one dared to voice such doubts. Slacking off was out of the question. Such was the resolve that they would not permit even a single weed to remain on this mountain. It would reflect their incompetence. The disciples took up their sickles and diligently set to work. Lu Xiaojin followed suit, clearing weeds as she ascended the mountain. Though it was only early autumn, the pomelo trees were already bearing fruit, each one golden and tantalizing. Not only were the pomelo trees thriving remarkably, but the weeds on the ground also flourished abundantly. Truly, this was Tianyun sect. The spiritual energy here was so rich that even the grasses seemed more vigorous than elsewhere. Lu Xiaojin paused for a moment. It seemed her earlier impressions were not mere illusions. Rather, the grass was indeed excessively lush. Was it due to the spiritual energy? She felt something was amiss. However, concerning the weeding task, she could not discern anything out of the ordinary. She buried herself in her work. As the sun gradually rose, Lu Xiaojin stood up to stretch, And in that instant, sunlight illuminated the golden pomelos, creating a breathtaking scene akin to a cascade of gold. In the following moment, her pupils dilated. It was not the allure of the pomelos that captivated her. Rather, at that instant, she noticed a faint black mist swirling above the pomelo grove. Xiaojin, bewildered, scanned her surroundings and found that it was not just the pomelo grove. The other mountains, including the distant Wuxin Peak and several towering summits, were also shrouded in this black mist. Wuxin Peak bore the brunt of the black mist, while the other peaks occupied by the elders were similarly afflicted, albeit to a slightly lesser degree. A jolt of alarm coursed through Lu Xiaojin's heart. Could this swirling mass of black mist be the fabled spiritual energy? No, that couldn't be right. Just yesterday, it had been invisible. Why could she see it today? Was it due to her physical cultivation? Could it be that her spiritual eyes were becoming more perceptive as her body strengthened? Xiaojin, what are you looking at? Fusa, hands on her hips, wore a proud expression. That I'm not tired at all. You, on the other hand, must be slacking off too much. That's why your body is so weak. As she spoke, she showcased her robust arms. Lu Xiaojin. After laboring for 2 continuous hours, Lu Xiaojin, drenched in sweat, sat beneath a pomelo tree, peeling one and savoring it. So juicy and sweet. Nearby, several disciples wiped their brows and began to munch on pomelos they had plucked. One remarked, the pomelos from Tianyun sect seemed to be sweeter and more delicious than those elsewhere. This was no illusion, it was indeed true. The fruits on the mountain were exceptionally juicy and sweet, far beyond what the mundane world could offer. While relishing her pomelo, Lu Xiaojin's peripheral vision caught sight of a dead insect beneath the tree. The insect bore a striking resemblance to those found in medicinal pills. Just as she was about to examine it closely, a floral crown suddenly descended upon her head. Fusa, resting her chin on her hands, beamed at her. As expected of a crown made by this princess. It looks lovely. In the distance, Zhang Yuzi glanced up and was taken aback by the scene before him. Liu Xiaojin, adorned with the floral crown, sat beneath the tree, the dappled shadows of leaves creating a picturesque sight. Zhang Yuzi was momentarily stunned. In a fleeting moment, the memory of a little girl from his past seemed to come alive. She wore a floral crown, swinging on a swing, her skirt billowing in the breeze. Breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaoxi Chapter 85. The fifth elder on the brink of demonic corruption, urgently in need of a direct disciple. Zhang Yuzi was left in a daze. He could not fathom why 2 seemingly unrelated individuals frequently evoked memories within him. Could it be that there truly existed something in this world capable of altering one's facial structure? Zhang Yuzi furrowed his brow, pondering the likelihood of such a phenomenon, when the next moment, he witnessed Lu Xiaojin, who had been seated calmly, carelessly smearing mud onto her garments, using 2 clean fingers to pop the pomelo into her mouth. Such rudeness. While eating, she casually nodded at Fusa. Lovely Zhang Yuzi. He must be experiencing some minor mental lapses lately. Meanwhile, Fusa perceived no insincerity in Lu Xiaojin's actions. Rather, upon hearing the compliment, her face flushed with happiness. It. My craftsmanship is not to be underestimated. Back in the palace, no one ever hesitated to pay a hefty price for my creations. Liu Xiaojin shot her a glance. Did people truly wish to collect her handiwork? She felt embarrassed to expose her delusions. After finishing her pomelo, Lu Xiaojin resumed her careful examination of the dead insect beneath the tree. It was entirely normal for dead insects to be found on the mountain. Yet, perhaps due to her experiences with medicinal pills, the sight of dead insects now triggered an instinctual curiosity within her. She picked up the sickle, flipping the insect over a few times. Nothing particularly special caught her eye. With a swift motion, she scraped the soil beneath it, unearthing a clump of earth. The moment the soil was disturbed, she froze. Beneath the soil, densely clustered, were dead insects. Overwhelmed by a sense of dread, Lu Xiaojin felt her scalp tingle. Digging further, she uncovered yet another pile of dead insects. It was not just this tree. Beneath every other tree, the same scene unfolded. An abundance of insects. Brother Lu instructed us to clear the weeds. What on earth are you doing digging in the mud? With a clever twist of her little mind, Fusang realized that you wanted her to create a clay figure, didn't you? Oh dear, between us. Why not just tell me directly? Surely, I wouldn't refuse you. Without waiting for Lu Xiaojin to decline, Fusang eagerly grasped a handful of clay teeming with countless dead insects and began to mold her creation. Lu Xiaojin felt a shiver run down her spine. Let me tell you, in the palace, I am the finest at crafting clay figures. As she spoke, she started shaping the clay with no sign of discomfort. Lu Xiaojin's grip on her hands tightened. These insects are invisible to Fusang. Glancing at the nearby Xiaojin, it was evident that she too had noticed the clay in Fusang's hands, yet showed no signs of unease. This indicated that, apart from her, no one else could see them. Liu Xiaojin furrowed her brows. Are these insects of the same kind as those monsters? But why are there so many dead insects beneath the roots? Nutrients. Is it true that the rice from Tianyun sect grows better than that in the mortal realm and is more fragrant because it utilizes these dead insects as nourishment? But where did these insects come from? Voila, it's done. Fusang proudly presented the clay figure to Lu Xiaojin, exclaiming, "Look, I made one of you." Lu Xiaojin glanced at the figure. She was well aware of Fusang's craftsmanship. The things she created might not impact the art world, but they would surely tarnish a princess's reputation. This grotesque clay figure, covered in a mass of insects, made Lu Xiaojin wish to perform a rite of exorcism on it right then and there. "What do you think? Does it resemble you?" Fusang asked with eager anticipation. Faced with such a sincere gesture from a young girl, Lu Xiaojin found it hard to bring herself to refuse. She gritted her teeth, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and wrapped the clay figure tightly, saying, "It's beautiful, I truly like it, and I will cherish it." She vowed never to unveil this handkerchief for the rest of her life. Seeing her treasure it so dearly, Fusang was overjoyed, hopping away cheerfully to continue weeding down Lu Xiaojin's side, fastening the clay figure to her waist and continuing her weeding as well, all the while observing the dead insects on the ground. She pondered the source of these insects. Surely, there must be a starting point. However, after turning over the ground for quite some time, she found that the insects were almost evenly distributed, with no discernible origin. On another side, Chu Xiu was observing the person hidden in the shadows. That person's presence was easy to detect. In the rice fields or while fetching water, everyone was usually together, making it quite difficult to discern who the hidden individual was protecting. Coincidentally, today's training involved weeding the orchard. The orchard was vast, allowing the disciples to easily scatter. This significantly reduced Chu Xiu's difficulty in locating someone. "Fusang, could I trouble you to bundle this stack of weeds for me?" Fusang responded eagerly, "Of course." The first person he confirmed was Fusanichio. His delight, just as he summoned her, the hidden figure immediately shifted positions. He tested this several times, and the hidden figure continued to move. To avoid raising suspicion among others, he not only enlisted Fusang's help but also discreetly called upon several male and female disciples. Eventually, he confirmed that Fusang was indeed the person he was seeking. He did not immediately abduct her. It was not a simple task to snatch someone right under the nose of Sikong Zun. He needed to plan carefully. The disciple has been located. That night, Chu Xiu gathered the insiders within the sect to strategize on how to extract the person. Not only he, but others sent by different sects also discovered the hidden individual and were attempting to uncover whom they were safeguarding. Everyone was scheming. Chu Xiu felt everything was progressing smoothly. However, when he returned to the strawberry orchard the next day to weed, he noticed something alarming. The hidden figure was no longer fixated on Fusang. He initially thought it was a mere illusion, but after multiple tests, he confirmed it was not. The hidden person truly was no longer focusing on Fusang but was instead watching a female disciple he had never suspected before. Why the change? Chu Xiu held his ground, continuing to observe. He was astonished to find that over the following days, the hidden figure seemed to change their target almost daily. Their presence did not appear to be for the purpose of protecting a disciple but merely to divert the attention of their spies. "Senior brother, it seems this person was specifically sent by Sikong Zun to disrupt our plans. What should we do now?" Chu Xiu frowned. Wait, that he had no intention of remaining at Tianyun sect. He had heard that the Great Wilderness secret realm was about to open, and he wished to descend the mountain for some training before entering it, rather than staying at the outer gate, laboring alongside the outer disciples daily. That felt utterly pointless. However, under the powerful suppression of Sikong Zun, his opportunity to abduct the disciple was almost singular. He needed to confirm her identity thoroughly before taking action. A mistaken abduction would bear consequences he could not endure. The sect had continuously reassured him to remain patient, to be composed, emphasizing that they must bring forth the disciple reluctantly. He could only wait. A month's time. He could endure that, yet, he did not anticipate that the sect would not be able to wait. 3 days later, he received a message from the sect. Chu Xiu, Chapter 86. Xiaojin was severely injured, and didn't this present her a chance? The tone of this letter was unprecedentedly urgent. The fifth elder was wounded and on the brink of falling into demonic corruption. The master was anxious, and Chu Xiu could understand that. What he could not grasp was why they sought the disciple for this demonic corruption. Shouldn't they prioritize obtaining a calm heart pill to dispel the heart demon? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the connection between this and the disciple. Master, why? What Chu Xiu did not know was that after the fifth elder was injured, the sect leader had immediately approached Sikong Gonglin, seeking to purchase a third-rank calm heart pill. They had previously administered a second-rank calm heart pill to the fifth elder, but its effects were negligible. They required a third-rank calm heart pill to be effective. However, Xikong Gonglin demanded the sex-treasured spirit beast, the seventh-rank Chilean tiger, in return. This was absolutely unacceptable. Since they were unwilling to part with the Chilean tiger, that was that. After all, he only had one third-rank calm heart pill in his possession, simply shameless. The formula for the calm heart pill was not secret. The issue lay in the missing crucial ingredient, the blood of a pure body. Unfortunately, only Tianyun sect possessed this. The more blood infused during the refinement of the calm heart pill, the higher its grade would be. The third-rank calm heart pill represented the current limit of what could be blended. However, the calm heart pill merely stored the blood of a pure body. In terms of efficacy, it could never compare to fresh blood from a pure body. If Xikong Gonglin truly had intentions, he would have sent over a bowl of pure body blood long ago. Yet, he did not. The Starry Radiance sect had pleaded with him for 3 consecutive days, but he remained unyielding, insisting only on the Chilean tiger. His vile demeanor was utterly detestable. The fifth elder was equally unwilling that in a way. The Chilean tiger was painstakingly contracted by our ancestors. It must not fall into the hands of that old scoundrel. If to save me we must lose the Chilean tiger, I would rather die. After much deliberation, they resolved to target the disciple as long as they could locate her and acquire a bowl of her blood. The fifth elder would not succumb to demonic corruption coincidentally. She was in the outer gate, and that was a significant risk. Who would dare provoke her? The sect leader gritted his teeth. Let us devise a plan to draw her away. Let us give it a try and see what happens. Each word conveys that as long as they could acquire the disciple, the fifth elder would not fall into demonic corruption. Chu Xiao was puzzled but decided to comply. Lure out Xiaojin, ambush, and severely injure her. Throughout these 10 days, Lu Xiaojin diligently focused on her physical training. Farm work was essential and physical training was paramount. Although physical training involved various beautified forms of labor, her body visibly grew stronger day by day. Her arms and legs became increasingly powerful. Carrying over 100 pounds of corn felt effortless, her steps light and unburdened. During this period, many disciples broke through to the qi refining stage. Xiaojin indeed was exceptionally gifted. While others lingered on the verge of breaking through, she had already surged ahead, reaching the second tier of qi refining. Second tier of qi refining. Fusang circled around Xiaojin, exclaiming, "Goodness, what did you eat while growing up to possess such talent?" Lu Xiaojin interjected. Xiaojin's nightly meditation and the effort she exerted were never mentioned. Although they had spent a considerable amount of time together, Xiaojin remained indifferent towards anyone but Lu Xiaojin, hardly engaging with others. Yet Fusang, with her thick skin akin to steel, failed to notice Xiaojin's disinterest. She believed herself to be on the same wavelength as Xiaojin, chattering away with great delight. "Xiaojin, do you have any secrets? Please teach me." Xiaojin ignored her, continuing her meditation. After 10 days of physical training, they finally began sword practice in the evenings. "Watch closely. Everyone, I will only demonstrate once." Brother Lu began to showcase his moves. Everyone watched attentively, following along. "Did you all remember?" Lu Xiaojin exclaimed, "Too fast. I can't remember anything." In an instant everyone's gazes turned blank. No one responding. Was that it? Brother Lu, however, paid no mind, merely tossing out a standard sword manual for everyone to practice based on his previous demonstration. Yet, while the manual provided the techniques, the nuances of strength and finesse could not be gleaned from the text. Brother Lu had demonstrated the moves, but with so many techniques, no one could retain them all. A sense of melancholy enveloped everyone. A passing senior brother remarked, "Stop sighing. We all went through this. You must rely on your own comprehension. If you can't grasp it, perhaps your talent is lacking. It's also fine to switch to a more suitable weapon. There's bound to be something you can excel at." Lu Xiaojin retorted. "This clearly does not align with the essence of learning." She held the freshly acquired wooden sword aloft with determination. "Lu Xixiang, shall we memorize the sword manual today so that you may practice it once more tomorrow?" Memorization and practice are distinctly different matters. Lu Xixiang ought to practice at least twice for them to glean any substantial understanding. Ideally, daily practice would facilitate a quicker comprehension. Yet, Lu Xixiang appeared reluctant, asserting, "Everyone has traversed this path. Seeking shortcuts is not the true way. In truth, it was not merely a matter of shortcuts. Practicing multiple times undeniably leads to faster learning." However, they all had been tempered by such senior brothers and sisters. Who among them had not secretly observed their seniors practicing the sword to gain insight? This was the moment to discern one's perceptiveness. Why should she be granted the privilege of watching multiple times? The disciples, feeling subtly manipulated, believed they lacked talent and thus lowered their heads to study the sword manual, gradually coming to understand. Upon noticing Lu Shixiang departing, Xiaojin promptly followed Xiaojin. With no one else around, Lu Shixiang's face lit up with eagerness. Did you seek me for a reason? Xiaojin nodded, producing the sword manual. This technique eludes my understanding. Could you perhaps enlighten me? Lu Shixiang was more than willing to oblige. With one-on-one guidance and Xiaojin's diligent study, she quickly grasped the essence of the sword manual as the day waned. She bowed to Lu Shixiang. Thank you, Lu Shixiang. May I return tomorrow? Lu Shixiang hastily gestured for her to rise. Of course, feel free to come and inquire at any time. There is no need for such formality with me. Xiaojin nodded lightly and departed. The remaining disciples in the courtyard, witnessing this exchange, hurriedly retrieved their swords to concentrate on their studies. Missing this opportunity would leave them with nothing to gain. Each one was more earnest than the last. With Xiaojin's guidance, Lu Xiaojin progressed rapidly in her swordsmanship. Just as she contemplated that her strength and sword skills had improved, making it an opportune moment to attempt extracting Xiao Junzhou's spiritual root, she suddenly heard the rumor. Xiao Junzhou had sustained grave injuries. Ah, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 87. Brother Xiao is on the brink. The events trace back to the day before. The Tianyun sect received a distress signal indicating that a town in the southern region was besieged by heart-excavating demons. Requesting the Tianyun sect to intervene, Xiao Junzhou, accompanied by a few junior brothers and sisters, ventured forth. Despite their efforts, they lost one junior brother. Not only were they despondent, but they were also severely wounded. Coincidentally, a few disciples glimpsed them. Have you heard? Brother Xiao was ambushed by demonic cultivators yesterday and was injured. The demonic cultivators were truly brazen. As the tale spread, it transformed into something increasingly ludicrous. Brother Xiao's life hangs in the balance. By the time it reached Lu Xiaojin's ears, it had morphed into Brother Xiao is on the verge of death. They say he cannot last for many days. While eating steamed buns and sipping soup, Lu Xiaojin pondered. Brother Xiao is on the brink of death. This is not mentioned in the original text. However, as the male protagonist, even if Xiao Junzhou were gravely injured, he would surely overcome adversity and thrive. It was not a significant concern, yet, just how serious were his injuries? Chewing on her bun, Lu Xiaojin leaned closer to the gossiping circle, inquiring if he was truly in such dire straits. I heard he was injured while rescuing his senior brothers and sisters. Brother Xiao must not come to harm. This implied that her innocent junior brother was currently lying on a sickbed, pale as death, awaiting her arrival? Oh no, opportunities favor the prepared. Successful individuals do not deceive her. The dagger at her waist was already itching to be drawn. Xiaojin cast a glance at Lu Xiaojin, whose neck was craned towards another table, but said nothing, returning to her bun. Hurry and eat, don't ask. Brother Xiao will be fine. Fu Sang gulped down a bowl of soup, swallowing her bun whole, and nudged Lu Xiaojin with her elbow. Finish eating. Let us return to sword practice. The disciples in the gossiping circle perked up. How can you be so sure he's all right? The moment those words were spoken, several ambiguous gazes fell upon Fu Sang amidst the bustling dining hall. Do you know Brother Xiao? I do not. Fu Sang took another large bite of her bun and followed it with a hearty sip of soup. But even without knowing him, I am confident he will be fine. Why is that? All the resources are tied to him. He cannot afford to die. Fu Sang spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, as if she had witnessed countless such instances before. Does Wuxin Peak truly possess so many heavenly treasures? One disciple's eyes brightened. How do you know? Have you been to Wuxin Peak? They say the senior sister is cultivating in the outer sect. Could it be Fu Sang? I have not been. Fu Sang replied. But as the fifth princess of Huashu Kingdom, what treasures have I not seen? Brother Xiao will not perish. Rest assured. Upon hearing her titles, the others lost interest in her, and those ambiguous gazes vanished. However, the novice cultivator discreetly observed her a second time, and if memory served him correctly, she had been washing her hands in the corner when the outer sect's domain dispersed that day. Fu Sang remained unfazed by the gazes of others, fervently devouring her bun while casting a fierce glare at the serving brother. Could you not leave us even a morsel of meat? I am truly starving. In recent days, due to the assignments given to the newly arrived disciples, they had been stationed far from the dining hall, at the livestock farm. Even Lu Xiaojin's legs felt as though they might fly off from the exertion, yet they could not secure any meat. They had been subsisting on buns for several days. They were practically turning into buns themselves. The kind-hearted Lu, who previously served Xiaojin, had now become wary of being seen and could no longer openly assist her with meals. Thus, for dinner they had not touched a single piece of meat, only gnawing on buns. Consequently, Fu Sang confronted the serving brother. It's just a matter of not giving us meat. Who cares? Yet it was evident that she did care. Her gaze fixated on the meat in the serving brother's bowl, saliva nearly dripping. Biting her lip, she turned to Lu Xiaojin and whispered, "Is tonight's plan truly feasible?" In recent days they had been assigned to the livestock farm. What was most abundant there? Certainly meat, no livestock. This was an enticing prospect for Lu Xiaojin and her companions, who had not eaten meat for several days. The plump pigs, the lively sheep, the tender and juicy rabbits, after feasting their eyes on these ingredients day after day. A shadowy thought began to sprout in their innocent hearts. Steal a rabbit and roast it tonight as Lu Xiaojin bit into her fifth bun. She hesitated, although rabbit meat was undoubtedly delicious. The occurrence of Xiaojun Zhou being gravely injured and unconscious was not something to be taken lightly. He lay quietly in bed, awaiting her arrival. It would be quite inappropriate not to act. The weight of these two matters was starkly clear, was it not? Who among them could not make a choice? Thus, by nightfall, she decisively tucked some seasonings into her pocket. "Let us go. Roast the rabbit." Xiaojun Zhou was in a coma. There was no rush for 1 or 2 days. But if the rabbit were not roasted today, it would mean missing out entirely. With their training regimen, if they did not consume meat, she would truly become emaciated, gaunt, and fragile. She dared not imagine how benevolent, cheerful, and adorable she would become after a bite of roasted rabbit meat. "I'm ready." Fu Sang tucked a sickle into her pocket, stealthily pushed open the door, and scanned the surroundings with a furtive glance. Seeing no one, she declared, "I shall go first. You all follow shortly to avoid detection." Lu Xiaojin responded, "I will not fail my mission." Fu Sang exchanged a resolute yet tragic glance with her. "I shall go ahead." "Understood." At that moment, Sui Jin, meditating on her bed, suddenly opened her eyes. "You all go. I am not hungry and will not join." Lu Xiaojin knew she was diligent. She would not care for a piece or two of rabbit meat while immersed in her studies. As she spoke, she stealthily pushed open the door and tiptoed outside. Meanwhile, the novice cultivator was perched atop a tree outside the east courtyard, observing the movements of the female cultivators. Given Xiaojun Zhou's grave injuries, it was only logical that the senior sister would visit him tonight. Thus, whoever emerged from the courtyard would surely be the senior sister. As he crouched in wait, he suddenly spotted Fu Sang exiting the east courtyard. The novice cultivator narrowed his eyes, just as I suspected. As Fu Sang walked further away, he prepared to follow when he heard faint footsteps behind him. Huh. He could hardly distinguish her from a thief. Chapter 88. She strikes with a blade without hesitation. Xiaojun Zhou appears on the verge of breaking. The disciple promptly followed Fu Sang. The novice cultivator quietly observed Lu Xiaojin. Once she had distanced herself, he followed suit. However, it was not long before a figure emerged from the shadows, prompting him to halt and conceal himself. Someone was following Lu Xiaojin. Above Foundation establishment. Their aura was unmasked. It must be someone sent by Sikong Gonglin. He dared not pursue further. If he did, he would certainly be discovered. "Brother, I lost track of her." The disciple lowered his head. As soon as I followed, I noticed another person trailing Fu Sang, and that individual is at least at the Foundation establishment stage. The novice cultivator nodded. I witnessed the same. The disciple inquired, "Are all of them sent by Master Sikong? Why has he suddenly dispatched so many people to the outer sect?" The novice cultivator's gaze grew serious. It seemed their master had successfully drawn Sikong Gonglin away, and to be cautious, he had sent so many disciples to guard the outer sect. However, he did not share this information with his junior brother. Currently, only Fu Sang and Lu Xiaojin had ventured out. The senior sister must certainly be among them. Compared to Lu Xiaojin, he favored Fu Sang. Just then, another figure emerged from the east courtyard. Sui Jin? The disciple furrowed his brow. Why is she out as well? Why are there so many female cultivators wandering about tonight? The novice cultivator frowned. Follow her. Yes, brother, another person has emerged. I lost track again. The disciple remarked, however, she is descending the mountain, so she should not be the senior sister. Yet, Chuxiu did not rush to a conclusion based on his observations. These several female cultivators were not heading towards Wuxin Peak. He contemplated. I shall make a trip to Wuxin Peak. You stay here and keep watch. Understood. Meanwhile, Fu Song had dragged a rabbit out from the thicket. This territory was neither too far nor too close to the outer sect. It would neither attract attention from the flames nor be too distant to traverse. This rabbit is quite plump. Fu Song swallowed hard, but how to skin it? Jiang Yoshi, who was boiling water nearby, saw Fu Song brandishing the sickle haphazardly and promptly stepped forward to take the rabbit. Allow me. He too was not adept at skinning rabbits, but he believed himself to be slightly more capable than Fu Song. He had just slit the rabbit's throat and tossed it into the hot water when Lu Xiaojin arrived. Over here. Fu Song beckoned softly, then presented the sharpened stick he had crafted to Lu Xiaojin. How did I do? Lu Xiaojin gave a thumbs up. Excellent. Soon the group squatted by the large pot, staring intently at the boiling rabbit. Isn't it time to skin it? The few inexperienced individuals exchanged glances. That's reasonable. Zhang Yoshi reached out to grab the rabbit from the pot, only to be scalded and exclaim, hot, hot, hot. Lu Xiaojin remarked, utterly unreliable. She took the stick that Fusong had fashioned and fished out the half-cooked rabbit, placing it on a wooden board. The group encircled the rabbit, skinning it while blowing on their fingers, exclaiming, heavens, hot, hot, hot. Skinning, preparing the rabbit, tending the fire and adding ingredients. None of it went smoothly. Yet, ultimately, the rabbit was roasted to completion. It appeared blackened and devoid of flavor. Fusong tore off a piece of meat and tasted it. It's meat. So fragrant. Lu Xiaojin also took a piece and placed it in her mouth. Though somewhat charred, the fact that the rabbit had been cooked beforehand rendered the burnt parts crispy and oily. Not particularly delicious but certainly edible. This roasted rabbit could be said to lack color, aroma and flavor. But it was meat. That alone sufficed to affirm its significance. Delicious. The group's eyes glistened with tears, deeply moved. In these recent days of physical training, their physical condition had improved, yet they had been deprived of meat. The longing for meat was beyond measure. Not to mention roasted meat, even boiled meat with a pinch of salt would have them bubbling with delight. Why hasn't Xiaojin come? Zhang Yoshi inquired amidst his meal. After nearly half a month of training, Zhang Yoshi, once a little plump, was now growing leaner. His delicate facial features were gradually emerging. After satisfying their hunger, the group split ways. Lu Xiaojin lagged behind. Once the two had walked away, she carefully wrapped the remaining meat in oiled paper, when a faint voice called from a distance, "Senior sister." Lu Xiaojin paused. It was late at night, and the chilling wind howled suddenly. A haunting senior sister echoed from behind her. What was this? A ghostly night talk, however. The voice sounded rather familiar. Turning back, she saw a figure clad in the attire of an inner disciple, moving unsteadily towards her. It was none other than Xiaojin. Lu Xiaojin was taken aback. Little junior brother? No, this lad was supposed to be lying in bed, half conscious and waiting for her to. What was he doing on his feet? Could it be that he was on the brink of death, his soul having left his body? Knowing her intentions to deal with him, had his spirit come seeking vengeance? Lu Xiaojin gradually reached for the knife at her waist. Today, regardless of whether it was his spirit or his corporeal form, he would meet his end here. At that moment, Xiaojin had drawn near, offering her a gentle smile. Senior sister, focus on your cultivation in the outer sect. My injuries are not severe, do not worry about me. His words were soft and gentle. Yet, even with that embryo-like face, Lu Xiaojin could discern the weakness and pallor. The scent of blood was overpowering. She hesitated. Could it be that Xiaojin was so concerned about her worrying over his injuries that he had dragged his ailing body to see her? This made Lu Xiaojin, who had been itching to draw her sword since hearing of his injury, feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. If she were to rise in the middle of the night, she would have to confess, I truly deserve to die. Are you really all right? Cough, cough, cough. Xiaojin coughed several times, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his form swaying precariously, yet he still managed to smile. Yes, it's nothing serious, just a slight chill swaying on the brink of collapse, and he claims it's merely a chill? Lu Xiaojin quickly supported him, her gaze shifting towards his abdomen. After nearly half a month of training, her spiritual eyes had grown stronger. She could now see through his clothing to the egg of a worm in his dantian. It appeared that Xiaojin's dantian had suffered severe damage. The little butterfly's egg had cracked wings and was desperately trying to recover. Senior sister, I heard from the master that your cultivation in the outer sect is arduous, so I brought you a Su Yuan Dan. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden stab pierced his dantian. Blood trickled down the blade's handle, and the hand gripping the handle was Lu Xiaojin's. Xiaojin's gaze shot up, his reddened eyes incredulous as he looked at Lu Xiaojin. Senior sister, why? He seemed on the verge of breaking apart. Chapter 89. The butterfly monster disappears. Xiaojin's true form. Xiaojin had not only been injured but had also suffered from the death of a fellow disciple. To prevent Lu Xiaojin from worrying, he had been putting on a brave face. Yet, the sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. The sadness and despair, after being brutally stabbed by Lu Xiaojin, reached their peak. It was impossible to hide, impossible to suppress. He was on the brink of total collapse. Why? Xiaojin's dantian was severely injured as he spat out a mouthful of blood, gripping Lu Xiaojin's wrist with an increasingly fragmented gaze. Senior sister, tell me why. Lu Xiaojin did not lift her head. Private matter. Embryo, today marks the end of the butterfly monster. To her delight, the knife had plunged in. Currently, she was quite strong. No matter how Xiao Juanzhou's abdomen tightened, it could not stop her. With one thrust, she pierced the dantian, heading straight for that little butterfly. Initially, she thought this strike would surely cause the little butterfly to die within, but it did not. The little butterfly dodged. Yes, it evaded. No, could it possibly possess consciousness? Lu Xiaojin gripped the knife tightly, following the escape path of the little butterfly, slicing through Xiao Juanzhou's dantian, the blade aimed directly at the little butterfly. At that moment, the already crumbling Xiao Juanzhou's expression morphed into something bizarre. You can see it. Heads rolled, blood splattered. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. She was crouched on the ground, holding the oiled paper-wrapped rabbit meat. The extinguished fire pit before her still emitted wisps of smoke. Pain. She gritted her teeth, lowering her gaze, taking a long while to recover. The broken egg of the worm was different from the unbroken one. The broken egg had awakened its self-awareness. Once threatened with death, it would immediately resist and evade, making it nearly impossible to strike accurately. This likely explained why many cultivators could still recover even with damaged dantians. The worm egg was not dead. What to do? One must find a way to control the little butterfly, rendering it unable to move. Lu Xiaojin clenched her teeth, her mind racing through the books she had read. Surely there was something that could suppress the worm egg. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Lu Xiaojin looked down at her hands. Perhaps her blood could work? Senior sister. A faint voice called from afar. Lu Xiaojin stood up to see who was approaching. Little junior brother. Xiao Junzhou drew closer, offering her a gentle smile. Senior sister, focus on your cultivation in the outer sect. My injuries are not severe. Do not worry about me. Is so gentle. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Junzhou coughed a few times, a trace of blood seeping from his lips, his form swaying precariously, yet he still held on. Senior sister, I heard from the master that your cultivation in the outer sect is arduous. So I brought you a Suyuandian. Lu Xiaojin seized his arm, steadying him. Drawing the knife from her waist, she discreetly sliced her palm. Xiao Junzhou steadied himself. I'm fine. As he spoke, he was about to retrieve the Suyuandan from his pocket when his dantian was suddenly stabbed. Because the tip of the knife was tainted with Lu Xiaojin's blood, the moment the dagger pierced his dantian, the little butterfly began to thrash wildly. It could not move, yet it still managed to evade the blade. Only its wings were stabbed. The little butterfly sustained a critical injury, causing Xiao Juanzhou's complexion to blanch instantly. He faltered, collapsing to his knees, his gaze a shattered mess. Why, senior sister, why? With one strike, the little butterfly did not perish. Lu Xiaojin quickly followed up with a second stab, preparing to sever the little butterfly's head. But in the next moment, the expression of the already fragmented Xiao Junzhou shifted to something even more peculiar. You can see it. Heads fell. Blood spilled. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. One knife aimed straight for the butterfly's head. Yet the butterfly trembled violently, making it impossible to strike true. You can see it. Heads fell. Blood splattered. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. No, it would not do. Attempting to kill the butterfly within would prove futile. This was a living creature, not an inanimate object. Once the little butterfly reacted, she would be doomed. It seemed the only option was to extract the butterfly monster. With a surge of determination, dig it out directly. Not a moment to lose. Senior sister. Xiao Junzhou drew closer, offering her a gentle smile. Senior sister. Focus on your cultivation in the outer sect. My injuries are not severe. Do not worry about me. He had just spoken those words when he was seized by a violent coughing fit. Cough. Cough, cough. Seizing the opportunity during his coughing, Lu Xiaojin swiftly drew her knife, slicing her palm, grasping his arm, and plunged the blade into his dantian with unrelenting force. The butterfly behind Xiao Junzhou thrashed violently, desperately shrieking, emitting a piercing wail. Lu Xiaojin's knife met resistance. She gritted her teeth and dug in fiercely. To her astonishment, she actually unearthed the small butterfly. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Junzhou merely watched her with a sense of desolation and despair. Rendered so astounded that he forgot to evade, Lu Xiaojin flung the small butterfly to the ground and crushed it underfoot. No. I cannot die. The butterfly monster trembled violently, its form ultimately dissipating into the air. Xiao Juanzhou's face, visibly transforming from a fetal state, gradually regained its normalcy. The youthful yet exquisitely handsome contours of his features began to materialize before Lu Xiaojin. The fuzzy antennae on his hands slowly faded away, and even his disciple robes appeared considerably more flattering. Why? Senior sister, why do this to me? The appearance of the monster grew increasingly faint, while the semblance of a human took shape, although its full visage remained obscured. It was breathtakingly beautiful in its haziness. Just as Lu Xiaojin was about to glimpse Xiao Juanzhou's true self, An eerie voice emanated from behind her. You can see. It was Su Yi. With a gaze that exuded strangeness, behind Su Yi stood several other eldritch-looking elder monsters. Gasped at Liu. Xiaojin opened her eyes, her hands gripping tightly onto the oil paper package containing rabbit meat. Pain. Why were Su Yi and those elders here? Had they always been nearby? No, she spotted the elder from the courtyard among them. The elder from the courtyard should not be in this vicinity. The sudden appearance of this group indicated that they were drawn here by some unseen force. The mournful cries of the butterfly. Could such a wail for help resonate across such distances to monsters? Yet, curiously, she could not halt that cry. The butterfly monster was beyond her capacity to slay. Senior sister. When she had killed the butterfly monster moments ago, his eyes seemed only to reflect confusion and sorrow, devoid of any panic. Thus, he was entirely oblivious to the butterfly monster's presence. Chapter 90. A monster. Is it the realm of immortality or herself? Liu Xiaojin had previously perused the celestial ascension techniques, which mentioned that during the hatching of monsters, humans were in a position of dominance. The monsters merely assisted humans in becoming more formidable. She had assumed that even as mere assistants, those who hatched monsters would feel their presence. The closer the integration with the monster, the more one would sense it. Yet it was not so. Just moments before, when Liu Xiaojin excavated the small butterfly, the butterfly monster had cried out desperately, calling for its companions for help. Yet at that moment, Xiaojunzhou merely held her hand tightly, sorrowfully asking, Senior sister, why do this to me? Even as the monster neared its demise, he remained unaware of its existence. Otherwise, he would have exhibited some degree of panic or attempted to save himself. But he did nothing. Thus, in Xiaojunzhou's eyes, she was merely a diligent and respectful cultivator. As long as she remained unseen, the monster within him simply did not exist. Then what of the aberration? Was it the monster, or was it she? Was everything she perceived genuinely real? Was the realm of immortality truly a realm of monsters? What was truly inverted, the realm of immortality or herself? As long as she did not exist, everything would revert to normal. Was her presence a mistake? For the first time, Liu Xiaojin experienced self-doubt. Senior sister, what is wrong? Xiaojunzhou approached, noticing Liu Xiaojin's dazed expression and expressing concern as he bent down to call her senior sister. Who was right or wrong? Who was distorting black and white was of little consequence. What mattered was her desire to live in a world that felt utterly alien to her. To survive, she must grow strong, she must confront the monster. She had to go to the Mufang kingdom. I'm fine. Liu Xiaojin rose. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Cough, cough, cough. Xiaojunzhou attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth he was seized by a fit of coughing. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his form swaying precariously, he discreetly wiped away the blood and looked up, still smiling. There are rumors outside saying I have sustained severe injuries. But that is all nonsense. I merely caught a bit of a chill. I came to check on you, senior sister. The butterfly, whose wings had been torn, responded. A chill? Perhaps you should examine yourself before speaking? He struggled to steady himself, saying, Master mentioned that you have been training hard in the outer sect, so I brought you some spirit recovery pills. As he spoke, he took out a vial of pills from his storage bag. These spirit recovery pills were meant to nourish the spirit and replenish vitality. If senior sister truly could not endure, she could take one or two, and her body would naturally recover. Liu Xiaojin had rarely ventured beyond Wuxin Peak. He had promised to teach her, and he would indeed teach her. I am not in the outer sect. You must take good care of yourself. Cough, 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 cough. Just as he finished speaking, another bout of coughing seized him. Blood spilling forth once more, he attempted to wipe it away, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed towards Liu Xiaojin. Had it been in the past, Liu Xiaojin would have been unable to catch him. But now things were different. She was Liu Xiaojin of the body cultivation. Her physique was robust. She was strong. She was stable. In the instant Xiaojunzhou fell, she effortlessly grasped his shoulder and caught him. His head naturally nestled against her shoulder. Junior brother, are you all right? Xiaojunzhou, though weak, insisted. I am fine. His face, even his cheek, was faintly pressed against her neck, soft and fragrant. His hand inadvertently grasped the fabric at her waist. Instantly his neck, face and ears flushed a deep crimson. His body stiffening as if carved from stone. A dark aura began to emanate from behind him. He immediately tried to rise, but Liu Xiaojin's voice reached his ears. Are you seriously injured? Xiaojunzhou hesitated. He was gravely wounded, having sustained injuries even to his dantian. Yet, with his master absent from Tianyun sect and his senior brother in seclusion, he had no one to heal him, leading him to force himself to stand. If anyone else claimed he was severely injured, he would undoubtedly deny it. even going so far as to display a sword technique to prevent anyone from underestimating him. But this person was Lu Xiaojin, the Lu Xiaojin he had grown up alongside. The Lu Xiaojin he did not worry about being underestimated. He almost instantly let down his guard. Do you have any pills? Are you lacking anything? Let me see if I have it here. Xiao Junzhou felt profoundly moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, I have everything. This injury can be nurtured back to health. Lu Xiaojin paused in her intent to administer medicine. Ah? The butterfly's wings are torn, and you expect to heal slowly. This little butterfly is even tougher than I imagined. However, even if she wished to administer medicine, she had no idea which remedy could expedite the butterfly's demise. Forget it. It's all fate. Very well then. Sensing Lu Xiaojin's disappointment, Xiao Junzhou's brows softened even further. Yet in the next moment, as if recalling something, he lowered his gaze, a hint of pain crossing his features. Senior sister. I was unable to save him. Lu Xiaojin had heard of the incident during their journey to Nanjing, where one disciple had perished. Xiao Junzhou had failed to save that disciple, just as she had been unable to slay the small butterfly. Both were sorrowful souls. She sighed softly. It is all right. You did your best. Xiao Junzhou's eyelashes quivered slightly as he reached out to embrace her. After a moment, his voice became choked. Senior sister. Thank you. Lu Xiaojin. No, junior brother, where are your hands going? Fainting is one thing, but you've been out for quite a while now. Once Xiao Junzhou regained his senses and realized what he had done, he instantly flushed red with embarrassment and jumped back, stammering. Senior sister, I didn't mean to. Lecherous scoundrel. He wanted to curse himself to death. Seeing him regain his spirit, Lu Xiaojin felt relieved. Exhausted and weary, she waved her hand. Xiao Junzhou calmed down slightly, offering a gentle smile. Lu Xiaojin beckoned, picked up the oil paper package from the ground, yawned widely, and walked away. He suddenly recalled Lu Xiaojin's words from that day. Regarding our becoming Dao partners, it should be brought to the forefront. Dao partners? Xiao Junzhou's heart raced violently. A wisp of dark aura trailing behind him, he hastily consumed a calmness pill to regain composure to the foot of the mountain. Xiaojin handed a storage bag to him and, as you are well? The man replied. All is well, all is well. The aroma of oil wafted from the oil paper package. Eat quickly, it's still warm. After Lu Xiaojin finished speaking, she collapsed into sleep. Xiaojin paused, took the oil paper package, gazed at Lu Xiaojin for a long while, pursed her lips, her eyes softening as she whispered. Thank you. The following morning, Fuso had vanished. Subsequently, her corpse was hung at the Tianyun sex plaque. Chapter 91. You all must die. That night, someone stealthily infiltrated the east courtyard, silently rendering Fuso unconscious and carrying her away. Brother, should we take all three of these female cultivators? The initial cultivator shook his head. No. Master provided the spiritual artifact. Only one female cultivator can pass through the barrier at a time. The chosen disciple should be her. Just take her. Understood. The sect leader of Xinghui was overjoyed. Quickly. Bring her in. Old Five is saved. Within the grand hall, only the sect leader and several informed elders remained. The sect leader pressed his hand upon a stone pedestal, gently twisting it. The wall on the right began to rise slowly, revealing a hidden door within the hall. Behind the hidden door lay a colossal cage, housing a disheveled man who was madly clawing at the bars. Let me out! Let me out! You all must die! You all must die! Let me out! He screamed in fury, unleashing his spiritual power against the cage, yet could not breach the barrier. His eyes were bloodshot, nearly deranged. Old Five, the pure body has been found. You will soon be fine, just endure a little longer, a little longer. Elder Five felt no comfort. Instead, he glared at him with a fierce intensity. What do I need to endure? I am perfectly fine. Old fool, I have already told you that I am fine. Quickly, open the barrier and let me out. Upon uttering these words, Elder Wu suddenly clutched his head, howling in agony. His eyes regained a flicker of clarity. Filled with profound sorrow, Sect leader, I am sorry that I can barely hold on, that I feel as though something is controlling me, that I understand. This is not your fault. The sect leader swiftly bound Fusang to a chair. Hurry, bring a bowl. Elder Wu gazed at the young girl bound to the chair. Realizing she was the remedy for his salvation and his moment of relief, his mind cleared slightly. A bowl was quickly brought forth. The sect leader drew a knife and made a deep incision on Fusang's wrist, drawing forth her blood. During the bloodletting, the pain jolted Fusang awake. She cried out, suddenly aware that something was amiss. Her eyes wide with panic. Where am I? Who are you? She attempted to flee but found herself tightly bound and immobile. Blood flowed from her lacerated wrist into the bowl, nearly filling it halfway. Her complexion paled, Yet she struggled to maintain her composure. I am a disciple of Tianyun sect. You have abducted me, and Tianyun sect will not let this go unpunished. Rest easy. We mean you no harm. They reassured her. But Fusang grew increasingly anxious. Soon she realized that this place was also a sect for cultivating immortality. Which sect do you belong to? Why have you captured me? They appeared to be a righteous faction. Yet their actions were anything but honorable. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Fear not. This is Xinghui sect. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish for you to stay here temporarily. Fusang remained unconvinced. Yet she understood her inability to resist them. She resolved to remain calm and discern their true intentions. Once the bowl was filled with blood, the sect leader handed it to Elder Wu. Drink! Trembling, Elder Wu raised the bowl and drank it in one gulp. The bowl shattered upon hitting the ground after consuming the blood. His suffering did not diminish. Instead, he clutched his head and cried out, appearing increasingly tormented. Let me go! Let me go! Damn it! You all deserve to die! His madness escalated, and his rage intensified, laced with curses. The sect leader and others were taken aback. How could it have no effect? Even consuming a second-grade calming elixir should yield some result. Could it be she is not a pure body? Their expressions darkened, and their gazes toward Fusang betrayed a hint of murderous intent. Fusang felt a wave of unease wash over her. Gritting her teeth, she raised her chin defiantly. Pure body? What do you mean by that? I do not comprehend your words. I am the 5th princess of Huashu Kingdom. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my elder brother will not spare you. The 5th princess of Huashu Kingdom, reduced to being a mere outer disciple of Tianyun sect? Who would believe such a tale? The sect leader, uninterested in further discourse, commanded someone throw her in. Fusang was unceremoniously cast into a cage. No. Let me go. Let me go. Bound and thrown into the cage before she could comprehend her situation, pain pierced her neck. Ah! Elder Wu sank his teeth into her neck, frantically draining her blood. Yet, even as Fusang's blood was nearly depleted, the dark energy enveloping Elder Wu showed no sign of abating. Elder Wu completely lost control, beginning to tear at Fusang's garments. Help! Let me go! Fusang's cries grew fainter until they ceased altogether. The next day before dawn, Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes. The rigors of physical training had ingrained a strict biological clock within her. At this hour, she was invariably awake. Yawning, she instinctively reached out to nudge the sleeping Fusang beside her. Fusang was typically the last to rise, unable to get up on her OWI in the past. A gentle push would rouse her, but this time Lu Xiaojin found no one to nudge. This girl has finally started to awaken. Xiaojin furrowed her brow, but I have not seen her get up. Xiaojin typically trained late into the night and rose early to continue her practice. If she had not seen Fusang awake, it clearly meant Fusang was still asleep. However, the bed was empty. This was unusual. Lu Xiaojin felt a sense of unease creeping in. Has anyone seen Fusang? Li Qiyu and the others shook their heads. Lu Xiaojin immediately pushed the door open and searched the premises, through the courtyard. At the water station. But no trace of Fusang could be found. What if something has happened? Although this was Tianyun sect, the likelihood of her being quietly abducted was slim, yet Lu Xiaojin trusted Fusang's notorious laziness. She could never wake up early. You all go to the dining hall. I will seek out the elder at the gate. Xiaojin noticed her concern and nodded. All right, I will bring you some food. And we will meet at the training ground shortly. Lu Xiaojin acknowledged, splashed water on her face, donned her clothes and headed to the gatehouse. She found the elder at the gate. Elder, a disciple is missing. The elder, who was washing his face, paused in surprise. You cannot just barge in here. Do you not think that is a bit presumptuous? He set down his cloth and regarded this brash disciple, who had previously caused quite a commotion, with little fondness. The notion of a missing disciple seemed absurd. This was Tianyun's sect. How could a disciple vanish without a trace? But, mindful of the disciples outside, he refrained from kicking her out and stroked his beard, attempting to sound benevolent. I will ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Lu Xiaojin thought to herself. He won't. He does not believe me. With no time to elaborate, she hurried to find Lu Xixiang and informed him of Fusang's disappearance. How long has she been missing? She was gone as soon as I woke up this morning. Lu Xixiang replied, just this morning she has vanished, and you call that missing? It was not just the elder who thought Lu Xiaojin was being unreasonable. Even Lu Xixiang began to question her sanity. Chapter 92. In their eyes, what is one life worth? He pressed his forehead and waved his hand dismissively. She probably just woke up early and went to the training ground. You simply did not see her. Lu Xiaojin insisted that Fusang would never rise early. However, Lu Xixiang remained skeptical. Her anxiety deepened. She refrained from further pointless explanations and retrieved a communication talisman from her storage pouch. Junior brother. A disciple in the outer sect is missing. I suspect demonic cultivators are causing trouble. Investigate immediately. She then took out another talisman. Elder brother. A disciple in the outer sect is missing. I suspect it is due to demonic cultivators. Investigate immediately. After igniting both talismans, she rushed to the training ground. Still, there was no sign of Fusang. Not only was there no trace of Fusang, but Xiaojin had also gone missing. Xiaojin. She had been right here just a moment ago. How could she have disappeared so suddenly? Li Qiyu, munching on a bun and yawning, said, "Oh, she brought you a bun and was looking for you too." Xiaojin's unease intensified. Even after the disciples gathered, she still could not find Fusang or Xiaojin. Where is everyone? Lu Shixiang counted the heads and frowned. Why haven't they shown up yet? He initially thought someone was late and was about to lose his temper when Lu Xiaojin interjected. They are both missing. Missing? Lu Shixiang was taken aback. How could that be? But he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Until today, no one had ever been late. Not only had 2 people failed to arrive, but Lu Xiaojin had also mentioned someone was missing beforehand. Could it be that demonic cultivators had secretly infiltrated Tianyun's sect and abducted 2 disciples? This was Tianyun's sect. How dare they? Do not worry too much, Lu Shixiang reassured her. They both carry outer sect disciple tokens. The elders will quickly be able to track their whereabouts. Although the tokens are not officially recorded, they can still be traced. However, if someone maliciously destroys the tokens, it would be problematic. Lu Shixiang refrained from mentioning that concern. You all continue your training. I will find the elder. Just as Lu Shixiang finished speaking, a disciple rushed in, seemingly in a panic. Not good, Lu Shixiang, something terrible has happened. The disciple, breathless and panicked, appeared to have seen something horrifying. What is it? Lu Shixiang steadied him, urging him to remain calm. The disciple, trembling, extended a shaky hand. Outside the mountain gate, a corpse is hanging from the plaque. She is wearing the outer sect robes of Tianyun's sect. Before he could finish, Lu Xiaojin dashed out. Tell you Xiaojin. Lu Shixiang called after her in alarm, following closely behind as other disciples trailed after them. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Lu Xiaojin froze in place. At the towering stone column inscribed with Tianyun sect, a corpse dangled from the plaque. The clothing of the corpse was tattered and barely covered her body, her skin mottled with bruises, riddled with wounds. Yet, there was no blood. It was as if she had been drained of all her blood. That was Fusang's corpse. Lu Xiaojin collapsed onto the ground. Lu Shixiang, trailing behind her, widened his eyes at the sight. Who dares to be so brazen in Tianyun's sect? He was filled with anger and indignation, yet he did not concern himself with Fusang's fate. After countless missions resulting in the deaths and injuries of disciples, he had long grown accustomed to such losses. The disciples behind them screamed in terror. Someone has died. Someone has died. New disciples, encountering a corpse for the first time, were paralyzed with fear, huddling together in a display of collective dread. Is it the work of demonic cultivators? Have they infiltrated Tianyun's sect? This time it was Fusang. Who would be next? Would it be us? Had Xiaojin also been captured? Lu Xiaojin's expression remained impassive. After witnessing so many deaths, she became more composed in the face of adversity, even as pain coursed through her. She glanced at Fusang's nearly white skin and the bite marks on her neck. Bloodsucking? The first victim was Fusang. The second one is Xiaojin. What do the two have in common? Lu Xiaojin pondered, her gaze lowering. What they seek is neither Fusang nor Xiaojin. It is her. What they desire is her blood. The blood of a pure body. Fusang died for her. The faces of Chu Xiao and the others were all marked by unrestrained astonishment, as if they had never anticipated Fusang's demise. Lu Xiaojin, please calm yourself. If it truly is the work of demonic cultivators, the elders will handle it. They will not allow Fusang to die in vain. Lu Shixiang attempted to offer some words of comfort. After all, from the very beginning, Lu Xiaojin had been excessively anxious. Now that Fusang was dead, one could hardly guarantee she would not be overwhelmed by sorrow to the point of madness. Yet, as he spoke, he noticed that there was no trace of grief on Lu Xiaojin's face. On the contrary, she was unnaturally calm, her expression almost devoid of emotion. You all, she directed her gaze at Chu Xiao and the others. Who did this? The group exchanged glances, none daring to answer. The rest looked on with confusion, utterly bewildered. Lu Xiaojin could not afford to wait any longer. Thus, under the astonished gazes of those present, she drew a dagger and severed her own neck. Lu Shixiang's eyes widened in horror. Have you lost your mind? Quickly, summon the elders. They must have a way to save her. Blood gushed from Lu Xiaojin's mouth. her body convulsing, yet her eyes remained fixed on Chu Xiao and the others. She had initially believed that as long as they did not target her, all would be well. Even if they focused on others, they should soon realize their mistake. However, she had underestimated their ruthlessness. Even if they were mistaken, they would still capture and torment the innocent. She had misjudged the extent of the sect's cruelty in their eyes. What was a single life worth? Hurry, the elders are coming. Hold on, the elders will surely save you. Lu Xiaojin lost consciousness. When Lu Xiaojin awoke, she found herself lying in bed. The room was eerily quiet. Xiaojin had not yet fallen asleep. She was meditating. Lu Xiaojin immediately reached out to feel beside her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Fu Sang was still there. She quickly sat up and shook Fu Sang awake. Hurry up. We cannot stay here any longer. The ones who managed to silently abduct Fu Sang without alerting the elders undoubtedly possess great skill. Remaining here will only lead to our demise. To turn the tide, we must seek assistance. Fu Sang, still drowsy, sat up and murmured, "What's wrong? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? I'm so tired." She was on the verge of collapsing again when Lu Xiaojin pulled her up. Last time we offended Brother Zhang, he will undoubtedly hold a grudge against us. Although he has not acted against us yet, he will surely seek to make things difficult for us in the future. Come, we must confront him now. Fu Sang blinked in confusion. Brother Zhang, you didn't settle the score before, and now you want to? You want to settle an account that hasn't even happened yet? No, sister, are you all right? Let us let it go. Who can outmatch you anyway? Chapter 93. Why must you always cause trouble at night? Fu Sang was perplexed by Lu Xiaojin's late-night antics. That on any other occasion, had anyone dared to drag her out of bed in the middle of the night, she would have fought back fiercely. Yet this was Lu Xiaojin. Fine, it's just a bit of madness. It's not a big deal. Fu Sang yawned, slowly rising from bed, groggily putting on her clothes, slipping on her shoes, and swaying as she walked. Let us go. Though fatigue rendered her speech somewhat sluggish, she complied. Lu Xiaojin quickly dressed, tousled her hair, and approached Xiaojin. The first target was Fu Sang, the second was Xiaojin. Xiaojin too was in danger. Upon noticing Lu Xiaojin standing before her, Xiaojin slowly opened her eyes before Lu Xiaojin could persuade her. She donned her outer robe and descended from the bed. Let us go together. She was uncertain of Lu Xiaojin's intentions, yet she understood that Lu Xiaojin was not one to cause trouble for no reason. If she wished to seek the elder, it must be for a compelling reason. Thus, following along seemed prudent. Fu Sang yawned again. Should we bring a stick? I fear that if a fight breaks out, we may not stand a chance against Brother Zhang. Lu Xiaojin replied. Even with a stick, you would still be no match for Brother Zhang. True, wait for me a moment, I'll grab a stick, Lu Xiaojin said. Fu Sang nodded, slapping her face to awaken herself a bit more, while also groping around for a stick. Xiaojin glanced at Lu Xiaojin. Alright, go ahead, we'll wait for you. Lu Xiaojin hurried to a corner, quickly retrieved 3 sound-transmitting talismans, and began summoning help. Little shitty, someone is trying to harm me. Come quickly to the outer door. Da Xixiang, someone is trying to harm me. Hurry to the outer door. Shizhuan, someone is trying to harm me. Come quickly to the outer door. After a moment's thought, she pulled out another talisman. 17th Shirshu. Someone is trying to harm me. Come quickly to the outer door. Before long, she received a response from Xiaojun Zhou. I'll be right there. Lu Xiaojin confirmed no one else could be summoned before casually picking up a wooden stick. After just a couple of steps, her pocket warmed slightly. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. Arrive within 3 breaths. Lu Xiaojin felt a wave of relief as Yi was the only golden core disciple among the direct disciples. Exceptionally powerful. As for Chu Xiao and the others, they were all at the foundation establishment stage. With their strength, attempting to abduct her in front of Su Yi would be futile. Let us go. Fu Sang clutched a sturdy stick, shambling towards her like a zombie. Xiaojin remained composed, scanning their surroundings with thoughtful eyes. Why the sudden urgency to go to the outer door? Is there danger here? The trio quickly arrived at the outer door. Lu Xiaojin was uncertain if the assailants would still come to the outer door. However, since they had managed to abduct Fu Sang and Xiaojin indiscriminately, it indicated they had a pressing reason to act now. Was someone on the brink of succumbing to demonic corruption? Lu Xiaojin's blood held only that purpose. It seemed that the thief ensnared by a heart demon could not last much longer. If they were indeed under the influence of a heart demon, why not purchase calming pills? Wouldn't it be more sensible to buy them than to abduct her? Were they short on funds? Yet, a prominent sect should not be reduced to such a state. Even if a minor sect were facing annihilation, they would not dare act so recklessly in Tianyun sect. In any case, even if they did not come tonight, they would surely come tomorrow. For the next few days, she must take Fu Sang and Xiaojin to the outer door and remain there. When the enemy does not move, neither do I. Those who dare to target her could expect that Xikong Gonglin would be more than willing to engage in a friendly discussion with them. Liu Xiaojin, what brings you here so late? Lu Shixiang, who was practicing swordplay in the outer door courtyard, asked with curiosity. And you two, why are you following along in this folly? As he spoke, he turned to Lu Xiaojin, awaiting an explanation. The other two did not seem to be leading the charge. Well, tonight we suddenly felt the urge to play chess, and we couldn't sleep, so we heard the elder is a master at chess. So we came to find him for a match. Lu Shixiang blinked in disbelief. A match at this hour? You aren't here to brawl with Brother Zhang. Fu Sang's eyes were wide with confusion. The stick in her hand suddenly feeling a bit hot. Xiaojin remained calm. Yes, for a match. A match? Lu Shixiang's face contorted in disbelief. You mean to say you came here at this hour to challenge the elder to a game? Yes, the urge to play is unbearable. We simply must play tonight. Otherwise we won't be able to sleep a wink. Lu Shixiang was incredulous. Sleep? Yet Fu Sang, standing beside you, looks ready to doze off. He face-bombed. The elder has already retired for the night. Whatever the matter, you can come back tomorrow. Seeing him about to close the door, Lu Xiaojin immediately raised her voice. Elder. Are you asleep? I want to play chess with you. Those who have undergone physical cultivation possess a strong core. And her voice rang out loud and clear. Not only did the outer door stir, but even those in several other courtyards lit their lamps, grumbling in irritation. Who is it making a racket at this late hour? Is that from the outer door? Let us go see what's going on. Before long, a group of disgruntled disciples surrounded Lu Xiaojin, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. What is she doing here again? Has she been bullied again? What? Chess? She is here to play chess at this hour. Has she lost her mind? At last lights flickered to life in the outer door. The elder, a man of considerable age, donned a robe, stifled a yawn, and emerged with a disgruntled expression plastered on his wrinkled face. He glared at Lu Xiaojin. You two leave. He had no desire to spare her another glance. Causing trouble was one thing, but why must it always be at night? At his advanced age, couldn't she show a bit of compassion for the elderly? Elder, I knew you were still awake. Lu Xiaojin quickly approached, her smile sweet as honey. Come, let us play chess. The elder was taken aback. I was sleeping, and sleeping quite soundly. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaojin had dragged him into the main room. Without waiting for him to process what was happening, she had already pulled out a chessboard. Elder, I recently came up with a new incomplete game. Let us study it together. The elder's interest was piqued slightly. An incomplete game? Where did you get that? I thought it up. The elder was momentarily stunned. You thought it up? His mind momentarily stalled, struggling to comprehend the notion of an incomplete game. Soon Lu Xiaojin set up the chess pieces, and the elder's previously resentful eyes suddenly brightened. Although this girl was a bit out of sorts, her mind seemed to possess some genuine acumen. Chapter 94. She truly knows how to make the most of every opportunity, leaving no stone unturned. While she possesses the ability to play, she is not particularly skilled. She can recall one or two classic endgame scenarios. The elder at the courtyard gate enjoys playing chess, and she believes that a few endgame scenarios could occupy him for a day or two. She is convinced that after a few days of waiting, the thief will inevitably make an appearance. Let us see who can endure longer. Splendid. The intricacies of this chess game are truly captivating. The elder at the courtyard gate is engrossed. Brother Lu glances at the elder, noticing his lack of intention to dismiss anyone, and chooses to remain silent, returning to his sword practice. Before she can walk far, Lu Xiaojin exclaims, Brother Lu, could you summon Brother Zhang? I wish to play chess with him as well. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang? Is he the same Brother Zhang whom Lu Xiaojin accused of wanting to kill her? The one who caused displeasure among everyone, leading to mutual disdain? Surely not. With such deep-seated enmity, how can she feign camaraderie over chess? Brother Lu opens his mouth, hesitating before replying. Haven't you already begun a game with the elder? There is no need to summon Brother Zhang. He has already retired. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaojin insists. He surely hasn't retired. And if you don't believe me, go call him. He is definitely awake. Brother Lu. Did I want to call him? That I is uncertain whether he is awake or not. However, if I do call him and he doesn't wake up, that would be quite suspicious. If you wish to call him, you can do so yourself. Brother Lu is reluctant to intervene, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet he soon finds himself regretting his decision. With her loud voice she begins knocking on doors. Brother Zhang, where are you? Are you asleep? If not, come and play chess. She knocks on door after door. Brother Lu realizes that it is too late to stop her. In no time, the room is filled with courtyard disciples, their expressions filled with sorrow. Well. No one shall sleep now. Brother Zhang is the last to enter, finding no seat available and having to stand, nearly dozing off. The night is serene, the moon bright and the breeze gentle, creating a picturesque setting under the clear sky, where everyone gathers to play chess and converse. A delightful occurrence indeed. Xiaojin chatters away. Beside her, the courtyard disciples wear expressions of increasing despair. Do you see us wanting to stay awake? Come, come, let us not be idle. Let us see how this endgame can be resolved. The disciples. They find it impossible to think, their minds too weary. However, with the elder present, everyone wishes to earn some goodwill, forcing themselves to stay awake, quietly observing. Yawns are stifled discreetly. The most unfortunate is Brother Zhang, who, arriving last, has no seat and must stand while others express their discontent while seated. Are we all present? Brother Lu notices that all the disciples are here and, unable to practice swordplay alone, squats down beside them in silence. Meanwhile, Fusang has already dozed off against a chair. Lu Xiaojin, seeing everyone gathered, stands up to peek outside. Her eyes catch the glimmering wings of a butterfly in the moonlight, along with the tail of a serpent floating midair. Although she cannot see anyone, the mere presence of people brings her relief. With so many gathered, she feels a sense of safety. By the way, Brother Lu, are there any elders in the inner sect who enjoy playing chess? On such a splendid evening, why not invite them all over? The crowd? She truly can't help herself wanting to invite everyone. It seems. You might not be aware, but there have been recent incidents involving vengeful spirits in Tujiang. The sect leader and other elders have gone to deal with it and are temporarily absent from the sect. Brother Lu yawns as he speaks. Liu Xiaojin furrows her brow. Not in the sect. So, does that imply that nearly all capable individuals are in Tujiang? Now she understands why those individuals have been so brazen, daring to capture people openly within the Heavenly Cloud sect. Doesn't this mean that even if she gathers everyone here tonight, it may not suffice to thwart those individuals? Just as this thought crosses her mind, a gust of ominous wind sweeps through the door. Close the door. Fusang, awakened by the wind, groggily clutches her clothing. Wait! The elder at the courtyard gate suddenly rises, his brow furrowed, raising his hand to conjure a protective barrier. Hold your breath. There is sleeping powder in the wind. Everyone immediately holds their breath. However, Lu Xiaojin, Fusang, and Xiaojin do not. The three hapless individuals hastily cover their noses with damp cloths. It is uncertain whether this will protect them against the sleeping powder used in the realm of cultivation, but it's worth a try. As it turns out, it was futile. Soon Lu Xiaojin feels her body grow numb and collapses to the ground. Next is Fusang. Finally, even Xiaojin, a second-tier qi cultivator, cannot withstand it and falls as well. Who goes there? Show yourself. The elder at the courtyard gate bellows. Sounds of fighting emerge from outside. His brother Xiao and brother Shai. Quick, let us go help. With the protective barrier of the elder gone, both Fusang and Xiaojin immediately lose consciousness. Although Lu Xiaojin is utterly drained, perhaps due to her pure physique, she retains a semblance of consciousness. She can hear the fierce sounds of battle outside. Due to her earlier ruckus, the outer disciples, awakened by the commotion, rush out to assist. In an instant, blood splatters everywhere. The number of fallen outside increases. Not bad at all. Tonight, the outer sect of the Heavenly Cloud sect is quite lively. The elder at the courtyard gate struggles to maintain composure, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Who dares to infringe upon my Heavenly Cloud sect? Before he can finish, he is kicked away. Lu Xiaojin grits her teeth. How audacious. She had thought that with so many present, the attackers would hesitate somewhat, but no, it seems that the thief, tormented by inner demons, has reached his limit. Soon, only groans of pain remain outside. A few masked individuals enter the room. Among them, who is the direct disciple? The other two, though not heading towards Wuxin Peak, were sent there by their senior brother to investigate. Brother Xiao has left Wuxin Peak tonight, presumably to confront them. Thus, one among Fusang and Xiaojin must be a direct disciple. The elder, donning a mask, sneers. Then let us take them all, but the barrier. Clean up all traces. Understood. Fusang and Xiaojin are hoisted away. Liu Xiaojin attempts to assert her identity. Yet, under the influence of the sleeping powder, her tongue feels numb, rendering her voiceless. Elder Su, must you truly kill so many? The master would certainly disapprove. The voice sounds somewhat familiar. The elder responds, only in this way can we shift the blame to the demonic cultivators. Do you understand? The individual seems to say more, but Lu Xiaojin can bear it no longer and slips into unconsciousness. Chapter 95. He could have avoided such a disgraceful death. The next day, as the sun ascends high in the sky, Lu Xiaojin awakens. Her head is pounding, struggling to rise. She steps outside. Before her lies a scene of carnage. Blood everywhere and severed fingers scattered across the ground among the outer disciples, only a handful remain alive. The air is filled with cries and wails, "Brother! Brother, wake up! Sister! Sister! Elder!" Lu Xiaojin's mind is unnaturally calm as she steadies herself against the door. Her expression devoid of emotion as she steps outside. Before long, she encounters the dismembered body of brother Xiaojin. His butterfly wings scattered across the ground. He had been gravely injured previously and should have been recuperating at Wuxin Peak. But he came because she asked him to, never uttering a word of complaint. Last night, in a daze, Lu Xiaojin had overheard the interrogation outside. The one being interrogated was brother Xiao. Yet even unto death, he refused to utter a single word about her. Enduring torment until not a single part of him was intact, he could have avoided such a disgraceful death. Not far away, Xiao's body is severed, his tail hanging from the rooftop, grasping his sword tightly, standing guard at the door like a sentinel. Lu Xiaojin lowers her gaze. Why must the male protagonists also perish? There are merely 2 days until the female protagonist ascends the mountain. The plot in the book is about to unfold. Why must the male protagonist die? Amidst the wails, Lu Xiaojin draws a dagger and plunges it into her own neck. Junior sister. A blood-soaked female cultivator rushes towards her, supporting her. What are you doing? Hold on. The intersex seniors will be here soon. She had already cried until her eyes were swollen, her voice choked, her spirit shattered from last night's ordeal. Yet she clings desperately to Lu Xiaojin's neck wound. Just hold on a bit longer, just a bit longer, you'll be alright. Lu Xiaojin's consciousness begins to fade. Gasped Lu Xiaojin opens her eyes, finding herself lying on a bed pain. She curls into a ball, tears flowing unconsciously down her cheeks. It takes her a while to recover from the earlier emotions. Taking a deep breath, she sits up. Currently, within the Heavenly Cloud sect, there are no formidable experts. It is precisely because of this that the masked individuals dare to intrude without restraint to abduct people. Perhaps it was the thief's design all along to lure Elder Sikong and others away, waiting for this very day. In any case, even if everyone in the Heavenly Cloud sect were gathered tonight, the outcome would merely be collective death, and no one would stand a chance against the masked individuals. Before losing consciousness last night, she vaguely perceived the lizard creature on that person. Given its level of integration, it must be at least at the god transformation stage. In the current Heavenly Cloud sect, he could enact indiscriminate slaughter. Thus, no matter what, Fusong and Xiaojin would be taken. The only way to save them is to let the masked individuals know that she is the senior sister. Lu Xiaojin will not die, however, she may experience repeated deaths. Yet, even so, as long as there is a shred of possibility, she must give it a try. What if she could survive? Lu Xiaojin rises from the bed. Where are you going? Xiaojin opens her eyes. Lu Xiaojin slips on her shoes and beams at her. You're still cultivating while others are sleeping. That's not fair to the rest. Xiaojin? Come on, get up. Lu Xiaojin extends her hand to her. Let us make sure they don't get to sleep tonight. Xiaojin, though lacking understanding, nonetheless rose from her bed. She surmised that Lu Xiaojin must have her own reasons for her actions. 10 minutes later, when she stood at the threshold of the courtyard, holding a massive gong, she fell into silence. Lu Xiaojin was truly mad. She should never have gotten out of bed. No, she had to leave. Xiaojin turned to depart, but Lu Xiaojin grasped her sleeve, her gaze bright and earnest. Help me. What should I do? Lu Xiaojin urged, strike it. Soon outside the courtyard, the clang of gongs and the crackle of firecrackers filled the air, creating a raucous scene. It had been ages since such merriment had graced the night. The revelry was overwhelming, yet it was far better to be noisy than to be quiet. Before long, the darkness that shrouded the outer door was illuminated by the flickering oil lamps lit in every household, evoking a sense of 1,000 homes aglow. Who is it? It's unbearably loud. Can't anyone sleep at this hour? Are they mad? Came the shouts of irritation. Yet these complaints were drowned out by the cacophony of gongs and drums, completely unheard by Lu Xiaojin. Before long, the courtyard was teeming with disciples. Someone stop them. If this keeps up, who will be able to sleep? Eventually, someone made a move to seize the gong, but Lu Xiaojin, at first nimble, dodged and weaved. However, as the number of disciples swelled around her, she ceased her evasions and obediently relinquished the gong. Nearby, someone chimed in, yes, get out of here. They grumbled, pointing fingers at Lu Xiaojin, while Xiaojin remained unscathed, for she did not appear to be instigating the chaos. Most importantly, she might be the legendary senior sister. Who would dare to criticize the senior sister? The chorus of angry shouts came in waves, but Lu Xiaojin paid little mind, merely extracting the cotton from her ears. Brother Lu, don't be angry. This matter can be settled tonight, no need to wait until tomorrow. As she spoke, she climbed the steps to a higher vantage point, Waving at the crowd, "Everyone, please don't leave, I have something important to convey tonight." The crowd rolled their eyes, yet no one departed, curious to see what she would propose. They were particularly eager to witness her being driven down the mountain. This troublesome girl had caused a ruckus twice now, and both times, it had been late at night. Disciples who disturbed the peace were not worth keeping. Brother Lu furrowed his brow, contemplating that Lu Xiaojin had endured the trials of the heavenly ladder to enter the sect. And he did not wish for things to become too ugly. However, the bystanders were not swayed, with the elders at the courtyard sporting grim expressions. Brother Lu felt powerless and could only stand by, quietly observing the unfolding farce. Tonight, it seemed Lu Xiaojin might genuinely be expelled from the mountain. All right, everyone quiet down." Lu Xiaojin began to take control of the situation. "Hush, listen to me." The crowd indeed fell silent, their gazes fixed on her with a mix of derision. In the next moment, Lu Xiaojin yanked the spirit jade token from her waist, dispersing all her spiritual energy, and retrieved the disciple's token from her storage bag. Raising it high above her head, "I am the direct disciple of the sect leader, Lu Xiaojin," she bellowed, though there was no need for such volume, for at the moment she produced the disciple's token, every gaze fell into a state of shock. She was the senior sister. This was a possibility they had never fathomed. In the outer sect, Xiaojin was almost universally acknowledged as the senior sister. Not to mention her close relationship with Xiaoxi, Brother Lu's attitude towards her further confirmed this status. Thus, everyone treated Xiaojin with deep respect and enthusiasm. Yet now Lu Xiaojin suddenly brandished her disciple's token, claiming to be the senior sister. Had they misidentified the true senior sister? Brother Lu, nearest to her, widened his eyes and stammered for a while, "You are the senior sister. How can this be?" "Lu Xiaojin, stop joking around." In the next moment, Lu Xiaojin thrust the disciple's token before his eyes. The disciple's token was irrefutable. Clearly inscribed upon it was the character for Jin, confirming her identity. Brother Lu's mind momentarily short-circuited. Hadn't he previously treated Lu Xiaojin rather well? At this instant, he felt as if he might perish. Observing Brother Lu's expression, the others could no longer harbor doubts and awkwardly chuckled. "So you are the senior sister. It's so late, do you wish to strike the gong? If you don't mind, let us do it for you." Sleep? What nonsense! Who could prioritize sleep over pleasing the senior sister? Suddenly everyone turned their smiles towards Lu Xiaojin, as if the prior grievances and curses were naught but figments of imagination. Countless meaningful glances fell upon Lu Xiaojin. In the corner, Zhang Yuxi was utterly dumbfounded. The direct disciple? She was indeed the direct disciple? What of a Jin? The revelation of Lu Xiaojin's status as the direct disciple left everyone astounded. Except for Xiaojin, she maintained her usual calm demeanor. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, no one was inclined to leave. What of Fu Sang? She was here during the ruckus, yet has vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiaojin lowered her gaze. It seemed that amidst the chaos, others had already taken action. Has Xiaojin prepared to search for her? Lu Xiaojin grasped her wrist. Once back indoors, Lu Xiaojin turned to Xiaojin. "When did you discover my identity?" Xiaojin paused, taking a long while before replying. "From the very beginning." "What? On the heavenly ladder you retrieved 3 water flasks from your bundle, yet your bundle could not possibly contain 3 flasks. At that moment, Xiaojin realized that Lu Xiaojin's bundle must have housed the legendary storage bag. Her identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Later, upon eavesdropping on the conversation between Xiaoxi and Brother Lu, she quickly understood that Lu Xiaojin was indeed the senior sister. Xiaojin was quite candid. "I knew you were the senior sister, so I deliberately approached you, even pretending to impersonate your identity." Her excessive honesty left Lu Xiaojin momentarily speechless. "I'm sorry, but I had no choice." Lu Xiaojin did not care for the title of senior sister. She understood that this identity represented not power or privilege, but peril. All sects coveted her blood. However, to Xiaojin, this identity was a coveted prize. Only by possessing it could she gain access to and learn many things. Xiaojin lowered her gaze, her grip tightening slightly. "I have compelling reasons to grow stronger. She must survive and she must become powerful." She was aware that her actions were ignoble. Thus, she constantly sought to treat Lu Xiaojin well, attempting to make amends. Yet she knew that her efforts were but trifles. On the contrary, Lu Xiaojin had treated her with unparalleled kindness, something she had never encountered before. Yet perhaps such kindness would soon be a thing of the past. Just as she expected Lu Xiaojin to reprimand her harshly, she instead heard Lu Xiaojin softly affirm, "All right." Xiaojin was taken aback, her head snapping up to meet Lu Xiaojin's gaze. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a dreamlike glow upon her face. Xiaojin felt as though everything had begun to blur into unreality. "What? I said, alright. Lu Xiaojin smiled. If you wish to grow stronger. Then grow stronger. If I can survive, I will help you. If she could survive. Xiaojin's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. But what did it mean, if I can survive? Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden gust of unnatural wind swept through the window, and in the next moment, she lost consciousness. Lu Xiaojin also collapsed onto the bed. Though her consciousness remained, albeit hazy, the masked elder approached her, hoisting her over his shoulder. So you are the direct disciple of the sect leader? Tisk, to evade all our suspicions is quite an accomplishment. With that, he vanished in a flash, taking Lu Xiaojin away from Tianyun's sect. Lu Xiaojin's mindset towards her impending fate was surprisingly serene. She thought, at worst, she would fall into a cycle of death. However, her tranquility was short-lived. The masked elder was taking her to a distant place. A treacherous mountain path. His speed was relentless, making the ascent even steeper. Initially, Lu Xiaojin had been dazed from the drug, but the jarring motion rendered her utterly incapacitated. Consequently, the masked elder dashed onward. While she vomited along the way, the masked figure halted abruptly. She has thrown up. How disgusting. He hastily performed several cleansing spells. Beginner, you carry her, beginner. After Lu Xiaojin's bout of vomiting, her mind cleared somewhat. She glanced sideways at the masked figure. Beginner? So, it's Li Xiao? Observing his figure, it indeed appeared to be him. She had wondered why the voice she heard during their previous conversation had sounded so familiar. It turned out to be him. Seeing her in distress, Li Xiao took her onto his back. Su Lao. Let us go. Su Lao cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaojin but said nothing further. Continuing on his path. As Li Xiao hurried along, he attempted to reassure Lu Xiaojin. Will it be all right? Clearly, he was unaware of her true significance. Naturally, a Foundation establishment cultivator was not privy to such knowledge. In no time they arrived at Xinghui sect. The elder leader was overjoyed. Quick, set her down, and everyone else stepped back. Su Lao stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest. Let us see if she is indeed a pure body, lest we have another incident like the last. The elder leader immediately instructed someone to procure a bowl and some blood, beginning the process of testing Lu Xiaojin's blood. After tasting a drop, he exclaimed, invigorated, yes. She is indeed a pure body. He then opened a stone pedestal, revealing a hidden chamber within, where a crazed, dark-gassed creature resembling a white crane was frantically thrashing about. Beneath it lay the lifeless form of Fu Sang. Her body bruised and barely clothed. Old 5, the true pure body has arrived. You are saved. Lu Xiaojin shifted her gaze away from the lifeless body of Fu Sang and fixed her expressionless eyes upon the old madman. This was her first encounter with someone whose inner demons were so profoundly severe. Enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, it appeared as though the white crane behind the old madman had developed a semblance of autonomy. Struggling desperately, the more it fought, the more fragile his consciousness became. Was the white crane attempting to exert control over the old madman? Could this be the fabled descent into madness? After succumbing to madness, could a creature truly dominate humanity and commit indiscriminate murder? What then would a demon cultivator resemble? A chill coursed down Lu Xiaojin's spine, and she dared not ponder further. If this were indeed the case, then her existence would not be the inversion of right and wrong. The true aberration was not her. Chapter 97. A life for a life, so you shall die. Lu Xiaojin's blood soon filled a bowl to the brim. The sect leader swiftly wiped her wrist, and the wound healed in an instant. Not a drop was to be wasted. Though Fu Sang's body lay brutally in the dark room, battered and broken, the sect leader wore a look of tender compassion, soothing Lu Xiaojin. Xiaojin, you shall reside here with peace of mind. Fear not, from now on Xinghui sect shall be your home, and we shall treat you well. Even better than the old man Sikanjiel. Lu Xiaojin had always found Sikong Gonglin rather pretentious. Yet, she was too naive to see the depths of such pretense. Here came an even more ostentatious figure. With a smile that barely concealed malice, he resembled a malevolent ghost whose true form had been poorly concealed. His mouth opened wide enough to swallow her whole, while the sect leader comforted Lu Xiaojin. He offered the bowl of blood to the old madman. Old Wu, quickly drink this. It may save you. Without raising his head, the old madman frantically tore at Fu Sang's clothing, violently ravaging her. The more he indulged in his frenzied acts, the denser the dark energy around him became. After a long while, with his eyes bloodshot, he spoke with a twisted smile. Save me? I don't need your help. I am not ill. The ones who are ill are you. It is you. Let me out. He was on the brink of madness. The torment he inflicted upon Fu Sang, confined in the dark room, only served to deepen his descent into madness. After all, desire is a form of longing. The more he unleashed his desires, the more his inner demons spiraled out of control. The sect leader had no choice but to enter the dark room, restraining the old madman, prying his mouth open and forcefully pouring the blood into him. "Let me go. I won't drink. It is you who bear the demons. It is you. Let me go." The old madman fought desperately against him. The sect leader furrowed his brow, forcibly prying open his mouth, even as his hands were bitten and bloodied. "Old Wu, be obedient, drink it down, and all will be well." The old madman continued to struggle vehemently. Refusing to drink, his mental state grew increasingly precarious. At that moment, the white crane behind him suddenly raised its head, emitting a piercing shriek. "Eek!" The sound was jarring. Liu Xiaojin's pupils dilated. The creature had spoken. Though she had encountered her fair share of monsters, this was the first time she heard one vocalize. She could distinctly feel the white crane's eyes gradually focusing in this struggle between man and monster. It began to seize control. "Eek!" The more it screamed, the more unhinged the old madman became, escalating his resistance to the point of injuring the sect leader. "Die! You all should die. It is you who refuse to acknowledge their existence. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die." The white crane let out a mournful cry, seemingly resentful for its lack of recognition. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the sect leader, unwilling to let things spiral further, used a barrier to subdue the old madman, forcefully pouring a bowl of blood into his mouth. The old madman still attempted to resist, but he was no match for the sect leader. Ultimately compelled to swallow the entire bowl of blood. At that moment, the dark energy surrounding him began to dissipate. In stark contrast, the old madman's gaze began to sharpen. He looked bewildered at the injured sect leader, then at Fu Sang's body on the ground, his expression filled with panic and regret. He wept bitterly, continually apologizing to Fu Sang's corpse. The sect leader casually performed a cleansing spell, instantly healing the injuries and blood on the old madman. He sighed and gently patted the old madman's shoulder. "This is not your fault. You nearly succumbed to madness. We all know it was not intentional." Liu Xiaojin raised her gaze. "Not his fault? So Fu Sang was to die here unjustly? In such misery and pain, even her corpse was desecrated." "Sect leader, I am so sorry, I am so sorry. Elder Wu, in my despair, I was ambushed by demon cultivators. They fed me a drug and then I lost all memory. That I have committed sins. Terrible sins." Several elders in the hall, witnessing this, were heartbroken and offered their condolences to Elder Wu. The more they consoled him, the deeper his sorrow grew. Perhaps realizing that no one blamed him, he began to vocalize his penance. "I have harmed this girl. I deserve to die, I deserve to die." According to protocol, the elders were meant to comfort him. However, just then Liu Xiaojin, who should have been confined to her seat, suddenly stood up. "Indeed, you deserve to die." Elder Wu froze. Liu Xiaojin smiled, though her eyes held no joy. "So you shall die. A life for a life. It ought to be this way. Therefore, he should die." Elder Wu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had never truly wished for death after all. He was the esteemed fifth elder of Xinghui sect, at the peak of the golden core stage with boundless prospects. And the woman who lay dead in the dark room, while somewhat attractive, was merely a qi refinement stage cultivator. To die alongside a qi refinement cultivator? It was utterly ludicrous. "Why can you move?" The sect leader was alarmed and once again imposed a seal upon her. Yet, Liu Xiaojin could effortlessly disregard any restrictions. Thus, the Liu Xiaojin who should have been bound by the seal now bent down to pick up a chair, expressionless as she approached Elder Wu. "Impossible. Why can you still move?" The sect leader and the elders repeatedly attempted to bind Liu Xiaojin anew, but she remained entirely unaffected. "You wish to control me?" Liu Xiaojin stood at the entrance of the dark room, gazing at the sect leader. "But what are you really?" The sect leader. She was audacious. Though lacking in ability, she was undeniably audacious. The sect leader raised his hand, preparing to teach her a lesson. He had initially imposed the seal to avoid escalating the situation, but should he wish to torment her, it would be a simple task. "Want to kill me?" Liu Xiaojin showed no signs of fear. "Then go ahead and kill me. I trust that, besides me, you could easily find another pure body, correct?" The sect leader faltered. The other elders were also momentarily stunned. They truly could not find another. Even if they could not kill her, they had to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, it would be a complete loss of decorum. An elder remarked. Liu Xiaojin paid no mind, continuing to stride into the dark room. "You may teach me a lesson, but I cannot endure even the slightest hardship. Once I suffer, I contemplate death. My methods of suicide are numerous and quite swift. Would you like to witness them?" The crowd. Chapter 98. Do not fear, your master is here. Some perspectives ought to be broadened, yet cannot be. Speak frankly, they still held confidence that, regardless of how Lu Xiaojin chose to end her life. They could save her, however. Her excessive confidence had rendered them all uncertain. What if she truly had a way to suddenly perish? What then if she truly died? Such a loss would be unbearable for them. Do not, the sect leader spoke gently. I see you are a reasonable person. Let us not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. Lu Xiaojin waved her hand dismissively. Discussion is possible, but please wait. I have some matters to attend to with that. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the others, she stepped into the dark room. Wait, what about the barriers in this dark room? Are they not obstructing her at all? The sect leader pursed his lips. It seems we do not yet understand pure bodies well enough. She may possess the ability to traverse all barriers and restrictions freely. At that moment, only Elder Wu remained in the dark room, initially crouched on the ground, clutching his head in despair. He had displayed his sorrow unabashedly, however. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaojin enter with a chair, he was momentarily taken aback. He attempted to feign continued weeping, but found himself unable to produce tears. The two locked eyes, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. What do you intend to do? Lu Xiaojin did not respond. Without a second thought, she raised the chair and brought it crashing down upon his head. Elder Wu immediately erected a barrier to defend himself. Yet, that barrier could not withstand even a fraction of Lu Xiaojin's resolve. Bang! Ah! A large bump immediately formed on Elder Wu's head, and his expression shifted dramatically. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you are doing? Lu Xiaojin replied, Indeed, I have gone mad. Elder Wu? I have heard that in your sect, as long as one is mad and not malicious, killing is considered inconsequential. Is that not so? Lu Xiaojin spoke languidly. In fact, I wish to possess such privileges. I find your sect quite splendid. The slain lie here, while the killers are consoled. Such a life is one I yearn for. Therefore, Elder Wu, would you mind dying? He had proclaimed that he deserved to die. Such words should not be mere rhetoric. Lu Xiaojin raised her hand for another strike with the chair. Blood began to trickle from Elder Wu's head. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to deal with you? Do not push me. Then deal with me. Once you do, I shall die. Lu Xiaojin shrugged indifferently. After all, madmen deserve to die, do they not? Elder Wu, as the fifth elder of the Xinghui sect, he had never been treated in such a manner. He was furious. Gathering spiritual energy in his palm, he prepared to teach Lu Xiaojin a lesson. He could not believe that she could truly perish before him. Elder Wu, hold back. The sect master interrupted his incantation, stating that she was merely a mortal, and even if he struck her, her strength was limited. A moment's endurance would suffice. Elder Wu, what? Can they not see the massive bump on my head and the blood? This wretched girl, though she is a mortal, possesses immense strength. If I do not retaliate, I might perish here. Elder Wu, infuriated, was on the brink of madness. Yet Lu Xiaojin did not grant him the opportunity to lose his temper, raising her hand once more to strike him with a stool. The crowd. That she is indeed both fierce and relentless. Before long, Elder Wu was knocked to the ground. The stool in Lu Xiaojin's hands was shattered. She casually picked up a stick from the wreckage and proceeded to rain blows upon Elder Wu. He was battered and bruised, bloodied all over. The sect master and others could barely watch. Yet they thought it was merely superficial wounds and decided to let it be. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaojin had undergone body cultivation and possessed tremendous strength. Each strike she delivered was meant to inflict grave harm. Elder Wu's internal organs were damaged, and he began to cough up blood. I can no longer endure this. Die. He gathered his spiritual power in his palm and charged at Lu Xiaojin. Anticipating his move, Lu Xiaojin did not retreat but calmly regarded him. The sect master would not allow her to die. Oh no. Indeed, the sect master swiftly entered the shadows and intercepted Elder Wu's attack. Elder Wu, have you lost your mind? She is just a mortal. How could she withstand your strike? She will perish. Elder Wu, with his face bruised and blood bubbling from his mouth, exclaimed, Who will die? You cannot see it at all, can you? I do not care. I want her dead. Elder Wu attempted to strike again. The sect master sighed, swiftly breaking both of his arms. It was her blood that saved you. Consider it a debt repaid. Elder Wu was enraged. Already on the brink of death from the beating, having his arms broken was merely adding insult to injury. I will die. He panicked, realizing that if this continued, he would indeed perish. Nonsense. The sect master shook his head. She is merely a mortal. No matter how strong she is, she cannot kill you. However, they had underestimated Lu Xiaojin's strength. She was indeed capable of killing. The sect master exited the shadows and gestured to Lu Xiaojin. Continue. It was as if he were coaxing a young girl. Lu Xiaojin nodded, approaching the nearly hopeless Elder Wu and silently drawing a knife from her waist. swiftly slicing open his throat. Elder Wu's eyes widened in shock, wanting to plead for help but unable to utter a sound. Why kill him? There is no enmity between us. Lu Xiaojin pointed at the corpse of Fusang beside them. You said it yourself. You took a life and thus you must die. A person cannot be untrustworthy. Elder Wu's eyes bulged. Yet he was powerless to resist, quietly awaiting his demise. As he breathed his last, the soul lamp beside him shattered. The sect master finally sensed something amiss. Elder Wu. He pushed Lu Xiaojin aside and attempted to lift Elder Wu, only to find he had already lost his breath. You killed Elder Wu. How dare you? The sect master was seething with rage. You are utterly despicable. Initially, he had intended to foster a good relationship with Lu Xiaojin, hoping she would feel secure remaining in the Xinghui sect. But now with Elder Wu's body lying before him, he could no longer restrain his wrath. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. He would not allow Lu Xiaojin to die, but he would make her life a living hell. The sect master gathered his power, a fierce gust of energy surging towards Lu Xiaojin. She did not evade, instead cleaning her knife and slicing her palm. In that pivotal moment, as the sect master lunged, she was struck hard in the chest, spitting out copious blood simultaneously. The bloodied knife found its mark in the sect master's dantian covered in blood. She remained expressionless. He deserved to die, you do too. Ack! The eggs within his dantian were severely damaged, and the sect master cried out in agony, his anger coalescing into a murderous intent. Die! As he prepared to unleash his lethal move upon Lu Xiaojin. Suddenly, the winds howled and the space around them twisted, causing the sect master to vomit blood under immense pressure. No! Someone is tearing apart the space. On the wall, a dark wormhole opened. A man in a white robe stepped through the void, approaching with an air of authority. Dare to harm her? Do you wish to die? He stood before Lu Xiaojin, sending the sect master flying with a single palm strike. Do not be afraid, your master is here. Chapter 99. In this round she takes control. Lu Xiaojin was momentarily stunned. After a couple of seconds, she looked at Xikong Gonglin, feeling a surge of emotions, many words bubbling to her lips, which ultimately coalesced into a single question. Master, should you not be in Xujiang right now? Xikong Gonglin. He had expected her to be moved first, then rush into his embrace, tears and snot all over him. He had even prepared to discard his garments afterward. Yet this was her response. You are in danger. Naturally I must come. How did you know I was in danger, master? Lu Xiaojin immediately inquired. And how did you know I was here? Had Xikong Gonglin left something on her? I placed a restriction on you. Once you leave the Tianyun sect, I will know where you go. Lu Xiaojin. She could disregard the restriction, but that did not mean it could be dismissed. Was he effectively using a tracking system on her? How clever. However, this implied, Master, are you saying that you can always locate me in the first instance? Xikong Gonglin nodded. Lu Xiaojin's lips curled into a smile. She knew how to break the cycle of death. In this round, I will take control. In the next moment, Lu Xiaojin gazed into his scorpion-like eyes. You can see. Cracked. Lu Xiaojin opened her eyes, finding herself lying in bed. Pain. She curled up, taking some time to recover. Just as she regained her senses and was about to rise, Fusang, who had been sleeping beside her, suddenly awoke, first in terror, then bursting into tears as she threw herself into Lu Xiaojin's embrace. Wah Xiaojin. Lu Xiaojin, what is it? I had a dream. Lu Xiaojin attempted to push her away but was unable, and could only helplessly ask, what did you dream about? I dreamt that you died. Lu Xiaojin, is that a good omen? She tried to push her away again but failed. Fusang clung tightly to her, her snot and tears smearing all over her, crying uncontrollably. In the dream, not only did Lu Xiaojin die, but she herself also perished. Everything in the dream was distorted, and Fusang could not recall much. Yet, she vividly remembered Lu Xiaojin gallantly wielding a chair and decisively slashing the madman's throat to avenge her. She did not understand why they had to die or why revenge was necessary, but that moment when Lu Xiaojin risked her life for her felt too real, as if it had truly happened. But I am fine now. Lu Xiaojin pried her hand away. I have some matters to attend to, so you should sleep. Fusang gripped her hand tightly. Where are you going? I will go with you. Lu Xiaojin. The weather has changed. The usually lazy Fusang was willing to get up in the middle of the night to accompany her in her endeavors. However, her company was unnecessary. It was better for a lone waste to go to their demise. Adding another would be rather impolite. Today, I noticed that the corn seedlings have thrived remarkably well after being fertilized. So I plan to jump into the manure pit and see if I can grow a bit taller. Fusang. She momentarily malfunctioned. The hand gripping Lu Xiaojin's arm stiffened. What did you say? She must have misheard. I said I plan to jump into the manure pit. Do you want to join me? Lu Xiaojin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. From today onward, we shall dominate the outer sect in terms of height. Who knows, if we jump a few more times, we might even conquer the entire realm of cultivation. The more she spoke, the more spirited she became, as if she could soar to the heavens like a cloud ladder, stepping on the nutrients of the manure water. Actually, I suddenly think being a bit shorter isn't too bad. Lu Xiaojin was heartbroken. What happened to your grand ambitions? Fusong. They drowned in the manure pit. Seeing that Lu Xiaojin still wanted to grab her, she quickly shrank back under the covers. There is no way I am going with you. Just in case I am caught off guard and pulled down by your enthusiasm. By then, she would not even have time to refuse that it was better to wait until Lu Xiaojin was done before she went to rescue her. Lu Xiaojin. That works. She donned her clothes and headed for the door. Since the initial cultivation sought to capture her, she would deliver herself to them, without the need for fanfare. Saving time, however. Just as she reached the door, someone grabbed her hand. It was Xiaojin. Xiaojin's complexion was inexplicably pale, and she shook her head, looking steadily at Lu Xiaojin. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Do you want me to go with you? Lu Xiaojin was taken aback. Wait, is she serious? Not only in cultivation but also in height? Yet after entering the Tianyun sect, Xiaojin had grown significantly taller and had put on some weight. She had not expected her to hold such an obsession with height. So you want to dominate the realm of cultivation? Huh. Well, that's not impossible. Just eat more vegetables, alright? And let's avoid the manure pit. In truth, I prefer to handle the intimate matter of wading through the cesspit alone. Xiaojin pressed her lips together, not insisting on accompanying. She merely regarded Lu Xiaojin with earnestness and stated. Lu Xiaojin paused, somewhat baffled, yet nodded in agreement. All right, with Si Kong Lao air here, she won't perish. I will await your return. Observing Lu Xiaojin's departing silhouette, Xiaojin's gaze grew remarkably intricate. It felt as though she had dreamt a dream, one she could not recall upon awakening, yet it left her with an unwavering conviction. She must ensure Lu Xiaojin survives. The reason eluded her, but she was resolute in her determination. Xiaojin suppressed her discomfort and resumed her cultivation. She needed to grow stronger. Only the powerful possessed the right to utter the word protect. Lu Xiaojin, oblivious to these sentiments, was currently seated in the long corridor of the East Academy, playfully twirling her personal disciple token on her index finger. Soon, someone approached. Still awake at this late hour? Chu Xiu glanced at the disciple token in her hand, his eyes flickering momentarily, yet he inquired nonchalantly, what is that you hold? Lu Xiaojin, it's my personal disciple token. How did you come by that? Since we are both outsiders, I shall speak plainly. Lu Xiaojin replied, because I am the master's personal disciple. Lu Jin Chapter 100. The eerie masked man, Su Lao Chu Xiu, was a courteous individual. In light of his unreserved probing and Lu Xiaojin's Navi disclosures, coupled with the array of items she produced to substantiate her identity, Chu Xiu bowed to her. Fellow Taoist, my apologies. When he spoke of offense, it was genuine. With a swift motion, he rendered Lu Xiaojin unconscious. Lu Xiaojin? She was genuinely incensed. He had invited her to Xinghui sect, and she had not declined. Why resort to such force? Su Lao, the target has been located. The masked Su Lao cast a glance at the unconscious Lu Xiaojin and nodded. Very well. Let us depart. Upon awakening, Lu Xiaojin found herself seated in a chair within the grand hall of Xinghui sect. Her left hand had been lacerated and lay within a bowl, draining blood. You are awake? The sect master spoke cheerfully while drawing her blood. Rest assured, this is Xinghui sect. We mean you no harm. Lu Xiaojin cast a sidelong glance at her injured hand, remaining silent. In the hall, apart from the masked Su Lao, there were several elders and the sect master, all at the golden core stage or above. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Su Lao. Despite his mask, he emanated a distinct aura. So much so that she could not quite articulate what set him apart, an oddity that left her uneasy before she could contemplate further. The sect master sampled the blood, his face lighting up. She is indeed a pure body. There is no mistake. In no time, the bowl was filled. The sect master carefully tended to her wound, and once it healed, he manipulated a stone pedestal, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside the cage, Elder Wu appeared as a deranged figure, consumed by dark energy, howling in madness. However, the white crane creature atop his head seemed lethargic, lacking the fervor to struggle or scream, failing to exert control over Elder Wu. The sect master approached the chamber, offering the bowl of blood to Elder Wu. Old Wu, drink quickly. It will save you. Upon seeing the blood, Elder Wu's gaze momentarily cleared, yet he clutched his head tightly. Sect master, no need to speak. I understand. Drink? Elder Wu's eyes brimmed with tears as he fervently nodded and drank the blood in one go. Gradually, The dark energy enveloping him dissipated, and the white crane creature lowered its head. Returning everything to normal, Sect Master. I apologize for causing you concern. Elder Wu's demeanor returned to normal, filled with gratitude. You all have suffered for me. The Sect Master and the Elders wore expressions that conveyed, though they had endured hardship, it was all worthwhile to save him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojin, who had lost blood, thought, I am the one suffering here. Su Lao was the only one who did not rush to embrace Elder Wu. Weeping and expressing relief from beginning to end, he remained chillingly indifferent. Lu Xiaojin turned to Su Lao. Are you also an elder of Xinghui sect? Since entering the room, Su Lao had not once acknowledged Elder Wu. His focus remained solely on her. Noticing her interest in Su Lao, the sect master approached to introduce him. This is Su Lao, a guest elder of Xinghui sect. Guest elder? Lu Xiaojin inquired. Guest elders differ from regular elders. They typically do not involve themselves in sect affairs but are instead formidable figures brought in from the outside. They bolster the sect's prestige while the sect provides them with status and resources, mutually beneficial yet inherently tenuous. Su Lao. Lu Xiaojin skimmed through the novel. There was no mention of such a character. You seem quite interested in me, fellow Taoist. Su Lao remarked with a smile. Coincidentally, I find you quite intriguing as well. His voice, though sounding aged, bore the appearance of a man in his 30s or 40s. An unsettling dissonance. Su Lao approached Lu Xiaojin. Are you aware that you possess a pure body? As he drew closer, Lu Xiaojin scrutinized him more closely, and the odd sensation intensified. She was in search of what precisely was peculiar about him when suddenly, the lizard head atop Su Lao turned to face her. Its gaze fixated intently on Lu Xiaojin. The lizard head moved. It was not uncommon for monsters to exhibit movement. For instance, Xiao Junzhou's butterfly wings could flutter, and Su Ye's serpentine tail occasionally swayed. Yet this lizard was different. Its head was moving independently. Lu Xiaojin finally comprehended why Su Lao felt so peculiar to her. The head of Su Lao was distinct from that of the lizard. She had encountered numerous monsters, all of which had their heads completely aligned with their human counterparts. The higher the level, the tighter the fusion. For instance, Xikong Gonglin's eyes had become wholly scorpion-like, while Xiao Junzhou, being merely at the foundation establishment stage, still faintly revealed the shadow of butterfly eyes beneath his embryonic form. In summary, regardless of who it was, they shared a single head with their monster counterpart. But Su Lao was different. His head and the lizard's head were separate. Furthermore, it appeared the lizard possessed consciousness, although it remained still and silent when it turned to fixate on Lu Xiaojin. Its gaze was intent. It was watching her, with a hostile intent. The lizard's eyes bore down on Lu Xiaojin with increasing intensity. Lu Xiaojin maintained a stoic expression at her date. She had only encountered one monster with a focused gaze, the white crane creature atop Elder Wu. Yet when the white crane possessed awareness, Elder Wu was engulfed in dark energy, teetering on the brink of demonic descent. It is not that I wish to remain silent, Lu Xiaojin began, but I find conversing with someone in a mask rather uncomfortable. If you remove your mask, I shall divulge everything. Su Lao was taken aback. The sect master wore an awkward expression. Xiaojin? You must not know, Su Lao suffered an injury to his face in the past, making it difficult for him to reveal it. Please do not put him in a difficult position. Injury? Lu Xiaojin pondered. Is it truly an injury, or is it to conceal something unsightly? She fell silent, merely lowering her gaze, her fingertips gently tracing the surface of the table as she began to count slowly. 10, 9, 8.321. No sooner had she reached 1 than a sinister wind swept through the hall, the surroundings shuddered, and the space appeared to fracture. Not good, someone is tearing apart the fabric of space. Quickly, take Lu Xiaojin away. But it was too late. As the sect master reached for Lu Xiaojin's shoulder, a massive black hole burst open in the wall, from which emerged a man clad in white. He stood with hands clasped behind his back. His stride steady, his tall figure draped in flowing robes, as if he had stepped out of a dream. Even his scorpion-like eyes appeared more enchanting in this moment. Not good, it's Xikong Lao. Hurry, flee! The surrounding domain expanded, trapping everyone within. Xikong Gonglin raised his gaze, surveying the room with dispassionate indifference, finally settling his eyes upon Lu Xiaojin, offering a gentle smile. Xiaojin, do not fear. Your master has arrived. One would expect that upon seeing him, Lu Xiaojin would be filled with joy, rushing to him with tears, expressing her fears and anxieties. Yet that was not the case. Just as he extended his hand, prepared to catch Lu Xiaojin's impassioned leap, she pointed at the retreating Su Lao and shouted, Master, he is trying to escape. Quickly capture him. Xikong Gonglin? Meanwhile, Su Lao, who was stealthily inching away, thought, is she out of her mind? Chapter 101. The affectionate master. From the moment Zikong Gonglin shattered the void and entered the hall, he unleashed his domain and no one within could escape. Initially, he dismissed Lu Xiaojin's request to apprehend Su Lao, confident in his domain's impenetrability. Yet he soon discovered that Su Lao wielded a spiritual weapon, which, upon contact with the domain, actually created a breach in the corner. He was nearly halfway through when Lu Xiaojin noticed Su Lao. If only that girl had shouted a moment later. "I almost made it out alive. A magical artifact. This is astonishing," the sect master gasped. His heart sinking. A magical artifact. Zikong Gonglin casually pointed, and the domain immediately sealed, sending Su Lao crashing to the ground. The magical artifact trembled in the air, as if resisting, but ultimately fell into Zikong Gonglin's grasp. The magical artifact was enveloped in dark energy, yet upon reaching Zikong Gonglin's hands, the darkness was suppressed to near invisibility. He toyed with the artifact. Where did this magical artifact come from? Su Lao lowered his head, unwilling to speak. Zikong Gonglin cast a glance at Elder Su, and in an instant, a brilliant white light flashed, shattering the mask upon Elder Su's face into two halves, which fell to the ground at my mask. His visage was now laid bare before the assembly. Elder Su's face bore no injuries, yet it was unmistakably aged, covered in deep wrinkles, while his eyes remained strikingly clear. A juxtaposition of decrepitude and vitality that felt profoundly discordant. The center of his brow rested a peculiar black-red mark, exuding an air of enigma. A dark cultivator. One elder gasped in shock. Elder Su was indeed a dark cultivator. The faces of the members from the Xinghui sect paled. Should others discover that their esteemed guest elder was a dark practitioner, their entire sect would become a laughingstock. "Yes, I am a dark cultivator. And so what?" Elder Su sneered disdainfully. "Even as a dark practitioner, I am far superior to you hypocrites. You pride yourselves on being righteous, yet your actions are anything but virtuous. Do you truly believe you are better than I?" As his mask lay in ruins, the dark aura surrounding him began to seep forth. Amidst the encroaching darkness, the lizard's head perched above him opened its maw. "Kill them. Kill them." Lu Xiaojin was momentarily taken aback. The lizard creature could speak? Recalling the earlier reaction of the crane monster when the fifth elder was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. The path of cultivation is a process of birthing monsters. This journey was once entirely dominated by humanity. Perhaps the fall into darkness signifies the monsters maturing and beginning to vie for control over the human body. The more the monsters grow, the greater the desires of humans, and thus the likelihood of awakening monsters increases. Once a monster awakens, if humanity lacks the willpower to suppress it and cannot utilize her blood for healing, they must inevitably share dominion over the body, just like Elder Su. This is what is referred to as the descent into darkness. Yet, it appears that even in this fallen state, even with a portion of bodily control seized, the human retains consciousness. But what are the consequences of this fall into darkness? "Kill them. Kill them." The lizard creature incessantly urged Elder Su, its eyes filled with a fierce murderous intent. "If you do not act, you will surely perish. They will not spare you. This so-called righteous faction is filled with nefarious beings. Kill. As the lizard creature's incessant incantations continued, Elder Su's gaze began to glaze over with crimson, an aura of slaughter enveloping him. He twisted his neck, gathering the dark energy in his hands, and without uttering a word, commenced a chaotic rampage. "They all deserve to die. You hypocrites deserve to die." Yet, those present were not individuals he could easily slaughter. Thus, as he rampaged, he too suffered blows. Before long, he was left battered and bound, discarded aside. "Release me. If you do not free me, tomorrow the demon clan will surely assault the Xinghui sect. And you will all perish." Meanwhile, the lizard creature continued its relentless chanting above him. "Kill. Kill." Lu Xiaojin furrowed her brow. This creature seemed to possess not only consciousness but an insatiable thirst for blood. Thus, the consequence of its awakening is to incite Elder Su's murderous intent. Or was Elder Su inherently bloodthirsty but had merely concealed it until the monster seized control of his body? At which point he could no longer suppress his murderous instincts and began to slaughter indiscriminately. Could the demon clan's savage thirst for blood stem from this same reason? However, Elder Su now faced Zikong Gonglin and the others, rendering him incapable of harming anyone. But if he were to confront ordinary individuals, would he not also be driven by a murderous impulse, wreaking havoc without discrimination? "Silence him. He is a nuisance," Zikong Gonglin stated with indifference. The sect leader promptly silenced Elder Su. Yet, the lizard creature continued to chant. "Kill. Kill." Its gaze fixated intently on Lu Xiaojin. It understood that Elder Su was no match for the others present. But he could certainly kill Lu Xiaojin. Initially, the first target of Elder Su's aggression was indeed Lu Xiaojin. Kill. Yet, Elder Su could not move an inch. Lu Xiaojin frowned slightly. If dark cultivators are merely manifestations of awakened monsters, then once her identity is revealed, might it not incite a relentless pursuit from the entire demon clan? A cycle of death? A death accompanied by countless repetitions. Dying thousands of times a day. Each death unique? Observing Lu Xiaojin's troubled expression, Xikong Gonglin assumed she was frightened and gently patted her head. Are you afraid? He had expected to feel the usual oiliness from her hair. But to his surprise, her hair today was dry and fluffy, pleasantly textured. Before he could process this, Lu Xiaojin suddenly leapt into his embrace, gazing up at him with adoration. I am afraid, master, I am terribly afraid of dying. The sect leader and the others gaped in astonishment. No, esteemed one, we have always treated her with utmost respect. Yet, Xikong Gonglin paid them no heed. In the very next moment, as Lu Xiaojin sought to complain, the sect leader and the others were forcefully pushed back several steps by a gust of wind, blood staining their lips. Their eyes burned with fury, yet their expressions remained respectful. A misunderstanding. Esteemed one, it is all a misunderstanding. Did they not wish to resist? No, it was that they could not. For he was a transcendent of the great ascension stage. The sole genius of the cultivation world. The only one with the potential to ascend. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? They all wished to survive. A misunderstanding. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then pray tell why little Jean has been wandering outside Tianyun's sect. Only to inexplicably appear here? The sect leader and his companions were drenched in sweat. This Xikong Gonglin questioned, all the while pushing Lu Xiaojin's head away gently, lowering his voice. His tone was deep,